Moral guidance, including discussions between friends on spiritual matters. The sages who offer moral guidance and criticism to their contemporaries in order to improve them sweeten the harsh judgments and cause peace to spread throughout the world. But when people's wickedness is so great that it spoils the very moral guidance and criticism themselves, the cause of peace is ruined and instability and strife become rampant throughout the world. It is impossible to accept moral rebuke and criticism from the sages without having faith. Faith is a pair of hands held out to receive moral guidance. When a person is lacking in faith, he can easily come to atheism and believe in false ideologies. Because of his attitude of scorn and derision, he will not listen to criticism from the true moralists at all. A person must guard his faith and see that it is not deficient in any way. Faith is the key to holiness. When people have faith, they accept true criticism. Then they can return to God and He will have mercy on them. One must accept the reproof of men of truth, even if their rebuke sometimes seems like abuse, for they bear great suffering because of us. When you act on reproof and improve yourself, you can come to perform acts of charity and kindness, and in this way overcome the influence of false beliefs. Your holy intellect will be strengthened and you will be worthy of a new perception of God. You should always talk to your friends about spiritual matters. Each Jew has a good point unique to himself. When two friends have a discussion, each one can benefit from the good point of the other. Sometimes the good point of one of the friends is communicated to the other in the veiled form of the conversation that to outward appearances about worldly matters. For at times, even an everyday conversation can give you ideas and inspire you spiritually. Indeed, sometimes the good point needs to be veiled, and the words of the conversation become a kind of cloning for it. The main thing is that you should discuss spiritual matters with your friends all the time. Then you will be able to gain from each one's good points. You will be able to break the foreskin of the heart, the lusts and desires that break a person's heart, and be filled with the holy desire for God. The effort a person makes to draw others closer to God, enhance his own understanding, and bring it to perfection. He can come to understand everything that it is a man's power to apprehend and reach the very limits of human understanding. He will be worthy of having children and cause the barren to give birth. Each Jew has a certain authority, a power to dominate and influence. There are some whose authority extends over their own household. Others have a wider influence, each according to his level. A person must always take care not to use his authority and influence for his own personal benefit, for the sake of God alone. He should use it to guide whoever comes under his influence to draw closer to God. For example, if his authority extends only as far as his own household, he must make sure that he guides all the members of his household along the path of serving God. If his influence spreads wider, that he is under an obligation to use it to draw all the people who fall into his province towards God. A person who is negligent about guiding those who are under his influence will be punished because of that, and his days will be shortened, God forbid. This is what our sages meant when they said authority buries those who possess it, but those who use their authority to admonish and caution those who are under their care about serving God properly will be blessed with long life and vitality. The only way to admonish and caution others properly is through devotion to Torah. This gives you the power to guide even those who are very far from you, even if you have no idea what they need. When a person devotes himself to Torah, even those who are distant from the Torah hear its voice carrying out, "How long, foolish ones, will you love folly?" The cry of the Torah will bring everyone to return to God. Someone who tries to draw others closer to God must be careful not to get caught up in the kilipot and the wickedness of the people he works with. The way to protect himself is with judgment, to see to it that he examines and judges himself concerning everything he does to see if it is right or not. He must admonish himself and feel contrition for anything he may have done that is not right. This self-examination will kindle a fire in his heart that will burn all of the klipot and pavement and prevent them from clinging to him. This will even be stripped from the people he is drawing closer to God. A person who works hard to draw people closer to God and make souls build a holy sanctuary, it may be that some of these souls will fall away from the holiness they attain. Nevertheless, if at least some of the people who were brought to the fear of heaven through his efforts remain devoted, the one that is left in Zion and the one that remains in Jerusalem will be called holy. God's glory is greatly exalted when those who are furthest away are brought closer to his service. The self-examination and self-judgment that a person engages in when he tries to bring people closer to God enable him to celebrate Shabbat. For the concept of Shabbat includes the destruction of evil and the klipot. You must guard your name and your soul. You do this by keeping well away from anger. If you feel yourself Getting angry, you must be slow to anger and suppress it. Then you will become rich, and your name and soul will be enhanced. You will be worthy of a good name. All the souls will yearn to be merged with yours, and you will be able to draw many souls closer to God and have many disciples. When a person draws many souls closer to God, it is better than having children. It is not possible to have more than a few children, but there are many souls. They all draw their life from one who brought them closer, and it is as if he himself gave birth to them. You should realize that there are certain people who are so wicked that it is not permitted to bring them under the wings of God's service. They can cause the person who brought them too close to fall from his level, and the self-examination and self-judgment mentioned earlier are powerless to nullify their evil. This can cause terrible damage. Anyone who tries to bring people closer to God may pray profusely for guidance to understand whom you should reject and whom you should draw close. It is good to discuss spiritual matters with your friends. Discussions like these create direct light and reflected light. Even if your friend gains nothing from the discussion, it can still be a great benefit to you yourself. Sometimes, someone who tries to encourage your friend can actually be greatly inspired himself. Had he merely said to himself what he told his friend, it could be that the words would not have inspired him at all, but by virtue of saying them out loud to his friend, he himself can be inspired even if the words have little or no effect on his friend. We must judge everyone favorably. Even if someone appears to be totally wicked, we still have to search and find even a modicum of good by virtue of which he will no longer be wicked. By finding this modicum of good and judging him on the scale of merit, he really is elevated on the scale of merit, and it is possible to bring him to return to God through this. There is no greater mercy than the mercy one has for a Jew who sins, God forbid. Sin is the most terrible burden for a Jew. It is the worst scourge in the world. At its root, the holiness of the Jewish people is so exalted that they are completely detached from sin. The Jewish people have no connection whatsoever with sin. So great is the subtle spirituality of the inner essence. This is why sin is such a heavy burden. God forbid. The greatest mercy one can show for a Jew is to pull him out from under the heavy burden of his sins. Therefore, each person should discuss spiritual matters with his friend and show compassion for them by trying to draw them away from sin. This is something that can be done by everyone, even the simplest of people. When a person speaks to his friend about spiritual matters and radiates his own wisdom in words that will penetrate his friend's very heart so as to draw him away from sin, then his friend is counted as his disciple. It is the same the other way around. When his friend radiates his wisdom to me, he is counted as his friend's disciple. Even when the time comes for him to leave this world, he will still be clothed in these words and radiate in his friend, and it will be as if he himself is still alive in the world. The essence of the soul's perfection after its passing from this world depends on leaving behind the Son and a disciple in whom the holy wisdom they receive from their teacher still radiates. Everyone has a duty to draw other people closer to God. The true well-being of the world depends on it being filled with the men of understanding who know God and serve Him. Anyone who lacks the knowledge of God does not come into the category of man at all. He is as a beast with the appearance of a man. Every individual must be constantly aware himself and make known at all times to others that God rules over the earth and there is no other purpose in this world except to do His will. Nothing is left of a person in this world after his death except the knowledge of God that he communicates to his friends and disciples. Someone who wants to influence another person to fear God must himself have the fear of God. Otherwise, his words will not be heard and they will not stay with his friend. They will simply pass right through him immediately. When a person tries to discuss spiritual matters with his friends, he can gain a perception of the encircling lights, which means that he can apprehend and understand what he was not able to previously. He will constantly rise to higher and higher perceptions until he reaches the perception of the most transcendental level, which is the joy and delight of the world to come. It is true that giving moral rebuke is of the utmost importance, and every Jew has an obligation to admonish his fellow Jew if he sees him acting incorrectly, and that everyone is fit to offer such reproof. When moral rebuke is given by someone who is unfit to give it, not only does he fail in his purpose, worse still, he causes the fragrance of the souls that hear his rebuke to become putrid. The strength of those whose souls is weakened and blessing is withheld from all the worlds that are dependent on them. Only someone who can add to the fragrance of the souls he admonishes is fit to rebuke Israel for their sins. The voice that rebukes must be the voice that waters the Garden of Eden. It is there that all the fragrances grow and holy oil takes root. This is the voice of the song that is destined to be sung in the future. There is no contradiction between what was said earlier about the obligation that every Jew has to discuss spiritual matters with his friends and the statement here that not everyone is fit to give moral rebuke. If you examine the different passages carefully, you will see that the idea that is applicable to everyone is having discussions with friends about spiritual matters. What is the purpose of life? What will remain of us in the end? And so on. Even the simplest of people should discuss these things. The kind of moral criticism that is referred to in the last passage is a completely different matter. It means making explicit reference to another person's sins and saying to him, "Why did you do such and such?" One should be very careful not to discuss people's sins and bad behavior with them, because he can weaken their soul through arousing his bad smell. The distinction between moral guidance and rebuke is implicit in Rashi's comment on the opening words of the book of Ecclesiastes, where he writes, wherever it says divrei, the words of, it refers to words of rebuke. Rashi also writes in the Torah portion of Devarim that we can find many tzaddikim who did not rebuke others until immediately prior to their death, as Moses did. This comment seems surprising, because surely Moses had spoken to the Jewish people in a critical vein many times before and given them many warnings to observe the words of the Torah. However, the meaning of the term rebuke is that now he made a mention of their sins, that is written in the desert in the Arava, position to the sea, opposite the Red Sea, in the area of Paran, Tofel, Lavan, Chatzrot, and Dizahav. As Rashi explains, Moses mentioned all the places where the children of Israel had made God angry. It is noteworthy that he did not administer his rebuke until immediately prior to his death. And this is in spite of the fact that in his case, the rebuke was spoken with the voice that waters the God of Eden, which arouses a good fragrance. Tefillin. The straps of the tefillin are a protection for faith against the parasitic forces of evil. They protect the mind and the soul, and fresh wisdom and a fresh soul are drawn from the light of God's countenance. A person should constantly search himself to see if he is attached to God. The tefillin are the sign of attachment. The way to experience the true sanctity of tefillin is by sanctifying and purifying speech, which is achieved by learning Torah even when one is poor or under great pressure. When a person is overwhelmed with darkness and suffering and still makes an effort to study Torah, he elevates the faculty of speech, and he will be able to speak to his Maker with strength and fire and pour out his words in truth. He will understand his own insignificance and the utter greatness of the Creator, and he will be filled with shame at the greatness of his sins against the Master and Ruler of the universe, the source of all the worlds. His shame will show on his very face, and then he will be worthy of the light of tefillin, which are the sign of attachment to God. Happy is he who attains this. Tefillin are the radiance of God's countenance. They are the true glory of God. They are life and truth, the source of wealth and all blessings. Abuse of the tefillin brings poverty, contempt, and shame, and puts one in moral danger, God forbid. The tefillin strengthen the memory, the awareness that the goal of this world is the world to come, and that one must constantly expand his intellect so as to understand the messages God sends every day in order to draw him closer to God. The more efforts a person makes to break his immoral desires, the more receptive he becomes to the holiness of tefillin. Those who are truly righteous and God-fearing, who are called the guardians of the earth, are the ones who fulfill the mitzvah of tefillin to perfection. The full force of immoral temptations is unleashed against them with a fury and can even bring them to waste their seed and be stamped with the seal of the evil klipa, God forbid. But they steel themselves against these thoughts and flee from them. They elevate the seal of evil, klipa, and it becomes transformed into the seal of holiness, the tefillin, which embody the radiance of the sparks of wisdom, whereby one knows and acknowledges the divinity and kingship of God in the world. The light of the seven faithful shepherds shines, corresponding to the seven heads of the two shins of the tefillin, one with 4 heads, the other with 3. Thus, the significance of the tefillin is that we have to draw down the radiance of God and strive for an ever deeper understanding of godliness. But there are necessary limits to the human intellect, and these must be observed. The tefillin are the tikkun for this, enabling us to deepen our understanding while remaining within the bounds of holiness. Even our striving to draw close to the radiance of godliness, it is forbidden to go beyond the boundaries and break through. Fasting. Each person has a duty to subdue his physical aspect. The way to achieve this is through fasting. Fasting weakens the 4 basic elements of which man is composed and which are the source of all his lusts and impulses. This is the way to subdue and nullify the coarse materialism of the body, which is the source of folly and darkness, animality and death. The finer side of man is therefore strengthened, and his divine intellect, the former as opposed to the substance, is elevated. The divine intellect is the soul. Wisdom, light, and life. The power of forgetfulness is broken, and man remembers his mission in the world. The darkness and harsh judgments are nullified. The loving kindnesses and the blessings are drawn into the world. The main effect of the fast is accomplished through the charity that one gives while fasting. Through fasting, the influence of alien idolatry is distorted, and the wisdom of Torah reigns supreme. Fasting also helps for one's livelihood. In times of danger, God forbid, it is usual to degree of fast. Fasting brings about an illumination of God's favor, and this in itself sweetens and nullifies the harsh judgments, therefore averting the danger. Fasting protects against poverty, degradation, and shame, and leads to wealth. It also makes us worthy of experiencing miracles. When a tzaddik eats, it is something very precious, because the tzaddik eats to satisfy his soul. Therefore, the tzaddik is forbidden to fast, but one who has to fast should certainly do so. For him, it is a mitzvah to fast. Fasting is a means of conquering one's anger. In fact, this is the main value of a fast. Because of this, the evil one attacks people with extra force during a fast and tries to make them angry in order to spoil it. God forbid. One must be especially careful to avoid the fire of anger on a fast day. The main value of fasting lies in breaking the force of anger. Fasting brings a new radiance to the face and restores the person's wisdom, the very image of God. It makes it shine on his face. He will held in awe and respect by those around him, and his enemies will fall before him. But in order to spread peace, it is necessary to give charity plentifully. Through fasting, it is possible to perfect our speech, and then we can speak before God and pray with devotion. Through perfecting our speech, we can draw closer those who are far from God, and this will deepen our faith until it's perfect. Through faith, we refine the food that we eat, and then our eating brings about the unification of the Holy One and His Shekhinah face to face. Fasting has the power to resolve conflict, both physical and spiritual. When a person is unable to pray or do what he should do, serve God, this is conflict. Fasting helps a person humble his heart, devote his will to God alone, and make peace. Fasting revives the dead. The fast gives life to all the days that were spent in darkness without true vitality. When a person wastes a day by doing no mitzvot or good deeds, or far worse, by doing actual evil, God forbid, then by day has no life. He has been killed, but all these dead days are brought back to life by fasting. The more a person fasts, the greater the number of dead days he can revive. Fasting brings joy. The more times you fast, the greater the joy. The reason we fast after a bad dream is to draw joy out of ourselves by means of the fast. This is the tikkun for the dream. Therefore, when someone does not want to fast over such a dream, his well-wisher say to him, "Go, eat your bread with joy." For the main tikkun for the dream is through joy. On the fast days, it is a good practice to recite the Torah portions in the book of Leviticus that deal with the sacrifices that have been arranged in the Ma'amadot. And let me just add about all of these things about fasting. The key in Breslov is ask God what to do. And that's to make amends for one's sins. Go. To make amends, we're talking about repentance. To make amends for one's sins and rebuild what was damaged, this rule of the true tzaddik is of paramount importance. Anyone who wants to attain the ultimate good must make every conceivable effort to draw close to the true tzaddikim and their followers. He must pour out his heart before the tzaddik and confess his past actions, and all his sins will be forgiven. The sins one commits are engraved on his bones. Each sin corresponds to a certain combination of letters. When a person commits a particular sin, an evil combination is inscribed on his bones, corresponding to the letters of the Torah prohibition he has transgressed. Because of this, the words of the commandment are cast into the realm of impurity. The kingdom of holiness is sent to an exile among the forces of the other side, and the evil combination inscribed on his bone exacts vengeance from him. But when he confesses before a tzaddik, the letters inscribed on his bones are released, and what damage can be completely restored. When a Jew is moved to return to God through a feeling that a small hint of impurity is spoiling his prayers and devotions, his tshuva has an effect even on those who are totally wicked and who have become completely alienated from their Jewish roots because of their evil deeds. They too become part of the holy throne and return to God, helping his servants construct the holy edifice. The true sign of a person who has returned to God is that he can hear himself insulted and remain silent. He can endure even the most murderous abuse with patience. Through this, he reduces the blood on the left ventricle of his heart, the seal of the animal soul, and slaughters his evil inclination. He will be worthy of partaking of the glory of God. Before a person returns to God, he has no being. It is as if he has not yet been created. For if it would have been better for him not to have been created at all. But when he comes and purifies himself in order to return to God, he puts himself in order and prepares to become a being. This element of preparation for coming into being, as the word explains why the divine name associated with repentance is Eheyeh, I will be. When someone wants to purify himself and return to God, they tell him, wait. It is true that he should be in a hurry to release his soul and flee from the darkness, but he should not be discouraged and depressed when he sees how far he is from true prayer and other holy devotions. Waiting is a necessary part of the process. In the end, he will be worthy of making amends completely and all will be restored. Understand this well. Tshuva never stops. It is a continuing process. Even at the very moment that a person is saying, I have sinned, I have transgressed, I have rebelled, it is still impossible for him to say the words with complete sincerity without a single extraneous motive. Then he must repent for his earlier tshuva, namely the flaw in his previous confession. Even when a person knows that he has achieved complete teshuvah, he must still make amends for his earlier teshuvah. For what he achieved then was good only in proportion to the perception of godliness he had at the time. But now that he has repented, his perception has undoubtedly been heightened. Compared with his present perception, the earlier perception turns out to have been grossly materialistic. Therefore, he must repent for the levels he achieved earlier because he degraded the true exaltedness of the Creator to the level of materialism. Happy is he who achieves this kind of teshuvah. There are three aspects to teshuvah: seeing with the eyes, hearing with the ears, and understanding in the heart. Teshuvah involves all of them. One must use his eyes to look towards the ultimate goal and purpose of this world and concentrate on it with all his heart. He must set himself to travel there and nowhere else, as he must use his ears to listen carefully to everything that our holy sages have said. Then he will be able to return to God. Teshuvah is namely achieved through humility. One has to make himself into nothing, like a wasteland that people trample on. He must pay no attention whatsoever to opposition or to the contempt with which people may treat him. He should train himself to be silent, to be able to hear himself insulted without replying. Someone like this is worthy of being called wise, and he will attain perfect teshuvah, the crown, which is the summit of the Sichot. This is the way of true and enduring glory, the glory of God. When a person wants to walk the pathways of repentance, he must be an expert in halakha. Two kinds of skill are needed. He must be an expert in running and an expert in returning. These two expressions correspond to the rising and falling that King David speaks of in the Psalms. If I ascend to heaven, you are there. And if I make my hell my bed, behold, there you are. This means that a person who wants to return to God must gird his loins and keep firmly to the pathway of God, regardless of whether he makes progress. If I ascend to heaven or suffers reversals, if I make hell my bed, if he makes progress and reaches a particular level of spirituality, be it high or not so high, he should still not stop there and be content with his achievements so far. In this case, the skill he needs is to know and believe that he must still advance further. This is the skill of running. On the other hand, if he falls to a lower level, and even if he falls into the lowest pit of hell, God forbid, he must still not despair in any way. Regardless of his condition, he must remain firm and search for God, pleading with him and begging him to help, while encouraging himself whatever way he can. Even the lowest pit of hell, God is present. Even from there, it is possible to be attached to him. As King David said, if I make hell my bed, behold, there you are. The skill he needs now is returning. The only way to achieve true repentance is with these two skills. Indeed, it takes extraordinary skill to understand that it is necessary to struggle all the time in order to serve God. One has to constantly aim for a higher level, while at the same time never allowing himself to fall in any way or becoming despondent and discouraged. Someone who acquires these skills will be able to walk the path of true repentance, and God's right hand will be open wide to receive his repentance. He will marry the glory of God, and man will be placed upon the throne. Happy is he. There are certain Torah scholars who are highly learned but have not yet begun to repent, and on the contrary, they resist the tzaddikim and take issue with them. The reason for this is that their motives for learning are not pure. Their motives for learning Torah are not pure. They want prestige and influence, and they feel too important. And they take issue with everything. Their learning simply develops their subtlety, making them more and more insidious. For the Torah has two aspects. The righteous walk in them, but sinners stumble in them. These scholars' expertise in the oral law merely opens their mouths to speak arrogantly and contemptuously against the tzaddik, but there exist certain great tzaddikim who understand the Torah concepts, which are the source of the ideas they are using against the tzaddikim. These great tzaddikim have the power to elevate these ideas and make out of them halachot, legal rulings. When those who are far from holiness draw closer, whether they are converts or Jews returning to their roots, for they too are outside God's glory, is exalted through their drawing close, and his name is glorified in the upper and lower worlds. Glory is raised to its root, and through this peace spreads over the whole world. When a person is completely humble and lowly, he can reach such a level of attainment in Torah that his very learning can bring radiance to the roots of the souls of Israel, which are to be found in the Torah. He has the power to radiate even to those who are very distant, even to his sinners and those who are furthest removed from Torah. He can arouse them and encourage them to return to God. No matter how greatly a person may have sinned, as long as he is still called by the name of Israel, he is still a Jew in spite of his sins, and the radiance of the root of his soul can be transmitted to him, whatever he may be, by means of study of Torah. Then he will return to God. Even when those who were distant from holiness are aroused to return to the light of Torah, they are still very far away, and they experience tremendous obstacles. It takes enormous effort for them to strip themselves of their soiled garments. These soiled garments are as difficult to bury as a river that is impossible to cross. If you want to draw closer, do not be discouraged. If you find yourself confronted by all kinds of obstacles, this is inevitable because of these obstacles stem from the soiled garments, the sins of the past. It takes great effort to strip off these soiled garments and throw them aside. At times the experience is very bitter, but in the end all the obstacles and barriers that separate you from holiness will disappear. Speaking with a friend about moral guidance and spiritual matters and arousing him to teshuvah is a tikkun for a nocturnal emission. We have to make amends even for the sins we committed unwittingly. Through this we can attain perfection of the holy tongue, which is the restoration of the covenant. Teshuvah means returning a thing to the place from which it was taken, to restore it and return it to its root. Now wisdom is the root of everything. It is why you must guard your mind and your wisdom against alien ideologies and extraneous thoughts, not to speak of evil temptations. The reason for all the sins and transgressions that people commit and all their shortcomings, that their thoughts are impure. They are not careful to guard their thoughts, so that they do not overstep the bounds of holiness. When a person protects his thoughts and his wisdom, he can remedy everything in return to God. Tshuva depends on the heart. More specifically, the thoughts in the heart, you must be firm and avoid all evil thoughts. Think only good thoughts. Focus your heart on the purpose of life. Think up plans and strategies for coming closer to God. Then you will be worthy of attaining the hidden Torah of the Ancient One, the inner secrets of the Torah, which are the main delight of the world to come. More than any times of the year, the months of Tishrei and Nisan are the times for Tshuva. The redemption is destined to take place in Nisan, and it will come about only through Tshuva. You must be like strong man running the course, because even if you have succeeded in repenting and making amends for the damage you did, you must still make up for all the good deeds you could have done but didn't all the time because you were rebelling against God. You must be extra enthusiastic and run extra fast in order to make up for what you failed to do then. And action is not an action until it is carried out from the realm of possibility to that of actuality. This applies equally to mitzvot and good deeds and to sins. A mitzvah is not complete until it has been brought from potentiality to actuality. It must be realized in actual fact. When a potential mitzvah is made actual, this is literally the creation of the universe, because the mitzvah sustains the entire universe. Conversely, in the case of sin, when a person merely contemplates the possibility of sinning in his mind, the sin is still potential. If he then makes the potential actual and commits the sin in practice, God forbid, he is totally wicked and might as well be dead. He destroys himself and the whole world. For the entire creation of the world is brought about through the process of emerging from potentiality to actuality by the hand of God. Every single sin therefore spoils the totality of all the world and all the holy names of God. The only remedy is teshuvah, because when one experiences genuine regret for his sins and abandons them, damage that was done can be repaired, and the restoration of all the world is carried from potentiality to actuality. Returning to God out of love has the power to efface every trace of sin, and one can pray and learn with a clear mind in a state of expanded consciousness. He can pray as he should, learn and understand rapidly, and renew his mind every day. Each individual must see to it that he is not responsible for holding up the coming of Messiah. He must make amends for what he did in the past and return to God with all his heart. And this way he will make sure that the Mashiach is not prevented from coming because of his sins. True tshuva depends on Torah. When a person labors so hard in the studies and he reaches the level that he can understand one thing from another and produce original ideas for the sake of heaven alone, this is perfect tshuva. If a person feels genuine pain for having sinned, if he circumcises foreskins of his heart and feels true contrition for what he did and returns to God with all his heart, then the heart of all the drops that left him, his actual children, and the drops that went elsewhere, God forbid, will also be circumcised in the foreskins of their hearts. They too will feel the pain of the degradation. They will also be aroused, and with a thunderous noise, and return to God. The difference between being alive and dead has meaning only for someone who is caught up in the appetite for food and drink. For him, death is a reality. It is different for the tzaddik who has conquered his evil inclination and is always in complete control of himself, even in things that are permitted to him. The tzaddik is always alive even after his death. For him, there is no difference between life and death. A person should take pity on his soul while he is young and hurry to return to God before he becomes old. In his youth, he still hears the voice of the Torah crying out every day and calling on men to return. The voice of the truth is all the thoughts of teshuvah that rise in the person's mind continually. But once he becomes old, it is harder for him to return. There is such a thing as words of tshuva, as it is written, "Take with your words and return to God." We must talk and talk and talk before God until we pour out our words like water and attain true repentance. The way to achieve this is with the 3 lines of truth: prayer, to pray truthfully and sincerely, true Torah, and true partnerships and marriage bonds. We can attain all this through praise and thanks to God and the study of Torah law, which are the essence of the light of the world to come. You must understand that the Jew is completely removed from sin. He has no connection with sin at all. So exalted is he, subtle spirituality of his inner essence. That is why sin is such a heavy burden for the Jew. It is impossible to bear it even for a single day. It is worse than any other suffering in the world. The person must take pity on himself and try to repent for his sins and plead with God to help him find a truly compassionate leader who will enlighten him with wisdom and remove him from his sins. There is no greater mercy than this. The only way to attain complete tshuva is by passing through all the places one has been before he repented, and obviously that will vary for each individual depending on what he went through in the earlier part of his life. When he passes through them and encounters the very same temptations that he experienced before, he must turn his head aside and control his inclination without repeating what he did in the past. This is the essence of perfect teshuvah. There is no other way. An essential element in tshuva is shame. We must feel a deep sense of shame before God. We can achieve this by seeing ourselves with the true tzaddik. If you want to accomplish complete tshuva, you should make a habit of reciting the Psalms. They are a great help for returning to God. There are many obstacles to tshuva. Sometimes people feel no inclination to return to God at all. They're simply not interested. There are certain people for whom the gate of repentance is closed. There are others who simply do not know how to reach the gate that is right for them, the path they need in order to return to God. There are also other barriers that prevent people from accomplishing tshuva. One can waste away his whole life and die without tshuva, God forbid, but reciting the Psalms is of a great help. Even a person who feels no enthusiasm at all for teshuvah can experience an awakening if he recites the Psalms. No matter who you are, you can always find yourself in the Psalms you are reciting. This will arouse you and help you find the gate of repentance that is appropriate for your soul. You will be able to open the gate and attain perfect repentance, and then God will return to you and show you mercy. This is why during the month of Elul and the 10 days of repentance, all Jews recite the Psalms, but this is something one should do throughout the year in order to accomplish tshuva. Tshuva helps for every conceivable sin, even the most serious sin of all, the deliberate emission of seed in vain, or other forms of grave immorality. When the Zohar says that tshuva does not help in the case of a person who wastes his seed, the meaning is not what it appears on the surface. The truth is that our sages said nothing stands in the way of repentance, but perfect teshuvah can be attained only with the help of the true tzaddikim. Okay, you ready? Simplicity. To take on the yoke of heaven, we must abandon all our sophisticated ideas and walk the path of purity and simplicity. The Holy Torah is the only true wisdom. All other ideologies are nothing in comparison. People should throw aside all their sophisticated ideas and serve God with purity and simplicity. Action is the main thing, not study, and you should see to it that your practical achievements are greater than your intellectual development. It is obvious that this applies to the wisdom of the average person, which is nothing but foolishness. Without doubt, this has to be thrown out completely, but it even applies to genuine wisdom. When it comes to serving God, even someone whose head is filled with genuine wisdom should throw it all aside and serve God with purity and simplicity. At times, it may even be necessary to behave in a way that seems mad in order to serve God. We may have to do things that seem crazy. We may have to do things that seem crazy for the sake of carrying out His will. We may have to roll about in all kinds of mud and mire in order to serve God and fulfill His commandments. This does not apply only to things that are explicitly mitzvot. Anything that God desires to be done is called a mitzvah. It may be necessary to throw oneself into the mud and mire to carry out a certain action that will be pleasing to God. When one's love of God is strong enough, he becomes a precious and beloved son, and God will show him abundant love and compassion and permit him to investigate the hidden treasure houses of the king until he will learn the deepest secrets of all, why the righteous suffer and the wicked prosper. He will be worthy of the secrets of Torah, and he will be able to raise up judgment from the depths and restore it. Someone who follows his own ideas can easily fall into all kinds of traps and get into serious trouble, God forbid. Too many people have been led astray by their own cleverness. They themselves have sinned, and they have caused many others to sin as well because of their foolishness and wisdom. The essence of the Jewish religion is to follow the path of simplicity and straightforwardness without any cleverness at all. Simply make sure that God is present in everything you do. Have no thought at all of your own honor and glory. The only question is whether God's glory will be enhanced. If so, do it. If not, then don't. That way you will never stumble. The essence of your devotion shall be with simplicity and straightforwardness without any cleverness at all. There is no need to search for a specially strict practice to take upon yourself. To think that you should is an illusion. It is simply one of the devices of the evil one to deter you from serving God. Such practices are not part of serving God. As our sages said, the Torah was not given to the ministering angels. It was given to men of flesh and blood. These exaggerated practices can put you off completely. The greatest wisdom of all is not to be clever. It is simply to be pure and straightforward. Sophistication can be very harmful. Thinkers are easily trapped in their own cleverness. Keep well away from the ideas of those self-important people who believe they know great truths about serving God. Their wisdom is nothing but foolishness. All this sophistication is quite unnecessary in serving God. The main thing is to be simple and straightforward and to have complete faith in God and His tzaddikim. True, you have to be careful that you are being pure and simple as opposed to idiotic, but sophistication is entirely unnecessary. Purity, faith, and simplicity can bring you to great joy. The greatest cleverness is to work out how to avoid cleverness. You should be careful to follow the simple devotions and customs of Israel. Singing songs on Shabbat, and at the conclusion of Shabbat and similar practices, it is good to recite many prayers and supplications, such as those printed in the large prayer books. People think it is clever to ridicule these practices, but they are wrong. The essence of Judaism is simplicity and purity without any sophistication at all. Be strong, and may we be strengthened. Blessed is the one who gives strength to the weary and power to the courage. Finished and completed with praise of God, the creator of the world. Ready? Okay. As a small child, the Rebbe decided that he would detach himself completely from this world. He wanted to break the desire to eat. But because he was young, he thought it would be impossible to forego his regular meals. He decided that he would swallow his food without chewing it. In this way, he would not derive any pleasure from the food. He continued doing this until his throat became completely swollen. When the Rebbe recounted this, he mentioned that he was only 6 years old at the time. We once heard of a great tzaddik who swallowed his food without chewing it, and this was considered very unique. The Rebbe did this when he was just a child. As a young child, the Rebbe wanted to literally fulfill the verse, "I've set God before me constantly." He continually tried to depict God's ineffable name before his eyes, even while studying with his tutor. His thoughts were so occupied that he often did not know his lessons, making his teacher very angry. Despite this, the Rebbe acted like a normal child his age, playing, jumping, and taking walks. He behaved this way constantly. When he became bar mitzvah, his uncle Rabbi Ephraim of Sudlukov called him and pronounced over him the verse, "Today I have begotten you." This verse speaks of the day a person becomes bar mitzvah, as discussed in the holy literature. His uncle then spoke to him briefly regarding religious devotion, and these words were as clear to the Rebbe as if he had found a great treasure. The Rebbe was married soon after this. Immediately after the wedding, he burned with enthusiasm, deeply yearning to serve God. Day by day, he moved further and further along this path to devotion. While still a child, the Rebbe began to devote every possible moment to his sacred studies. He would pay his tutor 3 silver coins out of his own pocket for each page of Gemara taught. This was in addition to the regular tuition paid by his father. The Rebbe would add his own bonus for each page, so his tutor would exert himself to teach him many pages each day. The Rebbe's plan succeeded, and his tutor taught him a considerable amount every day, collecting his 3 extra coins for each page. This is the way the Rebbe served God. All his devotions were concealed to such an extent that not a single person knew about them. He kept everything well hidden, cloaked in great secrecy. At first, the Rebbe's way of serving God was one of extreme simplicity. He did not resort to any sophistication, but walked a very uncomplicated path. When the Rebbe was involved in his devotions, he did everything with great strength and effort. No form of devotion came easily, and the Rebbe literally had to lay down his life in many cases. Each thing required tremendous effort, and he had to work hard each time he wanted to do something to serve God. He had thousands upon thousands of ups and downs. The most difficult thing was to begin to serve God and accept the yoke of true devotion. Each time he would begin, he would find himself falling. He would then begin anew and stumble yet again. This occurred countless times over and over again. Finally, the Rebbe resolved to stand fast and maintain his foothold without paying attention to anything else in the world. From then on, his heart was firm in its devotion to God, but even so, he went up and down many times. By then, however, he was determined never to abandon his devotion. No matter how many times he fell, no matter what happened, he would remain devoted to God to the very best of his ability. The Rebbe became accustomed to constantly begin anew. Whenever he fell from his particular level, he did not give up. He would simply say, I will act as if I am just beginning to devote myself to God, and this is the very first time. This happened time and time again, and each time he would start all over again. He would often begin many times anew in a single day, for even in the course of a day, there were many times when he would fall away from his high level of devotion. But each time he would start again, no matter how many times it happened, even within a single day. The Rebbe devoted every available moment to his sacred studies. He spent much time studying the Talmud, the Shulchan Aruch, the Bible, the Ein Yaakov, and the mystical books of the Zohar, the Tikkunei Zohar, and the writings of the Holy Ari. He also delved into many other sacred works, especially those involving Musar. The Rebbe said that his father's library contained all the small Musa books, and then he went through every one. He also spent much time with the Reishis Chochmah, stating that he reread this remarkable work countless times. The Rebbe's unique expertise in all of the sacred literature was obvious. He was particularly unique in his knowledge of the Bible, the Ein Yaakov, the Ari's writings, and the Zohar and the Tikkunei Zohar, to a point that literally no one could be compared to him. He was fluent in the entire Torah. He could quote anything in the sacred literature as if the book were opened in front of him. It was like a table set before him, where he could see everything and choose what he desired. The entire scope of our sacred literature was like this, standing ready before his mind's eye to be used whenever he desired. This can be seen to some extent in the Rebbe's writings. The Rebbe told us that all the studies required great effort. When he began to learn Mishnah as a young child, he did not understand it. He wept and wept until he was able to understand the Mishnah. Later, when he studied more advanced works, he again found himself unable to comprehend them. Again, he cried bitterly until he was worthy of understanding. This was true even of such esoteric studies as the Zohar and the writings of the Ari, where understanding came only after long and bitter weeping. He said that when he began to study any work, he did not understand it. It was very difficult for him, and he could not grasp its straightforward meaning. This greatly distressed him. His studies required prodigious effort, but nevertheless, he studied a lot by constantly encouraging himself. He achieved it all through his prayer and weeping. The Rebbe engaged in many fasts. Even while he was in his teens, he fasted from Shabbat to Shabbat many times. There were occasions when he fasted from Shabbat to Shabbat twice in succession. Although the Rebbe was a child of delights, raised in comfort, he was very thin. Still, he would disregard himself completely, fasting and mortifying himself in every possible way. Once he fasted from Shabbat to Shabbat 18 times in a single year. The main way the Rebbe attained what he did was simply through prayer and supplication before God. He was very consistent in this. He would beg and plead in every way possible, asking that God have mercy and make him worthy of true devotion and closeness. What helped him most were his prayers and the language he usually spoke, which was Yiddish. He would find a secluded place and set it aside to express his thoughts to God. Speaking in his own language, he would beg and plead before God. He would make use of all sorts of arguments and logic, crying that it was fitting that God draw him close and help him in his devotion. He kept this up constantly, spending days and years engaged in such prayer. His father's house had a small garret that was partitioned off as a storehouse for hay and feed. Here he would hide himself, chanting the Psalms and screaming quietly, begging God to make him worthy of drawing himself close to him. Besides this, the Rebbe made use of every published prayer he could find. He went through all the books of prayers available, and there was not a prayer that he did not repeat countless times. He recited them all, the Psalms, the Sharei Tzion, and the prayers printed in the large Siddurim. He poured out his heart in every possible prayer and supplication, even those printed in Yiddish for women. Not a single one was omitted. The Rebbe also had the custom of reciting all the supplications following each day's Ma'amadot. He would say the prayers for all 7 days of the week at one time. He also had the practice of chanting only the verses in Psalms that speak of prayer and the cry to God. He would go through the entire book of Psalms in one stretch, saying only these verses and leaving out the rest. Beyond all this, the main thing was his own prayers, emanating from his heart in his own language. He would pray and argue before God, making up petitions and arguments as he went along. He would beg and plead that God make him worthy of true devotion. Prayers such as these helped the Rebbe achieve his greatness. We heard this explicitly from the Rebbe's own holy lips. When the Rebbe was speaking before God, petitions and supplications would pour forth from his heart, and he would often bring up some particularly good argument or pose and especially fitting and well-ordered prayer. He would take the prayers he particularly liked and preserve them in writing. These he would repeat many times. These conversations with God were the Rebbe's most common practice. All his prayers had a single focus, that he should be worthy of drawing himself close to God. He presented God with many powerful arguments about this. Still, it always seemed to the Rebbe that all his prayers were being disregarded. He was sure that he was not wanted at all and was being pushed further and further away from any true devotion, for he saw the days and years passing and still he felt far from God. After all his prayers, he felt that he had not been worthy of drawing close to God at all. It was as if his words were never heard and he had been totally ignored at this time. It seemed as though everything was being done to push him away from God. But the Rebbe's resolve remained firm and he did not abandon his ground. It was not easy, for there were many things to discourage him. He prayed and pleaded before God, begging to be worthy of true devotion. And still he saw no results. He felt as if he was being totally ignored. There were times when he became discouraged and let his conversations with God lapse for several days. But then he would remind himself that he should be ashamed of himself for criticizing God's ways. He said to himself, God is truly merciful and compassionate. He certainly wants to draw me near to him. Then he was able to strengthen his resolve again. He would begin anew, pleading and speaking before God. This happened so many times. The Rebbe used to engage in all sorts of simple devotions. When it came to serving God, he was utterly without sophistication. All the Rebbe's devotions were also completely hidden. As he found himself in public, he would make a special effort to do all sorts of childish things. He would jump and play so much that no one could tell he really wanted to devote himself to God. The following childhood custom illustrates both these points. As a young child, the Rebbe would often exchange several silver coins for coppers. Then he would secretly enter the synagogue through the window, taking along his copy of Sha'arei Tzion. He would then joyfully recite the Yichud prayer, asking that the elements of God's name be unified through the good deed he was about to do. As soon as he finished the prayer, he would take one copper and place it in the charity box for anonymous donors. He would then distract himself as he had completed the deal and was ready to leave. Then suddenly he would begin again. He would say the L'Shem Yichud the second time and deposit another copper in the charity box. He would distract himself again and repeat the process. The Rebbe would do this again and again until he had placed every single copper in the charity box, each time repeating his L'Shem Yichud in this very simple and unsophisticated manner. He would perform not one but many mitzvot with a single silver coin. Yep. This was the Rebbe's way. He would serve God with many such simple-minded devotions, divorcing himself from all sophistication. It was not that he was incapable of sophistication. Nothing could be further from the truth. He was an outstanding genius, capable of great depth even as a child. All who knew him could attest. Yet he made absolutely no use of his brilliance when it came to serving God. His devotion would be as simple as possible. He would study Torah, do good deeds, and pray and plead in seclusion, expressing his thoughts before God. He required nothing more complicated than this. This was the Rebbe's true genius. He immediately grasped this most basic principle, that sophistication is totally unnecessary when one is serving God. This is truly the greatest wisdom. The Rebbe spoke of this many times. One does not have to be a genius to serve God. Just be simple and sincere without any cleverness. No religious experience came easily for the Rebbe. Whenever he served God, he experienced every possible hardship. For example, he found it very difficult to sit alone in a special room for several hours, devoting himself to God. At first, this was next to impossible for him, but instead of giving up, he forced himself, overcoming his basic nature by spending many hours meditating in the special room. The same was true of his daily religious obligations. They burdened him like a heavy yoke, and he often felt that they would crush him. His difficulties were unimaginable, but the Rebbe discovered a way that enabled him to bear even the heavy yoke of his devotion. Each day would say to himself, I have only this one day. I will ignore tomorrow, and all future days I have only this one day alone. In the matter, the Rebbe was able to bear the yoke of his devotion for that day was only for one day, In just a single day, one can accept all sorts of burdens. Only when that day's devotions were finished would the Rebbe accept the next day's responsibilities. This was the Rebbe's way. He would consider only one day at a time. In this manner, he was able to bear an extremely heavy yoke of devotion, the burden he would not otherwise endure at all. For the Rebbe served God with all sorts of devotions, requiring great exertion and effort. His routine was so difficult that it would have been absolutely impossible had he not considered each day as the only day. The Rebbe used to make frequent use of vows. He would plan out an order of devotion for each day, and often at the beginning of the day make a vow to fulfill it. Then because of the vow, he would be obliged to complete his plan regardless of how difficult it was. This was a frequent practice. The Rebbe made use of all sorts of safeguards, keeping him from particular temptation or bad traits. Among his many devices was his use of vows. Often he would make an inviolable oath, holding a sacred object in his hand just to strengthen his resolve and keep him from something he wished to avoid. The Rebbe's holy qualities were very apparent in his conquest of the universal desire, namely that of sex. He told us that he had countless temptations till he insisted that sex was not really all that much to be desired, and certainly not a difficult test to withstand. The Rebbe said any person, Jew and non-Jew alike, will not even think of sex as something much to be desired if he is truly wise. If one knows anatomy and understands bodily functions, he should be absolutely repulsed by this desire. He spoke at length, but unfortunately, most of this discussion was forgotten. However, the general trend of the conversation was that the sexual act was ultimately repulsive. He emphasized this to such an extent that once he flatly stated, "A man, even with the smallest amount of true intelligence, will not find this a temptation at all." There was a time in the Rebbe's youth when he had not yet subjugated this desire. At that time, he still had so many fearful sexual temptations that it is impossible to describe them in detail. In his youth, when his blood was literally burning, he experienced countless trials. He had many opportunities and was in great danger time and again. But he was a stalwart warrior and overcame every evil desire. In this way, he surmounted his temptations many times. Despite this, the Rebbe did not seek to avoid temptation. He actually wanted to be tested, and he prayed to God to set temptations before him. This shows how self-confident he was, that he would not rebel against God. For he said, "How can one sin and disobey God unless he is literally insane?" But with just a little common sense, all temptations can be overcome. So firmly was the Rebbe's heart resolved towards God. Despite all this, the temptations were very real, and at the time, the Rebbe was in great peril. He would cry out to God again and again until he was able to surmount this evil. Difficult as his trials were, the Rebbe still did not attempt to avoid them. Countless times he battled with his passions until God helped him, and he was able to subject his impulse entirely. The Rebbe finally destroyed the fiery chamber of this universal desire completely. He then became very holy, totally separating himself from such pleasures. His separation was absolute, a great and awesome level of holiness. The Rebbe said, "The forces of evil will concede me everything if only I would go along with this. If I will concede to everything else, but this only one thing I will surmount completely." The evil one was willing to let the Rebbe overcome every single desire as long as the Rebbe conceded to one thing. In all probability, this refers to sex, the most universal temptation. For the main battle with the evil one is this battle. But the Rebbe said that he would do the opposite. He would ignore his other desires and not work to control them at all. But the sexual desire he would eradicate completely. This is actually how the Rebbe began. At first, he directed all his effort towards this one goal, to annihilate every vestige of sexual desire. He totally ignored such pleasures as eating, making no effort to subdue them. Indeed, he would eat very much, even more than most people. He said, "At that time, I was drawing all my desires into my appetite for food." But later, even this appetite was subdued. Do not think that such self-control was a simple matter. In order to gain control over his sexual instincts, the Rebbe had to battle countless temptations. It required many days and years of praying and begging and pouring out his heart before God, pleading that he rescue him from this desire. The Rebbe continued along this path until he was able to withstand all temptation. He sanctified himself to such a degree that he had total separation from this desire. Cannot be imagined. In the end, he was worthy of subjugating it completely. He worked on himself until he actually found it difficult to understand how people could consider this desire difficult to control. For to him, it was no longer any temptation at all. The Rebbe discussed this with us often, telling us how he annihilated this desire and was actually repulsed by it. He said, "It is impossible to speak about this with people who have already defiled themselves. It is so intermingled with their blood that it has become part of their very minds. They cannot comprehend this. They cannot enter their hearts. They do not know that a person can possess so much self-control that he can actually be repelled by sex. But enough said. One who has any true intelligence at all can easily condition himself to reject this desire completely." For the Rebbe said, and this is no temptation at all for the truly intelligent man. The Rebbe once said there must be a secret meaning in all this, for there's really no desire at all. He took pride in overcoming this instinct entirely. When it came to this, he was a very holy and awesome individual. He said, "I do not have any feeling of desire at all. Men and women are all the same to me." When he spoke with a woman, he needed no struggle to prevent an untoward thought because it was all the same to him. The Rebbe said the true tzaddik has such a degree of self-control that even marital relations are difficult for him. He is so far removed from these instincts that they cause him as much suffering as circumcision causes a child. The tzaddik has even more anguish, for an infant does not realize what is happening. But the tzaddik has full realization and therefore suffers even greater pain. The Rebbe considered this a simple accomplishment. He said every person can attain this level, and from the way he said it, there was apparent that his own holiness was much greater. The Rebbe said, "For me, men and women are alike." He did not have a single wayward thought when looking at a woman. To him, it was no different than looking at a man. He once said, "I am afraid of neither woman nor angel." This requires explanation. A person may cleanse himself totally of evil thoughts. However, as long as he has the slightest fear of such thoughts, he is not absolutely cleansed. The slight fear indicates that he is not yet attained absolute purity, therefore he must fear an angel. This was the Rebbe's meaning. He had no reason to fear his thoughts, and therefore he did not fear any angel. Our sages alluded to this concept to some degree, as the saintly Ram Amram said to an angel, "I am flesh and you are fire, and I am better than you." The Rebbe explains this excerpt in the Haran. Read his words carefully and you will understand. During his childhood, the Rebbe constantly visited the grave of the holy Baal Shem Tov. He would speak to his great-grandfather and ask him to help draw closer to God, though he would go out at night, even during the great winter frosts. After leaving the gravesite, he would immerse in a mikveh. The town of Mezhbej, where he lived as a child, had two mikvehs. One was inside the bathhouse and the other was in the middle, outside courtyard. The Rebbe always chose to submerge in the outdoor mikveh, even during the great frost, which he was thoroughly chilled from his trip to the Baal Shem Tov's grave. It was a long walk from the Rebbe's house to the cemetery. Then the Rebbe could spend a long time at the grave. After this, he had another long walk to the mikveh. He would arrive there frozen, but would still use the outdoor mikveh. He forced himself to do this in order to attain total self-mastery. All this took place late at night when he would not be seen. I heard from another person who heard it from the Rebbe's own holy lips. This practice took place when the Rebbe was no more than 6 years old. The Rebbe concealed his devotions to such an extent that there were often numerous results. One icy morning, he went to the mikveh and returned to the synagogue with dripping wet payas. The people looked at him with surprise, wondering why his hair was wet. They never imagined that such a young child was immersing in the mikveh and thought that he had washed his hair, but washing one's hair early in the morning on such a frigid day seemed ludicrous, so they dismissed it as yet another one of his childish ways. No one ever imagined the truth so completely that he concealed his devotions. The same was true of his many great fasts. Not a single person knew about them, not even his parents and relatives. Only his wife knew that he was not taking his meals, and he made it swear not to reveal it. The Rebbe used every device possible to conceal his fast so that no one knew about them at all. When the Rebbe left Mezhbej and went to live with his father-in-law, there were still many occasions when he wanted to speak to the Baal Shem Tov, since he could not actually visit his grave. He would go to the grave of the mentioned Rabbi Yeshaya of Yanov in the city of Smila. He would ask the famed tzaddik to transmit his message to the Baal Shem Tov, telling him what he needed. The Rebbe fought another great battle to subdue his enjoyment for food. At first, he made no effort at all to control his appetite. When he began to work on it, he found the task most difficult. The subjugation of his sense of taste appeared to be so formidable that it seemed he could overcome every desire but this. No matter how much he tried to separate himself from worldly pleasures, it seemed that his appetite for food would remain. The power of this desire was so strong that it appeared impossible to control. But the Rebbe stood fast and overcame this instinct to destroying his appetite for food completely. His great holiness when it came to eating was obvious and well known, and it seemed as if he ate nothing at all. He actually reached the point where he had to compel himself to eat anything. He had to force himself with all his strength in order to partake of the barest minimum required to sustain life. The Rebbe said that when he first began, he would force himself to eat less than usual. When he became accustomed to this amount, he would again cope himself to eat less. When he realized that he was still deriving enjoyment from this reduced amount, he would subdue his appetite and still eat less. Again, he felt some pressure, so he made his portions even smaller. He continued doing this until he had reduced the amount he ate to an absolute minimum. It is impossible to imagine how he even lived on such a small amount. The Rebbe realized that even this very small amount that he was eating gave him some pleasure. He girded himself and subdued even the smallest enjoyment. He continued in this manner until he literally did not derive any pleasure at all from eating. When he abandoned this desire, he reached a state of ultimate holiness, no longer deriving any pleasure whatsoever from the physical world. At first, when the Rebbe separated himself from the pleasures of taste, he found it almost impossible to eat at all. But from the words, it appears that later on he was able to eat with absolute holiness. He no longer derived any pleasure no matter how much he ate, but in the beginning he accustomed himself to eat very little, and even eating this much was an arduous task. The Rebbe told us that he first began to eat again when he was at sea during his pilgrimage to the Holy Land. He saw that he could not sustain his life otherwise, so he forced himself to eat a little. From then on, he would eat a small amount of food, but until that time, he did not even eat that much. And though that amount he ate during his sea voyage was very little, what he ate previously was much less. The Rebbe's pilgrimage to the land of Israel is a story of its own. He suffered bitterly, both coming and going. It took much effort and risk, overcoming many frustrations before he was worthy of setting foot in the Holy Land. This will be recounted in the next section, but only to a small extent. We will tell a little of the story, but to describe it at all of it is impossible. The Rebbe displayed outstanding saintliness in overcoming his bad traits. He told us a little of how he subdued his quick temper. At first he was very bad-tempered, becoming angry at the slightest provocation, but because he wanted to be a good, kind person as God desires, he began to work on his temper until he overcame it completely. He rejected anger out of hand, pushing himself to do the opposite extreme. In the place of anger, he now had absolute patience and tolerance. The Rebbe reached a stage where nothing bothered him at all. He was so serene that nothing could annoy him. No matter how much bad a person did to him, he would tolerate it without any hatred whatsoever. He would love his opponents, not bearing any ill feeling towards them at all. The Rebbe was renowned for his outstanding sincerity. There was a holy calmness about him where nothing in the world could annoy or anger him. He was just absolutely good, but he became worthy of this only in the Holy Land. The Rebbe revealed that only in the Holy Land can one attain true serenity, the opposite extreme of fierce anger. For this reason, Moses longed to cross over the Jordan to the Promised Land. We can learn this from the verse, and Moses hurried and bowed down to the ground. Our sages ask, what did Moses see? He saw great serenity. The Rebbe also took pride in his extreme modesty. This may seem like a contradiction, but he was actually humble to the ultimate degree. He said, one has not attained true humility unless he is on such a high level that he himself can say that he is modest. This was the level of Moses, and who could write about himself. And the man Moses was very humble, more than any other man. It is also the level of the saintly Reb Joseph, who said, do not mention that humility no longer exists, for I am still alive. The Rebbe also attained a level where he could take pride in his tremendous humility, since he had annihilated his ego. The Rebbe said, I have banished pride from every part of my body. There are some people who are humble, but still have a trace of pride in their hearts. Others have discarded all vanity from their bodies, but still have a vestige in an arm or a leg. The Rebbe attained absolute humility in every part of his body. His heart and his limbs were absolutely nullified. From what the Rebbe told us, we understood that in his effort to achieve total mastery in his youth, he would often force himself to do things that caused him great pain. He would force himself every kind of self-mortification, including such practices as rolling naked in the snow. All this was to achieve complete self-control in order that he could serve God more perfectly. The Rebbe said that the greatest exercise of all in self-control was to refrain from scratching oneself. No matter how badly something itched, he would accept it with absolute serenity. As compelling as the sensation might might be. He constrained himself completely and did not move a muscle to relieve it. He said that to allow an itching sensation to continue to increase and not as much as move was the greatest possible form of self-control. There is no greater agony than just to sit there and feel this crawling sensation in one's mind and not do anything about it. We also heard from others what a great torture this is. Thus the Rebbe forced himself to undergo every possible form of self-torture. He took it all upon himself with truth and sincerity until he achieved his great attainments. Happy is he. Besides this, there were the involuntary sufferings that my tzaddikim endured. Nobody suffered as much as the Rebbe. Such agonies were never before seen or heard and are beyond all description. He was racked with suffering both inside and out. In his final years, consumption devoured his lungs, and his pace increased without measure. His pain. To describe his fearsome anguish is beyond the power of words. Throughout all this, the Rebbe said, my suffering is always in my power. Whenever he wanted to, he could accept the agony and feel it in full measure. But when he wished to, he could negate it and be totally oblivious to all pain. This is true even when the Rebbe's suffering increased beyond all measure. We heard that he once said, when the pain strikes, I can bite through a wooden board. He gritted his teeth so tightly because of his tremendous pain that he could have bitten through a board. So great was the suffering. During the last 3 years of his life, the Rebbe's torment grew even worse than this. They multiplied again and again until they were absolutely beyond description. Some of this is recounted briefly in our other writings. There is much more to tell, but we omitted most of even the smallest amount we were able to understand, for even this would fill many volumes. The vision will come at its appointed time of the whole story with God's help. In everything that involved holiness or self-mastery, whether concerning desires or emotions or in accepting great effort and suffering for the sake of God, the Rebbe was awesomely unique. He was totally removed from every desire and human failing. He totally subjugated every pleasure and emotion until not a trace remained that was not devoted to God. He was a person who lifted himself to heights. It is impossible to speak further of this extraordinary level, for whoever adds diminishes. Most of what we recounted speaks about the Rebbe's youth while he was yet at the beginning of his spiritual growth. Compared to the levels that he later attained, they might even be considered as defects, but we related his youthful struggles and devotions in order to demonstrate his free will truly is how much a person really has, and much choice a person really has. Anyone who truly desires can attain the extraordinary level. A person who seeks the path of devotion may find many obstacles in his path. Events may continuously confront him with pitfalls. He desires and emotions may pursue him constantly. But if only he has a desire, he can remain stubborn in his devotion and ignore all barriers. Regarding these accounts, a person with any intelligence will realize that even the Rebbe faced such frustrations and difficulties, but he went through everything and was able to surmount all. The Rebbe truly desired to be a servant of God. He truly chose life. In this way, he was worthy of his great attainments. The Rebbe insisted that his family background played no role in his achievements. He said, even if I were not of the family of the holy Baal Shem Tov, even if I had come from the lowliest Jewish family, I still would have attained what I did. The Rebbe had no secret other than toil and effort, so he devoted his entire being to the service of God. The Rebbe spoke out very strongly against those who thought that a tzaddik attained such heights due to his lofty level of his soul. The Rebbe insisted that this was not true, but that it depends entirely on good deeds and effort. He was very specific when he emphasized this. He said, every person can attain the highest level. It depends on nothing except your own free choice. You must truly care about yourself and carefully decide what is truly good for you, for everything depends on one's deeds. Therefore, even the fearsome wonders that we saw by the Rebbe have no concern to us here, according to his high level, but were not remarkable at all. We only seek to relate levels of devotion in order that an intelligent reader seeking the truth should be able to derive some inspiration. There are no excuses. Every person can aspire to the highest level if only he follows the ways of the Rebbe, recorded in this volume. The main thing is prayer. Accustom yourself to beg and plead before God. Speak to him in any language you understand. This is especially important. Beg him to open your eyes. Ask him to help you along the path of devotion. Plead that you be worthy of drawing close to him. This little we have written here should be enough for all those who seek the truth. The Rebbe's pilgrimage to Israel. Before his pilgrimage to the Holy Land, Rabbi Nachman journeyed to Kamenetz Great mystery surrounded the entire trip. The Rebbe left his home suddenly and said, "There is a journey before me." When he left his home in Medvedka, taking the route to Mezhebush, he said, "I'm going, but I myself do not know where." He came to Mezhebush and stayed there for a few days. There he was informed from on high that he was to travel to Kamenetz. He left and continued along the way. The Rebbe traveled with the utmost simplicity. Though he was a well-known Hasidic leader, he traveled like the simple folk without any pomp or ceremony. He emphatically warned his attendants not to reveal his identity. Wherever he went, he was completely unknown, traveling in absolute anonymity like an ordinary merchant. He arrived in Kamenetz. At that time, the Jew was allowed to live there or even to spend the night there within the city limits. The Jews lived outside the city, and those who had business in the city would go there for the day. They were allowed to remain there all day, but at night every Jew had to leave. It was a well-known fact that there was no Jew was permitted to spend the night within the city limits. The Rebbe entered the city with his attendant, and they remained together until nightfall. As night was approaching, the Rebbe told his attendant to leave the city. He said, "I will remain in the city alone tonight. Come back tomorrow morning and meet me here." He spent the night alone in Kamenetz. No one in the world knows what he did that night. The next morning, his attendant returned to the city and found the Rebbe as had been told. The Rebbe went with him into many houses, finding some excuse to enter each one. He used such trick as asking for a drink of whiskey and the like. He entered many homes in this manner, but again, no one knows his intention. Then the Rebbe returned home. Soon after he spent the night in Kamenetz, Jews were granted permission to live within the city limits. The Rebbe said, "Whoever knows why the land of Israel was first in the hands of the Canaanites, only later settled by the Jews, knows why I journeyed to Kamenetz before traveling to the Holy Land." The journey to Kamenetz was a great mystery. Everyone had his own explanation, some praising the Rebbe and others doing the opposite, but they were all wrong. Even those who saw good in this journey did not come close to understanding his true purpose. The Rebbe revealed some hint of his purpose to his close followers, but even though they knew a little, but they did not comprehend his purpose. Once he had a clever remark about the saying that people constantly mislead themselves regarding everything he does. There were some who said that the Rebbe went to Kamenetz to find some hidden writings of the Baal Shem Tov. It was said that the Baal Shem Tov had enclosed some of his writings in a stone, and there was a rumor that it was hidden in Kamenetz. Some said that this was the purpose of the Rebbe's journey. The Rebbe ridiculed this, saying, "I did not go for that reason. If I need those writings, I would bring them to my house, but I have no need for them at all." Wait, I just need to get a little more water. On the day before Pesach 58, March 31st, 1798, the Rebbe emerged from the mikveh and told his attendant, "This year, I will definitely be in the Holy Land." During Pesach, the Rebbe spoke on the verse, "Your path was in the great waters and your footsteps were not known." He pointed out the apparent contradiction between the two parts of the verse and gave a lesson reconciling them. In the course of his words, it became apparent that he had definite plans to travel to the Holy Land. When the Rebbe's wife heard this, she was beside herself. She sent her daughter to ask him how it was possible for him to leave them without some means of support. The Rebbe answered his daughter, "You can travel to your fiance's parents. Some will take you and your older sister to live as a nursemaid. Another will take in your younger sister out of pity. Your mother can find work as a cook. I will sell everything in the house for traveling expenses." When the Rebbe's family heard this, they all burst into tears. They wept bitterly, but he had no pity on them. He said, "It is impossible without this. No matter what happens, I must certainly go. For most of me is already there, and the minority must follow the majority." The Rebbe said, "I have set my heart on this journey to the land of Israel. I know that I will find my way blocked with countless barriers, but as long as my soul is in me, I will do everything in my power to go. While there is a spark of life within me, I will continue and let God do what is good in his eyes." The Rebbe said, "Every step that I take to the Holy Land will be at the risk of my life. I want to leave right now, no matter how, even without a penny in my pocket. Those who take pity on me will give me something." Those closest to him immediately traveled to the nearby villages to gather a small sum, accumulating enough for him to leave. He made plans for the journey with the greatest urgency, not wanting to delay for any reason whatsoever. On Lag BaOmer, the 18th day of Iyar, May 4th, 1798, he set forth quickly and enthusiastically, made a pact with one of his followers, and they traveled together. On Lag BaOmer, the Rebbe left his home in Medvedka Medvedka, heading towards Nikolaev. There he found a ship transporting grain and took it to as far as Odessa. At that time, emissaries and other Jews traveling to the Holy Land were afraid to go by way of Odessa, as the route was rumored to be dangerous, but the Rebbe realized immediately that it was better to take a ship from Odessa for many reasons. First of all, the way from his home was much shorter than by the alternative route through Galatz. Also, this road avoided a more serious peril, for the route through Galatz involved great danger in sailing from the Danube River into the Black Sea. Therefore, the Rebbe ignored the rumors and departed from Nikolaev, taking the route through Odessa to Istanbul. The Rebbe told his attendant to buy a large quantity of ink and writing paper. As soon as they embarked on the ship in Odessa, the Rebbe began to record his thoughts on the Torah. He warned his attendant not to look at those writings and would not give him the key to his trunk until he had promised on his honor. When they left Odessa, many people came to see the Rebbe out of respect. Many coaches followed him, and a great crowd escorted him joyously, singing and dancing all the way. They boarded the ship and set off on the Black Sea. During their first day at sea, a great storm arose. The winds whipped up high waves that washed up over the ship's deck. The Rebbe and his attendant had to remain tightly closed up in their cabin so as not to get soaked by the spray. The thunder, lightning, and howling winds were beyond description. The two were so terrified by the noise of the rain and thunder and the roar of the waves, they found it impossible to sleep at night. After 4 days at sea, they arrived in Istanbul. Rebbe and his tent sat on the dock, not knowing where to go. They could not tell the Jews from the Turks, and having no knowledge of the language, had no way of asking. People saw them sitting on the dock and found a translator who could speak their language. This interpreter acted as their intermediary, immediately finding them lodgings in the Galata quarter. After an hour or two in Galata, the Rebbe said he did not want to remain there. The interpreter asked, "Do you want to go to the main part of Istanbul? The section contains the capital and the Sultan's residence. Only men are allowed in that quarter. It is completely off limits to women, and married couples cannot stay there." The Rebbe replied that he would prefer that. The interpreter then told them several emissaries from the Holy Land are staying there, among them 2 of your countrymen. These 2 were in Israel and are now returning to Europe. As soon as the Rebbe heard this, he agreed to meet them. He told his attendant, "I warn you, do not reveal my identity. If they ask about me, do not tell them who I am." They left Galata and went to the old city of Istanbul. They were introduced to their countrymen who were returning from the Holy Land. One of the pair immediately recognized the Rebbe's attendant. He asked him, "What are you doing here?" The attendant answered, "I'm traveling with this young man to the land of Israel." The other inquired, "But who is he?" The attendant replied, "He has a travel card from the Austrian Kaiser's government." He did not reveal the Rebbe's identity as he had been warned. They got the idea that the Rebbe was a government agent on his way to make trouble for the great leader of Avraham Kalinska. They imagined that he had been sent by a number of groups who were opposing Rabbi Abraham. They stubbornly clung to this mistaken idea, causing much conflict between themselves and the Rebbe. They began questioning the Rebbe's companion. "Is he carrying a letter?" The attendant replied that he was not. "Then why is he going to the land of Holy Land?" The attendant replied that he did not know. They decided not to rely on the attendant anymore, feeling that he was trying to mislead them. They told him, "Even though we know you to be an honorable man, we have great doubts that you have retained your integrity." Not really realizing that they were referring to the mysterious stranger, they asked the attendant, "Have you asked your master, Rabbi Nachman of Medvedka, if you should travel with this man?" He answered that he had. But by this time, they no longer believed anything he said. They had already made up their minds that the Rebbe was a schemer going to cause trouble in the Holy Land. They went to the Rebbe himself, questioning him about his identity, his home, and his family, but the Rebbe stood firm and would not reveal a thing. They used every possible ruse, trying to discover some clue to his identity. He understood their game and answered their question in such a way that they could determine absolutely nothing. He bewildered them completely, twisting and confusing their questions until the only conclusion was that they knew absolutely nothing at all. He constantly played a different role. For example, one day they asked him if he was a Kohen. He answered that he was. The next day they suddenly asked him if he was a Israelite. He answered again yes. They asked him, "Yesterday you said you were a Kohen. How can you now tell us that you are a Israel?" He answered, "Kohen is the attribute of mercy. Israel is another attribute. Thank God I have both attributes." They stormed at him. "It is obvious that you are one of the oppressors. You are using tricks trying to hide it." They began to hate him bitterly, hurling every impossible insult at him. For many days, they cursed him in every way imaginable. One of the pair was especially ugly in his words toward the Rebbe, but the Rebbe began to reach out to them. He told them, I cannot tell you the reason for my journey, for my heart has not even revealed it to my mouth. Yet how good and pleasant it is when brothers live together in unity, even if they do not know one another's true intention. They replied, if you tell us your reasons, you will certainly receive good. The Rebbe answered, I do not need any good from you, and no matter what happens, I will not tell you my reasons. But if you wish, you can obtain much good from me. They said to him, the way you speak, one would think that you were a famous tzaddik, such as Rabbi Baruch, or Rabbi Shalom, or Rabbi Nachman. They spoke in these mysterious ways, but we are pretty sure that you are not one of them. We know what your business is. You are going to cause trouble for the great tzaddik, Rabbi Avraham Kaliska. They warned the Rebbe that a letter would precede him to the Holy Land, warning the community that he was a troublemaker and a spy, so he could not mislead them. They also plotted with the ship's agent, a Polish Jew married to a Sephardic woman. His mother-in-law was an important official and he had access to the palace. They went to the agent and told him, for God's sake, don't let this stranger leave for Israel. He is one of our enemies, trying to have Jews expelled. Heaven forbid. Do anything you can to stop him and God will grant you a double reward. The Rebbe and his attendant knew nothing at all about this. The two continued to insult the Rebbe in every possible way, but he endured it all, not revealing his identity despite all their taunts. He purposely tricked and confounded them, provoking them all the more. He played a different role each time they spoke to him. Once he spoke in such a manner that they were certain that he was from the Gorna. When they realized they were wrong, they were enraged. Another time when he spoke to them, they thought he was the son of the Maggid of Kamana who had great opposition. In the middle of the conversation, the rebels suddenly began to berate the Kamana. They screamed at him, isn't he your father? Then they realized that they still had no clue to his identity. Each time they spoke to him, the Rebbe seemed to have a different name. No matter what name they used to address him, he would answer to it. Still, thinking that he was the Kamana's son, they once called him Yeshaya, which was the son's name. The Rebbe immediately responded they were positive they had caught him this time and told him, now we know for sure you are the Kamana's son. Then the Rebbe spoke up and argued to the contrary. In the course of the conversation, they began to speak of the gift that the Kamana was sending to his son. The Rebbe immediately began to plead, urging them to show it to him. They were sure they had identified him as the Kamana's son, but then he began to curse the Kamana again. They became furious at him and berated him with insult upon insult. They fumed at him. Why do you constantly change your name? One day you have one name and the next day another. The name of your city seems to change just as often. The Rebbe replied, every name is connected or given to a different Sphera. Thank God I include them all. The entire story would consume many volumes. The Rebbe often woke them from their sleep and began to converse with them. They became furious, cursing him violently. One Friday afternoon, they returned from the mikveh. The Rebbe was lying on the couch barefoot, without his belt or hat. He asked them, why does my body feel light or weak? I never feel any fatigue, but now I feel so weary that I can hardly stand. They replied, every Friday afternoon, the Shabbat approaches, the soul goes up on high and the additional Shabbat soul descends. In your case, your weekday soul has left, but you are not worthy of the Shabbat soul. Therefore, your body is like a stone. The Rebbe mocked them. Woe is to you. You cannot even answer a simple question. The Rebbe asked if he could spend Shabbat with them. They refused, inviting only his attendant. The Rebbe was not eating meat there and was forced to eat dairy foods for Shabbat. They, however, had a shochet who provided them with meat. That Friday night, they had a bitter dispute with the Rebbe, almost throwing him out of the house. Although he had not been invited to eat with them, he stopped in for a visit, but they began to quarrel with him, causing a great commotion and trying to throw him out of the house. This happened again during the day. All this was actually done intentionally. The Rabbi allowed himself to be insulted in every possible manner. He told his attendant, these insults are very beneficial to me, clearing the way both going and coming back. Before I reach my goal, I must overcome great barriers beyond measure, was the description. Without this delicate gradation, it would be utterly impossible for me to set foot in the Holy Land. Later, the Rebbe said explicitly, if not for these insults, it would have been impossible for me to reach my destination. Another time he said, I saw that I would have to die in Istanbul, but the humiliation and insult saved me. To approach the Holy Land, one must overcome many barriers. The Rebbe told his attendant to give his detractors some of the food and preserves they were carrying. He said to give them a little of everything. The two men who had been so insulting to the Rebbe then set out for home. The Rebbe asked them to take along a letter to his family, but they refused. They did, however, take along a letter from his attendant. As soon as they left, they wanted to open the letter to see if they could find any clues to the Rebbe's identity, but when they looked for the letter, they could not find it amongst their belongings. Try as they might, they could still not remember where they had put it. The letter did not appear until they arrived at the port of Wallachia. When they opened the letter, they discovered the Rebbe's true identity. As they saw, So they wondered, and they were very frightened. The man who insulted the Rebbe the most soon died after returning home. Soon after these two left Istanbul, the agent to whom they had spoken came to the Rebbe and his attendant. He showed them letters from all the Jewish leaders asking him to help people traveling through Istanbul. He did this to emphasize the importance in the government. He told the Rebbe, if you tell me about yourself and your family, good. If not, the power is in my hands to do you evil, and you will not be able to undo it. Not only will you not be permitted to continue the journey, but you will be imprisoned. Even a fortune and bribes will not help you get through. When the Rebbe heard this, he immediately told the truth. He said that he was a great-grandson of the Baal Shem Tov and a great-grandson and a grandson of Rabbi Nachman Horidenka. The agent's attitude changed immediately, and he left in a completely different mood. When he returned the next day, he was very submissive to the Rebbe. He spoke with great friendliness. Rebbe, may God be with you. I will do everything I can now that you have told me the truth. Had you not disclosed your identity, I would have imprisoned you, and I would have been punished in this world and the next. But now, please let me help you. If you need a ship or anything else, I am ready to serve you in any way possible. The next day, the agent came and told him that a ship carrying some Jews had arrived from Europe. Among the group was an expert shochet who prepared them with proper kosher meat. The ship had also brought the renowned Rabbi Zev Wolf of Trani, Austria, and other Jewish leaders. The Rebbe's attendant was introduced to Reb Zev and told him the truth. Reb Zev immediately sent for the Rebbe, inviting him to stay with them. They urged the Rebbe in the friendliest way imaginable, but the Rebbe would not go. He said, it is good for me where I am. One reason the Rebbe avoided Reb Zev was because he was doing all sorts of childish things in Istanbul. He went through the streets barefoot and hatless, wearing only his yarmulke and coat lining. Running in the streets like a young boy, the Rebbe played childish war games. He would name one child France, another something else, and engage in mock warfare using real battle strategy. This is one of the many childish things he did in Istanbul. There's an epidemic broke out on the street, forcing him to flee. Then had to move in with Reb Zev. Reb Zev celebrated the event with a great feast in the Rebbe's honor, showing him immeasurable respect. The Rebbe did many things that may have annoyed Reb Zev, but as the verse goes, love breaks down all barriers. Reb Zev was so fond of the Rebbe that he ignored everything, even though he found some of his antics quite shocking. The first Shabbat that the Rebbe stayed with him, Reb Zev led the Friday evening prayers, as was the custom with many great tzaddikim. The Rebbe had prayed early and was already eating the holy Shabbos evening meal when Rabbi Zev began his worship. This happened again during the morning prayers and again at the late afternoon Shalosh Sudas. As soon as Reb Zev sat down to Seudah Shlishit, the Rebbe began to recite the grace after meals. He asked his attendant to tell him as soon as the stars became visible, and then prayed the evening service. He recited the Havdalah ceremony, ending the Shabbat, lit his pipe, and entered Reb Zev's house. Reb Zev was just beginning Seudah Shlishit in the way of the renowned masters. In walked the Rebbe with his coat wide open, wearing only his yarmulke and smoking his pipe. Reb Zev still greeted him with great respect. He immediately said the grace after meals, prayed the evening service, and recited Havdalah. Then he sat up all night, speaking with the Rebbe with the utmost affection. All this happened in Istanbul, both spiritually and materially, would consume many volumes there. The stories of all the Rebbe's childish pranks, as well as the account of his visit to the grave of Naphtali. It is apparent from the Rebbe's word that he was in tremendous danger in Istanbul. He was certain that he would remain there until he died, but God miraculously intervened and he was saved. The main thing that helped was childishness and degradation. When the Rebbe returned from Reb Naphtali's grave, he suddenly fainted and lay still for several hours. They placed him in a bed where he lay all night until the noon. The next day he was on the verge of death until God helped him restore his health. This was just one of the great dangers and countless barriers that he encountered every day in Istanbul. The Rebbe said that the insults and childishness sustained him. The Rebbe said at the time I became so involved in childishness that I became totally accustomed to acting that way. Later, when I reached the Holy Land, it was difficult to act otherwise. I actually had to force myself to break these childish habits. It had become such a habit that it was very difficult to break. Later, when he returned from his pilgrimage, he was very unique in this respect, lowering himself in order to reach high levels. In this respect, his wisdom was outstanding. It is well-known fact that one must lower himself in order to proceed from one step to a higher level. At such a time, one must make use of childishness and absolute simplicity. The Rebbe never remained on one level, but constantly raised himself step by step. His understanding of these concepts was therefore very profound. Deep, who can fathom them? At that time, France was at war, having invaded the Sultan's territory in Egypt and Palestine. When the news reached Istanbul, the war had broken out and the French were patrolling the Mediterranean. The Jewish community immediately forbade any Jew to leave the city and travel by sea. The Rebbe ignored all this and was willing to risk everything. He told his attendant, "I'm willing to expose myself to any danger, no matter how great, but I am not willing to risk your life. Take money for expenses and return home in peace if you wish. I will travel alone, hidden and concealed from the people of Istanbul, for I am renouncing myself to whatever may happen." His attendant refused to leave, saying, "Where you go, whether to life or to death, there your servant will be. Wherever you go, there will I also go." In his great mercy, God reversed things through his guidance. So happened that a great sage from Jerusalem lived in Istanbul. He had been collecting charity for the poor of Jerusalem and intended to remain in Istanbul for at least another year. One day the sage got up and spoke to the Istanbul community. He said, "It has been revealed to me that I must return to Jerusalem immediately. I see that a day is approaching for me to be taken from this world. You need not fear that the French will harm any Jew going to the Holy Land. God will protect them from all injury. He will watch over all who travel with me, and we will arrive in peace. For my burial place has already been marked in Jerusalem." The community heeded the sage and immediately booked a large ship. They announced that whoever wished could leave on the ship. A large number of people embarked. Men, women, and children, both of the Sephardic and Ashkenazi community. Among the passengers going to the Holy Land was Rabbi Nachman. The Rebbe spoke to the sage and asked him to take him along to Jerusalem, saying, "I do not wish to go to Tzfat or Tiberias." The two made a pact. As soon as they were at sea, a great storm rose up. The ship was in great danger. They mounted to the heavens and plunged to the depths. In their hearts, all who were aboard felt it was the end. They cried out to God, making the night like Yom Kippur with weeping, confession, and begging for forgiveness and atonement. All the while, the Rebbe sat in absolute silence. Several people began to question him, asking how could he keep still at a time like this. The Rebbe did not reply. The rabbi of Hutin's wife was a learned woman. She had been crying and screaming all that night. She berated the Rebbe for remaining silent. It seems that the Rebbe cursed her. The Rebbe said to her, "If you will only keep still, things will go well. This shall be your test. Remain still and you will see. The sea shall be calm for you." They took the Rebbe's advice and everyone on board kept quiet. It was near daybreak and immediately God turned the storm into calm and the waves were still and they rejoiced. After a day or two, the ship found itself without drinking water. All the water had been used up, except for one barrel of putrid, bad-smelling water that was crawling with worms. The water was carefully rationed to the passengers, one measure to each person. The danger of thirst grew more serious than all previous perils. All the passengers, men, women, and children, began to pray from the depths of their hearts. Suddenly, a great wind began to blow, sweeping the ship along. Within 2 days, they sighted land. They had arrived in Jaffa, the port of entry to Jerusalem. The Rebbe wanted to leave the ship immediately and accompany the sage to Jerusalem, but God willed otherwise, and the Turks would not let him enter the country. They saw his strange clothing and long peyot. This, together with his inability to speak their language, convinced them that he was a French spy. Neither persuasion nor pleading availed, and the Rebbe was constrained to remain on ship. It was 2 days before Rosh Hashanah, and the captain intended to remain in Jaffa for at least several more days. Soon a heavy surf arose, rocking the ship so much that it almost capsized. The captain was helpless and soon realized he could not remain. He was very surprised at this and inquired. The old Sephardic sages told him they had a tradition from father to son, that this was the place where Jonah had been cast into the sea. They were forced to lift anchor and the ship could not remain there for the night. They left Jaffa, arrived in Haifa on the eve of Zachor Brit, the day before Rosh Hashanah. The ship rested at the foot of Mount Carmel near the cave of Elijah. In the morning, all the people of the ship said Sichot with great joy. They then prayed the morning service. After their prayers, everyone disembarked in Haifa. It was then that the Rebbe set foot on the Holy Land. He had come to the place for which he had yearned. He had thirsted for this moment with the greatest longing. For this he had risked his life thousands of times, literally casting his soul aside. He set foot on the Holy Land. He was actually standing there. The tremendous joy that he experienced at the instant is beyond all imagination. If all the seas were ink, it would not describe it in the least. In that instant, the Rebbe attained everything. He later said, "The moment I walked 4 steps in the Holy Land, I achieved my goal." That afternoon, the Rebbe went to the mikveh. Then he went to the synagogue and remained there until the evening prayers. When he returned to his lodgings, the Rebbe was overflowing with joy. Every minute he looked at his attendant and exclaimed, "You are so fortunate that you were worthy to be here with me." And the Rebbe told his attendant to read all the missives that they had brought along. All the Rebbe's followers had given him slips containing their names so that they would pray for them in the Holy Land. The entire household shared the Rebbe's joy. Throughout the Rosh Hashanah meal, the joyous mood continued until they finally went to bed. On the morning of Rosh Hashanah, they went to the synagogue, and when they returned to the lodgings, Rebbe's mood changed to one of immeasurable concern and broken-heartedness. He would not speak to a soul for the rest of the holiday. As soon as Rosh Hashanah was over, the Rebbe was ready to return home. He wanted to leave at once and not wanting to visit anywhere, even the holy cities of Tzfat and Tiberias. The Rebbe's attendant wanted very much to travel too and feast his eyes on all the sacred shrines in the Holy Land. He told the Rebbe that there was a caravan leaving shortly and they could join it to Tiberias. The Rebbe replied, "You want Tiberias? Then go hire donkeys." His attendant hurried to the stables and put down a deposit. The moment he returned from the stable, the Rebbe asked him if he had secured donkeys, and he answered in the affirmative. Then the Rebbe said, "Go this minute. Get the deposit back. If they won't return it, forget about it. But I will not leave now." 2 or 3 hours later, the Rebbe's attendant became extremely ill, and then he thanked God that he had not traveled with the caravan. Okay. Bye. Ready? The people in Safed and Tiberias soon heard that the Rebbe had arrived in Haifa. Their leaders immediately sent word asking him to visit their communities. Emissaries from Tiberias arrived and spent Yom Kippur with the Rebbe. They had letters from all the great tzaddikim living there requesting the Rebbe to spend Sichot in Tiberias. The Rebbe, however, ignored the request completely. He told his attendant to buy him etrogim for the Sichot festival. The attendant went to the Chacham of Haifa and gave him 20 paras for etrogim. The Chacham went to an Arab field and brought him 3 beautiful, choice etrogim. While the Rebbe was in Haifa, a mysterious event took place. A young Turk came to his lodgings and sat there speaking to the Rebbe at length. Since he spoke in Turkish, the Rebbe could not understand a word he was saying. The Arab was there for each meal day and night. From his actions, it seemed that he was very fond of the Rebbe. One day the Turk came to the Rebbe fully armed and in a state of rage. He began to scream at the Rebbe in Turkish. The Rebbe sat there dumbfounded, not understanding a word he was saying, but a woman from Wallachia was in his house and she understood Turkish. As soon as the Turk left, she told the Rebbe, "For God's sake, flee from this house. The Turk has just challenged you to a duel." The Rebbe fled from the house and hid in the home of Rabbi Zev of Chardny. They concealed him in an innermost chamber. The Turk soon returned to the Rebbe's quarters looking for him. He said, "Where is the man who was here? Tell him that I am very fond of him. If he wants to go with the caravans to Tiberias, I will give him donkeys. I will even give him my own horse. From now on, he has nothing to fear from me." And so it was. The Rebbe returned to his quarters and the Turk came and sat there, not saying a word. He just sat quietly and smiled. Then he began to act friendly to the Rebbe, displaying an unusual degree of affection. The entire episode was extremely mysterious. The Rebbe said, "I suffered even more from that Turk's love than from his hatred and anger." From the Rebbe's holy words, it appeared that his dealings with the Turk had placed him in a great peril. It also means that we heard the Rebbe say that this Turk was the evil one himself. Whatever the case, God had mercy and protected the Rebbe. He was saved and left in peace thanks to God's kindness. During Chol HaMoed Sukkot, the entire community went to the cave of Elijah, where they celebrated with singing and dancing. The Rebbe went along, but did not take part in the festivity. He merely sat there with a broken heart, appearing to be in a very dejected state. Rabbi Zev went to the Rebbe's attendant and asked him, "What is this all about? Your master has been depressed since Rosh Hashanah. God only knows if this is good." On Simchat Torah, the congregation made the customary rounds in the synagogue, dancing joyfully with the Torah scrolls. The mood was especially jubilant because of the many Hasidim there. The Rebbe was in the synagogue but would not even carry a Torah. He just sat there with his head bent, looking utterly dejected. This was always the Rebbe's way. Each time he wanted to accomplish something important, it was preceded by an extremely broken-hearted mood. This happened very often. After Simchat Torah, the Rebbe told his attendant, "Thank God I have attained my goal. Everything has been accomplished with the greatest degree of perfection. I was going to stay a while because of my love of the land. But now I have changed my mind. Go book passage for us back to Istanbul. I am ready to return home today. The Rebbe's attendant refused to listen. He said, I am not yet ready to return. I still want to see Tiberias and the other holy places. The Rebbe replied, if you really must see Tiberias, then hire donkeys and we shall go. This was always the Rebbe's way. He was never stubborn about anything. They got the donkeys and traveled to Tiberias, arriving there in the evening. All that night, the people of Tiberias went to meet the Rebbe. As soon as one would leave, another would come. Many dressed in their Shabbat garments in honor of the Rebbe. Because of this, he did not sleep that whole night. When the Rebbe first came to Tiberias, he came with a cousin, who was also a grandson of Rabbi Nachman Horidenka. However, the community felt that a larger house would provide him with more peace of mind. It was agreed that the Rebbe should stay in the home of the saintly Shvchey. Rabbi Avraham Kaliska, head of the Hasidic community in the Holy Land, lived in Tiberias at that time. He sent a message to the Rebbe saying that he had just received a bloodletting treatment and could not come to greet him. The Rebbe answered that he had already intended to go to Rabbi Abraham. He went immediately, and Rabbi Abraham greeted him with great affection and respect. The bond of friendship that was forged between the two is beyond all description. Rabbi Abraham pleaded with the Rebbe to stay with him. The Rebbe answered that he could not move in permanently, but would spend one Shabbat there. The very next day, Rabbi Abraham sent a message inviting the Rebbe for the next Shabbat, the Shabbat of Noach. On Friday night, the Rebbe bowed his head for Rabbi Abraham to bless him. Rabbi Abraham jumped back, trembling violently. He began to speak with such great excitement that it was impossible to understand him. His final words, however, were clear. How abashed we are before a descendant of the holy Baal Shem Tov. Rabbi Abraham absolutely refused to bestow his blessing on the Rebbe. However, as soon as the Rebbe's attendant bowed his head, Rabbi Abraham gave him the blessing. The meal was a scene of great rejoicing. Rabbi Abraham asked the Rebbe to deliver the Torah lesson, but he absolutely refused. Rabbi Abraham then said the lesson himself. The same thing took place at the Shabbat morning meal and again at Seudah Shteshit. Rabbi Abraham delivered the lesson with fiery enthusiasm, shouting so loudly that it was impossible to understand his words. Again, only his last words could be heard. This is the root of devotion to God. The Rebbe praised the lesson beyond all measure, saying that it was second to none. We also heard this from the Rebbe's holy lips. He said, perfect sincerity only exists in the tzaddik Rabbi Abraham. Another time he said, I have seen many tzaddikim, but I have seen perfection only in this holy man. That Sunday, Rabbi Abraham went to visit the Rebbe. The two conversed for a long time. After a day or two, the Rebbe became extremely ill. He sent a pigeon to Rabbi Abraham, asking that he pray for him. As long as the Rebbe was sick, Rabbi Abraham visited him daily. The Rebbe's illness caused him to be directly involved in an episode with an informer. The individual had recently arrived in the Holy Land and had become an informer from the Pasha, causing much hardship for the Tiberias community. He had the community leaders arrested and held in prison for 9 weeks. Some Sephardic Jews went to the Pasha and paid a large ransom to free these prisoners. They captured the informer and attempted to strangle him. He was able to escape only by feigning death. He complained to the Pasha and was appointed as overseer of the city to do as he pleased. Accompanied by a regiment of Turkish troops, he returned to Tiberias with great fanfare. When the Jewish community saw the troops, they fled the city. They were so terrorized that they did not even wait for the women and children, leaving them crying bitterly in the city. Every house was filled with great weeping. The Rebbe wanted to flee with them, but was prevented by his infirmity. He made an attempt to leave the city, but had to return. This was all God's doing, for it resulted in the entire community being able to return. It turned out the Rebbe was able to control the informer completely. When the informer went to the Rebbe, he literally humbled himself before the Rebbe's feet. The entire story would consume many volumes. In short, the Rebbe made use of his great intelligence, totally subjugating the informer. By the time he was finished with him, he was able to tell his attendant to announce that all who had fled could return. In this way, the Rebbe's illness resulted in everyone returning to the city. The people later found out what had happened. The informer was a complete hypocrite, acting as if he were most pious. As soon as he met the Rebbe, he began to speak about religious matters. The Rebbe pretended that he knew no better, so that it was actually he who tricked the informer. The informer was greatly impressed with the Rebbe's wisdom. The Rebbe then told him, a good overseer should pray to God, asking him to help his Jewish brethren. He should be a pious, humble person. The Rebbe continued to impress the informer with his wisdom and cleverness. He began to speak about prayer, convincing the informer that he should make a habit of chanting the Psalms with great humility. The informer assured the Rebbe that he would heed his advice, but the Rebbe acted very skeptical. Finally, he said, if you want to convince me that you are truly a humble and pious man, this is what you must do. Gather the young boys in my house, and in their presence chant the psalms with great weeping. This was soon accomplished, and the informer began to chant the psalms with tears, literally rolling down his cheeks. Suddenly he fell faint, and he became extremely ill. Now this informer had told the Pasha that the Jews were bringing a large sum of money from Europe. The Turks had posted special watchmen at all city gates waiting for these emissaries. It was only with God's help that they were prevented from learning the details of the transaction. The Rebbe's attendant was later sent to Haifa, where he collected the funds from the emissaries and brought the money to Tiberias. The money was then delivered to the Rebbe, who gave it to the community leaders for distribution. When the informer later recovered, he boasted that he would cause the community even more evil than before. He suddenly fell ill again, but this time he did not recover. He died soon after. When the people returned to Tiberias, they all came to the Rebbe and made a great celebration. The community was safe again, and the Rebbe was very happy that he had the merit to bring this about. The Rebbe then visited the grave of his grandfather, Rabbi Nachman, who was buried in Tiberias. He obtained donkeys and visited the other holy tombs there. He traveled to Miron and visited the cave where Reb Shimon Bar Yochai, author of the Zohar, is buried. The Rebbe told all the young men accompanying him to engage in prayer and study of the Zohar, which they did with great enthusiasm. But the Rebbe himself appeared to be doing nothing, just standing in the cave glowing with joy. Every few minutes he went over to his attendant and said, "Fortunate are you." That night they went from room to room in the cave. Again the Rebbe cautioned those who were with them to recite passages from the Zohar. However, the Rebbe himself did not say a thing. He merely walked around very happily, humming to himself until daybreak. Putting on his talit and tefillin, he then stood up and prayed for several hours. From there, they all went to the cave where Hillel is buried. The Rebbe displayed great joy, chanting Psalms 33 and 34 along with the others. Then they went to the grave of Shammai, where the Rebbe began to act very depressed. At first he was very surprised at his mood, but later said that he understood its reason. The reason, however, was never revealed. They also traveled to the other tombs, approaching a very high mountain. They were informed that this was a cave near its peak where the Tanai Reb Krusbadai is buried. They attempted to climb, but it was too steep for the donkey. The Rebbe jumped down from his animal and practically climbed on his hands and knees to the top. His attendant followed closely behind, and the two finally reached the cave. After staying there for a while, they went down the mountain. Then the group went to another cave where a holy child was buried. The cave of the Holy Child was like a deep pit in the ground. There was a rumor that a snake lived in the cave, and people were afraid to enter it. A large tree grew next to the mouth of the cave, and the Rebbe climbed down by one of its roots, ignoring all warnings. He was the first one ever to enter the cave and didn't find any snake at all inside. From that time on, people were no longer afraid to go in the cave, and it was visited by all. From there, they visited the other tombs in Miron and then returned to Tiberias. Soon after they returned, the Rebbe told his son to go to Haifa and obtain passage on a ship heading home. The attendant went to do his bidding, but as soon as he came to Haifa, the ship arrived carrying the renowned Rabbi of Sheptevka, along with a group of emissaries returning from Europe. It is at the time that the episode mentioned above occurred. The emissaries heard that the informer had told the Pasha about them and that troops were on the lookout for foreign Jews carrying money. Meanwhile, Meeting the Rebbe's attendants, they decided it would be best to send the money with him. Because of this, the Rebbe's attendant had to return to Tiberias without securing passage. When his attendant returned, the Rebbe said simply, "It is probably God's will that we remain in the Holy Land a while longer." The Rebbe instructed his attendant to obtain donkeys for a journey to Jerusalem. When Rabbi Abraham said that he was leaving, he asked the Rebbe to remain in Tiberias a while longer. The Rabbi of Sheptevka soon arrived in Tiberias. One of the first things he did was make a large feast in honor of the Rebbe. He acted very friendly toward him and conversed for a long time. The conversation was absolutely private and no one knows what went on between them. But soon after that, the Rebbe made peace between the Rabbi of Sheptevka and Rabbi Avraham Kaliska. A short time later, an epidemic broke out in Tiberias, forcing the Rebbe to flee from his quarters. As soon as he secured lodgings in a new area, the plague broke out there too. Then the Rebbe had to flee from Tiberias altogether. The flight from Tiberias involved tremendous peril. The city gate was sealed because of the plague, and the only exit was through a cave. After crawling through this cave, the Rebbe found his way blocked by a high wall. The Rebbe climbed the wall and slid over it, thinking he had escaped. But when he looked down, he saw water beneath him. There he was, hanging by his hands and feet, with nothing but the sea below. He had only the most meager grip and was sure that he would fall and drown. At this moment, He lifted his heart to God, praying with all his might, and in his mercy, God rescued him. Finally, the Rebbe left Tiberias and reached Sichot. He was there for just a few days when news arrived that the French were about to invade Akko. As soon as the Rebbe heard this, he sent someone to Akko to obtain passage on a ship flying the flag of Ragusa. He knew that Ragusa was not involved in the war between the French and the Turks, and as a neutral nation, ship flying its flag were not subject to impressment. The Rebbe was quite aware of the practice of impressment in which passengers on enemy ships were captured and forced into military service. The Rebbe's agent was successful in obtaining a passage on a ship from Ragusa. News that the Rebbe was attempting a voyage home soon reached Tiberias. Rabbi Avraham immediately sent a special messenger to Tzfat with his own personal letter as well as one from the community as a whole. A letter was also dispatched from the Rabbi of Sheptevka, but the Rebbe was in too great a hurry to wait for it. On Thursday evening before Shabbat Zachor, the Rebbe left Tzfat with his attendant. They traveled all that night, arriving in Akko just 3 hours before Shabbat began. They found the agent and sent him to make arrangements for them to board the ship on which they had booked passage. He returned with the news that their ship was already filled beyond capacity and it would be impossible for them to board. The Rebbe and his attendant realized that they would have to spend Shabbat Zachor in Akko. They had a letter of introduction from Rabbi Avraham to a wealthy man who lived there and were able to spend Shabbat with him. When they heard news that over 15,000 Turkish troops were stationed in Akko, they became quite alarmed. Later they learned that the gates of the city had been sealed, which filled them with great apprehension. In the middle of the Shabbos morning prayer, the agent burst into the synagogue, and the news that it was impossible to find another Ragusan ship, only Turkish merchant ships carrying cargo to Istanbul. War would break out in another 2 or 3 days. Remaining in the city involved great peril, for many people were sure to be killed in the battle. The agent said to the Rebbe, "It is better to risk danger at sea than to remain here. Why risk your life? Permit me to obtain passage on a ship for you right now. Where life is in danger, Shabbat may be ignored." The Rebbe agreed, and the agent paid a gold dinar as deposit for the passage on a Turkish trading vessel. Meanwhile, many British troop ships arrived in Akko. The city became crowded with troops, and the terror of the civilians knew no bounds. That Shabbat was one of fear and apprehension. The entire household spent the day praying, pouring out their hearts to God. The Rebbe and his attendant felt some degree of security because they had obtained passage to leave the city, but they were also distressed since events had proceeded so rapidly that they had not time to secure food and provisions for their voyage. They spoke about their previous journey when they had everything they needed on the ship. At that time, they had carried the customary provisions, enough for 4 or 5 months at sea. How different it would be now when they would have to set forth without a crumb. On Sunday morning, the Rebbe sent his attendant to the agent, asking that he attempt to secure the customary provisions for the voyage. The agent and the attendant went to the market, but not a thing was to be bought. The attendant returned to the Rebbe and found him wearing his talit and tefillin, totally engrossed in prayer. The attendant was so upset and frightened that he collapsed and fell unconscious. The Rebbe did not even know that he had returned. Meanwhile, a great cry arose in the city. An order had come from the Pasha giving all civilians a 2-hour limit time to leave the city. The city gates would remain closed. All civilians were to attempt to leave by sea. Anyone found in the city after the 2-hour limit would be killed. The Rebbe soon learned the reason for this. The city was very overcrowded and the Turkish troops needed room to maneuver. In order to make room, they were prepared to slaughter everyone in the city. The city became a seething mass of terror. Screams and wails filled the street. In the midst of all the commotion, the Rebbe made his way to the sea. He was not even aware of his attendant, who was still lying unconscious. When the attendant regained consciousness, he realized that the Rebbe was no longer in the house. He waited as long as he could and then went out to the courtyard. He saw men, women, and children in the street screaming, weeping, and wailing with great bitterness. The cry of the city seemed to rise to the very heavens. Their host's wife saw him and ran over to him, screaming, "Woe, a pity on your youth, you will be killed here. At least we had some good here, now we must accept the bad with the good, but all the more pity on you, you have had nothing here, and now you will be lost to your family." As she continued to wail in this manner, the attendant became more and more terrified. He was numb with fear and could not move a finger. Finally, he summoned enough presence of mind to ask her about the Rebbe. She replied, "I imagine he has fled to the sea." As soon as he heard this, the attendant realized the rabbi must have fled empty-handed since their chest was still in the house. The chest contained all their money and possessions and they could not leave without it. He tried to lift it, but it was obvious he could not carry it himself. Suddenly a Jew appeared and offered to carry the chest. Together they fled toward the sea, but as soon as they found it impossible to move through the city because of the great confusion, troops were surging through the city, ready to stab anyone who got in their way. But here again, God had mercy and arranged things for the best. Suddenly, the Turks standing on top of the wall announced that they had a good report. The people pressed around the wall to listen, and a lane opened to get through the city to the sea. When the attendant arrived at the docks, he saw a confusion of ships and could not find the Rebbe. He looked up and down, searching one place after another. Finally, he came to a small sailboat filled with Turks. When he looked more closely, he saw that there, sitting in their midst, was the Rebbe. The Rebbe and his attendant were overjoyed to be together again. They had both experienced considerable anguish, each not knowing where to find the other. The small boat eventually left the port and brought them to a large cruiser anchored in the harbor near Haifa. At first, they were very surprised to see their ship bristling with cannon. They discussed this and came to the conclusion that because of the war, even the merchant ships were carrying weapons. There had been so much confusion when the Rebbe was fleeing that he did not have time to get further information from the agent. He had no idea where the ship was and somehow was led to believe that this small boat would bring him to it. Little did he know that he was being brought to a Turkish warship. Even as they boarded, they had no idea of their great peril. They were actually walking onto a warship loaded with troops and weapons. The Turkish troops were unpredictable enough on land. To travel with them by sea and to take one's lives in one's hands. The Turks helped them on board and gave them a private room. Not knowing the language, they had no way of communicating with the Turks, but they soon realized that something was wrong. When the Rebbe's attendant was handed a loaded gun, they sat in their room without a thing to eat or drink. After 2 or 3 hours, they closed their door and tried to get some sleep. Another hour or two passed when suddenly their door was opened and a voice said to them in Russian, "What are you doing here? Didn't you realize this is a warship and you can get killed here? Didn't you see the loaded cannon all around?" They were thoroughly aroused from their sleep and grabbed the stranger by his sleeve. They could not see his face in the dark, but felt his jacket was made of linen. While they had slept, a battle had begun. They came out of their room and saw cannonballs flying towards the ship. They realized that they were in mortal danger and decided it would be better to return to the Holy Land to die than to be killed at sea. They begged the stranger to help them get off the ship and return to shore. He replied that he would need a considerable amount of money to try to bribe the captain. The Rebbe's attendant went to their chest to get the money. He waited a while, thinking that the stranger would speak to the captain in the meantime. After a short time had passed, the attendant went to the captain, holding out his hand with the money. The captain began to scream at him in Turkish, but the attendant could not understand the word. They had no other choice but to find the stranger who had spoken to them in Russian. They searched the ship over and over, but all they found were Turks and Arabs. There was not a single person who spoke Russian. Having lost their only means of communication, their apprehension grew by the minute. They literally began to tremble with fear. They tried to get some rest during the night, but could not even lie in their cots, so great was their trembling. More and more they began to understand the great danger they were in. Their only chance lay with the stranger who had spoken to them during the night, but they had no idea who he was. The only thing they knew about him was that he spoke Russian. The next morning, the harbor control boarded the ship. The Rebbe and his attendant searched for the captain, ready to fall before his feet if necessary, and beg for permission to return with the patrol. But before they could find him, the ship lifted anchor and the wind carried them out of the harbor. The sounds of battle were coming closer and the sailors were very frightened, wanting to leave as quickly as possible. From where the Rebbe and his attendant stood on the ship, they could hear the sound of the bombs and cannon, even though they were already very far away. They were thought of their great peril drained them of all their strength, and they both fell into their cots thoroughly exhausted. Even as they lay there, they became aware of a new crisis. They had not brought on any supplies and now found themselves without even water to drink. But here again, God was with them. The ship's cook learned of their plight and had pity on them. Every morning and evening he would sneak a cup of black coffee to each of them. They sustained them, but their strength was rapidly draining away. They soon reached a point that they did not have enough energy to leave their cots. Closed up in the cabin, they had no idea at all where the ship was headed. For a while they heard a storm raging outside and felt the ship being carried rapidly along, but all the while they did not know where they were going. Eventually, they heard the sounds of the ship being tied up at a port. They crawled out of their cabin to see where they had landed. Realizing immediately that it was not Istanbul, they asked the Turkish cook where they were. He replied, this was the land of Adel. They had already heard of Adel, Their people had a rule that any Jew who fell into their hands should be killed as a human sacrifice. When the Rebbe and his attendant understood that this was where they were, they fled to their cabin and locked themselves inside. For 3 days they hid there, utterly terrified. They knew they could not remain concealed much longer. I had no idea how long the captain would stay there. Suddenly a storm arose, snapping the anchor ropes. The sailors had no chance to raise sail, and without an anchor, the ship was totally out of control. There was a great cry on board, for even the Turks were terrified. From where they were huddled, the Rebbe and his attendant could hear their cries. Whoa, whoa. The ship tossed at sea all that night. In the morning the wind subsided and they were glad because the seas were quiet. But they had not been led to their desired haven, for the storm had carried them back to within a day's journey of Akko. Another storm broke out that afternoon, sweeping the ship along. For several days and nights the ship was tossed about at sea. They mounted to the heaven and plunged to the depths. The captain and his mates had no idea how to control the vessel. They reeled and staggered like drunkards, and all their wisdom was in vain. That Thursday at noon they began pumping the third compartment as usual. It usually took about 15 minutes to pump out all the water that accumulated in the bilge each day. This time they pumped all day and were still drawing water by nightfall. Soon the entire upper deck was awash with water pumped up from the bilges. The water seeped into the Rebbe's compartment, making it impossible for him and his attendant to sleep on their cots. The Rebbe climbed to a higher place in the compartment and lay down there. His attendant found a similar place. They remained inside, not wanting to be seen by the Turks. The water continued to rise until the pumps could no longer function. The sailors had to tear out the pumps and install pulleys in an attempt to remove the water with large barrels. Meanwhile, the storm continued to rage. Whipping up mountains of water, the waves seemed to rise to the very height of the heavens. This continued all through the night. When his attendant approached him the next morning, the Rebbe told him, "My heart is faint with terror. Deep down I know that we are in great danger. And this is by no means a simple matter. I do not know what they are doing, but the heart still sees." His attendant comforted him. "Don't be afraid. Thank God, everything is fine." The attendant then went to look into the hold where they were drawing the water. He saw nothing but water rippling just like in a river. Cargo normally took up about a third of the ship's capacity, but had been thrown overboard. Only water was left in the hold. Still, the vessel was riding very low, and it was obvious that the water's weight far exceeded its capacity. The sailors were feverishly trying to pump out the water, but it still continued to rise. Realizing that nothing less than a miracle could save them, the Rebbe's attendant returned to their compartment. He was trembling with anguish and terror and could not get a word out of his mouth. The Rebbe saw him and said, "Where is your tongue? You yourself said nothing was wrong. Why are you so afraid?" The attendant replied that there was no logical way they could be saved without a miracle. The water was now rising faster than the men could remove it, and laborers' strength was failing. The sailors had gone without food, water, and sleep for almost 24 hours. The attendant then told the Rebbe that he had not yet said his morning prayers. The Rebbe told him, "You need not recite the entire service now. Accept the yoke of the kingdom of heaven in the first verse of Shema, and say the first and last 3 blessings of the Amidah. That is enough for the time like this." Then the Rebbe told him, "Take every penny that we have and divide it in half. Bind your half next to your body, and I will do the same with mine." His attendant was mystified. "Why bother? Can't the fish swallow us without money?" The Rebbe replied, "Do as I tell you. The Jews were inside the Red Sea and did not drown. At least we are still in a ship." Having taken care of this, the Rebbe told his attendant to dress himself in his fur coat and bind his belt tightly around it. The Rebbe did the same, acting as if he were preparing to embark on a journey. The Rebbe's attendant asked him, "Why don't you pray for us? I cannot even recite the prayers that I say every day, and certainly cannot open my mouth to God at a time like this. But you, Rebbe, know how to pray at all times, for the general and the specific." The Rebbe replied, "I am now in the state of constricted consciousness. I am far from God. Still, my counsel is faithful. We are now in fierce danger, and I have no other choice. God knows that I have never made use of the merits of my fathers, but now I am compelled. I pray that God help us for the sake of my grandfather, Rabbi Yisrael Baal Shem Tov, of blessed memory, for the sake of my grandmother, Udal, and for the sake of my grandfather, Rabbi Nachman Haridenka." The Rebbe said no more. They looked up and suddenly saw a thick dark cloud in the distance. Their hearts filled with dread, since this was the type of cloud that usually creates a water spout. If the ship were drawn into this vortex, it could easily be sunk. The only solution would be to fire at the cloud with cannon, but the sailors were too busy bailing out the ship and could not stop for an instant. It seemed as if the trouble were coming on top of it, one on top of another, like a wasp and a scorpion biting at the same time. Again, God came to their rescue, and the very strong wind began to blow. The ship began to skim across the waves like an arrow shot from a bow. When it approached the water spot, the cloud opened like a mountain pass, and the ship crossed through safely. God also enlightened the sailors' eyes, and they discovered the place where the ship's hull was leaking. The Turks slaughtered a ram and used its skin to repair the leak. They had been in fearsome peril, but had managed to come through safely. It was a Friday, and everybody on the ship rejoiced greatly. In the afternoon prayers before Shabbat, the Rebbe chanted, "Give thanks to God," with great joy. They continued on their voyage, passing many places. During the entire voyage, the only thing the Rebbe and his attendant had to eat was the dried bread that the cook had given them from the ship's stores. Their meager rations was often putrid and crawling with maggots. Even for these morsels, they had to plead with the cook like beggars until he had pity on them. As the days passed, they reached that Pesach was rapidly approaching. One day, they discussed this and very concerned the shoot from the ship's stores could not be eaten during the festival and would be impossible to fast for the entire week. After an hour or two, they came to a large city perched on a rocky mountain in the middle of the sea. The Turks bought a considerable amount of fruit there. For a thaler, the Rebbe and his attendant were able to buy a bushel of carobs, what we call baksa. The Rebbe said, "This is also very good right now. If necessary, we can sip on these carobs alone during the 8 days of Pesach. Now, if God helps us, we'll also have matzah and the 4 cups of wine for the Seder." Even after overcoming these threats, the Rebbe and his attendant were still in undescribable danger. They were 2 Jews alone on a warship with Turkish troops. These Turks would think nothing of selling 2 Jews as a slave in some faraway place. The very thought filled the Rebbe's heart with dread. He began to think about it. What would he do if he was sold as a slave in a faraway place where there were no Jews? What if nobody knew about it? How would he keep the commandments of the Torah? This particularly bothered him the most. The Rebbe pondered the possibilities again and again. Finally, he was worthy of realizing that he could serve God even if he were unable to actually keep the commandments. He comprehended the devotion of the patriarchs who lived before God even gave the Torah. They also kept the commandments, though they often did so only in a symbolic manner. Thus Jacob fulfilled the commandment of tefillin through the sticks he peeled while watching Laban's sheep. The Rebbe thought along these lines until he understood how he could keep all the commandments. In this manner, he could continue to serve God even if he was sold as a slave in the most distant land. No sooner had the Rebbe arrived at this conclusion than they sighted land. It was the night before Passover when they arrived at the island city of Rhodes, a great city unto God. They knew that this city has a thriving Jewish community. Here they would be able to buy matzot for Pesach and wine for the 4 cups. The Rebbe and his attendant were overjoyed by this prospect alone. They never imagined that the captain on the sailors would actually let them go into the city. Everything to indicate that the Turks were going to imprison them, rob them of all their possessions, and perhaps even sell them as slaves. It was morning before Pesach. The captain and a number of sailors were preparing to take their small boat and go to the city. The Rebbe and his attendant came to the captain and using gestures communicated that they needed some kind of bread. The captain told them in sign language, "There are Jews in the city. You can have bread brought for you. The hearts of kings and princes are in the hand of God." In his mercy, he turned the captain's heart and confounded his thoughts. Without thinking, the captain blurted out that he would take one of them along to buy their bread. The Rebbe's attendant went with the crew. He was allowed to go to the city alone with just 1 sailor following him to make sure he didn't escape. But even the way to the city involved great peril. It was a time of war, and it was obvious that he was from a distant land. He could easily have been imprisoned as a spy, with nobody to defend him. Again, God protected him, and he passed through all the gates without being stopped. He finally came to the chief rabbi and told him the whole story. They were captives aboard a warship, and they themselves did not know what the captain intended to do with them. He could not supply the details, but this he knew: they were prisoners and in great danger. It took only a few minutes to tell the story, but it seemed like hours. The rabbi wanted to hear more and more about their adventures. It was obvious that the attendant was suffering greatly, but the rabbi kept telling him not to worry. The attendant felt pressed because he wanted to buy matzot and wine and return to the ship before sundown. Suddenly, God sent him another a thought. While in Tiberias, he had heard Reb Tzvi Horka mention that his wife comes from a renowned Sephardic family. She had a brother in Rhodes who was a great sage and tzaddik. He could not remember the brother's name, but he did recall the name of Rabbi Tzvi's wife. He asked the rabbi if he knew a sage who had a sister in Tiberias, and the rabbi said that he did. He notified this sage and told the attendant to hurry to his house. By the time the attendant arrived, the sage had already been apprised of everything, and the attendant had told the chief rabbi. As soon as the attendant walked in, the sage told him, "There is nothing to be afraid of. You will tell me the whole story at the Seder." The attendant could hardly believe his ears. He trusted in God, but never imagined that salvation would come so quickly. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that he would spend the Pesach Seder in the Jewish home. The sage said, "We have already placed a warrant of seizure on the captain and the ship, and we will allow you to leave the ship. Of course, he will first have to be given whatever sum he requests. It is good to give thanks to God, who saved you in such a miraculous manner. The fact that you got to the city was a miracle in itself. I cannot imagine how the captain became so confused and let you come here. He is a known thief, and his wickedness has roots going back countless generations. He is a descendant of the 5 lords of the Philistines, which how he signs his name. But now there is no time to listen to stories. Let us go to the barber and get you a haircut for the festival." Immediately they went to the barber, and the attendant had his hair cut. After he had bathed, they conversed over a cup of coffee. In the course of the conversation, the sage said, "We heard that you were traveling with another man. Who is he? Have you ever heard of the Baal Shem Tov?" The attendant asked. "Of course," the sage replied. "We are quite familiar with the works of the renowned Chassid of Polonai." The attendant then told him, "The man traveling with me is a great-grandson of the Baal Shem Tov. He's also a grandson of Rabbi Nachman Haridenka, and as soon as you will see, he is a sage in his own right." The sage was overjoyed. To rescue even a simple person is a very great mitzvah. But now God has given me this opportunity to redeem a man who descends from such holy roots. The sage hurried with a small group of men to fetch the Rebbe. Meanwhile, 2 groups of Turks clashed with each other, resulting in a fight in which several people were killed in the main thoroughfare. When they saw what was happening, the sage and his companions took the Rebbe's attendant and fled to the sage's courtyard. They locked themselves in and were afraid to leave for several hours. By the time it was safe to leave, the sun was beginning to set, and it was too close to the festival to go and get the Rebbe. The sage then spoke up and said to the attendant, "From the time I was a child, I have devoted my life to Torah, prayer, and good deeds. I am sure that God will reward me for this, but this, I also have a portion in the world to come, along with every other Jew. I am putting all this up as security. Heaven forbid I do not exert myself to do everything in my power to free you. Let me lose it all. My intention is not to boast, but to assure you that I am not abandoning you. Heaven forbid, this is simply no time to complete the task today. Now hurry. Take all the matzah you need for the Seder. I have matzah shmor as well as regular matzah if you want it. Take some of my best wine and greens and everything else you will need tonight. Take whatever you need." The attendant returned to his ship, which was moored far from the city. As soon as he boarded the ship, he called out. When the Rebbe heard his voice, he was overjoyed and ran to greet him. The Rebbe had spent all that day waiting with yearning eyes for a sign of his companion. As long as the other was gone, he stood there, his eyes growing weary. The Rebbe said, "Thank God you're still alive. I'm sure that they had drowned you and would soon do the same to me, but now, thank God. Who gives strength to the weary? You have no idea how much I suffered while you were gone. I no longer had the strength to bear it and was sure that I would die." They prayed and then were able to have a proper Seder. It was a most happy meal, and they ate. The attendant told the Rebbe everything that had happened. On the first day of Pesach, the order came to bring the ship to the city and tie it up to the dock. The Rebbe and his attendant remained in the ship for the second night of Pesach. The next day, the Rebbe's attendant went into the city to pray in the synagogue. After the service, he was invited to the sage's house for the festive meal. During the meal, the sage delivered an original Torah lesson. Then he repeated some thoughts from contemporary tzaddikim, including those of Europe. He invited his guests to discourse on the Torah, and the attendant repeated some of the Rebbe's lessons. The sage enjoyed them immensely, saying, "Such words make me deep and happy inside." After the meal, the attendant returned to the ship, followed by the attendant of the sage, carrying choice food for the Rebbe. But the Rebbe saw that the attendant's face looked utterly depressed. The Rebbe said, "Sure, things had taken for worse for me. Who knows what happened that day?" He was so distressed that he could not eat. What the Rebbe did not know was that the sage had pressed his attendant to drink so much wine that he had become drunk. This is why he looked so depressed. The Rebbe tried to question him, but he was in too much of a stupid to respond. The Rebbe's attendant went to sleep for a few hours. Only when he woke up that he realized what had happened. He laughed and told the Rebbe, "Didn't you know when I was drunk?" The sage was so happy that he kept asking me to drink. Before I knew it, I had taken too much wine. He told the Rebbe everything that had happened in the sage's house. Fully reassured, the Rebbe ate his festival meal joyfully. On the first day of Chol HaMoed, the Rebbe's attendant returned to the sage's house. The sage advised him to smuggle all their money out of the ship so the captain would not be able to steal it. The accomplished sage went to captain together with two prominent members of the community and said, "Give us the 2 Jews you are holding." "What business do you have with them?" the captain replied. When they came on board, they belonged to no one. The captain proceeded to tell them about the travail that had befallen them on the way. He added, "What I told you is nothing. During the entire voyage, there was not an instant without distress. We could have drowned these 2 or sold them to the Arabs long ago, and all their money and possessions would have been ours. No one at all would have said a word or complained. But now what can I do? These 2 must have luck that reaches to the high heavens. First of all, God performed a miracle and the ship found its way here. This would have been enough. But then there was a second miracle within a miracle, and God made me crazy enough to actually bring one of them into the city. After all, I have really no right to their money, so give me 200 thalers to satisfy my crew and take them." They gave the captain the sum, and the Rebbe and his attendant were saved. They were redeemed from death to life, from captivity to freedom. The Rebbe and his attendant were brought to the city. As they walked through the streets, some Turks remarked that they looked like spies. The members of the community were highly alarmed. They immediately brought their guests their style of clothing and had them dressed like other Jews of Rhodes. The Rebbe's attendant took it as a joke, but the Rebbe was troubled. He told his attendant, "Don't you know that a great complaint is being directed us on high?" He then told his attendant some wondrous secrets, but the latter could never reveal them. The Rebbe was received by the local rabbis and impressed them as being a very unique person. His mood became very joyful, and he said, "Thank God, we were worthy of being rescued this way." They stayed en route until after Pesach, and the Rebbe was treated with great honor. The community paid the ransom of 200 thalers out of their own pockets, and even though the Rebbe had sufficient funds, they would not let him repay them. After the festival, the community booked them passage on a ship to Istanbul. It was also provided with a letter asking all the communities along the way to help them if it was necessary. Many Greeks were on their ship, and a plague broke out among them at sea. The Rebbe and the tent did not know the cause, but they saw people dying all around them. But God was with them, and a strong wind carried the ship rapidly to Istanbul. The high waves and great speed distressed them, but the fact that the ship traveled so quickly saved their lives. The ship arrived in Istanbul in only 3 days at sea, and they remained there another 10 days, but even here they were not out of danger. They had not shown their passports when they arrived, and now the officials would not let them leave. The only solution was to obtain a passport from the Sultan, but the official demanded an exorbitant sum for such a document. The amount was so great, it was impossible for them to pay it. But God was with them, and they happened to meet a total stranger who agreed to help them. He went to a Turkish minister and wheedled what they needed from him. They had no idea how much he paid for it, but the stranger obtained a document allowing them to pass through the gate and leave the city. He cautioned them, "For God's sakes, don't breathe a word about this." They escaped Istanbul safely and traveled by sea to Galatz. Along the way, they landed on an island. They were held as prisoners. They were freed after only a fine of 4 rubles had been paid for each passenger. The rest of their voyage was restfully peaceful, except for a few storms at sea. They passed a ship filled with Greeks and saw it break up and sink. Only a handful of passengers survived. God guided them towards their destination, and they arrived safely in Galatz for the festival of Shavuot. On the way home from Galatz, they passed through Yassi and encountered a great plague there. The epidemic had spread to all the surrounding towns, making travel most difficult. It also caused them considerable trouble when they tried to cross the border. Coming from a plague area, even remaining in quarantine was not sufficient to let them cross, but God was with them, and they were led safely through it all. They had seen plague and sword and famine and thirst and captivity, but with God's help, they returned home safely. They returned complete and intact in body, possessions, and Torah. For in the Holy Land, the Rebbe was worthy of attaining a wondrously lofty perception, and his vision knew no bounds. All that we have told is less than a drop in the sea of all the anguish and terror the Rebbe suffered during his pilgrimage. The great dangers beyond description, but God was with him, performing awesome miracles every step of the way. He was worthy of attaining his goal of returning home safely. He entered in peace, left in peace, and returned home in peace. The great perception that the Rebbe attained in the Holy Land is utterly beyond description. Never had one born of an earthly mother been worthy of attaining what he did through the air of the land of Israel. Words are completely inadequate to describe it. The Rebbe took great pride in the fact that he did in the Holy Land. Toward the end of his life, he said that he derived great inspiration just from this. He said, "For a long time, I have known that when a person wants to do something holy, he must face great barriers. The man who insulted the Rebbe so much in Istanbul died immediately upon his return home." The Rebbe's attendant asked Rabbi Nachman, "Is it not written for the righteous to punish is also not good?" The Rebbe answered him with the following parable. Once there was a king who was very fond of one of the young princes. He showed the prince all sorts of affection, doing everything he could to attract him. The child became a young man. One day he did something highly respectful to the king. The king told him, "No matter how much I love you, it is still impossible to go against the law of the kingdom. The judgment has been passed and your sentence is death." The king commanded that the prince be bound and chained and imprisoned. The young prince began to think about his imminent death in his mind. He could already feel the great pain he would suffer at the moment he would be killed, but he realized that this agony would only last an instant and that he would be dead. Then he began to imagine the anguish of the king. He knew that the king loved him very much and still yearned for his presence. He understood how much pain his death would cause the king, and that this anguish would last forever. The prince worried more about the king's suffering than his own. He thought and thought about a way to spare the king this pain. Finally, an idea came to him. Shame is considered equal to death. He asked the jailkeeper to bring him before the king. Standing before the king, he said, "Truthfully, I know that your suffering is greater than mine. I also realize that it is impossible for you to ignore the law of your kingdom, but I think I know a way out. If you can arrange for someone to publicly shame me, the sentence will be fulfilled, for shame is equal to death. Bring me a prisoner who has already been condemned to death. I will provoke him until he becomes angry and publicly insults and beats me. I will be bitterly humiliated, and this will be the same as death. Then take this condemned criminal and execute him according to his sentence. The people will think he was killed because he insulted one of the king's favorite servants. In this way, neither the honor of the king nor of the servants will be impinged. The same is true in this case," the Rebbe explained. "The man might insult the tzaddik and without realizing it been doing him a great service. The tzaddik may have been condemned to death for some misdeed. The shame he experiences might then take the place of his death sentence. Still, the tzaddik is a beloved servant of the king, and it is not fitting that the insult go unpunished. But to punish the man just for insulting the tzaddik is also not desirable. For the righteous to punish is also not good. Therefore, God brings it about that the man who insults the tzaddik should be one who has already been condemned to death. This may happen to be in the same inn, and this individual insults the tzaddik. The shame saves the tzaddik from a more permanent judgment in order to protect the tzaddik's honor. The other is then punished. The name of heaven is thus sanctified. But actually it was a dead man who was killed, for he was previously condemned. Thus we see that God's ways are straight, and there is no unrighteousness in him. While in the Holy Land, the Rebbe was constantly involved with Torah and prayer. Every day would write down what he perceived in the Torah. When the Rebbe spoke about this, he said the difference between the understanding of the Torah in the Holy Land and elsewhere is like the difference between East and West. Every day people came to him, great and small alike, to serve him and thereby hear his awesome holy words of Torah. The Rebbe was once visited by one of the renowned leaders of the Holy Land. This leader was universally respected and was reputed to know the entire Talmud by heart. He was also a master of Kabbalah. When he visited the Rebbe, he asked all those present to leave. They were left alone except for the Rebbe's attendant. The leader pressed the Rebbe, saying, "I know that your excellency did not come to the Holy Land like most people. Others arrive with constricted consciousness merely to walk 4 steps in the Holy Land and thus be worthy of the world to come, or for similar small-minded reasons. But your excellency certainly arrived here in a state of expanded consciousness to accomplish great acts of devotion. There are many points of devotion in the Holy Land, and we all know which of these points your excellency has entered. If you reveal the godly things you wish to do here, I am prepared to serve you with body and soul." The Rebbe replied, "My dear friend, please do not pay me with this. To reveal my lessons and devotions here is by no means a simple matter. It is possible that I am already bound by an oath in this area." The leader began to urge him again. "All we ask is that our master at least teach us some of the beautiful, precious thoughts with which God endowed him. We do not have any ulterior motive, heaven forbid. We only want to hear from your holy lips some new Torah concept that will arouse our hearts to serve God. If God wills, may be worthy of perceiving some hint of the point we asked about before." Immediately the Rebbe began to light up. Flashing fire, the flame of God, his face began to glow, literally burning like fire. He was in such an immense state that his hair stood on end, casting his hat to the floor. Like tongues of flame, a question formed on his lips. "Do you understand the secret meaning of the tefillin?" The other replied, offering some Kabbalistic concept. The Rebbe transfixed him. "No, this is not the way of perceiving the tefillin, and because you do not understand the true meaning of tefillin, you do not know the secret of the 4 directions in the holiness of the Holy Land. Of this I will begin to give you some hint." The Rebbe began the explanation, but as soon as he started to speak, blood began to be pouring from his throat. He said, "Now you see with your own eyes that I am forbidden on high to reveal anything to you." As soon as the other saw this, he bowed his head and begged the Rebbe to pardon him for having troubled him so much. He was very frightened and would not move from the spot until the Rebbe had forgiven him. When the Rebbe first came to Tiberias, the renowned Chassid and philanthropist Rabbi Moshe, son of the holy Rabbi Nachman of Vitebsk, said to the Rebbe, announcing that he would like to make a match between their children. The Rebbe replied, "How can one refuse such a match? It is certainly God's will that my daughter live in the Holy Land." The Rebbe said nothing else. The matchmaker immediately went and told Rabbi Moshe that the Rebbe had agreed. They immediately planned a great feast to celebrate the match. All the leaders of the Holy Land, from Lithuania and Poland, great and small alike, were assembled at the feast. It was a most joyous gathering. The meal was accompanied by a flowing conversation covering the length and breadth of the sacred literature. A leading speaker was the one mentioned earlier who had asked the Rebbe his intentions in the Holy Land. The conversation led them to a discussion of a quotation from Rashi, but nobody could remember its location. The conversation stopped, frustrated by the lack of this Greek quotation. Try as they did, no one could recall it. This in itself was a wonder, for here were the foremost sages, each one having recently reviewed the entire Talmud. Still not one of them could remember or locate this particular quotation. Throughout his discussion, the Rebbe said quietly as if he had nothing to contribute, but he realized how distressed they were when they urged him until he could no longer refuse. He said, is it not a quotation from Rashi's commentary on Zevachim on the very top of the page? They realized that this was what they were seeking and rejoiced immensely. The feast lasted from early noon until dawn the next day, and much was formalized. Soon after the Rebbe returned home, Reb Moshe's son died. The Rebbe's daughter then married the son of a renowned Rabbi of Woloshik. God willed that the Rabbi of Woloshik would then settle in the Holy Land, taking along his son. The Rebbe's son-in-law to study with him. Not too long after that, the Rebbe's daughter also settled there. Thus the Rebbe's words were fulfilled, for he had said it was God's will, and that his daughter settled in the Holy Land, for not one word that he spoke returned in vain.
Start?
Okay. No matter how high he stood, the Rebbe was never satisfied with his accomplishments. He had practiced honesty and earnestly every type of devotion mentioned above, fasting and praying and forcing himself to do things to overcome his desires and emotions. He had already withstood countless temptations and spent days and years secluding himself with God to express his thoughts in his own words. Constantly striving in this matter, he merited to an extremely high and lofty level of the most sanctity and the utmost selflessness, with a degree of closeness to God on the level of the greatest denizens on high. The Rebbe attained all this while he was literally in his childhood. He neither rested by day nor slept, or was silent by night. Never keeping still, he toiled and labored day in and day out until literally in his youth he achieved lofty, awesome sanctity and profound perception on the level of the greatest denizens on high. But even after achieving all this, the Rebbe was not satisfied and did not allow himself to stagnate. Every hour and every day he would desire, long, and yearn for God as if he had not yet begun to serve him at all. Even after the Rebbe returned from the Holy Land, where he attained a perception so high that it was beyond measure, until the day he departed from the world in peace, he always had this longing and yearning for God. He may have stood on the loftiest heights, but in his mind he had not yet begun the climb. It would consume many volumes to tell even the small amount we were worthy of understanding from what we heard from his holy lips and saw with our own eyes. For this was the Rebbe's way. He would constantly thirst for God, genuinely humbling and pitying himself as if he had not inhaled the perfume of true devotion and had not yet achieved even the level of a beginner. To understand this, you must imagine a person who had committed every possible sin, time and time again. Imagine now that such a person was aroused to true repentance. Try to depict the way he would look at himself. He would certainly have great humility and self-pity, and he would be bitter and broken-hearted because of his past deeds. All his self-pity and broken-heartedness would not come to a thousandth or even a millionth of the great humility, self-pity, and broken-heartedness that the Rebbe experienced each time before he attained a new degree of perception. The Rebbe was a man who never rested or stood still. Even as an adult, when he had already attained an awesome perception of the godly, he was not satisfied and continued to aspire for more. He accepted upon himself unparalleled suffering and abounded with prayers and petitions urging God to help him. He continued with a powerful, intense yearning until he would finally attain an even higher level of perception. When he achieved a new level, he would be happy for a brief time. Occasionally, we were worthy of hearing new insights from his mouth, and he would experience some joy, but then he would immediately begin anew. All his previous efforts would be forgotten as if he had not yet even taken the first step. He would begin afresh, like one taking his first steps into the realm of holiness. Often we heard the Rebbe say with longing and yearning, "How is one worthy of being a Jew?" He would mean these words sincerely, for he truly felt that he had not yet really taken the first step. This occurred numerous times. Although he reached awesomely high levels, he would constantly seek a higher level, soaring ever higher. Still, he was never satisfied with himself. As soon as he reached a new level, he would again begin anew with a broken heart and deep humility until he was able to attain a still higher step. This was always the Rebbe's way, even at the end. Many times the Rebbe would say, "Now I know nothing. Nothing at all." There are times when he would swear, "In truth, I know absolutely nothing at all." He would even say this shortly after he had revealed words of enduring truth. His wisdom shone forth, and still he insisted that he was totally ignorant. In this respect, the Rebbe was most unique. The Rebbe said, "My teachings are very unique, but my ignorance is even more unique." That is, he was unique in realizing his ultimate ignorance before God. We heard from the Rebbe's own holy lips that some tzaddikim toil with devotion in order to reach a given plateau. They have set a level to which they aspire, and when they reach it, they are satisfied. They are like servants of a king to aspire to attain a particular rank of office through their efforts. The Rebbe then said, "If I knew that I was now standing on the same level as last year, I would totally reject myself." He would consider remaining at last year's level the greatest detriment, for he constantly aspired to reach a higher level. There is much to say here, but it cannot all be put into writing. Those who are worthy to see it with their own eyes and hear it with their own ears might be able to understand this to a small degree. They might perceive how the Rebbe never stood still at any level, but always yearned for the next step until he was worthy. This was always true of him. Even according to our meager understanding, the Rebbe was unique in every way. Beyond this, the marvelous wonders and hidden secrets, but we must suffice with this. The Rebbe spoke to us somewhat about the concept that the true goal of knowledge is the realization of one's not knowing. He said that this is true of every area of knowledge. Even though a person may attain the goal of realizing his ignorance, it may be in only one area of knowledge. He must then begin to work on a higher plane, aspiring to realize his not knowing at this higher level, and no matter how high one reaches, there is still the next step. Therefore, we never know anything and still do not attain the true goal. This is a very deep and mysterious concept. We heard more regarding this once after Pesach, and we'll discuss it elsewhere. Once a king sent 3 of his servants to deliver a secret message to another king in a distant land. On the way, they had to pass through lands and that were at war with the king. The first messenger was clever enough to conceal his purpose completely. He passed through the hostile land without its inhabitants ever realizing that he was carrying a secret message. The second messenger set out through the unfriendly country and was discovered. The people realized that he was carrying a secret message and were going to force him to reveal it. But through his wisdom and endurance, he too was able to escape without revealing the message. The third messenger was also discovered. Realizing he too was bearing a secret message, the people imprisoned him and subjected him to all kinds of torture. They tortured him in the cruelest way possible, but despite his great agony, he refused to tell them anything. He withstood the test without yielding his secret. Seeing that their tortures were to no avail, his tormentors assumed that they were mistaken and that he actually had no secret. They let him go, and he passed through their land to deliver his message to the other king. When the 3 messengers returned, everyone had an opinion as to which of them deserved the greatest reward. Some said that the first messenger was most deserving, for he had acted cleverly enough to hide his secret completely. Others gave the most credit to the second messenger, for though he was discovered, he was smart enough to escape. But the king said that the third messenger deserved the greatest reward of all. This messenger had already been caught in their net. Certainly he also wanted to hide his purpose, but was not successful. After being captured, he underwent every possible torture and torment. Had he revealed even one secret, he would have received the greatest honors from his persecutors. Nevertheless, he withstood the test, revealing nothing. Therefore his reward is above all the rest. Those who comprehend will to some extent understand the parable. Sichot Haran, the wisdom of Rabbi Nachman. These are the holy whisperings on high, the Spirit of God speaking through him. His word is on his tongue to teach his disciples who chose to approach him, to lead them along the path of the house of the God, in piety and in self-discipline. For I know that God is great, our God above all others. These are King David's words. I know, I alone, for the vision of God's greatness cannot be shared. You may have a vision, but even with yourself you cannot share it. Today you may inspire it and see a new light, but tomorrow you will no longer be able to commute it even to yourself. I know as I am now, for the vision cannot be brought back. The Rebbe said, look at the next verse. All that God wants, he does in heaven and on earth. It is a different thought, speaking of something else entirely. God says, King David says, I know and can go no further, for words are no longer adequate. A perception of God cannot be commuted. It is so lofty, higher than high. The words cannot express it. It is written, her husband is known by the gates. The Holy Zohar states that the husband is the vision of God which each man perceives through the gates that he makes in his own heart. The heart is hidden and the gates do not open to another. It is very good to rely on God completely. As each day begins, I place my every movement and that of my children and dependents in God's hands, asking that everything goes as God would want it. This is very good and I have no worries. Whether or not things go well, I am completely reliant on God. Whatever he desires, I have already asked that I do only his will. Before each Shabbat or festival, I also place my observance in God's hands, asking that it be all as he could wish. I can then celebrate it without worrying that I am perhaps not doing something properly. I am completely reliant on God and everything is in his hands. It cannot be put into writing how much the Rebbe emphasized God's greatness. He stressed that it's beyond all measure. God does so many wonderful things that absolutely no one can really appreciate them all. We may speak of God, but we know absolutely nothing. It is said that the goal of all knowledge of God is to realize that one knows nothing, but even this cannot be attained. The goal pertains to every level of insight. One may reach the level of realizing he knows nothing, but only in a particular area and on a given level. There is still the next level, and this has not even been touched. He does not know enough about the next level to even realize his ignorance. And no matter how high he goes, there is still a higher step. Therefore, a person knows nothing and still cannot perceive his ignorance, for there is always a degree of not knowing, on a level that lies beyond his perception. The Rebbe also emphasized a high level of repentance. You may fall to the lowest depths, heaven forbid, but no matter how far you have fallen, it is still forbidden to give up hope. Repentance is even higher than the Torah. Therefore, there is absolutely no place for despair. If you are worthy, even your worst sins can be turned into something good. We are taught that sin can be transformed into merit. The idea contains deep mysteries, but the main lesson is that even from one's fallings and declines, one can easily return to God. Nothing is beyond his power. The most important thing is never to give up, but to continue to cry and pray to God. In these times, it is very difficult for a religious person to have wealth. To obtain riches, he must suffer a great spiritual decline. Yet even after this, there is no guarantee of wealth, for even the wicked or irreligious can be poor. If one is truly religious, then he is always far from riches. When the temple was destroyed, wealth fell into the realm of the klipot or husks. It is written, she fell with wonders. In Hebrew, the word wonder is palayim. Transpose the words and you have the word alafim, the thousands of wealth. The verse then reads, the thousands fell. The thousands of wealth have fallen astonishingly. They have fallen so deeply. It is a wonder. If a person covets these thousands, he too must fall with them, but even then he is not assured of riches. Therefore, it is very difficult for a truly religious person to become wealthy. There are some rich tzaddikim and religious people, but their wealth is burdensome and harms their devotions. And though they seem wealthy, they still do not have the easily millions of the irreligious. For true wealth and godliness are now unlikely to be found together. My grandfather, Rabbi Nachman Haridenka of blessed memory, once spoke on the verse, "Long life is in her right hand, and in her left wealth and honor." The Talmud asks if this means that the right hand of Torah can provide only long life, but not wealth and honor. It answers that since it can provide long life, then certainly it can provide wealth and honor. My grandfather explained that by logic and inference from the verse, those who have long life should also have wealth and honor. It is fitting that the righteous should have wealth, but in actuality they do not have it. The Rebbe emphatically denounced all books dealing with philosophy. He said such works contain absolutely no wisdom compared to such sacred works as the Maharasha and the Maharamshif, which are penetrating and profound. All that philosophy can do is build propositions based on logical arguments in a vain attempt to arrive at some conclusion, but wisdom such as that of the Torah is not found there at all. The Rebbe said that one who knows nothing of such books, but walks a simple path and fears God's punishments, is fortunate. The only way to serve God is through the fear of retribution. Without that, it is impossible to take the first step. Even the righteous must have such fear, since very few can devote themselves to God merely because they love Him so deeply. The main thing is fear of punishment. One can also serve God out of a sense of awe, because He is so great and powerful. This is a higher level of fear, but it is also very difficult to attain. For most people, the path to devotion is founded on the simple fear of punishment. When a person becomes involved in philosophy, his mind becomes filled with doubts and questions. These reinforce man's inborn wickedness, his nature to be drawn to worldly temptations. This can be overcome only through the fear of punishment. Only then can he actually begin to serve God. But philosophy raises double and questions that strengthen one's natural inclination towards the desires of the world. This is why we never find the person has become upstanding and God-fearing through the study of philosophy. Although such works do contain some discussions of good traits and the like, they add up to nothing. One loses much more than he gains. At the end result is a great confusion. The severe prohibitions against studying such works has been noted elsewhere. The Rebbe often told us how fortunate we were that Moses, our teacher, showed us the right way. Moses began the Torah without any philosophical proof, with the simple words, "In the beginning God created heaven and earth." He directed us to believe in God through faith alone and not to enter into speculation. Although the Zohar belittles the mere fear of punishment, our moral classics write that this is still the main gateway to true devotion. The Rebbe said that all scientific discoveries and inventions such as powerful weapons, machines, and tools of various kinds come from on high. Without such inspiration, they could never have been discovered. When the time comes for an idea or invention to be revealed to the world, the necessary inspiration is granted to a researcher from on high. A thought enters his mind and is thus revealed. Earlier scholars may have thought the idea previously, but it eluded them. Only when the time comes for a discovery or invention to be revealed is inspiration granted to a scholar seeking it. However, inspiration comes from the place associated with the seeker. If he seeks secular wisdom, then his inspiration does not come from the realm of holiness, but from the other side. To beg the comparison, a similar thing occurs when an individual discovers new meanings and ideas in the sacred stories. Were the ideas not sent from on high, they would never have occurred to him. Every insight comes from on high, each thing emanating from its specific place. Each idea has its own place. There are thousands and thousands of different levels. All discoveries, sacred or profane, are sent to people from on high, to each as is fitting. The evil inclination is like a prankster running through a crowd, showing his tightly closed hand. No one knows what he is holding. He goes up to each one and asks, "What do you suppose I have in my hand?" Each one imagines that the closed hand contains just what he desires most. They all hurry and run after the prankster. Then when he has tricked them all into following him, he opens his hand and it is completely empty. The same is true of the evil inclination. He fools the world, tricking it into following him. All men think that his hand contains what they desire. In the end, he opens his hand. There is nothing in it, and no desire is ever fulfilled. Worldly pleasures are like sunbeams in a dark room. They may actually seem solid, but he who tries to grasp a sunbeam finds nothing in his hand. The same is true of all worldly desires. It is very good to pour out your thoughts before God. Like a child pleading before his father, God calls us his children, as it is written, "You are children to the Lord your God." Therefore, it is good to express your thoughts and troubles to God like a child complaining and pestering his father. You may think that you have done so much wrong that you are no longer one of God's children. But remember that God still calls you his child. We are taught, for good or for evil, you are always called his children. Let us assume that God has dismissed you from being his child. Still you must say, "Let him do as he wishes. I must do my part and still act like his child." How very good it is when you can awaken your heart and plead until tears stream from your eyes, and you stand like a little child crying before his father. My grandfather, Rabbi Nachman of blessed memory, told the following story. I was once traveling on a ship. We ran out of provisions and were without food for several days. Finally, we reached an Arab city where there were no Jews. An Arab took me in and offered me food. I had not eaten for several days and quickly washed my hands and said the blessing for bread. I was just about to take a bite when I thought entered my mind. Do not eat the bread of one with a mean eye. Our thoughts are not without meaning. And I did not know what to do. I had already said the blessing, but I realized the significance of this thought and was determined not to eat anything of this Arab. Just then another thought entered my mind. I have commanded the Arabs to feed you. And then I ate. When the Rebbe told this story, he commented how proper it was for his grandfather to act according to this thought. Every such thought that entered his mind must have contained some element of truth. The same applies to the confusing thoughts a person has to deal with. A confusing thought may enter your mind, but if you stand firm, God will send you another thought to encourage you. Similarly, you may imagine that you are no longer one of God's children, but if you do your part, God will eventually send you thoughts of encouragement and truth. All Jews are called children of God. Therefore, you should pour out your thoughts and troubles before God. Just like a child complaining to his father. When studying subjects dealing with tragedy, such as the laws of mourning, do not delve too deeply. One should not probe too deeply into these matters, for thoughts have great power. Therefore, this subject should be covered as rapidly as possible. In the name of the Baal Shem Tov, a knife should not be given as a gift. The wicked are filled with regrets, but they never really know what regret is. Any sorrow they may feel results only in their strengthening their wickedness. As soon as a thought of remorse enters their mind, they fight it by making themselves more determined in their effort and their evil. It is like two men fighting. As soon as one begins to win, the other fights all the harder. As soon as the evil detects that good is beginning to stir in a person, it fights extra hard. Understand this. This is an important principle in serving God. The more you want to serve God, the more the evil inclination strives against you. If you realize this, you can fight with strategy and continually defeat it. With God's help, you will be worthy of emerging victorious. Fortunate are we, for God has been good to us and given us the holiness of Judaism. The Rebbe said, I have great joy simply because I was worthy of being in the land of Israel. The Rebbe said, I have great joy simply because I was worthy of being in the land of Israel. The Rebbe's voyage to the Holy Land involved much confusion and many frustrations and obstacles, including money. Nevertheless, he overcame all barriers and attained his goal of walking in the Holy Land. He said, I believe this and understand it fully. Every movement, every thought, and every effort made for the sake of doing something holy is never wasted. When you want to do something holy, at first you are confused and unsure. You are standing on the balance, deciding whether or not to do it, and barriers seem to spring up on every side. But when you are worthy of completing the task, your every movement, your every thought, and even the confusion you had in completing this deed are all marked for good. They are lifted on high and made into very holy and exalted things. Fortunate is he who is worthy of breaking down all barriers and completing each holy task. When people want to become truly religious and serve God, they seem to be overwhelmed with confusion and frustrations. They find great barriers in their path and cannot decide what to do. The more they want to serve God, the more difficulty they encounter. All the enthusiasm that such people have when trying to do good is very precious. Even if their goal is not achieved, all their effort is counted like a sacrifice in the category of, for your sake, we are killed each day. We are counted like sheep for the slaughter. The Tikkun states that this verse speaks of both prayer and sacrifice. When a person wants to pray, he encounters many distractions. Still, he should give himself over entirely to the task, exerting every effort to pray properly. Even if his prayer is not perfect, his every effort is like beginning a sacrifice in the category of, for your sake, we are killed each day. The same is true of all devotion. You may wish to perfect and sanctify yourself, but find yourself unable to do so. Still, the effort and suffering involved in the frustrated attempt are not in vain. They are all an offering to God, included in the category, for your sake we are killed each day, we are counted like sheep for the slaughter. Therefore, always do your part, making every effort to serve God to the best of your ability. Whatever task is at hand, do it with all your might. Keep it up, even when your dear efforts seem to be frustrated and all your attempts are in vain. Do everything in your ability, and God will do what is good in His eyes. There are many religious people who have no livelihood and find this to be a source of great stress and confusion, but even this is good for the world, and know that there are many precious words that come only from such confusion. There are many types of confusion and distraction. In the Midrash, we find that there is slumber pertaining to prophecy, when a deep sleep fell upon Abraham. On the other hand, there is a deep sleep of fools. In both cases, sleep refers to mental confusion. I envy a sincerely religious Jew such as we call an Erlich Yid. He may appear to have guts and limbs like everyone else, but he is really something more. A sincerely religious man is very precious indeed. The main thing is desire and longing. Of course, this alone is not enough, for it should be realized in action. We are taught that one who is under duress is exempted by God, but this is true only when one actually desires not to be exempted. You may be under duress, but you should not be satisfied with the fact that you are exempt. You must continuously long to bring this good desire to fruition. When you are not willing to be satisfied with the fact that you may be exempt, the desire to complete the task is in itself very beneficial. Then, even if you find the task impossible, you have a worthy accomplishment in this desire alone. The Rebbe said that it takes both wisdom and great effort to be like an animal. The wisdom one needs to be like a beast is alluded to in the verse. Every wise-hearted man whom God bestowed wisdom is a beast. It is also written, God saves man and beast. Our sages say this refers to people who are wise and clever and conduct themselves humbly like an animal. This is also the meaning of Asaf's words, I was a fool, I did not know. I was like an animal before you. You can shout loudly in a small, still voice. You can scream without anyone hearing you shouting with the soundless, small, still voice. Anyone can do this. Just imagine the sound of such a scream in your mind. Depict the shout in your imagination exactly as it would sound. Keep this up until you are literally screaming with the soundless, small, still voice. This is actually a scream and not mere imagination. Just as some nerves bring the sound from your lungs to your lips, others bring it to the brain. You can draw the sound through these nerves, literally bringing it into your head. When you do this, you are actually shouting inside your brain. When you picture the scream in your mind, the sound actually rings inside your mind and your brain. You can stand in a crowded room screaming in this manner when no one is hearing you. Sometimes when you do this, some sound may escape your lips. The voice traveling through the nerves to the mind can activate the vocal organs. They might then produce some sound, but it will be very faint. It is much easier to shout in this way without using words. When you wish to express words, it is much more difficult to hold on the voice of the mind and not let any sound escape. But without words, it is much easier. The Rebbe once lectured someone to spend more time in his sacred studies. He said, "Why don't you study?" What can you lose? Don't you realize that it will earn you an eternal reward? Certainly when the Torah reveals its love to a person, it no longer thinks about its future reward, only desiring the Torah itself. Even God studies the Torah, for we are taught that God's day includes 3 hours of such study. In our times, the study of the Torah has fallen very low. The great rabbis of earlier eras had no knowledge of the Kabbalah, but nevertheless, they were able to perform miracles through their strength in the Torah that was so great that whatever they said would come true. The Rebbe once spoke about the printing of sacred books in his day. The number of printers of both recent and earlier works had increased. They had no lack of customers, for everyone was buying these volumes. The Rebbe said the Talmud teaches, the day will come when the Torah will be forgotten among Jews. Therefore, many books are printed and brought by people building up their own libraries so that Torah is not forgotten. Even the simplest tailor has books. As each book is published, people rush to buy it, building up respectable collections. What people do not realize is that these books are of no help unless they look into them and study their teachings. But today, Torah study has fallen very low, and few people engage in it. How can books prevent the Torah from being forgotten if nobody studies them? The Rebbe said, I have a great longing to institute a rule that each person should study a fixed amount in our sacred literature every day without fail. He said that this should apply even to those who are very far from holiness, even those who are caught in the evil trap and sin habitually. Heaven forbid. The strength of the Torah is so great that it can free them from their habitual sins. If even the worst sinners would take upon themselves a firm obligation to study a set amount every day, they would be able to escape from the evil snare. The Torah's strength is extremely great. The Rebbe's entire focus and desire was directed towards the goal of doing good and serving God without sophistication. Every good and holy thing can be done with absolute simplicity. One can study much Torah, do much good, and spend much time in prayer, all without any sophistication at all. The Rebbe continuously exhorted us to always be happy. Much of this discussion is recorded in his holy works. However, there were countless other times when he discussed this. When you are always happy, it is easy to set aside some time each day to express your thoughts before God with a broken heart. But when you are depressed, it is very difficult to seclude yourself and speak to God. You must force yourself to always be happy, especially during prayer. You must force yourself to be joyous. The Rebbe said that true happiness is one of the most difficult things to attain in serving God. Another time he said that it seems impossible to achieve happiness without some measure of foolishness. One must resort to all sorts of joking and foolish things if this is the only way to attain happiness. When a person attains true joy, then God himself watches him and protects him from sexual defilement. On Rosh Hashanah, one should be wise and think only good thoughts. We should keep in mind that only that God will be good to us. One must always be happy on Rosh Hashanah, and yet one must cry. On the first day of Rosh Hashanah, one should speak as little as possible. The Rebbe said that a great leader must even be more careful about this. The Rebbe himself would not even say most of the piyutim on Rosh Hashanah. He said that only what was written by Rabbi Elazar Kalir. He would omit the rest because as a leader he was extremely careful not to say a single unnecessary word. It is very good to be worthy of being close to a true tzaddik. Regarding the messianic age, it is written, the ends of the earth will be grasped and the wicked shall be shaken from it. However, one who is attracted to a tzaddik, a true tzaddik, can hold on to him and not be cast off. Holding on to the tzaddik, he can remain firm. The Rebbe once said that everyone can see pity in the world. People who do not want to be the objects of such pity and therefore pursue worldly things. People see the pity others have for those who are hungry, thirsty, or in serious trouble. They know how others react to a person who doesn't have clothing or shoes. Therefore, they do not want to find themselves in such a predicament. But one who sees clearly can also perceive the great pity we must have on souls in the world to come. In the future life, there are souls that are literally naked. Still, it is impossible to show them any pity. If a person lacks clothing in this world, others can take up a collection and buy it for him. But such pity is impossible in the world to come. The clothes one needs in that place are Torah and good deeds, and these cannot be given as charity. But a person who is close to a true tzaddik can run to him and receive from him some article of spiritual clothing to put on. The Rebbe discussed this another time and said that in the world to come, many people will be left outside. They will cry a bitter voice, "Give us something to eat." People will come to them and say, "Here is food and water. Eat and drink." But those outside will answer, no, we cannot use such food. What we need is the food of Torah and devotion. Other people will be left outside naked. They too will cry, give us something to cover ourselves with. Again, people will come to them and say, here is some clothing. But they will also reply, no, such clothing is absolutely useless to us. We need mitzvot and good deeds to cover ourselves with. The Rebbe then said, fortunate is he who is worthy of eating many chapters of Mishnah, drinking a number of Psalms, and clothing himself with some good deeds. So tired today. The level of those who help support a true tzaddik is very great and precious. This can be understood by means of a parable. Once there was a son who became separated from his father. The son greatly yearns for his father and the father for his son. Eventually, the father decides to visit his son. At the same time, the son makes up his mind to visit his father. They begin to travel towards each other, and as they come closer, their yearning grows all the more. They continue to travel towards each other until they are separated by just a few short miles. The father begins to feel such great longing for his son that he realizes he will not be able to endure it for the last few miles. The son also realizes that he can no longer hold back his emotions. If he continues for the last few miles, he will be so overcome by his longing that he will literally die. They both decide to cast aside their yearning and put it out of mind. Just at that moment, a coach comes along and swiftly brings the son to his father. Imagine the tremendous joy that the driver brings both to the father and to the son who longed so much. A tzaddik is like a son of God. There is still a barrier separating him from his father. God has a great longing for the tzaddik. Just as the tzaddik yearns to return and come close to God, for they continue to approach each other until they are separated by just a very short distance. Their yearning becomes so great that they both realize they cannot endure it. They both decide to put their longing out of mind. God says, is this my only task? Do I not have many worlds? The tzaddik also says, is this yearning my only duty? Do I not have many other necessary ways of serving God? Just as with the talit, tefillin, and other mitzvot, so they both agreed to set aside their yearning. Just at that moment, a Jew comes along driving a coach. He brings the tzaddik his livelihood and thereby brings him close to God, for a tzaddik eats to satisfy his soul. This is the concept of he will satisfy your soul with splendor. Through the livelihood that the Jew brings him, the tzaddik eats and attains the lights of splendor. The splendor causes the barrier to vanish, allowing the tzaddik to approach God. The person who supports a true tzaddik is thereby responsible for the immeasurable joy when the tzaddik is able to be close to God. The thoughts in one's mind are truly among God's wonders. Thoughts exist in the mind in groupings, like bundles stacked one on top of another. When a person needs a fact, he remembers it by drawing it from the place in his mind. This itself is a great wonder, for where was this thought located until now? Many associations and symbols are located in these bundles in the mind. One remembers a fact because he encountered some idea that stimulates the association and symbolism associated with a particular thought. That idea is then brought forth out of all of the bundles arranged in his mind. When a particular thought emerges, all the other thoughts in his mind are turned over and rearranged in a different pattern. It's just like the physical case, where removing something from a parcel or pile causes its entire order to be rearranged. Most people think of forgetting as a serious drawback, but to me it has a great advantage. If you did not forget, it would be utterly impossible to serve God. You should remember your entire past, and these memories would drag you down, not allow you to raise yourself to God. Whatever you did would be constantly disturbed by your memories of the past. The past is gone forever and need never be brought to mind, because you can forget you are no longer disturbed by the past. It was the Rebbe's practice never to replay finished business in his mind. He put it out of his mind and never thought of it again. This is very precious to consider when serving God. Most people are distressed by past events, especially during prayer. When a person recites his prayers, his thoughts are constantly disturbed by memories of the past. He may think about his housing or household affairs, worrying whether he did something wrong or neglected something important. While attempting to serve God through prayer or study, he might become troubled by his many sins and shortcomings. This is a universal problem, and each person knows his own difficulties. The best advice is simply to forget. As soon as an event is over with, forget it completely and never think about it again. Understand this well, for it is a very important concept. In our sacred literature, we find that God gave us the power to forget so we can appreciate the Torah just as we did the first time we learned it. Because you forget, you can relearn or review a lesson, and it's like learning it anew. Therefore, you appreciate it as much as the first time. A good illustration is provided by men hired to fill leaky barrels. The more they pour into the barrels, the more leaks out. The fool complains, "Why are we working in vain? What good is it to fill the barrels if it all leaks out?" But the wise one replies, "What difference does it make? Don't we get paid every day for our work? If the barrels leak, our wages are not reduced." The same is true of your sacred studies. You might forget them, but your reward is not reduced. In the future, God will make everyone remember everything he ever learned, and even if it was forgotten during his lifetime. This is also true of lessons heard from the lips of a true tzaddik and not understood in the world to come. They will understand. The Torah exists mainly for the soul. In the future life, all souls will remember and understand everything they heard and studied in this world. Fortunate is he who fills his days with much Torah and devotion. You must have great enthusiasm in serving God. Be eager to do as much as possible every hour and every day. Deeds are the main thing. Study much, keep many mitzvot, spend much time praying and pouring out your heart before God. You must do as much as possible in every way. Even so, do not feel overwhelmed. You may find different kinds of devotions in the sacred literature and ask, when will I be able to fulfill even one of these devotions? How can I ever hope to keep them all? Do not let this frustrate you. Go slowly, step by step. Do not rush and try to grasp everything at once. If you are over hasty and try to grasp everything at once, you can become totally confused. When a house burns down, people often rescue the most worthless items. You can do the same in your confusion. Proceed one step at a time. If it happens that one cannot do anything, what can he do? A person who is under duress is exempted by God. Even though there are many things you cannot do, you should still yearn to fulfill them. The longing itself is a great thing, for God desires the heart. The Rebbe had many discussions regarding this, all containing good advice about training oneself to serve God. It cannot be all recorded, but if you are wise and have the desire, you can begin to understand what we have written. Attempt to go through all of our sacred books in the course of your lifetime. You will have then visited every place in the Torah. The very rich travel constantly from land to land. They spend huge amounts just so they will be able to boast that they have been to some faraway place. They consider the sign of high status if, for example, they can boast that they have been to Warsaw. Likewise, while still in this world, you should travel to every location in the Torah. In the future life, you will be able to boast that you have visited every place in our sacred literature. At that time, you will also remember everything you have learned. The Rebbe constantly stressed for the importance of studying the codes of religious law. He emphasized it more than any other study. It is best to study all 4 sections of the Shulchan Aruch in order from beginning to end. If you can also study its major commentaries, all the better. If not, you should at least cover the codes with shorter commentaries. The study is of great spiritual remedy. Through sin, good and evil become mixed up. A legal opinion provides for a clear separation between the valid and invalid, the permitted and the forbidden, the pure and the impure. When you study religious law, good is purified and one is again separated from evil. The Rebbe said that everyone must study the codes each day without fail. If you are under duress and have no time, you may study the law in Shulchan Aruch, any law. Even if it does not follow your regular course of study, you should go through at least one law every day of your life. Under normal circumstances, you should have a practice of studying the Shulchan Aruch in order, a given amount each day. Continue all 4 sections are completed and then start again at the beginning. Continue this way all the days of your life. There are many who would spend much time in the lavatory attempting to cleanse out their bodies before praying in the morning. The Rebbe spoke out strongly and ridiculed this practice. He said that the main thing is to remember that the Torah was not given to ministering angels. It is not necessary to go beyond the requirement of the law. Under the code state only that it is forbidden to pray when one actually feels the need to relieve himself. One who finds it necessary to move his bowels should not pray. Still, many laws are brought in the Shulchan Aruch, especially dealing with emergencies or when one has no other choice. The Mogen Avraham follows the opinion of the Rif that one may pray even if he feels the need, as long as he can contain himself long enough to walk a league, approximately 72 minutes. From all this, we see that there is no need to be overly strict in this respect. One should not keep himself from prayer and study just for the sake of a mere qualm, which in itself is unnecessary strictness and foolishness. The best thing is to pray as soon as you wake up in the morning. If you can easily attend to your needs, then do so, but if not, pray immediately. Even if you have a slight feeling in your bowels, it can be ignored. You should also not spend too much time in the lavatory in general, for this can cause all sorts of ailments and severely damage your health. This is especially true in lavatories where one must squat, since remaining in such a position too long can result in a serious cause of hemorrhoids. Therefore, you should avoid spending too much time there. In general, you should seek You should not seek in these matters unnecessary harsh disciplines which can lead to serious depression. What might have been written earlier was not said for our generation. The Rebbe himself had made this error in his youth, doing many unusual things to achieve bodily purity. He went so far that he endangered his health and even his life, but finally he realized it was foolishness and a waste of precious time. It is actually impossible to ever purify the body completely of all waste matter. Even a person who fasts from Sabbath to Sabbath must still move his bowels, even at the end of the week. He may have gone several days without food, but something still remains in the body. The Rebbe said that it was very important for him to speak out about this, stressing that people not waste time in such foolishness. Even if one must spend time in the laboratory, it is better to leave and return rather than to remain for a long time at once. It is better to pray as early as possible each morning. Prayer is so lofty and precious, and there is no guarantee that one will merit to pray later. Therefore, strive to pray as early as you possibly can. Strengthen yourself in faith, completely avoiding all speculation. Do not look into philosophy, but believe in God with simple faith. It may seem that the average person is very far from philosophical involvement, but many do indeed embrace it. Everybody philosophizes. Even young children often have confusing theories. You must take care to remove all speculation from your heart. Cast it away and do not think about it at all. All you need is a pure faith in God and in the true tzaddikim. We have received the Torah through Moses, our teacher, and it has been transmitted to us by the great, awesome tzaddikim of each generation. This can be relied on without question. All one must do is follow in their footsteps, believing in God with innocent simplicity and keeping his Torah commandments as taught by our holy ancestors. When a person goes with simple faith and without speculation, they can be worthy. God will help him reach the level of desire, which is even higher than wisdom. While the attribute of wisdom is actually higher than faith, we must avoid the wisdom of speculation and rely on faith alone, because faith has great power. When one follows its path, he can achieve desire, a level even higher than wisdom. When one is worthy of desire, he feels a great longing and yearning for God. This feeling becomes so intense that he does not know what to do, and he cries out. But there is a philosopher in every man's heart, the evil inclination which raises questions in the heart. What we must humble it and reject it, strengthening ourselves in faith and enjoying and emptying the heart of all questions. There are sins that infuse the person with skepticism. A person might also succumb to skepticism because he was not conceived in holiness, or because he is guilty of sinning in this regard. Such blemishes are detrimental to one's faith. Therefore, a person should be greatly ashamed of the fact that he has doubts regarding belief. Such questions are not a sign of intelligence, but an indication that he was conceived in an unholy state, or that he himself is guilty of such sins. These are the things that cause one to doubt the essence of our faith. God's glory fills all the earth, for the whole earth is filled with his glory. A person must realize this and remember that his doubts are divorcing him from the living God and uprooting him from the life of all life. We need not describe the great shame a person should have because of such doubts, but with heartbreak and shame, he can expel and destroy all these questions. Faith is a very strong thing. It can greatly fortify your life. If you have faith, then you have a source of comfort and inspiration even when troubles strike. You realize that all troubles are ultimately for your good and are an atonement for your sins. You believe that God will be good for you in the end, both in this world and the next. The faithless skeptic, on the other hand, has nowhere to turn when troubles strike. He is utterly alone, with nothing to enliven or comfort him. It is impossible to put everything into writing, but an intelligent person should be able to build on this himself. The main thing is simple faith. With it, one can be strong in this world and in the next. Happy is he who has such faith, for he will never be moved. There are souls conceived in absolute holiness. Whether a person with such a soul comes down in this world and is not subsequently tainted with sin, he does not have any doubts. Even if others express their skepticism in such a person's presence, his mind is not disturbed. Like an Enoch, which is not aroused by lewd conversation, he remains totally oblivious. His ears are deaf to all their speculation and confusion. Even one who is not endowed with such an extraordinary soul can realize that the average person's questions are mere foolishness. Upon close examination, these questions turn out to be no questions at all. Many people are disturbed by questions for years, not realizing that their questions really contain the answers. Only their lack of intelligence makes them seem like question is in the first place. But they have questions like those one might ask a child. If we have a broken window, why replace it with a pane from the next window if a bird can then fly through the remaining empty frame? Such a question actually includes its own answer, but a child does not realize this and considers it a very difficult question. He will ponder it and not know what to reply. But the question itself is very foolish. The question about the bird is really the answer for the first foolish question. The reason why we do not use the adjacent path pain is precisely because it leaves a space through which a bird can fly. A young child does not have enough intelligence to realize that the answer is included in such a question. Precisely for this reason, the question seems very difficult to them. The same is true of many people. A foolish question enters their mind and they have no idea that this question actually includes its own answer. It seems like a difficult question, but this is due to the lack of intelligence. Understand this well, consider all this and be of strong faith. Flee from the foolishness and confusion and cast all questions and doubts from your mind. Another time when the Rebbe was discussing faith, he remarked, the world considers faith a minor thing, but I consider it an extremely great thing. The path of faith is empty of all sophistication and speculation. It is the innocent faith of woman and the ordinary religious person. Faith is like charity. The Torah says of Abraham, he had faith in God and he counted it as charity. Through faith, one is worthy of having children. The Hebrew word for faith is emunah. Turn the letters into numbers, and the gematria is children, banim. The Rebbe said, great atheism is coming to the world. Many times he told us that the world's many sins are resulting in great unbelief. Fortunate is he who is strong in his faith in these times. The Rebbe said that the fact he is predicting this will not prevent this godlessness and confusion from increasing, and it would still be necessary to fortify one's faith. Thousands of years ago, Daniel and others also predicted the unbelief would proliferate in the days before the Mashiach. They said many will purify themselves and be refined and make themselves shining white. The wicked will act wickedly and only the wise will understand. It has already been predicted there will be great temptations before the Mashiach's coming, and many will purify themselves and be refined and make themselves shining white in faith. Fortunate indeed is the person who resists these temptations and remains firm in his belief. He will be worthy of all the good God promised us and the prophets and sages of old. Knowing full well that this has already been predicted, it would seem ridiculous for a person to succumb to any temptation to abandon his belief. It would seem obvious that every Jew would have enough intelligence to remain firm, but still it is a great trial. Many will fall away, and for this reason it is written that the wicked will act wickedly. The Rebbe said, still I am revealing this for the sake of the faithful few who will remain strong in their belief. They will certainly have great conflicts with him, but when they see that this has already been predicted, it will give them additional strength and encouragement. The Rebbe also said there will come a time when a simple religious person will be as rare and unique as the Baal Shem Tov. Atheism is called the burden. On the verse, how can I alone bear your encumbrance and your burden? Rashi explains that burden refers to the fact that there were non-believers amongst the Jews in the desert. When a person travels to a tzaddik, he casts aside his heavy burden because traveling to a tzaddik is an act of faith. The opposite of unbelief. It is written they have set their mouth against heaven and their tongue walks about the earth. Now that atheism has spread, the cord is untied for the people to speak against every tzaddik and God-fearing person. Those who do this unleash their tongue against the world as if they think nothing of it at all. Actually, their unbelief is directed against God himself, but they are ashamed to speak out against God, so they turn their unbelief against people. This is the meaning of the verse. They have set their mouth against heaven, for they are actually speaking against God, but they act as if their tongue walks about the earth. Since they are ashamed to speak out against God himself, their tongue walks about the earth. They unleash their tongue against God's followers in the world, but the truth is, they have set their mouth against heaven. You should be able to feel another's troubles in your own heart. This is especially true when many are suffering. It is possible to recognize another's anguish clearly and still not feel it in your heart. When an entire community is in distress, you should surely feel its agony in your heart. If you do not feel it, you should strike your head against the wall. Meaning you should strike your head against the walls of your heart. This is the meaning of the verse. You should know that this day and take it to your heart. You must bring the realization from your mind to your heart. Understand this well. We later heard that the Rebbe once said in the meaning of the verse, Chizkiyahu turned his face to the wall. The face that he turned was his mind, bringing it inside the walls of his heart. One's true faith is his mind, and the mind illuminates the face within. We have often discussed the prohibition against having anything at all to do with philosophical works. This even includes philosophical works of the great rabbis. Even these are not permitted, as discussed in many places in our sacred literature. Such things are not the portion of Jacob, and we have nothing at all to do with it. We believe that God created and sustains the world and will restore it in the future. For this, we do not need philosophy. Most books on religious philosophy ask questions that appear very difficult while providing very weak answers. If one probes deeper, he can refute the answer and render it completely useless. Therefore, we may not study these works at all. In truth, that their questions themselves are nothing. They are mere vanity and striving after wind. It appears that many people are drawn to philosophy and have no interest in such fascinating Kabbalistic works as the Zohar and the writings of the Ari. People seek wisdom, yet ignore these sacred works, filled with ideas that are sweeter than honey and enlighten the eyes. The truth is that these people cannot endure such holy things because of the inherently base nature. While they have free choice to overcome this nature, the fact that it is inborn makes it bitterly difficult. Fortunate is the person born in holiness. A favorite subject of the philosophers is the order of creation. They may ask why a star is worthy of being a star, a constellation, while other things are consigned to a lower realm. Or they may ask why animals are not given man's faculties. Why not the other way around? Or they may ask why their head is what it is and not a foot. Questions like these are discussed at length in such books, but it is all vanity and striving after wind, for God is just and righteous, and one cannot question his reasons. Know the world is a rotating wheel. It is like a dreidel where everything goes in cycles. Man becomes angel and angel becomes man. Head becomes foot and foot becomes head. Everything goes in cycles, revolving the alternating. All things interchange, one from another and one to another, elevating the low and lowering the high. This is because all things have one root. There are transcendental beings such as angels which have no connection with the material. There is a celestial which has some connection with the materiality. Finally, there is this lower world which is completely material. All three come from different realms, but all have the same root. All creation is like a rotating wheel, revolving and oscillating. At one time, something can be atop, a head, with another on the bottom, a foot. Then the situation is reversed. Head becomes foot and foot becomes head. A man changes to an angel a man. Our sages teach us that angels were cast down from heaven, entered into physical bodies, and were subject to all worldly lust. Other angels were sent on missions to our world and clothed themselves in physical bodies. We also find cases where human beings literally become angels. For the world is like a rotating wheel. It spins like a dreidel, with all things emanating from one root. We find the foot of one is also higher than the head of another. In the spiritual worlds, the lower level of an upper world is higher than the highest level of a lower one. Still, everything revolves in cycles. This is why we play with the dreidel on Hanukkah. Hanukkah is an aspect of the holy temple. The primary concept of the temple is the revolving wheel. The temple represented the superior below and the inferior above. God lowered his presence into the temple. This corresponds to the superior below. The form of the temple was engraved on a high. This corresponds to the inferior above. The temple is therefore like a dreidel, a rotating wheel where everything revolves and it is transformed. The temple refutes philosophical logic. It is beyond all logic that God, who is above and beyond spirituality, should constrict his presence into the vessels of the temple. Behold, the heaven and the heaven of heaven cannot contain you, how much less the temple. But God brought his presence into the temple, defying philosophical logic. Philosophy cannot explain how a mortal man can have any influence on high. It cannot explain how a mere animal can be sacrificed and rise as a sweet savor, giving pleasure to God, because he spoke and his lip was done, and his will was done. They say that this pleasure is the fulfillment of his will. But how can we even apply the concept of will to God? However, God, by placing his presence in the temple and accepting the animal as a sweet savor, contradicts philosophical logic, as illustrated by the dreidel, the rotating wheel. It is part of the superior below and the inferior above. Between potentiality and actuality stands the power of Hayel. Before anything comes into being, it exists in potential. Coming from potentially to actuality, it must first pass through the intermediate stage of Hayel. Thus, all reality emerges from the Hayel. The Hayel is the starting point of all creation. The three categories of creation, transcendental, celestial, and material, all come from this common root, and they interchange. They all revolve around the root. The letters on the dreidel are Hey, Nun, Gimel, Shin. Hey is Yehud, is Hayuli, the Hayel. Nun is the Nidva, the transcendental. Gimel is Galgal, the celestial, and Shin is Shafal, the material. The letters of the dreidel thus encompass all the categories of creation which turn in cycles, alternating and revolving, one thing becoming another. Chanukah means dedication. That is dedication of the temple, the superior below and the inferior above. This wheel that revolves is the dreidel. This is also the concept of redemption, whose essential feature is the temple, the superior below and the inferior above. When the Jews crossed the Red Sea after the redemption from Egypt, they sang, "You brought them and planted them on the mount of your inheritance, the temple, my Lord, which you had established. With your hands established." Redemption was for the sake of the temple, the revolving wheel in which the superior is below and the inferior above. It shows that all things have one root. This is the meaning of the letters of the dreidel. Gimel, Shin, Nun, and Hey. These are the first letter of the words Ga'alta Shevet Nachalatecha Had Zion. You redeemed the tribe of your inheritance, Mount Zion. This relates to you brought them and planted them on the mount of your inheritance. It is the aspect of the temple symbolizing the revolving wheel, which is the main concept of redemption. This idea is discussed further in the lesson that Rebbe gave on the same Chanukah on the verses, and it came to pass at the end. He will lead them with compassion. The lesson speaks of the superior below and the inferior above, as well as the fact that Chanukah commemorates the rededication of the temple. The surrounding powers discussed in the lesson are an aspect of the dreidel, the revolving wheel, since these surrounding powers encompass and rotate. Wisdom here is an aspect of the hayel. Study the lessons carefully and you will understand. All this we can return to our original discussion. We have no need of philosophy, which is anyway strongly forbidden. We must have faith in God that He created, sustains, and will eventually renew all worlds. Brokenheartedness and depression are not at all the same. Brokenheartedness involves the heart, while depression involves the spleen. Depression comes from the other side and is hated by God. But a broken heart is very dear and precious to God. It would be very good to be brokenhearted all day long. But for the average person, this can easily degenerate into depression. Therefore, you should set aside some time each day to express your brokenheartedness to God. But the rest of the day, you should be joyful. The Rebbe emphasized many times, telling us not to be brokenhearted except for a fixed time each day. Other than during that period, we should always be joyful, but depressed, never. Depression is like anger and rage. It is like a complaint against God for not fulfilling one's wishes. But a person who has a broken heart is like a child pleading before his father. He's like a baby that is crying distressed because his father is far away. Depression can cause a person to forget his name. The Rebbe once spoke in a light vein about the dead who are asked their name by an angel and cannot remember it. He said that the name is forgotten because of the dead person's great sadness and depression. Always be joyful no matter where you are. Even if you are far from God, be happy and praise Him for not making me a heathen. For deeds done against God's will set a time every day to isolate yourself with a broken heart before God. Be brokenhearted but not depressed during this hour. The rest of the day should then be spent in happiness. With happiness, you can give a person life. A person might endure terrible suffering and not be able to express within his heart. There is no one whom he can unburden his heart, so he remains deeply pained and worried. If you come to such a person with a happy face, you can literally give him life. This is a great thing and by no means an empty gesture. The Talmud teaches that two merrymakers were worthy of unusual merit because they made others happy. The Rebbe often spoke about the importance of names. He also discussed the biblical verses beginning and ending with the same letter as one's name, which are customary said before the line Yehiyu L'Ratzon at the end of the Amidah. He once said that he could explain the mystical meaning of the names of all those standing around him, and he spoke most about the Shimon. He said, take the letters Shin, Mem, Ayin, Vav, Nun, Shimon, and rearrange them, and you have the word Avon Mash, away with sin. The Rebbe would not discuss this further. Reb Shimon was his favorite disciples, and the Rebbe said that this rearrangement literally described his essence. He also said, do not be led astray by questions of how a name can contain the secret of a person's existence. When so many people share the same name, do not refer to such things. The Rebbe said, we understood that every aspect of a person's essence is defined by some combination of the letters of his name. We were also able to realize the Rebbe himself had complete knowledge of this. The Rebbe said, the permutation of letters can teach us a great lessons. My teachings are very great, but where they involve these letter permutations, they are even greater. After brokenheartedness comes joy. This latter joy is a true sign of a broken heart. Guard your thoughts carefully, for thought can literally create a holy thing. The higher a faculty, the further it can reach. You can kick a ball with your foot, but throw it higher with your hand. You can reach still further with your voice, calling to a person very far away. Hearing reaches yet further, for you can hear sounds like gunfire from a great distance. Your sight reaches even further, seeing things in the sky. The higher the faculty, the further it can reach. Highest of all is the mind, which can penetrate the loftiest heights. Therefore, you must safeguard your mind very well. You must be very worthy to be able to meditate for a given time each day and regret what must Not everyone merits such mental tranquility each day. The day may pass and go without time to reflect. The person's whole life may pass without him even having one really time to think. Therefore, you must make sure to set aside a specific time each day to calmly review your life, consider what you are doing, and ponder whether it is worthy that you devote your days to it. One who does not meditate in this way cannot have understanding. Although a person may be able to concentrate at times, he cannot do so for any length of time. His power of concentration remains weak and cannot be maintained, and so he does not appreciate the foolishness of this world. But one who has a relaxed and penetrating mind can see all as vanity. Many desire to travel widely and become famous and powerful, but this is vanity and striving after the wind. It is all the more foolish because such fame does not actually result in pleasure and satisfaction even in this world, and it mainly results in suffering and insults. One of the Rebbe's followers once had a strong desire to become a renowned religious leader. The Rebbe told him, "You won't even say the grace of meal sincerely. Everything you do will have to be acceptable to others. You won't be able to do anything solely for the sake of God." The Rebbe often spoke about his childhood piety, his awe, his holiness, and alacrity. He said that he had begun anew many times each day, would begin the day with deep devotion, resolving them from then on. He would be a true servant of God. Then the temptation of food or such would get the better of him, and he would fall from his high level of devotion. But on the same day, he would begin again with new resolve towards true devotion. Thus the Rebbe would fall and begin anew many times each day. He often told us how he continuously began serving God anew. This is an important rule in devotion. Never allow yourself to fall completely, even if you have already slipped in your service of God. At times, your prayer and devotion may seem devoid of meaning. Strengthen yourself and begin anew. Act as if you were just beginning to serve God. No matter how many times you fall, rise up again and start again. Do this again and again. Otherwise, you'll never become a true Jew who is coming close to God. Draw yourself towards God with all your might. Remain strong no matter how low you fall. Whether you go up or down, always yearn to come close to God. No matter how low you have sunk, stay resolved and determined to draw close to God and to yearn and pine for Him and cry out to God. Do everything you can to serve Him in joy. Without this inner strength, you will never be able to truly approach God. Keep going until you are willing to serve God your whole life, even without a promise of reward. You may imagine that you are so far from God that you have no future reward. You must still serve Him as you can, even without such a promise. It may seem that you are heading for Gehenna. Nevertheless, you have a responsibility to do what you can. Continue to serve God as best as you can. Snatch a good deed, a lesson, a prayer, and God will do what is good in His eyes. It is told that the holy Baal Shem Tov once became very dejected. He could find no inspiration and was sure that he no longer merited the world to come. He had absolutely nothing with which to revive himself, but then he said, "I love God, even without the reward of the world to come." The strength of resolution is the only path to God, and no matter who you are, you can still follow it. Begin again, begin anew many times each day. As time passes, you will then find yourself taking the road leading to God. Amen. The Talmud states if Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah would have been tortured, they would have bowed to the idol. The Rebbe spoke about this and said that the Talmud does not mean that they would have certainly given in. People have been beaten and tortured in every way possible without abandoning God. Many tales are told about martyrs in recent times who underwent untold agony to sanctify God's name. Happy are they. The Rebbe often spoke to us about physicians and medicine, denouncing them in the strongest terms. He advised us to avoid them if we had pity on our lives and the lives of our families. Even in the case of serious illness, we should cast our burden upon God and rely on Him alone. We should not place our lives in the hands of even the most outstanding of the physicians, for they are closer to death than to life. The precise remedy depends on each individual's nature as well as the exact time, season, and other variables. Doctors themselves admit that even the greatest physician cannot take all these factors into account without error. Therefore, they can easily do irreparable damage. This is true of even the greatest physicians. The charlatans in our vicinity do not know their right from their left and are literally murderers, killing people with their own hands. One should flee from them as a bowshot, not putting his life on the line with them. It is a great danger even to depend on the greatest physicians, for one who falls into their hands distances himself from life. The Rebbe spoke at great length, but it is impossible to record everything he said regarding this. He told us that while he was in Lemberg, Lvov, home to many great physicians. One of the physicians then told him to keep as far as possible from medicines and people in his profession. This physician said that the research into medicine had shown that it's impossible to fully understand the complexity of the human body and its cures. There are many disputes in the medical field. In Lemberg, there were two groups disputing the treatment of a serious disease. One group recommended a bland diet, saying that anything spicy was highly dangerous. The other group had the exact opposite opinion. It said that only spicy food should be eaten because sweet and bland foods were detrimental. Each group cited cases, claiming the other's treatment was the death sentence. These were among the world's greatest experts, and even they could not determine the truth. Experimental evidence is useless, for sometimes it supports one opinion and sometimes the other. Since even physicians are not sure of the truth, they are not at all dependable. When a person's life is hanging by a hair's breadth, how can he place it in their hands? The slightest mistake can destroy one's life, as we've seen in many cases. The art of healing has many fine points, and these are concealed from the physician. Like the nature of the fetus in the pregnant stomach, the body has many intricacies and details that the physician cannot perceive. One who is ill or one who is caring for someone who is ill, God forbid, shouldn't say, "Whom should I rely?" Certainly I have to do something. I can't just abandon the patient and try not to save him. There is a foolish conclusion, since a doctor is far from life and closer to its opposite. In the end, one must still rely on God. So why not do so from the beginning? Why place the patient in the hands of the doctor, most of whom are the messengers of the angel of death? A person should imagine that he is in the forest, in a wilderness. He would have no other choice but depend on God. He should do the same when doctors are available. Physicians use many hazardous treatments and still be totally ignorant of their effect. It is not surprising that they often do more damage than good. Why depend on a worldly cure when it is most likely to cause harm? The Rebbe often spoke with many great authorities and understood the art of healing very well. Still, he warned us to keep away from doctors. He once told us of a king who killed all the physicians in his kingdom merely because of the great damage they caused. The Rebbe once said in jest that the angel of death oversees the entire world and therefore cannot do all the killing himself. Because he needs help, he appoints agents in each locality. These agents are physicians. Doctors are agents of death and do little more. Fortunate is the man who depends on God alone. Some of what the Rebbe said is alluded to in his published works, but beyond this, the Rebbe often told us to avoid doctors. He said that no matter what happens, we should lift our eyes to heaven and depend on God alone. The Rebbe himself traveled to Lemberg and accepted medical treatment, but this involved deep mysteries. It was not for remedies that he made this trip, but for mystical reasons known only to him. His intentions were as hidden and mysterious as they were in his journeys to Kamenetz, Novarish, and Sharagod. All the Rebbe's travels involved awesome mysteries hidden from all human eyes. Upon returning from one's journey, he told the wondrous story as is included in Sichot. He said that it explained the reason for his trip, but the main of the story itself is very cryptic. Who can fathom the depth of his tales and unravel the mystery of his travels? Everything the Rebbe did involved impalpable secrets. This was said of Rav Levi Yitzhak ben Dazal that he said, "I cannot tell anyone not to take medicine because I took medicine." So the best advice, especially in our times, is to pray and ask God to guide us what to do. The same is true of his journeys to Lemberg. Once he was here, he was compelled from on high to accept medicines for reasons known only to him. But the Rebbe returned from Lemberg, he spoke all the more strongly against medical practice. He strongly cautioned us to avoid doctors, devoting many lessons to this. He may have spoken about this earlier, but after Lemberg, he stressed it all the more. The world has no purpose except as a place in which one can draw himself towards the eternal goal. Do not be concerned with wealth. With or without it, your life can be in vain. The world deceives us completely. It makes us think that we are constantly gaining, but in the end, we have nothing. People spend years earning money, but are left with empty hands. Even a person who attains wealth is taken away from it. Man and wealth cannot endure together. Either wealth is taken from the man, or the man is taken from his wealth. The two do not remain together. Where all the riches accumulated since the beginning of time, people have amassed wealth since the beginning. Where is it all? It is absolutely nothing. In serving God, I don't know of anyone who can claim that he serves God according to his greatness. If you have some conception of God's greatness, I do not understand how you can easily claim to serve him. The highest angel cannot say that he truly serves God. The main thing is desire. Always yearn to approach God. Many want to serve God, but not all have the same desire. There are many levels of desire even in one person. At any given moment, his desire changes. The main thing is to desire, long, and yearn for God. Through this you can pray and study and keep his commandments, but according to God's greatness, all service is nothing. It is not really true service at all, but it is like a performance in relation to the greatness of God. Sophistication is nothing. Only simplicity and genuineness have value. It is forbidden to be foolish even in your simplicity, but sophistication is totally unnecessary. It is not good to be old, whether an old chassid or an old tzaddik. You must remain young, renewing yourself each day and making a fresh start. Only one thing improves with age. The Talmud teaches that a pig becomes stronger as it grows older. Do not be a fanatic. Serving God is not fanaticism. It is those who pursue worldly goods are the true fanatics. The world would consider you a fanatic if you abandon all worldliness in your quest for godliness, but you needn't go far, for you can serve God with restraint. Take my advice and do not let the world fool you. It may try to deceive you, but it will never let things end well. Even for those who acquire all it has to offer, not only will they be harmed, but future generations will be damaged and destroyed. Non-Jews as well need to know this. If the world is nothing, then what can one do? To know this, a person must have help from I, but Israel needs no further help, for the Torah has already taught us. The world says that you need not seek greatness, but I say that you should only seek greatness. Seek out the greatest possible tzaddik. Choose only the greatest tzaddik and guide. Wait 1 second. Desires that oppress a person may not be desires at all. One must eat and drink, but it is a necessity. The body must be sustained. Likewise, one must beget children. This is all necessity and not desire. It can be accomplished in holiness and purity. Your mind can withstand any temptation. It is written, God gives wisdom to the wise. Every man has the potential for wisdom. It is the potential that must be used. This potential alone can overcome all temptations, but God also gives wisdom to the wise, and this can grant you even greater strength. You may have succumbed to desire and sinned in many ways. You may have blemished your intellect, making it confused and weak, but still you have some intelligence, and this alone can overcome all desires. One grain of intelligence can overcome the world and all its temptations. Wherever you are, you can be near to God. You can approach God and truly serve Him, even in the deepest pit of hell. The Rebbe commented that a person needs tremendous effort of God's help, and sometimes both, before the impurities in the mind are cleansed. When you accomplish this, you will not want anything in this world. Everything will be the same to you. It is written, when you go forth, it will guide you. When you lie down, it will watch over you. And when you are awake, it will speak to you. Sages say, when you go forth, if the Torah will guide you in this world, when you lie down, it will watch over you in the grave. And when you awake, it will speak to you in the world to come. When you desire only God and His Torah, everything is the same to you. There is no difference between this world, the grave, and the next world. In all three you can grasp onto God and His Torah. But if you grasp at this world, there is an agonizing difference. The world is spread before you, but the grave is a tight, cramped place. Purify your mind and all will be the same. It is written, the whole world and the whole earth is filled with His glory. God's glory cries out from all things. Even the story of all the nations ring with God's glory. This is the meaning of the verse. Let the nations tell of His glory. It is even reflected in their tales. God's glory always cries out, calling you to come close to Him. For God, with all His love and mercy, wants you to be close. Sometimes in the middle of your prayers, you become inflamed and the words flow from your lips with burning devotion. At this time, God's own light is inside you, beckoning you to draw near. This arousal is a spark of God's own essence. It is written, He is your praise, He is your God. God Himself is in your praise and prayer, and at times you pray right in front of God. Sometimes when God withdraws and is far off, you must still pray to Him. It is written, throw your burden upon God. You must literally throw your prayers towards God from afar. The Tikkunei Zohar states, happy is the man who knows how to throw arrows. These are the prayers that must be thrown towards God. If you have faith, you are truly alive. When you have faith, every day is filled with good. When things go well, it is certainly good, but when you have troubles, it is also good. For you trust that God will eventually have mercy and the end will be good. Everything must be good, for it all comes from God. The life of a person who does not have faith is really no life at all. When evil befalls him and he loses all hope, there is nothing to rouse or comfort him, for he has no faith. He goes without God and His providence has no good. But if you have faith, your life will be good and pleasant. God does not do the same thing twice. Even when a soul is reincarnated, it is not completely the same. The soul has a level of nefesh and a level of ruach, and the two are never brought back in the same combination. The nefesh may be reincarnated, but always with a different ruach. The complete soul is not the same, for God does not do the same thing twice. The Rebbe once spoke of the good one earns in the world to come through serving God. He said that we call this reward good, because there is no other word in human language to describe it. But it is really so much higher than any concept of good that the word is totally inadequate. The most we can say of the world to come is that it is good, but really it's so much greater, and no one has ever seen it other than God. You may think that you were removed from particular temptations such as a desire for wealth. Still, you may be worse off than someone else who is steeped in that desire, because you may be so deeply involved in another desire that it totally overshadows even the desire for riches. Having a desire that can completely overwhelm another desire surely makes you much worse off. The desire in which you are involved may be less significant than the one you are avoiding, but still you are worse off, since you have fallen so deeply into a worldly desire that you have become oblivious to all others. A stubborn infant can literally strike his head against the wall to spite his mother. There are some people who exhibit the same stubbornness and lack of self-control. They give up every pleasure because of some stubborn, overpowering desire. The Rebbe once told us that in his youth he was greatly afraid of death. He feared this greatly. Even so, he would ask God to allow him to die for his sake. The Rebbe did not remember how long this lasted, perhaps for a year. All during this time, he would not say a prayer without also asking God to allow him to give his life for his name. He constantly included this petition despite his great terror of death. So great was the Rebbe's fear of death that these prayers themselves were like giving his life. From this we learn that to serve God you must overcome precisely the thing that overwhelms you the most. It is written, you should love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your might. According to the Talmud, with all your soul means that one should give his life for God. With all your might means the same is true of all of one's money. The Talmud then asks, if one must give his life for God, why is it necessary to state that he must also give his money? It answers that there are some people who value their wealth more than their lives. When you want to come up with new ideas in the Torah, you must concentrate on one particular subject. Take a verse or a topic and review it many times, hammering on the door until it is open for you. Sometimes a thought flashes through your mind and then escapes. You must be a man of valor, pursuing it until it is recaptured. The best thing for children is to keep a proper distance from them and not playing with them all the time. It is best not to be overly attentive. A young girl was once injured in an excavation where they were building new houses in Breslov. Several other people were also in danger. The Rebbe had a long discussion with us regarding building. Following are his words. I've thought deeply about the concept of building, and I see that no one involved in it remains unharmed. This is true of both Jew and non-Jew. People are involved in building because the world cannot do without it. Therefore, people choose this trade. This may be a complex matter, but still no one involved in building remains unharmed. The Talmud teaches whoever engages in building becomes poor. The Hebrew word nisnaken becomes poor comes from the word nisken. It also shares the same root as sakana. A person involved in building is subject to both poverty and danger. It is written they built storage cities, and for Pharaoh, Mishkenot has the same root. The Midrash says that according to one opinion, these storage cities impoverished the Jewish people. According to another opinion, the cities endangered their owners. Building can result in both poverty and danger. The most important thing is laying the foundation. It must be at the correct time and place and make of the correct type of wood. Not all woods can provide a true foundation, but it is not impossible to know all this. For the same reason that people do not know about such things, many types of fruit do not grow in our lands. The world has a foundation stone. Channels emanate from the stone, reaching every land. The Midrash says that the wise King Solomon knew the details of these channels and was therefore able to plant all types of trees. If a person knew the exact location of these subterranean channels, they would be able to grow on our lands many fruit trees that never grew here before. Each channel has the power to stimulate a particular species. Even if a particular channel does not pass through our land, all the channels are intertwined and flow into each other. If one knew the exact place, he could plant any type of tree. If a person knew the location of the channels, he could dig as well in the proper place, and if knew where to plant trees, he could then make any type of tree grow. The foundation stone of the world constantly rises and descends. If one knows its position, he knows what to plant at a particular time. All these things are concealed from the world, for some things may not be revealed. People say that the world is gaining knowledge, but earlier generations made the primary discoveries, and this took the greatest wisdom. Later generations make discoveries only because early ones pressed to prepare the way. One generation makes the basic discoveries, and later generations apply them, but the latter contributions is really the smaller. The Talmud states if you would not have removed the piece of clay, you would have not found the jewel under it. Earlier generations may not have found the jewel, but they did remove the piece of clay. They uncovered the basic principles, allowing others to apply them with little ingenuity. These are the things that may not be revealed, for if we were revealed, later generations would make them objects of worship. If this original knowledge were to be revealed, later generations would use it and add to it, making grave mistakes. They could then develop concepts leading to heretical conclusions. If some things were revealed, each succeeding generation would add on to them and lead astray. This would eventually lead to great destructiveness, promoting heresy. Therefore, the world is not permitted to know about these things at all. It is written, when you enter your land and plant any tree, 3 years shall its fruit be forbidden to you. The Zohar teaches that the evil forces of the Klippah dwell in the trees during those first 3 years. Earlier generations misunderstood this and thought that they were obliged to worship a tree during the 3 years that it was under the influence of the Klippah. According to the error, it was a logical necessity to make a tree an object of worship. For this reason, many such things may not be revealed. We frequently find the expression, I reversed myself in the Talmud, when the sage reverses his opinion. However, this implies that he reversed himself rather than his opinion. When the Talmud says Hadri bi, it is speaking of repentance. The sage had interpreted the Torah incorrectly and was now repenting for it. As soon as he was questioned about it, he became aware of its error. He knew that it caused a blemish in the Torah for which he must repent. Sometimes a person may have the potential for repentance but is not brought out into actuality. He may then try to perceive something above his level, and this will lead him to make his repentance actual. The Talmud says, Hadri bi, literally, I reversed in me, for the repentance was in him, but only potentially. Only now can it be expressed. He reached above his ability, thus causing him to make this mistake. When his companion made him aware of his error, he immediately repented. In this manner, his potential for repentance was actual. Okay.
Let's stop.
Okay. Human thought has tremendous potential. Thought can bring about many things, even inflation. When thought is intensely concentrated, it can exert great influence. Every faculty of the mind, both conscious and unconscious, down to the innermost point, must be focused without distractions. When many people do this, their thoughts can actually force something to take place. To accomplish this, the concentrated thought must spell out every step of the desired result in detail. However, a diffused, generalized thought is like an incomplete vessel. Such an incomplete mental vessel can lead one to error. This is what happened to Nabat, who saw fire emerging from his member and thought that he would be king. You can also make use of this in your studies. You can focus on something so strongly that it comes true. For example, you can concentrate on completing the 4 sections of the Shulchan Aruch. You can calculate that if you study 5 pages each day, you will finish all 4 sections in a single year. Picture in your mind exactly how you will go about this course of study. Concentrate so strongly that you are completely focused on this thought. If your desire is strong and your concentration intense enough, you will succeed. The same strategy can also be applied to other studies such as the Bible, the Talmud with its major commentaries, the Rif, the Rosh, as well as the Arba Turim. The Rebbe said that the Talmud alludes to this concept when it states that thought helps even for the study of Torah. Rashi might interpret this Talmudic passage differently, but the Rebbe's explanation is also certainly true. The Rebbe did not elaborate further, but both are the living words of God. Different things are respected in different lands. When something new emerges, it does so with both good and evil. The good might be minimal, but the bad appears to be good, and so that it is impossible to determine whether it is good or bad. Thus, it may continue to be esteemed. In our lands, for example, miracle workers enjoy high status. Many such miracle workers were, in fact, true tzaddikim, but now there are also many frauds. When something is respected, even a fraudster can be successful at it. He can be totally incompetent as long as he had the desire and ambition. It also depends on where you begin. Suppose you want to play the miracle worker. If you start with the general populace believe such things, you'll be successful. Once you have a reputation amongst the gullible, even the skeptics will follow you. Even if you begin in a place of skeptics where you are ridiculed, you will not have a chance. For example, in places like Germany, miracle workers are not accepted, but begin where you are respected, and once you have a reputation, even skeptics will become your followers. The same is true of the particular customs of tzaddikim in our lands. There are other places where these customs are unheard of. In Muslim lands, for example, religious leaders have the title of Chacham and do not have anything that even resembles such customs. In our area, certain customs are accepted as being the hallmark of a tzaddik. Anyone can adopt these ways and can be accepted as a tzaddik. May God reveal the truth, amen. The very fact that miracles are accepted in a certain place can actually make them makar. But this is not always the case. Fame and prestige prove nothing. Status is not related to merit. One worthy deed can result in a rank that once attained is never lost. The kings of Israel exemplify this teaching because of one meritorious act. They were worthy of maintaining the royal line for 4 generations. As a reward for destroying the idols, God told Yehu, "Your sons of the 4th generation will sit on the throne of Israel." This is difficult to understand. After the 4th generation, their greatness must come to an end no matter what they do. They can do exactly the same thing that merited this royalty in the first place, and it will be of no avail. The decree is sealed, and they must forfeit the throne after the 4th generation. The decree against their fathers determines their fate. Although their ancestor earned the throne because of a certain deed, the inheritors cannot use similar merit to retain it. They may do the exact same deeds as their ancestor, but they are no longer of any avail. No matter what they do, it has already been decreed, and their generations will lose the throne. This is a great wonder, and understand it well. This teaches us that God's ways cannot be understood. It may be decreed that one person will not achieve distinction no matter what merit he has, yet another person may earn 4 generations of fame for a single worthy deed. Understand this. Joy can protect your children from death. The evil force that destroys children is called Lilith. Joy is an antithesis of Lilith. The Rebbe constantly spoke to us about praying with devotion, telling us to put all our energy into the words of our prayers. Many times he told us to force ourselves to pray. There are some who say that prayer must come of itself without being strained. The Rebbe said they are wrong, and one must do everything in his power to force himself. When a person prays with concentration, binding thought to words, bending his ear to hear what he says, and his strength automatically enters his words. All your energy anticipates the time when it will be drawn into words of holiness. When you focus your mind on the prayers, the strength rushes to enter the words. By concentrating on the words, the strength will enter your prayers without your forcing it. Ignoring the words of the wise can cause insanity. The insanity only comes about because one ignores the advice of the wise. If he would take rational advice, he would be normal. His mental state might indicate to him the need to do such thing as tearing his clothes and rolling in the muck. But a wiser man than he tells him not to do these things. If he would only subjugate his will to the wise, his insanity would disappear. Therefore, insanity results only from ignoring the wise. Understand this well. The Rebbe often spoke to us about conversing with God, speaking to God so as to focus on your purpose in life. Have pity on yourself and beg God to help you find Him. Use whatever language you speak best and argue with God, petitioning Him in every way. All these thoughts are brought in the Rebbe's published works, but beyond this, he would frequently discuss this most important concept. If you set aside time each day, at least an hour, to converse with God, you will surely be worthy of drawing close to Him. You may do this for days and years, apparently without effect, but in the end, it will help you reach your goal. The Rebbe said this is how King David conceived the book of Psalms. He also said that the main time King David secluded himself with God was at night. Under his covers in bed, hidden from the sight of all others, he would pour out his heart before God. This is the meaning of the verse, I speak every night on my bed in tears. Happy is he who follows this practice, for it is above all else. Look carefully and read what is written. Follow what is written there, and you will be worthy of truly expressing your thoughts to God. The Talmud states, sing to the one who rejoices when conquered. There are times when you must even conquer God. You may feel that God rejects you because of your sins. You may think that you are still not doing His will. But remain strong and throw yourself before God. Spread your hands to Him and beg that He have mercy and let you still serve Him. It may seem that God is rejecting you, but cry out, no matter what, I still want to be a Jew. This is the way you overcome God. God has great joy when you conquer Him this way. A law was about to be passed, bringing much evil to the Jews. The Rebbe then said, how do we allow God to bring evil in the world? We must call God away from all His other tasks. We must draw Him away from sending evil decrees to the world. We must tell Him to put everything else aside and to listen to us, for we want to ask Him to draw us close. When a Jew wishes to speak to God, God puts aside everything else. Even evil decrees are set aside at this time. God puts everything aside and listens only to the person seeking His presence. The Zohar states that repentance does not help for immorality, and particularly for one who spills his seed for naught. The Rebbe said that this is not true, for repentance helps for all sins. He also said that he was the only one who truly understands that saying in the Zohar, for repentance truly helps no matter how much a person has sinned. True repentance involves never repeating the sin as discussed in the Rebbe's works. You must go through the same situation in which you sinned, but now have pity on yourself and not repeat the sin. Then you will have broken the evil inclination and have repented. You may be influenced by false motives and distracted by many outside thoughts when you pray. Ignore them completely. Do your part and say all the prayers in order, ignoring all disturbing thoughts. Do what you must and disregard these thoughts completely. The Rebbe also said that these disturbing thoughts actually benefit our prayers. Without distracting thoughts, prayer would be impossible. Tremendous powers are always at work, attempting to denounce proper prayers, but distracting thoughts serve to disguise our prayers so that they are ignored by the outside forces. Then these forces do not denounce the prayers and they are allowed to enter on high. God knows the real truth. We may have improper motives or be distracted, but in the very depths of our heart, our sole intent is to God. God knows this. When we pray, our innermost thoughts are always directed towards God. God sees the innermost desire. He sees through the outer thoughts and accepts the prayer in love. It is written, many thoughts are in the man's heart, but God's counsel is what stands. Many thoughts are in a man's heart. When he prays, he is distracted by many outside thoughts. But God's counsel is what stands. There is an innermost point in your heart. Have your thoughts are directed to God alone. This innermost point is called God's counsel. Within this point, your intent is to God alone. God's counsel is what stands. So disregard all distractions and recite your prayers in their order. There are tzaddikim who reveal what they see immediately. These tzaddikim are in the category of Menatzpach. The Talmud states Menatzpach was stated by the seers. Those in the category of Menatzpach must state what they see. Menatzpach is a category of constriction, and those who are in it are incapable of keeping a vision to themselves. Other tzaddikim possess souls from a higher level. They are from a spacious realm and have room to keep their vision to themselves. Sometimes your prayers may be devoid of enthusiasm. At such times you must compel your emotions and make your heart burn with the words. Sometimes a person rouses himself and actually makes himself angry. As people say, he creates his own anger. You must do the same during prayer. Be like the man who makes himself angry. Work yourself up and bring heat and a flaming heart into your prayers. The enthusiasm may be forced at first, but eventually it will become real. Your heart will burst aflame with God's praise and you will be worthy of praying with passion. You can make yourself happy in the same way, particularly during your prayers. Pray with great joy even if happiness is forced. Happiness is always a virtue, but it is especially so during prayer. If you are disturbed and unhappy, you can at least put on a happy front. Deep down, you may be depressed, but if you act happy, you will eventually be worthy of true joy. This is true of every holy thing. If you have no enthusiasm, put on a front. Act enthusiastic and the feeling will eventually become genuine. Understand this well. The Rebbe often spoke with us about prayer. He constantly told us to force ourselves to pray with devotion, strongly binding our thoughts to each word and listening very carefully to the words we are saying. The Rebbe had told many of his disciples to study the Kabbalistic writings of the Ari, but even these disciples were not advised to follow the Kabbalistic devotions during prayer found in these works. He said that perfect prayer is the plain meaning of such words as Baruch Atah Hashem, blessed are you God. Devotion and concentrating on the meaning of the words and listening to them carefully. The Rebbe would ridicule those who said that a person should not force himself to pray. He advised us very strongly to pray with all our might, putting all our strength into each letter of the service. He also instructed us to ignore all disturbing thoughts during prayer. His advice is that we merely pray correctly, disregarding all distractions. He said we should turn our minds away from all such thoughts completely. The Rebbe said that it may be impossible to go through the entire service with proper devotion. Still, each person can say a small portion with true feeling. We see this all the time. One person might have deep feelings while saying the Ketoret, the prayers in the place of the incense offering. Another may pray best during the Pesukei de Zamra, the opening psalms. I, Reb Nachman, once saw a lesson regarding this in the Rebbe's writings. It was never copied, and I can only report what I remembered. The Tikkunei Zohar also states that there are masters of the hands and masters of the feet. The human body has a transcendental counterpart, and each of the limbs correspond to a portion of the service. Each person is also associated with a particular limb. When he comes to the part of the service pertaining to his limb, he is aroused to great devotion. You may sometimes pray with great devotion, but then the feeling departs and other words begin to seem empty. Do not be discouraged if you have merely left your area in the transcendental form. Continue the service saying each word in absolute simplicity. Sometimes you will try very hard and you will still not be able to pray, but never become discouraged. This is the most important rule of all. Force yourself to say each word of the service. Make believe you are a child learning to read and simply say the words. In most cases, God will then touch your heart with a flame and it will be aroused to pray with feeling. Just do not make a test of this. For deep inside, you are very far from prayer, because prayer is so very high. It is even above the study of Torah. How can you be worthy of serving God in such a lofty manner? Do your part. Simply begin the words of the service. Adon Olam Asher Malach, Lord of the world who reigned. Listen to every word you say. Concentrate and do not let your thoughts stray. Simply keep your mind on the words of the services. Follow the order of the service even without feeling. Continue word by word, page by page, until God helps you achieve a feeling of devotion. And even if you complete the entire service without feeling, it is not the end. You can still say a psalm. There are other prayers to be said. In general, you must force yourself to do every holy task with all your might. This is especially true of prayer, but if you are not worthy of achieving this, it is still forbidden to become discouraged. Be strong and cheer yourself as much as possible. This is discussed widely in the Rebbe's published works. Pray in happiness with a joyful tune. Put yourself into a cheerful mood before you begin your worship. Seek out your good points, using them to bring joy to your prayers. This is discussed in the Likutei Moharan on the verse, sing to God while I exist. The Rebbe's teachings regarding prayer are very extensive and can only be outlined here. If you are intelligent, you will understand the main points. Ponder them well, for they contain awesome advice and are full of truth and sincerity. Look further in the Rebbe's lesson on the verses, the deeps, they cover them, and make a light for the ark, respectively. Open your eyes and contemplate these lessons well. In these lessons, the Rebbe said the main thing is truth. You may be distracted during your devotions, but grasp on to the truth. No matter what your level, you can speak the simple truth in your prayers. Consider the Rebbe's words and you will certainly be worthy of true prayer. It is an important rule in all devotion. The Tikkunei Zohar speaks of hands writing secrets. We once heard that the Rebbe said these are the motions one makes during prayer. We heard that the Rebbe once said that he studied all 4 sections of the Shulchan Aruch 3 times. The first time he understood its simple meaning. The second time he was able to trace the Talmudic source of each law. The third time he understood the Kabbalistic significance of each law and its relationship to the transcendental worlds. From the way it was told, we understood that the Rebbe did this in his youth. We know that he later reviewed the Shulchan Aruch many times. This was the Rebbe's way. He literally drank in knowledge. This was true even towards the end of his life when he suffered greatly from tuberculosis. He was very involved with the congregation. He spent hours with us, offering us advice and teaching us how to approach God. His mind may have constantly been soaring in the highest ethereal realm. Still, he would spend considerable time each day in simple study. With all this, the Rebbe was never pressed for time. He was always calm and relaxed. It is absolutely impossible to describe his unique sincerity. Because of it, he had time for all things. The Rebbe always studied quickly. In a single hour, he could go through several pages of the Shulchan Aruch, including all its major commodities. On a page of Orach Chaim, he would include the Taz, the Mugen Avraham, the Be'er Guru, the Bri Chadash, and the Ateret Zekenim. He would study their counterparts in the other sections of the Shulchan Aruch. He once told us that in the morning, between the time the congregation began to assemble and the time they began worshiping, he would go through at least 4 pages of the Shulchan Aruch. This was true of everything the Rebbe studied, whether it was the Talmud or the codes. The Rebbe literally flew through the pages. Many times the Rebbe told us that it is best to study a subject rapidly and not to spend time on each detail. Study with speed and simplicity. Understand each thing in its own context and do not confuse yourself with its relation to other subjects. If you do not understand the concept, do not spend too much time in it. Go further, and in most cases you will eventually comprehend the first thing as well. The Rebbe said that when you study, you need only read the words aloud and in order. Then you will automatically understand. Do not confuse yourself by trying to understand everything at once. You will have much difficulty and end up understanding nothing. Concentrate on what you are studying. Read the words in order and with enthusiasm. Understanding will come of itself. What you do not understand at first, you will comprehend later. Even if things that you never understand, the quantity outweighs all else. The Talmud teaches, learn everything and then seek understanding. You must read the words even if you do not understand them completely. It is written, my soul broke through with desire. The Talmud comments that the surface must be broken, but the depths need not be explored. One need only read the words, even if he does not understand fully. When you study quickly, you will absorb a great deal. You will be able to review each volume many times. What you do not understand at first will appear simple. The second or third time, you will eventually understand all that you can. The Rebbe spoke about this so often that everything cannot be recorded, but what we have quoted here is excellent advice. From this, follow this path and you will complete many volumes. You'll have a better understanding than one who tries to comprehend everything the first time. A person who is overly meticulous can become very confused. Often he will abandon his studies completely and end up with nothing. Accustom yourself to learn quickly without too much attention to detail. You will then be worthy of learning in quantity. You will be able to complete the Talmud, the codes, the Bible, the Midrash, the mystical books of the Zohar, the Kabbalah, and all other sacred works. We have already mentioned that it is good for a person to complete all books concerning the Torah in his lifetime. The Rebbe once reckoned that a person must study each day if he has the time. You should study enough each day so that at the end of the year you will have completed the entire Talmud with the Rif and the Rosh, the 4 sections of the Shulchan Aruch, all the Midrashim, all the books of the Zohar, Tikkunei Zohar, and Zohar Chadash, and all the Kabbalistic writings of the Ari HaKadosh. Besides this, you should spend time each day studying in depth. You should also say the Psalms each day as well as many additional prayers. Even if all this does not exist, the Rebbe's list. At that time, the Rebbe also spoke at length, telling us to study quickly and eagerly without confusion or over attention to detail. The Rebbe also told us not to review each thing immediately. He advised us to complete each volume as rapidly as possible from beginning to end, and then to review the entire work as a whole. The Rebbe also told us not to be anxious if we would not complete everything he suggested each day. One can be a religious Jew even without that much study. He also says that one can be a tzaddik even without being a profound scholar. Deep perception can be attained only with Talmudic scholarship, but even the simplest Jew can be righteous. It is not incumbent upon you to complete the work, but neither are you free to desist from it. The world is full of strife. There are wars between the great world powers. There are conflicts within different localities. There are feuds among families. There is discord between nakeds. There is friction within a household between man and wife, between parents and children. Life is short. People die every day. The day has passed and will never return. And death comes closer every day. But people still fight and never once remember their golden life. All strife is identical. The friction within a family is a counterpart of the wars between nations. Each person in a household is the counterpart of a world power, and their quarrels are the wars between those powers. The traits of each nation are also reflected in these individuals. Some nations are known for anger, others for bloodthirstiness. Each one has its particular trait. The counterparts of these traits are found in each household. You may wish to live in peace. You have no desire for strife. Still you are forced into dispute and conflict. Nations are the same. A nation may desire peace and make many concessions to achieve it, but no matter how much it tries to remain neutral, it can still be caught up in a war. The two opposing sides can demand an allegiance until it is drawn into war against its will. The same is true in a household. Man is a miniature world. His essence contains the world and everything in it. A man and his family contain the nations of the world, including all their battles. A man living in isolation can become insane. Within him are all the warring nations. His personality at a particular time is that of the victorious nation. Each time a different nation is victorious, he must change, since he plays the roles of all the nations. This can drive him insane, for he is alone and cannot express the war within him. But when one lives with others, these battles are expressed through their families and friends. There may be strife in the household of a tzaddik. This too is a war between nations. It is also the war between the 12 tribes, such as between Ephraim and Yehuda. When the Mashiach comes, all wars will be abolished. The world will have eternal peace. As it is written, they will neither hurt nor destroy. Fairness is in every place. A person may commit every outrage, but he still has a sense of fairness. It may be blunted, but it still exists. There are people who can immediately sense any unfairness. Others do not sense it until after they had committed some wrong. Still others feel no remorse until they have committed a number of offenses. But each man has his limit. There is a danger of outrage that stimulates the sense of fairness. I, Rabbi Nachman, was once in a small village. A military commander had come there demanding horses, saying they were needed to carry mail. The villagers bribed him to leave them in peace. They kept their horses, and the officer had some easy money. Soon one of his junior officers arrived. The commander convinced him that he should also try the trick. The second officer went to the villagers and also demanded horses for the mail. He was also bribed and walked away with a tidy sum. A third officer then passed through the town. He was really in charge of the mail and was short several animals. He actually needed the horses and would not be satisfied with a bribe. A village chief went and pleaded before the commander. The people had already paid 2 bribes, but would still have their horses taken. At this point, even the commander recognized the unfairness of the situation. He ordered the officer in charge of the mail to leave the villagers alone, and the horses were not taken. The same commander had already robbed the villagers without qualm. He had then advised his junior officer to do the same. It took 2 crimes before his sense of fairness could even begin to function. But by the 3rd time, even he realized that the situation was hardly fair. It was then that he ordered that the village be left alone. Fairness exists everywhere. It may be buried, but it can always be accessed. It is written in the Zohar that even the left side, the side of the evil, contains both right and left. Even the unholy has a spark of the divine. The left side has a right, even though its right may not even reach the left side of the holiness. The right side is fairness. It even exists on the other side. But on the other side, righteousness and fairness begin very late, even after the fairness of the left side of the holiness. Understand this. When one begins to truly serve God and attach himself to a great tzaddik, he is often filled with great confusion and evil thoughts. The evil was always there, but now it is surfacing. A pot of water may seem perfectly clear, but it was placed on a fire and begins to boil. All its impurities are brought to the surface. One must stand by and constantly remove these impurities. The original purity is merely an illusion. With a little heat, the impurities surface. After these impurities are removed, the water is truly pure and clear. The same is true of a person. Before he begins to serve God, good and evil are completely mixed together within him. The impurities are so closely united with the good that they cannot be recognized. Then this person comes close to a true tzaddik and begins to burn with great feeling for God. He is touched by the heat of purification, and all the evil and impurities come to the surface. Here again, one must stand by and constantly remove the dirt and impurities as they appear. In the end, the person is truly pure and clear. Purification requires this period of agitation and confusion. In the beginning, a person is totally immersed in the material. He then begins to come close to God. It would seem possible to remove this dirt and impurity at once from those who abandon material pursuits and begin to serve God, but the person's mind is completely intermingled with this mire. Were it not be removed immediately, his mind would be drawn out with it. Therefore, one must be purified little by little in gradual stages. People have more power than the evil inclination itself. They have great power to influence others, keeping them from serving God and from drawing close to a true tzaddik. The evil inclination is given power only in a particular realm. Its ability does not extend beyond this, but man includes all realms. There is nothing that is beyond his ability. Therefore, a person can do more to deter another person than from God and the evil inclination himself. Other people can hold you back greatly. If you were alone, without the negative influence of others, you would always direct yourself towards the path of life. You might be confronted by every type of confusion, worry, and frustration, but still, you would eventually end up on the right path. If you sinned, you would regret it and find the true path in the end. It becomes much more difficult when others confuse you. You might associate with those that think they know something about philosophy. You might associate with cynics who are involved in studies that ridicule everything sacred. Such people can confuse you and frustrate you more than anything else. The world may consider this sophistication, but it can lead to great confusion. The world teaches that all values are relative and any path is permissible. This is especially true of philosophy, which can cause tremendous spiritual damage, as discussed earlier. There is also certain sarcasm, even amongst those who seem religious. This is as harmful as philosophy. This sarcasm is literally the same as philosophical skepticism. It can even be worse, since most Jews recognize the dangers of philosophy and avoid it. They know that philosophy can drag them down into the deepest pit, but people are not so careful to avoid sarcasm and sophistication, especially when it emanates from those who appear to be religious and clothe all their opinions in religious expressions to prove their veracity. People do not avoid them, thinking that they are on the right path, yet these people are the ones who can cause the most harm, frustrating and confusing those who truly want to serve God. Fortunate is the man who walks the true path, avoiding all sophistication. He is simple and upright, fearing God and shunning evil. It is written, "With this I know that you delight in me, for my enemies upon me have not been evil." My enemies have not been evil. Tzaddikim oppose me. Through this I know that you delight in me. Regarding anxiety and fears, most things and people that people fear cannot harm them at all. The only time a person can think clearly is when he is dead. When he is lying on the ground with his feet to the door, he will have the calmness and clarity to see himself and will finally see the truth. For then he will realize that all his anxiety and fear of who stood in his way were mere foolishness. All his anxieties were for nothing. For what can a mere mortal do to him? The same is true of his desires and temptations. Lying there dead, he will realize that he wasted his days in vain. He will know that his most overwhelming desires were mere foolishness and confusion. Who really forced him? But only when he is dead can he truly, fully understand these things. There is also a deeper meaning to this. It is not the person who fears, but something else within him. One may realize clearly that the thing he fears cannot harm him. He cannot help but be terrified of it. This is because of that something within him that generates this fear. We actually see many people with ridiculous phobias. They themselves realize the foolishness of their fears, but they cannot overcome them. When we suddenly shout behind a person's back, he becomes startled. He exhibits fear, and even before he knows of what he is alarmed, he can have fear without even entering his conscious mind. But fear is not in the conscious mind, and therefore does not have to be rational, for the fear actually stems from something else within a person. The same is true of desire. One may realize that his desire is utter foolishness, but it still remains strong. Here again, it is not the person who desires, but something else within him. Even when he realizes the foolishness of a desire, something else continues to want it. If you learn to settle your mind, you can easily rid yourself of all fears, anxieties, and desires. You must realize that these fears and desires are really nothing, and that something else within you is responsible for them. Understand this, and you can overcome everything. For you have free will, you can easily train your mind to discard that which is inside you that causes your fears and desires. Do not say that the pit and grave will be your refuge. In this world, you have the burden of livelihood and many other worries. Therefore, you are not aware of minor annoyances. A mosquito can bite you because of your many concerns. You may not even feel it, but in the grave, you have no distraction. You can even hear the sound of the maggots crawling towards you and feel the pain of every bite into your flesh. There is nothing that can take your mind away from this suffering. May God spare us. A man once asked the Rebbe whether he should undertake a particular journey. The Rebbe answered that if you have a need to travel, you should not remain at home and stubbornly refuse to go. Wherever you travel, there are things you must correct. You must only be careful not to sin while you are there. If you do not sin, you can correct things wherever you travel. Even if you are such an average person, you will do holy things in each place. You will pray and say a blessing over food and many similar things. Even the lowliest Jew does holy things wherever he goes. Each person is destined from on high to be in a particular place at a given time. At that time and place, there is something he specifically must correct. When you have occasion to travel, it is for your own good. If you would not make the journey voluntarily, you might be forced to go in chains. The Talmud teaches Jacob would have had to come to Egypt in chains, but was saved by his merit. This is true of every person. If you find it necessary to travel, it is a favor from on high. Otherwise, you might have to make the journey in chains. The Rebbe told us to an ordinary person, because even the average person accomplishes great things wherever he may go, as long as he does not sin in any way. The secret meaning of this teaching is alluded to in the Pri Etz Chaim Shad Kriyat Shema, concerning the intentions we must have when recalling the Exodus. Wedding customs. It is customary for people to stand up and say numerous things at a wedding. It is also customary to begin by saying, Ella, rise. The Talmud states a woman may rise with her husband but does not descend with him. People say rise along with the humor, for the bride will rise up with her husband in every joy and pleasure, but will not descend with him. It is customary to cover the bride's face with a veil. Rachel is the beautiful girl who has no eyes. This is the bride. It is written, God's glory is to hide a thing. This also speaks of the bride. It is customary to throw baked goods at the groom. It is written, wherever the spirit went, the Ophanim were lifted up. And often as an angel, baked goods are often. The similar spelling indicates a similarity in essence. The bridegroom presents the spirit. Wherever the bridegroom goes, baked good spirits are lifted up. It is customary to give money to the dancers at a wedding. This is called Shabbat money. It is written, hosts of angels whirls and spin, and she who stays home divides the spoil. The dancers whirl and spin. When they are given money, they divide the spoil. The revelation at Sinai was a wedding. It is written, his mother crowned him on his wedding day. This is the revelation at Sinai. Mount Sinai is also a ladder. Take the letters of the word Sinai and turn them into numbers. The gematria then gives you Sulam, ladder. This is the ladder at Jacob's dream. It is written, behold the ladder, and behold, angels of God went up and down. The dancers go up and down, raising and lowering their bodies. They dance on the ladder of Sinai. the day of the wedding. The money given to the dancers is called Shabbat money. It is written, she who stays home divides the spoil. This is the money given to the dancers, as mentioned earlier. In Hebrew, the words bayit, tzahak, from the Shabbat money. It is customary for the bridegroom to deliver a scholarly discourse. It is written, his mother crowned him on his wedding day. The wedding day alludes to the revelation of Sinai. The bridegroom speaks words of Torah, just as God did at Sinai. It is customary to present the bridegroom with gifts. These are called Drash Gishnak, discourse gifts. It is written, you have ascended on high, you have captured the prize, you have received gifts from among men. These are the gifts given to the bridegroom. It is said that the bridegroom lecture helps to unite the couple. Before Jacob envisioned the ladder in his dream, it is written, he lay down in that place. The letters of Vayishka can be arranged to spell, and there are 22. These are the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. The bridegroom's lecture unites the 22 letters into words of Torah, just as the couple is united. It is customary for dancers to do pristikas, raising and lowering their bodies. It is written, I will go down to Egypt with you and I will bring you up. This is symbolized by the up and down motions. I will go down with you to Egypt. The exile in Egypt was to gather people together, the holy sparks from Adam's wasted scene. I will bring you up, a wedding and rectification of the covenant and a unification. I will bring you up. It is customary to interrupt the bridegroom's lecture. This symbolizes the breaking of the tablets. It is customary for the man, the best man, to dress the bridegroom in a plain white linen robe. It is written, and Joseph will place his hand on your eyes. The son closes his eyes upon the death. Joseph is the best man. The kittel is the garment of the death. It is customary for the dancers to do somersaults. The revelation at Sinai was a wedding. There is written, Moses went up. It is also written, God descended onto Mount Sinai. Sinai then involved the superior below and the inferior below. Above. Thus the dancers engage in somersaults. Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur make it appropriate for one to possess a beautiful etrog. People say that a fool has a beautiful wife. The esrog is analogous to a wife. It is written, you are entirely beautiful, my beloved, and have no blemish. The Zohar states this is the etrog. It is also written, behold, a child is crying and she had mercy on him. It says that when the Jews are crying like a child, they awaken God's mercy. That's it for today. On Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, the Jews resemble just such a child. In Hebrew, the child is a nar. Nar also means a fool. When the Jews become such a child, they must have a beautiful etrog. A fool has a beautiful wife. The more Jews personify a crying child, the more they deserve this beautiful etrog. The world says that a fool has a beautiful wife. Following is the reason for this. Intelligence lies in the brain. The brain is nourished by the marrow in the bones. It is written, the marrow of his bones is moistened. The marrow is sustained by the fats and fluids of the body. Since the fats and fluids are what sustains the marrow, they maintain the intellect. Therefore, the intellect is sustained through the body's fats and fluids. The fool has limited intelligence because his brain cannot draw from the marrow in his bones. Therefore, his bones are left with an overabundance of marrow. It is written, he took one of his ribs and made it into a woman. A man's destined mate is taken from his bones. A fool's wife then receives an overabundance of marrow. Therefore, she has a deep inner intelligence. It is written, a man's wisdom lights up his face. Beauty comes from the intellect. Consequently, a fool's wife appears beautiful. This is also true in the spheres of holiness. The roots of holy knowledge must be drawn into the etrog. This is explained in the writings of the Ari. To explain this a little bit, the etrog is Malchut, the royal bride. The bridegroom is Ze'er Anpin, the small-faced one. The body of Ze'er Anpin is comprised of the 6 directions. The mentalities, mental faculties, or intellects of this body are the chasadim, benevolences, mercies of these directions. When the etrog is taken, these mentalities are drawn into it. The lights of mercy then enter the etrog. The root of mercy is knowledge. This is the mystery of the shaking of the 4 species, as explained in the writings of the Ari. When the etrog is taken, light is drawn from the mentalities of Ze'er Anpin to those of the 6 directions of the body. These mentalities are then illuminated and increased. The etrog, the royal bride, is then enlightened by these mentalities. The etrog is analogous to the fool's wife. The fool's mental power remains within the marrow of his bones and does not rise to his brain. It can by be bestowed upon his wife. However, in the sphere of holiness, the lights of the brain are drawn into the body. The mental power is then drawn into the etrog from the increased light in the body. The etrog is thereby illuminated. Look carefully into the writings of the Ari and you will understand this well. This is also the concept of the sukkah. It is written, for Israel is a child and I love him. Love is an embrace with the right hand. This embrace is the sukkah. On Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, the Jew enters into an aspect of, behold, the child was crying, and she had mercy on him. Then on Sukkot, he can enter the aspect of, for Israel is a child and I love him, the sukkah. Regarding the custom of turning over the tables on Shabbat HaGadol, the Sabbath right before Pesach, speech remains in exile until Pesach. Pesach is Pesach, a mouth speaking. On Pesach, speech emerges from exile. This is the main idea of the Exodus. The table connotes speech. As it is written, he spoke to me. This is the table that is before God. He spoke to me regarding my food and sustenance. That is the table that is derived from the aspect of speech. Thus it is written, from all that emanates from God's mouth will man live. When a speech is not in exile, then the table is turned towards us in an aspect of face. He spoke to me. This is the table that is before God. Literally means towards the face of it. Thus, when he spoke to me, then the table is an aspect of face or facing. Speech remains in exile until Pesach, until the Exodus. The tables are therefore turned over on Shabbat HaGadol to show that speech is yet in an aspect of face. Speech emerges from exile only on Pesach. Pesach, a mouth speaking. There are bundles and bundles of sins. One sin leads to another sin. When a person commits one sin, it then causes him to commit related offenses. The latest sins are then responsible for still more related wrongs. Each sin draws along those related to it. All these then follow the first. The unrelated sins are not in that group. This is the concept of bundles and bundles of sin. The first sin, together with the related ones following it, forms one package. Each subsequent sin likewise forms its own package. In this manner, bundles and bundles of sins are created. Each of these bundles of sins results in the creation of a troop of angels who destroy and accuse. These destroyers and accusers cry out, give us life, give us food. He, the sinner, is the Balavera, literally the owner of the sin. Then they cry out to the one who committed the sin, who brought them into existence. He is literally their owner and is responsible for them. He is the one who must provide them with food and sustenance. The first sin in the bundle was absolutely without coercion. The sinner must therefore sustain its resultant destroyer and accuser, but he must also sustain the other sins in the bundle. He may argue that these sins were forced upon him, yet they all resulted from his original related sins, so this is no excuse. The destroyers and accusers can argue that he should have protected himself immediately by observing one of the Torah commandments. Since he did nothing to protect himself, he must sustain and nourish the entire troop. The remedy for this is to learn to observe the 13 attributes of divine mercy. You must fulfill these 13 attributes by displaying mercy and doing good deeds. When you do this, the revelation of the 13 attributes within you stimulates the 13 attributes of mercy on high, which humble and eliminate the destroyer bred by your sins. We pray, God, King, sitting on the throne of mercy, forgiving the sins of his people, removing the first one first. This prayer introduces the 13 attributes. Through the 13 attributes, God removes the first sin in each bundle, the other sins in the package, then return to God who grants them sustenance. It is written, I will teach rebels your ways and sinners will return to you. Your ways refer to the 13 attributes. Moses asked God, let me know your ways. Immediately God revealed the 13 attributes to Moses. When one learns to observe God's ways, the 13 attributes, the sinners will return to you. The sinners are the sins in the package which can now return to God. We must now understand how God sustains these angels of destruction. There is the first among the first on the other side. It is written, Edom, the first one went out. Therefore, Edom is the first of the first. This is the first one of the initial sons, resulting in all the other. The Jewish people are so holy that they should not sin at all. Our sins are a product of the diaspora, when we were under the power of other nations, and we must pay them taxes and levies. Therefore, all sins result from Edom, which is the cause of our exile. This Edom is the first among the first. Therefore, God places all our sins on Edom, who must sustain them. Regarding those who drove us into exile, it is written, place sin upon their sin. God places Israel's sins upon them, which sustains the destroying angels. This is accomplished through pity, which arouses the 13 attributes of mercy. The poor are in the category of strict justice rather than mercy from on high. Regarding Simon, it is written, I will divide them in Jacob and scatter them in Israel. Then Simonites will go from door to door accepting charity. Therefore, Simon is in the category of strict justice from on high. In addition, we can actually see that the poor lack a sense of mercy and can be very cruel. They are in the category of strict justice, which contains no mercy. Because the poor lack mercy in connection to the 13 attributes of mercy, they cannot on their own arouse these attributes on high. Thus, the poor must beg God for mercy. They must plead before God that He Himself have mercy through the 13 attributes and awaken the attributes on high. When He does this, He then removes the first one first. It is written, do not recall our first sins against us. Quickly let your mercy precede us, for you are very poor. We ask that God not recall our first sins in each bundle of sins. We plead that He remove the first one first in each bundle, and the other sins in the package are automatically discarded and destroyed. But God removes the first one first through the 13 attributes of mercy. Therefore, we must first arouse these attributes by practicing them in our own lives. We ask God, quickly let your mercy precede us. We must ask this, for we are very poor. We are in the category of the poor who lack mercy. Therefore, we are powerless to awaken the 13 attributes. Therefore, we spread our hands to God, begging that He Himself awaken the 13 attributes of mercy. Quickly, let your mercy precede us, for we are very poor. We alone have no power to do this. Quickly, let your mercy precede us. It must come from you, for we are very poor. We plead that God do this, and then do not recall our first sins against us. For then He will remove the first one first in each bundle of sins, letting the other angels of destruction be automatically removed and destroyed. Before each person goes to sleep, he sees the souls of all his dead relatives. He also sees the souls of all who share his soul root. It is taught that when one dies, one sees all these souls. Sleep is 1/60th of death. Therefore, one also sees these souls before going to sleep. When you see these souls before going to sleep, you see them only vaguely and in passing. Even before death, there are many levels of seeing souls. The great tzaddik will see them very clearly, but the average person sees them only in passing, like a spark flashing before his eyes. Sleep is only 1/60th of death. The vision is therefore only 1/60th of the splashing spark. It may only be subliminal and not actually sensed. People are not aware of the vision before going to sleep because it is only 1/60th of the already vague vision that one has before death. But the truth is that every person has this vision. If you want to study with continued diligence, be careful never to speak against a fellow Jew. When the bride is beautiful, love is perfect. But when the bride is blemished, love cannot be complete. The Torah is a bride. It is written, Moses charged us with the Torah, the heritage for the congregation of Jacob. The Talmud states, do not read Morasha, but Mehurasha. Moses charged us with the Torah, the betrothed of the congregations of Jacob. Every Jew is a letter in the Torah. The 600,000 letters of the Torah parallel the 600,000 of the Jewish people. The Torah is the root of all Jewish soul. If there is a defect in a single Jew, it is also a blemish in the Torah, the root of the Jewish souls. If so, it is impossible to fully love the Torah. But if you are careful not to speak against any Jew, then you will also find the Torah perfectly beautiful. You will then have a deep love for the Torah. But when the bride is beautiful, love is perfect. The great love will lead you to great diligence in your studies. It is written, God's Torah is perfect, it restores the soul. Each Jew represents a letter in the Torah. When people neither seek nor speak of the flaws in their fellow Jews, then the Torah is perfect, with neither flaw nor blemish. When God's Torah is perfect and it restores the soul, when people find the Torah without fault, then their love makes them worthy of continuous diligence in its study. When the soul descends to this world, its destined task is elevated. For example, when the soul of a scholar is born, scholarship in general is uplifted in the world. It will continue to rise from the day of the birth until the day he dies. Likewise, when a royal soul is born, military strategy and similar governmental concerns are enhanced. The type of scholarship advanced by the soul will depend on the type of scholar into which the soul develops. The same is true of a royal soul. It can produce a benevolent kingdom or a wicked one. In general, the task associated with a particular soul is uplifted from the day the soul enters the world. In every man's life, there are years of strength, years of stability, and years of decline. If a man lives 70 or 80 years, then the first third of his life will be his years of growth. The next third will be those of stability, and the last third, those of decline. For a third of your lifetime, you advance step by step along with all your powers and abilities. You then experience a phase where you stand still. Then comes the third of life when you are in your years of decline. Your years of stability are those of fullness, with all your powers are perfect and complete. You are then in the category of the opposition of the moon. The new moon is very small, then it waxes until it's opposite the sun. When it reaches its greatest size and remains stable, it then begins to wane and decrease in size. Moisture is determined by the moon. As the lunar cycle progresses, tides begin to rise higher. Towards the end of this cycle, the moon wanes and tides are reduced. The more people repeat the statement, the more benign it becomes. Often the Talmud says, it is what people say. Those are non-Jewish sayings that enter Jewish conversations. They are then elevated to become lofty concepts. These sayings are like seawater. Seawater is too salty to drink, but when it travels through the mountains of sand, it becomes fresh and sweet. Sand purifies water and makes it drinkable. The Rebbe did not elaborate on this further. No, there is a light that shines in 1,000 worlds. This light is so intense that the average person cannot receive it. It can be accepted only by a great sage who can divide the thousands into hundreds. Such a sage can divide the great light into small portions that can be grasped by those below him. Then they receive it, a little at a time. A lesson may be so complex that it is incomprehensible. However, it is broken into many simpler concepts. Each one can be understood by itself. In this way, the entire lesson becomes clear. The same is true of the light that shines into 1,000 worlds. It is one simple light that cannot be perceived in part, a single concept that can only be taken as a whole. There is a scholar who is vengeful and vindictive. He can divide the thousands into hundreds. Such a sage can divide this great light into portions that can be comprehended and accepted. It is written, he who harps on something separates a prince. Rashi writes that he who harps is one who is vengeful and vindictive, harping on what another does to him. Through this, he separates a prince. He separates himself from God, who is the Lord and Prince of the universe. This refers to an ordinary individual. A sage, however, has a duty to be vengeful and vindictive, as the Talmud states. Every sage who is not vengeful and vindictive like a snake is no scholar. The above verse speaks of the vengeful and vindictive state who can divide the thousands into hundreds. He who harps on something separate a prince. Aleph means thousand, and Aluf is the leader of thousands. Thus, he who harps on something, the vengeful and vindictive sage separates the thousands and divides the thousands into hundreds. The Talmud states, if you see a sage who is vengeful and vindictive like a snake, bind him around your waist. Rashi explains you will eventually derive benefit from his scholarship. Such a vindictive sage can divide the great light into portions, separating the thousands into hundreds. Therefore, you will eventually derive benefit from his scholarship, for without him, the light is so great that you will not be able to grasp it. There is a logical reason why only a vengeful sage can divide thousands into hundreds, but it is very deep indeed. One who understands it can bring the dead back to life. He is the one the Talmud speaks of when it states, a time will come when Tzaddikim will resurrect the dead. One who understands it truly understands death. When one divides the thousands into the hundreds, he brings the thousands into the hundreds and makes from death hundreds. Thousand is Aleph, the letter Aleph. Death is Mavet. Bring Aleph into Mavet and you have Mem, Aleph, Vav, Tav, Ma'ot, hundreds. One who does not understand this concept does not know why he is happy now. He does not understand how we speak of God's unity in the second line of the Shema. Blessed is the name of the glory of his kingdom forever and ever. It is customary to say this line quietly. The Talmud explains the reason with the parable. A princess smells a pudding called tsiki kadera, a savory puddle made by the lower classes. If she asks for it, she is disgraced. If she does not, she is distressed. Therefore, her servants bring it to her quietly. He who does not understand the reason for a vindictive sage does not understand the significance of the shvchey Kedera. He also does not understand the meaning of the first two letters, Chet, Shin, of Cham Shmal, the electrum seeks in Ezekiel's vision. He also does not know the meaning of Noga, the brightness in Ezekiel's vision mentioned in the verse, a brightness about it. He who does not know the workings of the Merkavah, the divine chariot, he does not understand the concept of the covenant, nor why people dispute him. The Mashiach understands the concept perfectly. Tzaddikim, however, cannot comprehend it unless they themselves can divide the thousands into hundreds. These are the tzaddikim who are vengeful and vindictive, and these tzaddikim are the Mashiach's belt. The Talmud teaches, if you see a sage who is vengeful and vindictive like a snake, bind them around your waist. This is the Mashiach's belt. Regarding the Mashiach, it is written, the belt around his loins shall be righteousness. The Targum Yonatan renders this, and tzaddikim shall be all around him. This is the concept of Matun, waiting, the aspect of hundreds. The tzaddikim who can divide thousands to hundreds will be the belt of Mashiach. These resurrect the lesser tzaddikim. When there is peace in the city, it is because there is no one there with intelligence. We are taught if there is no knowledge, how can there be distinction? When a city possesses a truly intelligent person, then there is distinction and division. There are some who follow the person, others who oppose him. The person's name is determined according to his mission in life. Sometimes a person completes his mission before his destined time to die. He must be given a new name. A person's name is the garment of his soul after death. A name is a garment. It is written, I am God. That is my name and my glory. Glory is a garment. Thus Rabbi Yochanan would call his glory clothing my glory. God is called by the Tetragrammaton, Yud Kei Vav Kei. This name comes from a root meaning existence. It is the name that God gives existence to all creation. However, above all worlds, God has no name. This is a realm where he cannot be grasped at all. It is written, for you are magnified, your word over your name. God's action is the saying with which he created the world. Your word is therefore God's action. God has actions that are above all the worlds. By virtue of these actions, God is above all worlds and greater than all his names. In the realm that is above all worlds, he has no name at all. This is the meaning of, for you magnify your word over your name. It is written that in the world to come, nations will see your righteousness and they will call you by a new name. At that time, the nations will perceive the true mission of the Jews and will therefore give them a new name. There are people who complete the mission associated with their name in the middle of their lifetime. They are then given a new mission and hence a new name. This concept contains many deep and awesome secrets. It is customary to give a new name to a dangerously ill person. The sick person has already fulfilled his destiny according to his original name and is therefore ready to die. When we give him a new name, thereby also giving him a new mission, the sick person can now continue to live and to complete the mission associated with his new name. Our sages say that Moses had many names. Moses had many missions in life. Therefore, he required a different name for each one of his great tasks. You should accustom yourself to be in the world to come. Separate yourself from all worldly desires. For in the world to come, there is no eating or drinking, nor any other of this harmful worldly appetites. A sick person is close to death and therefore is almost within the world to come. For this reason, he loses appetite for all worldly things and is actually repulsed by eating, drinking, and sex. He is almost within the realm of the world to come, where such appetites do not exist, so he finds them disgusting and repulsive. Even when you are alive and well, you can still exist on the plane of the world to come by eschewing all worldly pleasures. If you would only contemplate the lights of the world to come, you would find this world and its pleasures impossible to tolerate. People do not consider the ability to forget an advantage. Without it, it would be impossible to live in the world. Imagine that you would constantly recall all the lights of the world. There is an angel with 1,000 heads. Each head has 1,000 tongues. Each tongue has 1,000 voices. Each voice has 1,000 melodies. The beauty of this angel's song is indescribable. If you could imagine such things without forgetting, you would constantly compare your own limited abilities to the immensity of such a being. It would be utterly impossible for you to do your entire life. You would be so disgusted with your worldly life that you would die before your time. If not for the power to forget, you would constantly recall your lowly state, and anyone who is sullied by sin would be unable to lift himself up to serve God. Therefore, the power to forget is a great benefit. Still, you should remember enough of the world to come that you do not lose it. The Talmud teaches in the future God will grant 310 worlds to each tzaddik. Consider a single world. Think how many houses and courtyards and streets and cities and nations it contains. Imagine the immense size of a single world. Consider the infinite number of awesome and wonderful stars, planets, and galaxies it contains. This is just a single world. Then try to imagine the 310 worlds that will be granted to each tzaddik. Think of the greatness and immeasurable delight these will contain. Each tzaddik builds his 310 worlds through strife. Every spoken word of strife is like a stone, because its letters of the words are called stones. Just as safer that you'd see the states 2 stone build 2 houses. Words of strife are built of slippery stones. The stones created through strife are therefore slippery and cannot be joined. But a tzaddik can join these slippery stones. He can build them into houses. He can make peace between these stones, arranging them and joining them together until the house is built. This is a peaceful house. The tzaddik builds a peaceful home of these slippery, strife-ridden stones. From these houses he builds a city and then a universe, and all 310 worlds are completed. It is written today that I may give love to those who love me substance. Yesh has a numerical value of 310. These are the 310 worlds, just that I may give those who love me 310. This is spelled out as a reward for love. Love and peace cement the slippery stones so that they might build the 310 worlds. After King David's dispute with Nabal, Abigail told King David, "Now I know that God will make you a house. The dispute will provide the stones for God to make you a house." A tzaddik inclines to the side of kindness. He even presumes the merit of those who oppose him, that their intention is for the sake of heaven. The world cannot endure the light of a tzaddik. Those who oppose the tzaddik obscure his life enough so that the world can bear it. A truly great tzaddik must also face many judgments and accusations on high. Those who oppose him silence these judgments and accusations. If a man faces serious accusations, suddenly another person may be filled with outrage and declare, "I will judge him myself and take vengeance on him." The others who wanted to bring the defendant to judgment are then silenced. There are times when the accused would find it impossible to endure the judgment of his original adversary. Then the one who wishes to take personal vengeance actually does him a favor, for it is better for him to endure the judgment of the individual than that of the many. He can bear the former, but the latter would be too much for him. It is written, "Pinchas turned my wrath away from the children of Israel. Then he took my revenge among them, and I will not destroy them." Pinchas killed the sinner Zimri, taking the judgment into his own hands. Had he not done this, the Jewish people would have been sentenced to annihilation. But because Pinchas took God's vengeance into his own hand, the accusation against the Jews was silenced. This is the meaning of the above verse. A man stands up against a tzaddik. He says, "I will act against him. I will show him my strength and revenge." This man is actually silencing all other judgments against a tzaddik. Before a tzaddik can rise from one level to the next, he is tested. Those who can advance are called those who have the power to stand in the king's palace. The king's palace is the mouth of a tzaddik. Palace is heichal. Turn the letters into numbers and the gematria gives you God's name. The name Adonai is associated with Malchus, the divine attribute of royalty. Malchut is the mouth of the transcendental form, as we are taught. Royalty is the mouth. Therefore, the king's palace is the mouth of a tzaddik. When one tzaddik opposes another, it is a test to see if the latter can stand in the king's palace. One tzaddik is tested to determine if he can withstand the mouth of his counterpart. When he withstands this test, he is elevated to the next level. Thus, his dispute is for his benefit. Good tidings can allow you to say psalms. When you say the psalms, it is as great as if King David himself was saying them. King David wrote the psalms with divine inspiration. Ruach HaKodesh, the holy breath. The holy breath is still in the words of the Psalms. When you recite Psalms, your own breath arouses the holy breath in these words. Thus, when you say the Psalms, it is as if King David were chanting them. Saying Psalms is a remedy for a sick person. It brings him to put his trust in God alone. This trust is a support and a staff. One leans and depends on God just as one leans on a staff or a cane. King David said, "God has been my staff." He couldn't lean on God as on a physical support. It is written, "If he lets up and walks about outside on his staff, he shall be cleared." One is healed through the staff of trust. It is also written, "A staff shall come forth out of the stock of Jesse." The verse speaks of the Mashiach who will emanate from David. He will hold the healing staff of faith. It is also written, "The breath of our nostrils, God's Messiah." The staff of healing will arise through the holy breath that King David placed in the Psalms. Regarding the Messianic age, it is written, "There shall yet sit old men and women in the broad places of Jerusalem for many days, every man with his staff in his hand." From this verse, the Talmud learns that tzaddikim will resurrect the dead in the Messianic age. The staff they hold will be that of Elisha, which was used to resurrect the son of the Shunammite. Thus it is written, "Place my staff on the boy's face." This is the healing staff of faith. This was not recorded completely or perfectly, despite the fact that the major portion is no longer available. The little that was understood and recalled is here included. Winter is pregnancy and summer is birth. The Rebbe then spoke wondrous words, but they were mostly forgotten. He spoke of the summer which was then approaching. This took place in Nisan, shortly before Pesach, on the third day after the Brit Milah of the Rebbe's son, Shlomo Ephraim of blessed memory. The Rebbe then said that in the winter all plants and grasses die, their strength dissipates and they are like the dead, but when the summer comes they awaken and return to life. It is written, Isaac went out to meditate in the field. The Talmud states that this meditation was prayer. Meditation and prayer is sichah. A bush of the field is siach. With every bush of the field begins to return to life and grow, it yearns to be included in prayer and meditation. When summer approaches, it is particularly good to meditate in the field. This is a time when you can pray to God with longing and yearning. The Rebbe spoke at length about this. He also discussed several other matters. When you speak to a friend about fear of God, this creates both direct light and reflected light. This information he receives from you is direct light. What you gain from him is reflected light. Sometimes the reflected light precedes the direct light. Your friend may have a weak intellect and may not be able to grasp your words. However, you are still able to gain from the conversation. Since you gain something from your friend before he obtains anything from you, the reflected light precedes the direct light. Sometimes when you speak to a friend about fear of God, he may not receive from your words. Still, you can receive from him as you can be motivated by your own words. The light of your words literally bounce off your friend and is reflected back to you. There is literally the concept of reflected light as discussed in the writings. A ball cannot enter a stone wall and therefore bounces back from it. Likewise, when your friend does not receive from your words, they are reflected back to you. Thus, you are influenced by your own words. These same words may have no effect had you spoken them to yourself. But when you speak to your friend and he is not inspired, they are reflected back to you. Thus, you are inspired by them. It is just like reflected light that comes into being when the direct light strikes a vessel. As discussed in the writings, we heard that the Rebbe once said this: when Joseph refused Potiphar's wife, as it is written, she grabbed him by the garment. The forces of the other side and the evil inclination grab a person by his garment. The necessity of obtaining garments and clothing can disturb a person greatly and hinder him from serving God. Therefore, she grabbed him by his garment. If you are a master of your soul and have strong confidence in God, you will pay no attention to this. You may have no clothing to wear, but it will not disturb you, since you do not allow yourself to be distracted by such things. It is written, he left his garment with her and fled. You must leave your concern about garments and clothing behind and escape the forces of evil. Pay no attention to what you lack. Do what God requires of you and serve him to the best of your ability. Many times the Rebbe said that there's no sophistication is needed in serving God. All that is required is simplicity, sincerity, and faith. The Rebbe said that simplicity is the highest possible thing. God is certainly above and higher than all else, and God is ultimately simple. It is written, he beholds no sin in Jacob, nor sees evil in Israel. The Lord his God is with him, and the king's trumpet blasted him. We heard from the Rebbe's explanation of the verse, but the main idea was lost. The following ever was retained. The trumpet blast is a trua. Trua literally means breaking. It is written, you shall break them with an iron staff. And the original verse can be rendered, the broken pieces, the king is in them. When atheism is smashed, the king is in broken pieces. The divine king is even in atheism, for his life-giving power permeates all things. The Rebbe said that the secularists have no life, even in this world. As soon as things go against them, they are left with nothing. They think everything is determined by nature, have no place to turn. When trouble strikes, they are left without any source of hope. A man of faith believes in God and has a very good life. When trouble strikes, his faith still inspires him. He trusts in God and knows that everything is for the best. If he must suffer, he realizes that it will atone for his sins, or that ultimately bring a greater benefit. No matter what happens, he realizes God does only good. Therefore, the man of faith always has a good life, both in this world and in the next world. The secularists, however, have no life, either in this world or the next. It is well known that their lives are always filled with suffering. No matter what happens, things never go their way. Actually, it is impossible that they should, for they have chosen this world, the realm of suffering and trouble. All their chosen world has to offer them is pain and worry. The world never goes exactly the way a person wants. If he ignores his true purpose and seeks worldly pleasure, he will only find the world filled with suffering. He will constantly encounter trouble and anxiety. Through it all, he will have nothing to console him. If, however, you believe in the truth and look forward to the world to come, you have a very good life. You know that all things are good, even your suffering is for the best, either to remind you to repent or to atone for your sins in order to attain the everlasting good of the world to come. The sins and other wrongs you may have committed may cause you great anguish, and you may suffer because of your regret. Still, this is for your good. It is written, the fear of God increases days. The pain of regret is not evil, it increases your days and adds to your life. On the other hand, the person's troubles and anxieties shorten and destroy his life. Therefore, the secularists have no life, since their troubles and anxiety destroyed completely. But the fear of God increases days. When a person's apprehensions and concerns stem from his fear of God, they actually add to his life. You may feel pained when you regret your sins. You may contemplate God's greatness and cringe because of your wrongdoings. Or you may recall that God punishes and tremble with anxiety. Whatever the case, your suffering comes from your fear of God, and is included in the verse. The fear of God increases days. The suffering and anxiety adds to your life. If you are a person of faith, you will find it easier to repent. True repentance must be teshuvah hamishkal, balanced penitence, namely contrition and remorse equal to the enjoyment derived from the sin. If you truly believe in God, you can never have perfect enjoyment from any sin. Whatever wrong you do, you will be mixed feelings and full knowledge that it will be bitter in the end. You are aware of the severe and bitter punishment for each sin and are filled with regrets even while sinning. You may be overcome by temptation, but your enjoyment is limited. Therefore, it is easier for you to repent and to balance out your pleasure. You need not endure any suffering, for the pleasure for your sin was never complete. However, a heretic, one without faith, will find repentance very difficult. He has been well taught to sin without guilt or remorse and does not suffer when he transgresses. Therefore, his repentance must balance his unmitigated pleasure. Look carefully in the Shla, in the section entitled Masechet Shavuot. There you will find the stern prohibition against becoming involved in philosophy. He writes that one who studies philosophy can lose his portion in the world to come. He also quotes the opinion of many earlier sages. All agree that this is amongst the worst possible sins. This is also discussed in many other sacred works. It is better to be a fool, believing everything, even that which is foolish or false, and end up believing the truth, than to the smart and skeptical of everything. God forbid. It is good to be such a fool. One can begin by ridiculing foolishness and falsehood, but eventually he will ridicule everything and end up denying even the truth. As one of our greatest sages once said, it is better that I be called a fool my whole life and not be wicked for even one moment before God. Regarding the evil inclination, the Talmud teaches, if this disgusting one accosts you, drag him to the house of study. Sometimes the evil inclination worships inside a man. The man becomes like a synagogue with the evil inclination worshipping inside him. The evil inclination can also study inside a man. A man is then like a study hall with something studying inside him. In such a case, study is better than prayer. When you bring the evil inclination into the study hall, our teachers teach, if he is a stone, he will be melted. If he is iron, he will be shattered. If this disgusting one accosts you, according to the Talmud, pega means to pray. Bach literally means in you. We can then read the quotation, if this disgusting one worships within you, drag him to the house of study. If you are like a synagogue with the evil inclination worship inside you, drag him to the house of study, because Torah study is the most effective antidote. Those who approach God are called those who have the power to stand in the king's palace. There is a king's palace on high. Here below the king's palace is speech. Palace is Adonai. It is written, Lord, open my lips. God's name, Adonai, refers to speech. You must have the power to stand in the king's palace. This is the power of the tzaddik. You must have the power to stand when the tzaddik opposes you and speaks against you. It is written to declare your faith by night. Faith is a light. You can obtain faith through the wisdom of the Torah. Through such scholarship, you can attain some understanding of God, and this is certainly good. But better still is the faith and shines by night. This is pure faith without any sophistication or proof. This true faith is a light, your faith by night. A man can be well versed in the Torah and still have no faith in God. Such faithless scholars are like those infected with a brain disease called Ra'atsan. It is written, my heart soars much wisdom. True wisdom includes faith. It is called sight. Sight is Re'iyah. On the other side, it becomes Ra'atsan, an affection of the brain. A scholar without faith is said to be infected with Ra'atsan. Rashi comments they have a worm in their brains. You might keep away from those tainted with Ra'atsan. Their very breath can cause you harm and arouse sexual desires. It is written, and Adam knew his wife. Holy intercourse is called knowledge. The knowledge of those who are contaminated with Ra'atsan is tainted and degraded. They have a worm in their brains. Their sexuality is caught up with evil forces of the Klippa. Therefore, their faceless colors are in the category of sexual immorality. Their minds are filled with filth and skepticism. Such immorality is a perversion of sight. Sight is true wisdom. It is an aspect of eyes. It is written, I have made a covenant with my eyes. This verse speaks of a true scholar, but those who are infected with Ra'atsan are immoral and perverted in the eyes. It is written, do not stray after your heart and after your eyes. The Talmud explains that after your heart is atheism and after your eyes is sexual immorality. One is dependent on the other. The best protection against such immorality is wisdom together with faith. The Talmud teaches that Esther was of average height, neither tall nor short. This is the reason our sages teach because of Rachel's modesty she was worthy of being a progenitor of Saul, and because of Saul's modesty he was worthy of having Esther as a descendant. Regarding Rachel, it is written, Rachel, your little daughter, meaning small in nature. Regarding Saul, it is written, he was taller than any of his people. Esther, the descendant of Rachel and Saul, was therefore of average height. The study of Zohar is extremely beneficial. Through studying the Zohar, you can attain enthusiasm for all of your studies. The very language of the Zohar is so holy that it can motivate you to serve God. The Zohar uses most forceful expressions in speaking about our duty towards God. When speaking of a person who does good, the Zohar states, Zacha, worthy is he. On the other hand, it cries out against the sinner. Woe is to the soul who strays from serving God. Regarding such expressions can greatly influence you to serve God. Reading such expressions. When he used it in the Zohar, Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, the Aramaic language of the Targum, so holy that even other things written in this language have the power to arouse a person towards God. Many types of foolishness and confusion attach themselves to the mind, particularly confusion concerning faith. Sleep removes the confusion from the mind. Sleep is especially beneficial for faith. It is written, man's own folly preserves his way, and he casts his grudge upon God. Speaks of one who does not bind himself to a true tzaddik. Such a person may appear to serve God, but all his devotion is like the contortions one uses when one is trying to mimic another. He is like an ape trying to mimic a man. A man's own folly perverts his way. Because of his folly, all his devotion perverts his way. He perverts and contorts himself, imitating others. The reason is because he casts his grudge upon God. The Talmud teaches that God asks, who rules over me? And answers, this is the tzaddik. He casts his grudge upon God. The tzaddik is upon God, for he can even rule over God. He casts his grudge upon the tzaddik, the one who is upon God. He is hostile and does not draw near to the tzaddik. Therefore, he perverts his way and contorts himself in a vain attempt at true devotion, when he does not know is that the true devotion is impossible except through a true tzaddik. If the Torah were written in order, we would know the precise reward and punishment for each commandment. There is a sin whose punishment is constant debt. One who is punished for such a sin is constantly in debt. All the merit in the world does not erase his punishment. He can do every possible good, but must remain a debtor. This sin can even cause others to fall into debt. This is why there are periods when there are many debtors. This sin has become prevalent. May God spare us. This remedy for this is to repent in general for all your sins. Even though you do not know which sin is causing these debts, repent in general and ask God to save you from this particular sin as well. The time for such repentance is when you are in a state of expanded consciousness. This is the time to regret such sins. Praying to God in complete repentance. A debtor is in a state of constricted consciousness. The Talmud teaches 10 measures of sleep came into the world, 9 were taken by slaves. Sleep is a state of constricted consciousness. It is written, a borrower is a slave to the man who lends. Therefore, a debtor is a slave. The 9 measures of sleep taken by slaves are the measures of constricted consciousness of the debtor. The sin that causes this must be atoned for when you are in a state of expanded consciousness. This then counteracts the punishment of being a debtor, the state of constricted consciousness. People say that when God wants to make a man a fool, he takes away his wife. It is written, a woman of valor is the crown of her husband. This is a good wife. It is also written, Nafla ateret oshenu. A crown has fallen from our head. This is the death of such a wife. Nafla ateret oshenu forms the word acronym fool. Nowadays it is easier to resist temptation. When people of earlier times withstood temptations, its klipa was broken. It then became easier for others to withstand it. People have already withstood many temptations, making it easier for the average person today. The Talmud states, when Joseph overcame with strength with a small matter for Boaz, when Boaz overcame with strength with a small matter for Palti ben Naish, it took great strength for Joseph to resist the temptations of Potiphar's wife. When Boaz found himself alone with Ruth in the middle of the night, it was much easier for him to overcome the temptation, since Joseph had already broken its power. When Saul gave David's wife Micha to Palti ben Naish lived with her for a long time and faced even greater temptation than Boaz. But here again, it was easier to overcome the temptation since Boaz had already paved the way. As the years passed, it became easier to resist temptation and for the average person to withstand it. Man's main test in this world involves sexual temptation. People may also be greatly tempted by money. This can degrade a person to a form of idolatry. Still, it does not compare to sexual temptation, which is man's main test. A man was once speaking to the Rebbe, praising someone else for his good character. He said that the other was ethical. The Rebbe replied that it is inappropriate to call a Jew ethical. The nations of the world may have a morality determined by common sense and fairness, can be called ethical, but the Jews are a holy people. We observe moral commandments that are logical and fair, but we do not do so for reasons of ethics. Our Creator gave us the Torah. We keep the commandments because they were decreed by God and not for any logical or moral reasons. It is written in the words of King David, "The way of your commandments I will run." There are commandments and customs that involve morality. They are the way of life. King David calls them the way. One would follow these ways on the basis of ethical fairness alone. For example, an ethical person would abstain from stealing even without a divine commandment. King David spoke of such commandments called the way. He said of them, "The way of your commandments I will run. I will not keep these commandments because they were moral, but because they are your commandments. It is for this reason that I run to keep them." The way includes commandments that are ethically logical, but I do not follow the way because it is proper and ethical. The way of your commandments I will run. I run to keep them because that you decreed them in your Torah. The Talmud states only the Jews are called Adam. The way of your commandments I will run. The initial letters of the Hebrew word spell Adam. Israel is a holy people and they are called Adam. They do not keep a moral code because it is logical or ethical, but because it is decreed by God. These add to the earlier ones, blossoms of wisdom gleaned from the conversations of Rabbi Nachman, previously existing only in manuscript form. The Rebbe spent most of his youth in the village of Assistan in Medvetka, where his father-in-law lived. Near a large river with many reeds and rushes growing in the banks. The Rebbe's holy way involved taking his time in a small boat and rowing by himself all along the river. He could not control the boat very well, but would still take it beyond the rushes where he could not be seen. It was here that he serves God, secluding himself in meditation and prayer. The Rebbe himself writes that it was here that he attained what he did. As he could not control his boat very well, when he came to the middle of the river, far from the shore, the boat would rock violently in the heavy current and seem ready to sink. The Rebbe had no idea how to remedy the situation, would lift his hands and cry out to God with true devotion. The same thing happened later when he was in Tiberias, attempting to escape the plague. He found himself on a narrow wall, hanging by his fingertips over the Sea of Galilee. When he felt that he would surely fall, he cried out to God in his heart. The Rebbe constantly repeated the stories. They were a lesson that he wanted to impress on us in our hearts and minds. Imagine that you are in the middle of the sea with a storm ranging to the very heights of heaven. You are hanging on by a hair's breadth, not knowing what to do. You do not even have time to cry out. You can only lift your eyes and heart to God. You should always lift your heart to God like this. Seclude yourself and cry out to God. The danger is more than imaginary, as you know. Deep down in your soul, every man is in great danger in this world. Understand these words well. Rabbi Nachman writes, "I heard that the Rebbe once exclaimed with wonder about God. People ask many questions. How good it is when you settle your mind to realize that there are no questions. It is written, for God's ways are straight. Everything is perfect in order." I myself also heard the Rebbe say about God, they ask questions. The Rebbe's intent was to ridicule those who think they are raising some serious questions about God. It is written, God is righteous in all his ways. You should not suspect that God's ways are at all unjust. If you cannot understand them, it is because God's ways and how God runs the world are beyond all human comprehension. I do not recall the exact course of the discussion, but I do remember that the Rebbe ended up by saying if people would only hold on to this. With his gestures, he emphasized how important this is. This meaning a person's pleasure and strong desire for fellow Jew to succeed and excel in serving God, even if the person himself is unable to do, God forbid. This is quite a high level. The Rebbe's intent was that there is something to grasp hold of. Even if you cannot attain a high level yourself, you can still hope that others attain what is beyond your reach. I also remember that the Rebbe said, even if I am not worthy of serving God, I am satisfied to let others serve him. This is a very important thing to grasp. I heard this from the Rebbe's own lips. It seems obvious to me. Even though I may not be worthy, I still long for everyone to truly be righteous. I would like nothing better than all my friends to be of great tzaddikim. This would be my greatest expression of love and friendship. This is how you must love your fellow man. You want him to attain his true goal in life as ordained by God's goodness. This is true Jewish love. It is explained in the Rebbe's lesson on the verse, for he who has mercy on them will lead them. There are people who have fallen in their level of religious devotion, who are ensnared by their evil temptations and are literally trapped in sin. Many such people hate those who are still religious. They provoke them, discouraging and degrading them in every way possible. They do everything in their power to drag them to their low level, proclaiming that these religious Jews will eventually fall just as they have. Many of our youth today have a strong desire to be truly religious. They spend much time in study and pray with all their heart and great devotion, but those who have fallen always ridicule and insult these young people. They discourage them by saying that all their devotion is really nothing. There's nothing more than jealousy. They have fallen and therefore they want others to be just like them. But a true Jew must do the exact opposite. He should want others to serve God, even when he himself is unable to do so. The Rebbe once quoted the verse, "Be strong and brave, all who hope in God." The Rebbe stressed, all who hope in God, you may not be worthy of holiness or devotion, but you can still hope. In this way, you can be strong and brave. No matter what happens, never let anything discourage you. Even more, you should encourage others not to be dismayed no matter what happens. You may be aware of your own failings, but still they should not prevent you from encouraging others. It is easy to inspire others and to strengthen yourself. Then our sages teach, a prisoner cannot free himself from prison. There is nothing worse than discouragement. It is written, do not be afraid or terrified. The Talmud interprets this in relation to warfare. Do not be afraid of the hordes of troops or terrified of the sound of the war horns. If you want to be religious, you will encounter many battles. You will have to be brave in the face of hordes of troops and the sounds of war horns. You will have to face many such things. You must have a stand and not surrender your ground no matter what you encounter. Anticipate God's help and do not stray from him. The Talmud says about war, retreat is the beginning of defeat. How can you run from God? It is written, where can I flee from you? If I mount up to heaven, you are there. If I descend to hell, you are there. God is everywhere. You must be very stubborn in your devotion. You may feel far from God, but do not discourage others. Do just the opposite and strengthen them in every way you can. Speak to them with words and restore the soul. Do this, and eventually you will also be affected and worthy of true devotion to God. That's it for today. The Rebbe once quoted the verse, "Be strong and brave, all who hope in God." The Rebbe stressed, all who hope in God, you may not be worthy of holiness or devotion, but you can still hope. In this way, you can be strong and brave. No matter what happens, never let anything discourage you. Even more, you should encourage others not to be dismayed no matter what happens. You may be aware of your own failings, but still, this should not prevent you from encouraging others. It is easier to inspire others than to strengthen yourself. Thus, our sages teach, a prisoner cannot free himself from prison. There is nothing worse than discouragement. It is written, do not be afraid or terrified. The Talmud interprets this in relation to warfare. Do not be afraid of the hordes of troops or terrified of the sounds of the war horns. If you want to be religious, you will also encounter many battles. You will have to be brave in the face of hordes of troops and the sounds of war horns. You will have to face many things. You may take a stand and not surrender your ground. No matter what you encounter, anticipate God's help and do not stray from him. The Talmud says about war, retreat is the beginning of defeat. How can you run from God? It is written, where can I flee from you? If I mount up to heaven, you are there. If I descend to hell, you are there. God is everywhere. You must be very stubborn in your devotion. You may feel far from God, but do not discourage others. Do just the opposite and strengthen them in every way you can. Speak to them with words that restore the soul. Do this, and eventually you will also be affected and be worthy of true devotion to God. The Rebbe once lectured us to pray with energy and devotion. He emphasized that we must force ourselves to pray with all our strength. He said, you put as much energy into your prayers as I did when I was pulling up anchor. Once I was on a ship and an emergency arose where the anchor had to be lifted immediately. All the passengers were forced to pull the anchor rope with all their might. I went through the motions of pulling with all my strength, but I was not really using any energy at all. I was really only pretending. I was being coerced, so I acted as if I were pulling with all my might. The same is true of the energy and devotion you put into your prayers. The Rebbe was telling us that we were far indeed from actually putting all our energy into prayers. I heard that the Rebbe once said if a person did not have trust in God and wait for his salvation, he would have to become a traveler and a wanderer like many people do for their livelihood. The Rebbe was speaking of those who must support a family. In most cases, they do not have an adequate livelihood. They often lack clothing and other necessities. One person may lack a simple garment. Others may lack fine clothing and mansions. We must wait for God's help and not press the hour. Do not try to take care of all your needs at once, but wait until God shows his mercy. The Rebbe said about himself, if I did not have patience when I needed something, if I would have pressed the hour and demanded it immediately, I would have had to borrow money and become a debtor. I would then be forced to wander and travel, trying to earn money. I would be just like many others who are forced to go from place to place because of this. Realize this and live accordingly. Every man has much that he lacks. This includes householders and even the rich. It is also true of those who are supported by others. It is best to be satisfied with the minimum and run your household with what you have at the time. For example, it may appear that your wife and children need clothing. They may need it very badly, but still do not press the hour and go into debt for it. Wait until the right time comes and you can pay for your needs. It is better to endure privation than to fall into debt. This is true even regarding food. How much more does it apply to clothing and housing? It is better to be in debt to yourself than to the storekeeper. It is better to be in debt to your family and owe the clothing nothing. In all such matters, you must wait for the proper time. It is written, the eyes of all look to you, and you give them their food in its time. The Rebbe once spoke about those who are religious for a while and then fall away. He said that even the short time that they are religious is very dear to God, no matter what happens later. It is written, you have captured my heart with one of your eyes. God is speaking to the Jewish people, recalling the time they accepted the Torah. The Midrash asks why the verse says, with one of your eyes. It answers that the other eye was already looking at the golden calf. Even when they accepted the Torah, the Jewish people already had plans to stray. Still, the short time they were close to God was very dear to him. Therefore, God said, you have captured my heart with one of your eyes. The Rebbe once asked us, have you ever heard me lecture you about religion? He said, I cannot lecture people in the manner. Every word of such moralizing is immersed and washed in tears. Because of this, I cannot lecture people about religion. At first, it was very difficult for us to understand what the Rebbe meant. It seemed to us that his every word was a religious lesson, literally burning with fire. It was true that he did not sermonize us like many preachers do. Yet his every conversation dealt with devotion to God. All his words were literally like burning coals, and whoever was worthy of hearing them was literally filled with fiery inspiration. It is impossible to describe in writing or speech the holy fire of the Rebbe's words. Even his most casual conversations were filled with holiness and purity. And when he presented a letter or spoke about devotion, his every word would scintillate and sparkle. It would blaze like flames, flashing like a roaring fire. You would only have to listen carefully and sincerely heed his words. And every word would literally fly into you like a bolt of fire. You would feel yourself being drawn to God and bound up with him in a wondrous fiery bond. There were many such times when we were standing before his awesome holy splendor that we felt that we no longer had free will. It was as if we were powerless to go against God's will, and we would never again be separated from him. The Rebbe's words drew us so strongly to God, and we were sure we could never oppose God's will by transgressing even the most minor commandment. But experiences such as these are totally beyond description. Even today you can become involved in the Rebbe's published works. If you study them sincerely and probe their depth, your heart will certainly be drawn to God by the Rebbe's holy words, for all his words are like burning coals. On Sichot 55, 70, 1809, the Rebbe spoke about the etrog, saying that the mystery of the days of all requires one to have a beautiful etrog. This was discussed earlier. Etrogim were impossible to find that year, and the community had already resigned itself to do with one at all. There was not an etrog to be had in the entire land until just the day before Sukkot. Then in his own miraculous ways, God made it that the needed etrogim reached several nearby towns. These fetched premium prices, and in some communities were sold for as much as 50 rubles and more. Here in Breslov, the Rebbe was able to obtain a particularly beautiful etrog. He was so overjoyed that he asked us to bring musical instruments and play for him, making it an occasion of celebration. For three continuous days, he was so inspired by the etrog that he did not feel his terrible illness at all. His joy was so great that it literally revived his health. He continued to speak about the etrog even after Sukkot. He said that we had no idea how precious is the mitzvah of etrog and how high its level. The fact that Jews spend more money for the observance of this mitzvah than for any other is not without significance. It shows that this mitzvah is precious beyond all measure, even though we might not be aware of it. If people knew the true greatness of the etrog, they would do who knows what for it. The Jews are a holy people. They are very wise and not easily fooled. They spend much money for etrogim, and this is certainly for good reason. The Rebbe spoke about this at length, emphasizing the importance of the etrog. On Saturday night, right after Shabbos Shuvah, the Rebbe spoke about the Mashiach. It is a well-known fact that many people were saying that the Mashiach would come that year, but the Rebbe did not agree with this. The Rebbe said, When the Mashiach is ready to come, more than one person will cry out about faith. Many tzaddikim will raise their voices just as I do today. They will scream until they tear out their throats, and it will not help. Regarding the Messianic age, it is written, and it will be that he who is left in Zion and he who remains in Jerusalem, holy shall be said of him. The Talmud teaches that the angels will chant, holy, 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 before the tzaddikim, just as they do before God. This means just what it says. The tzaddikim who remain faithful before the coming of the Mashiach will deserve this and much more. So difficult will it be to remain firm in faith and not be misled by everyone's mistaken beliefs in this pre-Messianic era. At that time, there will be many spurious religious leaders. A group such as ours, in which people gather together thirsting for God's word, certainly will no longer exist. There will remain some truly religious individuals, but they will be very widely scattered. The Rebbe then quoted the verse, "Write this as a record in a book. In days to come, let people know that there was one who had already predicted this. When they will know and be encouraged in their faith in God, the true tzaddikim." Everyone speaking about Elul the month before Rosh Hashanah, he spoke of the custom of reading from the Tikkunei Zohar with its own special melody during this month, and the fatigue people experience from spending many late hours in the house of study. He said this practice results in many lofty things and rectifications on high. The Rebbe once mentioned that he knew the entire Etz Chaim and Pri Etz Chaim, as well as the works of the Holy Ari and the Zohar and the Tikkunei Zohar. From the way he said it, it was obvious that he achieved this in his youth. The Rebbe emphasized the importance and holiness of the Tikkunei Zohar many times. He spent much time studying and reviewing it, and not only during the month of Elul. He once said the Tikkunei Zohar contains all the wisdom in the world. Sexual temptations result mainly from depression. Therefore, you should make every effort to be joyful always. The Rebbe said, even when one falls into mud and mire and it is difficult to get out, one screams and screams and screams. The Rebbe then raised his hand slightly and said no more. The Rebbe then spoke about the disturbing thoughts that often trouble a person in this area. He quoted the Talmudic maxim, "Trouble is bad enough when it comes," adding, "One should not be disturbed by this, either before or after." I heard that the Rebbe once spoke about famous miracle workers. He used the following parable. A king once had two sons, one wise and the other foolish. He put his fool in charge of all his treacheries. The wise son, on the other hand, was not given any position and just beside the king continually. The people found this very difficult to understand. Here, the son, who totally devoid of wisdom, was given all the authority and had to be approached every time someone wished to deposit or withdraw anything from the king's treasury. On the other hand, the wise son had no authority at all. The king answered, "What is so special about dispersing money from an existing treasury? But my son sits beside me and uses his mind. Many times he comes up with a new idea that would never have occurred to me. He may tell me about lands I had never heard about, and show me how to conquer them. This is how I build up my treasury. My son, the overseer, does not do anything to add to my treasury. He merely distributes what I already have. My wise son is therefore much more important than his brother, even if it appears that he does not have a position of authority, for he is the one responsible for acquiring the treasury in the first place." Rabbi Nachman writes, "This occurred shortly before Purim, when I was with the Rebbe writing the lesson on the verse, and these are the ordinances. The lessons begin by stating that when there are decrees against the Jews, they can be mitigated by dancing and clapping." The Rebbe remarked, "This is what I said. News is coming about decrees against Jews, but Purim is near, and Jews will dance and clap, and this will alleviate the decree." The Rebbe then repeated himself, strongly emphasizing the words, "This is what I said." His intent was to emphasize to us that we should sincerely follow all his lessons, adding, by the simple meaning of his words, all the Rebbe's lessons contain awesome depth, plumbing the deepest mysteries and loftiest secrets. Still, he emphasized that the main thing was their simple meaning and that we should put into this practice as he taught. He used this lesson as an example. It teaches that dancing and clapping can mitigate the harshest decrees. He bid us to take the lesson at face value and make an effort to be happy on our joyous holidays such as Purim and Hanukkah, as well as the mitzvah celebrations such as weddings. At such times, he said, we should make ourselves feel true joy when obeying God's commandments. We make ourselves so elated that we actually dance and clap our hands in joy. This is what alleviates the decrees against us. Do not say who can be worthy of nullifying an evil decree through mad dancing and clapping. Certainly only holiest of men. The Rebbe's lessons are not in heaven. Any person can observe the words of this lesson and accomplish great things. All that is required is truth and sincerity. The same is true of all his lessons. and all of his other lessons, for the main thing is not study but action. Open your eyes and concentrate on each of the Rebbe's lessons. Open your heart to understand the practices, advice, direction, and inspiration there according to the simple meaning, and you will find the path to God there. Beg God to open your eyes and let you be worthy of understanding that each lesson requires of you. Each word on the Rebbe's lesson is necessary for finding the proper practice and advice in serving God. You may study some of the lessons and think they apply only to those who have reached high spiritual levels. At first, you may not be able to find anything that seems to apply to you personally, but look more carefully. You will find that each thought contains awesome encouragement and wonderful advice, leading you towards God no matter what you level. Open your eyes and heart and you will certainly find advice in a way which you too can travel. All the Rebbe's words is a multitude of cases. In each lesson, the Rebbe presents the entire Torah to every person in the world from the highest to the lowest. The Rebbe's lessons are all-inclusive. Each one encompasses the whole Torah and is directed to each person at his level from the highest to the lowest. Any one of the Rebbe's lessons can teach a great tzaddik how to serve God. At the same time, the lesson can apply to the lowliest and humblest of men, offering him the advice he needs to return to God from the lowest chambers of hell. The greatness of the Rebbe's lessons is found in their unique inclusivity. The lesson on the verse, sound the shofar, which speaks about bringing peace to the world, appears in Likutei Moharan. This lesson was said on Shabbos Chanukah shortly after the passing of the great Rabbi Gedalia of Linitz. In this lesson, the Rebbe is actually eulogizing Gedalia. This is the meaning which it includes in fact that we do not eulogize on Chanukah. The Rebbe also said that it was very difficult for him to give a lesson on the Torah. Every tzaddik has a portion in the Torah, and when he passes away, his portion of the Torah also departs from this world. When a great tzaddik dies, it is therefore difficult to speak on the Torah. In paragraph 4 of this lesson, the Rebbe explains the Talmudic saying, why do sages not have children who are equally learned? Because they do not begin with a blessing for the Torah. At that time, the Rebbe also mentioned an additional explanation. When a child is conceived, his conception depends on the food previously eaten by his parents. They must sanctify and bless this beginning, namely the things that precede conception, such as eating. Only then is it accomplished can a child be conceived in purity and holiness. But there are sages who do not begin with a blessing for the Torah. The beginning preceding conception is not sanctified with the blessing of Torah. To have children who are sages, this beginning of conception must also be blessed with the Torah. In Likutei Moharan, the Rebbe speaks of the great sin of stealing or coveting, even in thought. In this lesson, the Rebbe explains the Talmudic teaching. One who steals even a penny from another must pursue him even to Media to return it. The Rebbe asked why of all nations Media is mentioned. He answered that the word lemadai, to Media, can also be spent limudei, taught of. Therefore, it refers to those taught of God, namely children. Theft can even pursue one's children. I heard from the Rebbe's own lips that this is how this Talmudic lesson was taught on high. Likutei Moharan begins with the statement, every good deed that one does is made into a lamp. One of my companions told me that the Rebbe once explained this idea in greater detail. Some people have a light that burns only for a short time. While it burns, they can explore the king's treasuries, but then it burns out and they no longer seek. Another may have a lamp that burns longer. He has more time to probe the celestial treasury. Still another may have a lamp that blazes for an entire day or even longer. But there is one who has the most wonderful of lamps. These are never extinguished, but burn and shine forever. The owner of these lamps can delve into the king's treasuries continuously and forever. From this we understand that even an ordinary religious person can explore the king's treasuries, but only for a given time is determined by his good deeds. Even this is certainly a most wonderful privilege. You can find wonderful treasures even in this short time and then enjoy them forever in the world to come. All your future life is determined by what you find during the time of exploration. If you are worthy of more time in which the lamps created for your deeds shine, you will certainly find more good in the king's treasuries. It all depends on how long your lamp can burn. The light of a great tzaddik is never extinguished. As exploration of the king's treasuries can go on forever, there is much more to this, but we have presented it sufficient. The Rebbe once spoke to a man who was very far from God. He told him that he could help himself by sighing and groaning about his situation. The Rebbe then revealed a lesson on the verse. There is an emptiness, a hevel, to what is done on the earth. Hevel also means breath or exhalation. When you sigh and groan with desire to return to God, this exhalation breaks the rope of spiritual impurity that binds you and holds you back. You can then be bound up with the holy. In a number of later lessons, the Rebbe again explained how precious is a person's sigh. I heard a further discussion on the lesson appearing in Likutei Moharan on the verse, the whole earth is filled with his glory, from one of my companions. The main thing is to nullify every one of your personality traits. You must strive to do so until you have totally obliterated your ego, rending it into absolute nothingness before God. Begin with one trait and annihilate it completely. This work on on your other traits, one at a time until they are totally non-existent. As you annihilate your ego, God's glory will begin to shine through and will be revealed and written. And the earth was alight with his glory. God's glory is like light. The larger and more material an object, the greater its shadows. For example, a thin rod blocks little sunlight and casts a small shadow, while a larger object casts a larger shadow. A large building will cast a larger shadow. Shadow being a blocking and eclipsing of light, as is known. The same is true of God's glory. The material obstructs the spiritual and casts a shadow. When you are bound to an emotion or desire that obstructs God's glory and casts a shadow, God's light is then hidden from you. But as you nullify these emotions and desires, you also remove the shadow, and as the shadow departs, the light of God's glory is revealed. When a person is worthy of annihilating the shadow completely and making it into absolute nothingness, then God's glory is revealed to all the earth. There is nothing to block the light and no obstructing shadow, and the light can shine through in all its glory. The whole earth is filled with his glory, and also can be read Miload, hence from nothing at all his earth is his glory. When there is nothing casting a shadow and obstructing his light, then his glory is revealed in all the earth. Before the whole earth is filled from his glory. Meloa can be read Meloa, from nothing, hence from nothing is all the glory of the earth, as the earth is his glory. When there is nothing casting a shadow and obstruct his light, then his glory is revealed in all the earth. Before revealing the lesson in Likutei Moharan relating to money and mitzvah observance, the Rebbe told the following story. Once there were two very close friends who had recently married. The first saw the other doing something improper, straying from the true path. However, he did not pay any attention to it, thinking it to be a mere accident. But when he saw his friend continue and do something much worse, he realized that the other was actually a sinner. He decided that he would have nothing to do with his old friend and estranged himself from him completely. All this time they had been supported by their father-in-laws, as was the custom. After a while, they left their in-laws' table and had to earn a living on their own. The sinner began to prosper and eventually grew very rich. His friend, on the other hand, became very poor and was constantly upset, complaining of God's injustice. He said to himself, "I know that my former companion committed a great sin. Why is he given such greatness and wealth?" One evening, the poor man had a vision. He saw a band of men approach carrying sacks of coin. When they came nearer, he would hear the loud clinking sound. He tried to move toward them, but they stopped him with a warning: "Do not touch any of this money. It all belongs to your former friend." Realizing this was an opportune time, he asked him, "Why is he worthy of these riches? I myself saw him commit a great sin." They answered, "From the day you both left your father-in-law's table, your companion has consistently set aside time for Torah. He committed himself to study a given amount each day without fail. But you are not involved in the Torah. Consequently, your companion is worthy of riches despite his great sin. Although it can extinguish good deeds, sin cannot extinguish Torah. Sin cannot extinguish Torah." The first letters of the Hebrew word spell out Ma'ot. I heard this from the Rebbe's own lips when he revealed the lesson speaking of the importance of telling stories about tzaddikim, which appears in the Likutei Moharan. The Rebbe said, "I myself was greatly motivated to serve God through stories of tzaddikim. All the great tzaddikim used to visit my home of my holy parents when we lived in Mezhebush, which was also the home of the Baal Shem Tov. Many would come to visit the Baal Shem Tov's grave, and they would mostly stay at my father's house. It was from them that I heard many stories of tzaddikim, and this moved me towards God. It was primarily through this that the Rebbe was stirred to attain the great things that he did." One of the Rebbe's followers related this to me. "I once told the Rebbe that there was talk about my marrying a certain girl. I told the Rebbe there is no place for me there. The Rebbe answered, when a person has a Jewish heart, it has nothing to do with space. The heart is godliness, and God is the place of the world." The Rebbe's lesson on the verse, "And they did not listen to Moses because of the constricted spirit and the cruel bondage," appears in Likutei Moharan. This lesson states that because of lack of faith, one must work harder in his devotions. This is quoted in Rabbi. When the Rebbe addressed this lesson to me, I was quite shocked. I always thought of myself as having faith and could not understand his implication. When I mentioned this to the Rebbe, he answered me with some impatience: "You may have faith, but you have no faith in yourself." The Rebbe told me this. It is written, "Who has despised the day of small things." The Talmud comments on the verse, "Why are the tables of the tzaddikim despised in the world to come? Because of their own smallness. This is because they do not believe in themselves." Rashi explains their own smallness to mean that their faith was small, but the words of the Talmud literally mean the smallness they had in themselves. Hence the Rebbe's comment that their main lack was that of lack of confidence in themselves. The Talmud concludes by stating there were some among them who did not believe in God. If they were tzaddikim, how is this possible? According to the Rebbe's interpretation, this means that they did not have enough faith in God's goodness to believe that they were important to Him. This is why the Talmud speaks of their smallness. Their lack of belief was really a lack of faith in themselves. They can also be fitted into Rashi's commentary. The main lesson here is that you must have faith in yourself. Believe that you are there in the eyes of God. A measure of God's goodness is every individual's imposed to Him. Experience humility does not mean putting yourself into a strait of constricted consciences, but rather you should constantly ask God to help you achieve true humility. Shortly after the Rebbe taught the above lesson, he gave another lesson on the section of the Zohar beginning. Rabbi Shimon rejoiced, and he states that some tzaddikim suffer from opposition because of their lack of faith in themselves. The Rebbe states that the remedy for spiritual damage caused by a nocturnal pollution is to say the 10 Psalms. These 10 Psalms are specified in the haran. Rabbi Nachman writes, I was not with the Rebbe when he first revealed the concept brought in lesson 205, but God was with me and I arrived shortly afterwards and I heard the entire lesson from someone exactly as the Rebbe had taught it. I then had the opportunity to discuss it with the Rebbe himself and he reviewed it for me as it is brought in Likutei Moharan. When the Rebbe first revealed this, he prescribed the remedy of the 10 Psalms without specifying which 10 must be said. He said we should just say 10. Later he told me it would be correct to specify the exact 10 Psalms. However, any 10 constitute the remedy, since any 10 Psalms correspond to the 10 types of song which are the true remedy. Before speaking of the Psalms, the Rebbe began the lesson and said the first remedy is mikvah. You must first immerse yourself in a mikvah. He then spoke of the 10 Psalms. Another time the Rebbe said you must be very careful to immerse in a mikvah on the same day you have an unclean occurrence. If you cannot immerse first thing in the morning, do so at any time during the day, even towards evening. It is most important to immerse on the very same day. At the end of Sipurei Ma'asiyot it is brought that he said it is best to immerse immediately. 4 long years passed, and what happened would consume many volumes. It was during this interval that the Rebbe contracted the illness that would eventually take his life. It was also during this time that he traveled to Lvov. One midwinter night, we stood around him as he lay in bed. Suddenly he began to speak of the 10 Psalms. He spoke to me to get a piece of paper and pen and write down verses alluding to the 10 types of song. He then revealed the 10 verses, dictating them as they will appear in Likutei Moharan. The Rebbe expressed his desire to specify the 10 Psalms that must be said on the day one has an unclean occurrence. We stood there waiting, but were not worthy to hear them at the time. We then left. When I returned for a Shabbat, I happened to see a manuscript in which the Rebbe himself had written down the 10 Psalms. I did not think it proper to take the manuscript without permission. I attempted to memorize it, but was prevented by the fear that the Rebbe would mind my entering the room and seeing the manuscript without his permission. This took place on Shabbat Shekalim when the Rebbe left his room to hear the reading of the Torah. I entered and saw the manuscript. On Sunday, I went to take leave of the Rebbe before returning home. I asked him to disclose the 10 Psalms, knowing full well that he had already written them down before. But the Rebbe demurred, saying that there would be another time. I then left for home without learning them. A short time later, when I was home in Nemerov, the Rebbe revealed the 10 Psalms to the Rav of Breslov and my good friend Rabbi Naftali of Nemerov. The Rebbe asked them to bear witness and said, 3/4 of people have been caught in this trap of improper seminal emotions. I call you to bear that these 10 Psalms are extremely beneficial for this unclean occurrence. In fact, they are an absolute remedy and help immensely. Some people experience such a mission because of overindulgence in food and drink or because of exhaustion and fatigue. Others experience it because of the position in which they happen to be sleeping. In such cases, there is no reason for concern. It is nothing more than bedwetting on the part of an infant. Others are guarded from high and are protected from such occurrences. Still others are spared because of their destiny. A man might dream that he is falling and be awakened in his dream. This is also a sign that he is protected from on high, but others experience emissions because of their fantasies and thoughts. This really does create evil forces, yet even in this case. So the man who says the 10 Psalms on the same day is a great remedy. Many great tzaddikim sought this remedy and worked hard to find it. Some never had any idea at all of the true remedy. Others began to perceive it only be taken from the world before they could grasp it completely, but God helped me and I totally grasped the solution. Rectifying this matter by reciting the 10 Psalms, something completely new and an outstanding innovation because it is nearly entirely new and a wonderful and awesome remedy. How good it is if you can immerse in a mikveh and then say the 10 Psalms, but if you cannot, for example, if you are sick and traveling and cannot immerse in, just saying the 10 Psalms alone is a great remedy. It is better if you can say the Psalms with devotion and feeling, but just saying the words alone will help. This remedy has not been revealed since the time of creation. I would prefer to do away with the blemish completely, but it is impossible physically and spiritually. It would involve the permanent change of variance, very nature that is beyond the realm of possibility. Even Moses and others like him could change the laws of nature only temporarily and only in specific instances. Even such great miracles as the splitting of the Red Sea and the Jordan River were temporary miracles. To do away with this world involve a general aberration of man's nature. It would involve changing every single human being for all time. This is physically impossible. Spiritually, this is also impossible. These 10 Psalms, however, are a most wonderful, precious, and beneficial remedy. He told them, bear witness to my words. When my days are over and I leave the world, I will intercede for anyone who comes to my grave. Says these 10 Psalms and gives a penny to charity. No matter how great his sins, I will do everything in my power, spanning the length and breadth of the creation to save him and rectify him. I was very positive in everything I say, but I am most positive in regard to the great benefit of these Psalms. These are the 10 Psalms: 16, 32, 41, 40, 41, 42, 59, 77, 90, 105, 137, and 150. These Psalms have been published numerous times. However, in the first edition of Sichot, because of a printing error, another Psalm was erroneously substituted for Psalm 137. This error spread to a number of other published works. The 10 Psalms should be recited in the order that they appear in the scriptures. The Rebbe also said, this is the Tikkun HaKlali, the general remedy. There is a specific remedy for each sin, but this is the general remedy. Go out, spread the teaching of the 10 Psalms to all men. It may seem like an easy thing to say 10 Psalms, but it will actually be very difficult in practice, owing to our many sins. The Rebbe's last words literally came true. Because of much opposition, most of the world has been prevented from using the remedy, but the Rebbe had already predicted this. We have done our part to teach this remedy to all those who wish to find the remedy. Let every man do as he fits. Listen if you want to, or ignore if you will. Our own souls we have saved. The author of the Tikkun Shabbat attributes these 10 Psalms to a work called Asara Hilulim. This is an error. In Tikkun Moed, they are explicitly attributed to our master, Rabbi Nachman of blessed memory. Many other authors also attribute these 10 Psalms to the Rebbe. If you carefully examine all the works that refer to the 10 Psalms without mentioning the Rebbe's name, you will find that they were all published after his death on Sichot 5571. Perhaps some authors attributed the 10 Psalms to another source. Because of the great opposition that the Rebbe suffered, they may have wanted the greatest possible number of people to be able to use the remedy, and therefore took advantage of the Talmudic dictum. It is permissible to alter the truth for the sake of peace. This is especially true in the case of something as important as the remedy. But we have already mentioned that this is an absolutely new remedy and was never revealed since the beginning of time. Say these 10 Psalms in the name of the Rebbe so that his lips should murmur them, which is something all tzaddikim desire. This is what motivated me to disclose all this. May the Rebbe's merit stand for us. May he rectify all our sins and suffering and save us. Amen. May it be God's will. I found a manuscript written by one of our group that provides additional insight into the Rebbe's lesson on the verse, I will make your faith known with my mouth. The lesson appears in the Likutei Moharan and states that faith primarily depends on one's mouth. The manuscript reads as follows: when you have doubts about your faith in God, say out loud, I believe with perfect faith that God is one, first, last, and always. The evil inclination comes from fallen strength. This is the strength of holiness that can counteract the strength of the klipa. It is written, of your strength they shall speak. Speech derives from holy strength. Therefore, when you say, I believe as above, you awaken the strength of holiness. This will offset your doubts which come from the strength of the klipa. The Talmud teaches a person should always agitate his good inclination against his evil inclination. You should use your holy strength to dispel the strength of the klipa. The Talmud also states that one who does not want to become agitated should speak quietly. Speaking is not agitating. Stillness offsets agitation. However, speaking out loud is in the category of agitation, which is strength. A manuscript from one of our group relating to the lesson. There are two ways that one can eat like an animal. Some eat human food with an animal's appetite. Others eat like humans, but their food is fit only for a beast. Sparks of holiness reside in food. If these sparks have not been sufficiently purified, the food is fit only for a beast and not a man. Eating like an animal is either one of the two ways that leads to fevers. It is written, you cause men to ride over our herds, and we have gone through fire and water. When we eat like an animal, we are in a low subhuman plane. This is when men ride over our heads. As a result, we go through fire and water with the heat and chills of fever. Physicians say that fevers come from overeating. This is on the physical plane. It is also true on the spiritual plane. When man has holy knowledge, he has the holy love and fear. When he falls away from this knowledge, he drops the fallen love and fear. It is written, The superiority of man over beast is nothing. It is further written, any holy wisdom comes from nothing. This holy wisdom emanates from the ultimate godly nothingness. When one eats like an animal, in either way he falls from the level of holy knowledge to a subhuman level. He then descends to the level of fallen love and fear. You cause men to ride over our heads refers to a subhuman level. As explained earlier, we have gone through fire and water refers to the fallen love and fear. After the Rebbe returned from Lemberg, he was still very sick with tuberculosis. He would often ride to the outskirts of the city and take walks in the fields. This was for his health and for some other awesome reasons that he alone knew. During these strolls, we heard many wonderful lessons and tales from the Rebbe. It was on such occasions that we heard the lesson on the verse, Isaac went to meditate in the field. We had taken the coach out of the city and stopped to walk in the field. We had descended from the coach and was standing around the Rebbe, who was still sitting there. It was time for the afternoon mincha prayer, and we were about to begin the service in the field. The Rebbe then revealed the above lesson, saying that when one prays in the field, every blade of grass enters into his prayers. He later remarked that just as we stood around him, he himself sees all the vegetation, each plant pushing itself towards each person who is there in order to rise and become part of his prayer. Several other lessons were revealed during these excursions. It was lesson 12, where is the place of his glory? And the verse, where is the lamb of the offering? There was also lesson 15, beginning, those who boast about fame, on the Talmudic quotation, why do camels have small tails and oxen long tails? Also told them was lesson 16. They ask why a man asks for God for livelihood. Several other lessons were also revealed during their walks. All these lessons are related to the Talmudic account of the question that Rabbi Yehuda asked Reb Zera when the latter was in a humorous mood. All that we heard during these excursions is bound together in the remarkable Talmudic saying. Rabbi Yehuda asked Reb Zera when he was in a humorous mood, why does a rooster cover his upper eyelid with his lower one? Likutei Moharan states that one should make every lesson he hears into a prayer. When the Rebbe revealed the lesson to him, he said it would be good to write the prayers for yourself. From his gestures, the way he said it, I understood what a wonderful and awesome thing this was. The Rebbe said that it was responsible for great delight on high. Another time, the Rebbe was speaking to someone who expressed his great desire regarding this. He said, I very much want my lessons made into prayers, but I do not know to whom to entrust the task. On another occasion, the Rebbe showed me a recently published book called Yad Katana. At the end of this book, several concepts and explained in the form of prayers, each one beginning with the words, oh my God. The Rebbe showed me the book and told me to read it. He was showing me, see how the author makes many scholarly concepts into prayers. He hinted that he would like the same done with his lessons. As in the case of many important things, the Rebbe never came out explicitly, but only hinted at what he wanted. He would hint at the weightiest of matters in the most trivial manner. These are accusing forces on high that can set up many barriers, for it was for this and other reasons like that the Rebbe found it difficult to reveal his wishes directly. Therefore, he made use of wonder illusions that a person could understand if he wanted to. This explains many of the Rebbe's dealings with me, but this cannot be explained. The Rebbe said, when you take a lesson and make it into a prayer, it causes great delight on high. Such delights have never ascended before God since the day of creation. This is also quoted in the introduction to the prayers. The Rebbe gave me further encouragement in the discussion following his lesson in the beginning to the eyes of all of Israel. Likutei Moharan, the Rebbe says that the word kasha, difficulty or question, consists in the initial letters of the verse Shema, Yud Kei Vav Kei Koli Yakra, hear God my voice, I call. In this lesson it appears that there's something missing before the phrase, nevertheless God hears his voice and this is his salvation. The lesson teaches that when you cry out with your heart, this itself is an aspect of faith. You may have many questions and grave doubts, but when your heart cries out, it shows that you still have the burning spark of faith. Without this spark, you would remain still. Therefore, the cry itself is in the category of faith. Understand this. This cry can also bring you to faith. The cry itself is an aspect of faith, but it is a way awake faith. But the cry can bring you to strong faith. It can elevate and strengthen your faith until all difficulties vanish. Even if you are not worthy of this, the cry itself is still very beneficial. The tales. The fifth story in the Sipurei Masyot is the Prince of Germs. I heard from another that before the Rebbe told the story, he said, I know a tale that contains the entire 42-level name of God. He then told the above story. However, it is not certain that this is the story that includes the name. Many years ago, I also heard the Rebbe said the Baal Shem Tov knew a story that contained the 42-letter name of God. He then spoke to me about the name and asked me to find an explanation in Yiddish for the two letters Vav and Sadi that appear in that name. I tried, but was unable to find any Yiddish word that was spelled out by these two letters. It was obvious that the Rebbe already knew the secret of this last name. However, he wanted to disguise this mystery in order to present it, and the two letters Vav and Tzadi could not be made part of this presentation. The 12th story in Sipurei Ma'asiyot is the Master of Prayer. In this story, a great world destroys the kingdom and leaves 10 small groups in search of leaders. After telling the story, the Rebbe asked us who told the story that was written in the Chronicles of the Kingdom about the groups formed as a result of that stone. We answered that one of the mighty warriors of the mighty warrior told the tale of the Master of Prayer. The Rebbe nodded his head as if to say that we had it right. We understood from this message that it was significant that one of his warriors had told the story. We further understood that every word in these tales teaches a great lesson. The mouth cannot speak it, nor can the heart conceive it. The 13th story in Sipurei Ma'asiyot is the 7 beggars. It was told over a period of several days. Each part of the story alluded to some discussion that preceded its telling. The story speaks of a boy and a girl lost in the woods who must meet 7 beggars. Each of these beggars appears to have a deformity: blindness, deafness, stuttering, a crooked neck, a hunchback, deformed hands, crippled feet. Later, the boy and girl marry each other, and on the 7 successive days of the wedding feast, each of these beggars tells his story. Each demonstrates that his apparent deformity is really an illusion, making a unique capability. The Rebbe began telling the story on a Friday night, and all began because of a snuff box that was given to him by one of his followers. I had written to one of my friends about this and told him to remain happy. The Rebbe saw this letter and remarked, "I will tell you how people once used to rejoice." Then he began the story. He told the beginning of the story, continuing until the end of the first day of the wedding, when they speak of the blind beggar. All this occurred on a Friday night while they were in his home in Nemirov. On the following Tuesday, my friend came to my house and repeated the story. I was so astonished. I stood there trembling. I had heard many stories from the Rebbe, but I never heard anything like this. I immediately traveled to Breslov. When I came to the Rebbe's house that night, he had already secluded in his room. On Wednesday morning, I went in to see the Rebbe and spoke with him at length. I told him some news about the surrounding areas, and the Rebbe then brought up the subject of the story I had begun the previous Friday night. The Rebbe said that he was anxious to know, that is to tell, how the story continued and what happened on each of the 7 days of the wedding feast. He also wanted to know what happened in the prince, who inherited the kingdom during his father's lifetime. The episode that introduced the story. Even though the Rebbe was telling the story, he spoke as if he was hearing it himself. The Rebbe outlined the entire story for me. On each of the 7 days of the wedding feast, one of the beggars blesses the couple and gives them gifts. The Rebbe also cleared up the subplot of the ancient man who could remember back to the beginning of their existence. This is part of the blind beggar story, and my friend had not told it very clearly. The Rebbe explained what the blind beggar meant when he said, "I remember nothing at all." He told me that this beggar goes back the furthest when he says that he remembers nothing. Since this means he can remember the time when absolutely nothing existed, he was astounded by this. I was very anxious for the Rebbe to continue and tell the story of the 2nd day, but just then the Rebbe's attendant came in and announced that it was time for the Rebbe's meal. He set the table and I had to leave. After the Rebbe had eaten and taken a short nap, I was able to see him again. I stood before him and told him the current news, especially about Pedichet, where I had recently been. I told him how the people were always worried and in need, especially the rich who are lacking so much. I quoted the verse, "He has set the world in people's hearts in a way they cannot fathom God's deeds from the beginning to the end." The Rebbe replies, "Is this not our tale? Where are we holding now?" Completely taken aback by my great desire to hear the rest, I excitedly replied that we were up on the 2nd day. The Rebbe immediately began on the 2nd day. The young couple had a great longing to see the deaf beggar. The Rebbe told the inspired story of the 2nd day on that Wednesday. On Friday night, he told the story of the 3rd and 4th days. On Sunday, he told the 5th day. On the following Tuesday, he completed the tale of the 6th day. We were standing around the Rebbe after he completed the count of the 6th day. One of us told him a short anecdote, and he remarked, "Is this not the story of the 7th day? It seems that people are already telling my story. I would very much like to complete it, but we were not worthy that he tell it at that time." And the Rebbe never completed the story. The Rebbe once said, "When I take money or something else from someone, I am really giving something to him, for my taking is actually giving." This is related to the story of the 6th day and the tale of the 7 beggars, in which the beggar boasts of the wondrous power of his hands. As mentioned earlier, the story of the 3rd and 4th day was told on Friday night. The Rebbe was suffering great anguish because his young grandson was seriously ill. The grandson was the child of his daughter Udal, and she had already suffered greatly from the loss of other children. The Rebbe was greatly troubled when he came to the table that Friday night. He finished the meal very quickly and concluded with the grace after meals before the usual crowd had a chance to arrive. He remained seated after the grace after meals and began to speak the entire talk with the great anguish and contained very deep ideas. To the best of our recollection, it dealt with the heart that is pursued. In the middle of his discussion, he suddenly remarked, "Where are we in the story?" I was taken aback and excitedly answered that we were up to the 3rd day. The Rebbe began on the 3rd day. The couple remembered and completed the story of the 3rd day, which touched somewhat on what he had spoken about previously. He ended up the story by saying, "They rejoiced very much." The Rebbe immediately told the story of the fourth day. As soon as he finished, he quickly left the table. I immediately reviewed these stories with the others who were there so that not one word would be forgotten. I was so involved in reviewing these remarkable tales that I completely forgot the Rebbe's earlier discourse. Woe for what is lost and cannot be replaced, but thank God we retained the stories and were worthy of preserving them, for as inspired as I may ever be, I cannot put the awesome significance into words. That Sunday we were standing around the Rebbe listening to them speak. He said a sharp word about a certain group, leading to a conversation about broad shoulders. This in turn led the Rebbe to ask where we were in the story. He then told the story of the fifth day. It was very close to Passover, and the Rebbe's house was being plastered. On Tuesday, he left his house and stayed with the Rebbe. As we stood around him, someone told us an anecdote. I do not remember it exactly, but it was related to the story of the sixth day, which the Rebbe then told. After this, another anecdote was told, relating to the story of the seventh day, as discussed earlier. The story of the sixth day was told very close to Pesach, and in my opinion, the 10 walls of the water castle that are mentioned there are related to the splitting of the Red Sea. In my work, Likutei Halachot, I've recorded that God enlightened my eyes to see in the story. Each tale came to be told because of a conversation regarding current happenings of the world. The new item would contain some idea that the story that the Rebbe had in mind and would lead them to his tale. The news would be awakening from below, drawing down an aspect of godliness to be closed in a particular tale. This was true of every single story. It was also true of many lessons that the Rebbe revealed that it was not a regular time for followers to come together to be with him. This was true of every single story. It was also true of many lessons that the Rebbe revealed that it was not a regular time for followers to be together with him. All this, we saw the awesomeness of the God and the greatness of the tzaddik, for whom everything in the world is Torah and a revelation of godness. But above all, we saw this tale, the seven beggars. The story contains wondrous, awesome concept without end. With some perception, you can see for it yourself. Read this story carefully. You will truly open your eyes and heart, and yourself will see the lofty teachings in each of the beggars' stories. Look carefully, and you will also see the unique holiness of each of the seven beggars, and what each said he achieved. The blind beggar boasts that he does not look upon anything in this world and is therefore literally blind to all worldly things. The deaf beggar cannot hear any worldly sounds. The same is true of all the beggars. Read the story carefully. Each word opens new doors, shedding light on a host of fascinating worlds. Our limited intellect may not be capable of comprehending it at all, but when we can understand is remarkable, and remarkable that this entire revelation came about through an antidote dealing with the worldly affairs. God was with us and revealed to us all that it should be good for us and our children forever. The Rebbe said it is best to not even hint at the mysteries contained in the stories, for when something is completely hidden, it can accomplish the most. Still, the Rebbe revealed some of the mysteries contained in his tales in order for people to realize that they contain hidden wonders. Okay.
Let's start.
You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Other teachings. I heard that the Rebbe once said, one who is a contentious in the previous life is reincarnated to be left-handed. The Zohar states that Korach instigated the dispute because he wanted to transpose right and left. Therefore, he was reincarnated to be left-handed. His right and left hands were transposed. In Sefer HaMidot, under the category of truth, Rebbe writes, one who is a liar in a previous lifetime is reincarnated to be left-handed. Reb Shmuel of Teplik once told me that when he was traveling with the Rebbe to Novovich, the Rebbe asked him, how did you sleep and how did I sleep? I slept on the subject of left-handedness. When the Rebbe had slept that night, he was involved in the mysteries of left-handedness. The Rebbe then hinted that this mystery includes the fact that the tribe of Benjamin is said to have contained 700 left-handed men. In Likutei Haran, the Rebbe speaks of the simple conduct of true tzaddikim. Sometimes the tzaddik behaves like an ordinary person, a prostak. Much can be said about the background of this lesson. All the details cannot be put into writing, but I will record as much as possible. It was Shabbos Nachamu, the Shabbat after Tisha B'Av in Uman, during the last months of the Rebbe's life. He had just moved into new quarters where he would eventually pass away. His new apartment was spacious and airy, looking out on a bright lawn, and the Rebbe enjoyed it very much. However, the house belonged to The Rebbe moved into this apartment just before Shabbat Nachamu. Many of the Rebbe's old followers gathered around him that Shabbat, along with many new ones. A very large group had come especially to be with the Rebbe. On Friday night, the Rebbe left his private room and came into the large chamber where the people were gathered. He was very weak and scarcely had enough strength to speak. He immediately said the Kiddush and then sat down to the table. He did not return to his room, as was his usual custom as the Kiddush. At such a gathering, he appeared very faint and began speaking in a very feeble voice. The Rebbe said, "Why do you come to see me? Don't you realize that I know nothing at all now? When I have a lesson to teach you, then you have some reason to come to me, but why have you come now? Don't you see that I know nothing at all? I'm just a simple prostak, an ordinary person." The Rebbe continued like this for some time, repeating over and over that he knew nothing and was an ordinary person, a simple prostak. He said, "The only thing that inspires me is the fact that I was in the land of Israel." He continued in this vein, saying that he knew absolutely nothing, that he was a simple prostak, and that his only inspiration came from his stay in the Holy Land. As he was talking about this, he started to explain this awe-inspiring topic, how in this ordinariness he would inspire himself with the road to the land of Israel, and how with that he would give life to ordinary people. Prostaks, Torah students and scholars, when they break from their studies, ordinary folk who are complete lowlifes, and even non-Jews who also need to receive life. All this is explained in the above lesson. In the same lesson, the Rebbe also alluded to his new apartment. He said, Jews sometimes come to a place where there is no holiness. They conquer this area and sanctify it, making it a Jewish place. It then enters into the category of the land of Israel. Others would then be able to say, "You are thieves." But it is written, the strength of his deeds he told his people to give them the inheritance of the nations. We have the power to conquer the entire world and sanctify it with the holiness of the land of Israel, for God created it and willed it that it be given to them. With this same will he took it from them and gave it to us. All this is included in the above lesson, which the Rebbe then completed. The Rebbe was very joyous and told us to sing Azamar B'Shvachim, even though he had not yet washed his hands for the meal. His usual custom was to sing it after breaking bread. During this period, the Rebbe was very weak, and we usually did not sing at all, but he was so joyous this time that he told us to sing right then, and he himself joined the singing. After breaking bread, the Rebbe spoke with us at length. With true grace and joy, the entire atmosphere was awesome and wonderful. The Rebbe was in a very joyous mood throughout the meal, speaking and conversing with us at length. He encouraged us in many ways at this meal, and some of what he had said had already been published. Suddenly, the Rebbe cried out from the depth of his heart, "Gewalt, seid ich niet meush, never give up. Kein Yish is not get verbunden." There is absolutely no basis for despair. It is utterly impossible to describe the Rebbe's holy gestures by which he intimidated the enormous importance, strengthening ourselves. The Rebbe described his great joy, saying how his happiness was combined with awe. He said, "Today I rejoice with trepidation." That Friday night was one of the most indescribable grace, beauty, holiness, awe, and joy. It is beyond our ability to put it into words. The skins of all the rams of Neviot would not suffice to record it, for then we saw God's wonderful salvation and awesome miracles. We could perceive how God always had mercy on his people. The state of hiddenness and concealment could turn to the highest yearning. At first, the Rebbe actually knew nothing, but this state of not knowing brought about a great revelation. We actually do not know anything of such matters. What the Rebbe called ignorance was a perception that plumbed the most profound depths and mysteries. He himself said, "My not knowing is even more unique than my knowing." Even in the little bit that we could grasp, we saw awesome wonders that are beyond our power to describe. Above all, we saw God's salvation, for he had mercy on us and revealed such things that inspired and encouraged those who were present. Every word seemed to be addressed to each one of us personally, as if the Rebbe was speaking to each one in particular. We were able to use his words and inspire many others. God was with us here too. The Rebbe's words still live and are an inspiration to many people. What can I say? His mercy upon us is great, and God is true forever. The next day was Sunday, and I wrote down Friday night's lesson. I brought my manuscript to the Rebbe, and he grasped it feebly in his hands. The Rebbe was standing near the window and looking out. He was so weak that the manuscript slipped out of his hand and drifted out the window into the garden. I went and lifted the manuscript from the ground, returning it to the Rebbe. He looked at it and read it from beginning to end. The Rebbe then remarked, "What did you write?" "This is what I myself discussed." The words here are very deep. Look carefully at the lesson discussed here, Likutei Moharan 1178, which begins with the verse 2. I pray to God you will be able to understand this entire account, and your soul will derive everlasting pleasure. I heard that the Rebbe once said, my achievements came mainly through simplicity. I spent much time simply conversing with God and reciting the Psalms. This is how I achieved what he did. He said, if only I would have known that God would make me the unique person I am today, I would have done in one day what took me an entire year. That is, the Rebbe would have been so enthusiastic, he would have done so much in a single day as he used to do in the entire year. The Rebbe deeply yearned to serve God with the artless, simple simplicity of the ordinary person. He often said, Oi, simple simplicity. The Rebbe also said, I have spoken with many great tzaddikim. They all said that they attained their high level through prostic, absolute simplicity. They would do the simplest things, secluding themselves and conversing with God. This is how they attained what they did. Fortunate are they. This lesson beginning, one must be very careful always to be joyful on Shabbat, is in Likutei Moharan. This lesson was revealed on a Friday night. The Rebbe began by asking me, are you joyous on Shabbat? I answered, I sometimes have trepidation. The Rebbe said, this is not the way. The main thing is joy. He admonished me to be happy, especially on Shabbat. The Rebbe then revealed the above lesson. Speaking of the importance of Shabbat joy, at that time in particular, one's fear and stringencies are elevated, but only through such joy. The Rebbe discussed this at length, lecturing us to be in a joyous mood on Shabbat. He said, we should do everything possible to bring ourselves to such joy as recorded in this lesson. The Rebbe said, we should buy delicacies for Shabbat. All your income is decreed from the beginning of the year, but what you spend for Shabbat and festivals is not included in the decree. Even a simple family man can make himself happy with tasty food such as fish and broth. He then said to me, now you have something to be depressed about. He meant that he had just lectured us to be joyous on Shabbat, and I had not been worthy of such happiness. This made me even more depressed. The Rebbe had actually read my thoughts. As soon as he declared that we must be joyous, I began worrying because I had not attained such Shabbat joy. When the Rebbe said, now you have something to be depressed about, it actually gave me much confident encouragement, for it made me realize that I should not worry about rejoicing to the point of becoming depressed. When the Rebbe lectured me about this, I answered, I have a very great desire to be filled with joy on the Shabbat. It meant that even if I were not worthy of actual joy, I still had great yearning for it. The Rebbe had spoken many times about the importance of desire and longing. The Rebbe called for those around him. Have you heard what he said? He spoke well. The Rebbe also told us to sing many zmiras and other Shabbat songs. He said, do not pay attention to any obstacles. Others may be sitting at the table and not seem to have any desire to sing. Strengthen yourself and sing with joy. Conduct the Shabbat table in a happy mood. The main thing is Shabbat joy. The Rebbe's lodgings in Uman overlooked the old cemetery, and he could hear the people who customarily came to cry and pray at their parents' grave. Once he heard a woman standing by her father's grave and crying in a bit of voice, Father, Father. The Rebbe's daughter was standing next to him at the time, and he remarked to her, this woman is crying, Father, Father, with the best of intentions, but her father is not there at all. The Rebbe explained, when you visit your parents' grave, it is best to ask those who are buried nearby to inform your parents that you are there. Though most souls depart to their destiny, not all souls ascend to their intended place, and many remain near their graves. Therefore, it is best to tell these other souls to inform your parents. But when you visit a tzaddik, you need not worry that he is not there, for the death of a tzaddik is like going from one room to another. The Rebbe then told his daughter, take me as an example. Right now I am in this room. I can then go to the next room and close the door. If you stand by the door and cry, Father, Father, will I not hear you? We heard similar things from the Rebbe's holy lips many times. He suggested to each one of us in many ways the great importance of visiting his grave. He promised that he would certainly hear what we said and help us in any way possible. It was the Rebbe's holy way to speak with such wondrous wisdom that often we did not immediately grasp the full meaning of his words. Often it would be a long time before we understood their significance. This was especially true of his wish for us to visit his grave. He alluded to this many times and also spoke of it openly, as for example when he set aside 2 witnesses. I heard that the Rebbe once said that he had revealed many lessons related to his illness. In fact, after he returned from Lemberg, Lvov, he spoke about his lungs in almost every lesson he gave, since he was suffering from tuberculosis, a lung disease. May God save us. The Rebbe said that in light of the amount of lessons he had given on the topic, he should always have been healed. He should have been healed already. The fault, however, lay in his audience's lack of faith. Their faith was not that strong. The Rebbe's devotion. The Rebbe told us about his youth when he once visited Rabbi. He said, I had not yet attained my present level where I could speak to a group and still be literally involved in the Torah and attached to God. You think that everything comes at once? This is far from the truth. You must work and toil before you can achieve any good quality in devotion. At this point in his youth, it was very difficult for the Rebbe to spend time with others because he always wished to be involved in his devotions. Many times when his unique qualities were mentioned, the Rebbe would say, but I struggled very much for it. I fasted very much. We were once in Breslov after Shavuot, and the Rebbe complained to me, how is one worthy of being a Jew? I stood there dumbfounded. I knew the Rebbe's greatness and the unimaginable extent of his devotions, yet here he felt as if he had not yet begun. The Rebbe replied, when I begin serving God, I have no idea I would achieve what I did. There are things I know now that I did not even realize existed. I could not even begin to yearn to perceive what I know now, for I had no idea that such levels of understanding and knowledge even existed. Therefore, I did not have any concept of what it strives for. But the same thing is still true. Who knows what there is still to comprehend, what understandings there is still to preserve. Later the Rebbe said, my only comfort is the fact that I spend the entire day in Torah and prayer. I heard this in the name of the man who attended to the Rebbe in his youth. The Rebbe would often fast from Shabbos to Shabbos. On a Wednesday, in the middle of one such fast, blood began flowing from his nose, eyes, ears, and mouth. His attendant started screaming, saying that he would raise an alarm in the house because the Rebbe was so faint. The Rebbe wisely calmed him down, saying, this is the way of such a fast. It becomes most difficult in the middle of the week. But tomorrow you will see that it will be easier for me. The Rebbe had made his attendant take an oath that he would not tell anyone about his fast, so he had to keep it to himself. During another such fast, the Rebbe, because so faint in the middle of the week that he had to take his bed and raise his feet at the bedpost. One Friday night, the Rebbe found himself in great danger after fasting the entire week. The only safe way to break such a fast is with things such as milk and warm fluids. The Rebbe had not prepared anything special and no one else knew about the fast. He ate the regular heavy Friday evening meal and became dangerously ill. This caused a great commotion in the house. Another time after such a fast, the Rebbe went to the mikveh on Friday afternoon. The mikveh was extremely cold, but the Rebbe immersed himself and remained in the mikveh almost 2 hours. This would have been difficult for even one who was not fasting. The Rebbe once fasted from Shabbat to Shabbat while living in Zlatopolia. By Friday afternoon, he was so weak that he had to be carried to the mikveh. He said that the reason he became so faint was because knowledge of his fast had become public. The Rebbe lived in town and had his private room where he could practice his devotion. Still, he would often walk in the woods and fields and seclude himself in prayer. I once walked with the Rebbe through Medvedka, where he had lived earlier. We strolled all through the fields and hills. The Rebbe gestured toward the hills and meadows and said, see all these fields and hills around the city? See all the other places near the town? I was in all these places. I went to each of them many times and secluded myself in prayer. The Rebbe pointed to a mountain near the city. He said, there is a very high place on top of that mountain, and in the middle of there is a small depression. I would climb to the top and seclude myself there. This was my favorite place. I would go there many times. There were also other places, all this place in Medvedka, where the Rebbe was already a renowned tzaddik. This is aside from the many times he engaged in Hitbodedut earlier, where he lived in a nearby village. Earlier as well, when the Rebbe lived in Mezhebuzh. and later in Zlatopolia, and here in Breslov. The Rebbe would spend much time every day in Hitbodedut. Many times he spent the whole day in Hitbodedut. One of the Rebbe's followers from Zlatopolia related the following. One summer day in Zlatopolia, the Rebbe prayed very early. He sent his daughter Sarah to call me. When I came to him, he suggested that we take a stroll together. We soon left the city and found ourselves walking in a grassy meadow. The Rebbe spoke, "If only you could be worthy to hear the song of this grass. Each blade sings out to God without any ulterior motive, not expecting any reward. It is the most wonderful to hear their song and serve God in their midst. It is very good to be religious among them." We walked a bit further and came to a small mountain near the city. I asked why we were going there, and the Rebbe told me the secret of that mountain. He asked me to come with him. The mountain was hollowed out like a cave, and we entered it. We could not be seen from the outside. As soon as we entered the hollow, the Rebbe took a copy of Sha'arei Tzion out of his pocket and began to read. He read it page by page, weeping bitterly all the while. I was standing there, holding the Rebbe's coat, and was amazed at the extent of his weeping. He stayed there for a very long time. When the Rebbe finished, he asked me to go out and check the time. When I looked, the day was almost over and the sun was beginning to set. The Rebbe had been weeping in prayer for an entire long summer day without stopping. The Rebbe asked me for a light and smoked a pipe for a while. He sat there for some time and then he went outside. The Rebbe said, "A time will come when it will be very difficult to approach me, but now I am in your hands. If you and Rabbi YY desired it, I could make you into tzaddikim like myself," Rabbi Yaakov Yosef of Zlatopolia. When the Rebbe moved to Uman, it was a mere half year before he passed away. He had already achieved a level higher than any human being, as discussed earlier. But even here, he would spend much time in secluded prayer. The Rebbe had lodgings in Uman, but his landlord had the right to enter at will. Once the landlord entered the Rebbe's room without warning and found him lying prostrate on the floor, stretched out in prayer. The Rebbe was so weak and close to death at the time that his very life was a miracle, but still he maintained his devotion, serving God with absolute simplicity. He continued like this to the end of his life, and he was taken away in peace to the highest levels, happy as he. Whenever his high spiritual level was mentioned, by the Rebbe would say, "But I worked very hard for this. I struggled very much. I endured many fasts." We are taught envy of scholars increases wisdom. This is why the Rebbe told us all these things. He wanted to envy his great achievements and emulate them, following his ways and striving to serve God. The Rebbe once spoke to one of us about his attainments. He seemed to boast a very high level and deep perception, just like one taunts another and tries to make him jealous of some mundane achievement. The other man replied to the Rebbe, "How can I achieve this? Who is worthy of attaining such a high level? Surely only one with a lofty soul like yours." The Rebbe seemed very irritated and answered, "This is the trouble. You think that tzaddikim attain greatness merely because they have a very great soul? This is absolutely wrong. Any person can attain my level and become just like me. All it takes is true devotion and effort." I also heard from him many times that it depends mainly on hard work and devotions. I heard that the Rebbe once said, "People think I am worthy of the great level because I am a great-grandson of the holy Baal Shem Tov." Nothing could be further from the truth. It came to another way completely, and even though I was worthy, my success came to just one thing. The Talmud teaches, groaning breaks a man's body. The Rebbe said that this was precisely his experience. In his youth, while striving to serve God, he would spend much time sighing and groaning. He would then test himself to see if he could lift his hand. His body was so broken and subjugated that he could not even do the simple task. The Rebbe also told of his great shyness. He said, "I used to be so timid before God, I could literally feel the shame on my face. Often I would stand before God and feel embarrassed, as if I had been humiliated in front of a friend. There were times when I would actually blush. So great was my shame." The shame was also visible on the Rebbe's face. No one had ever seen anything like this before. The great tzaddik Rabbi Nachman of Chernobyl one saw the Rebbe as a youth in Medvedka. He was astonished at the great awe that was visible on the Rebbe's face. He said that on the Rebbe's face we can see the literal meaning of the verse, so that his face will be on your face, so that you will not sin. The Rebbe's eyes would literally glow like the sun and the moon. This was especially true on the holy Shabbos, when his eyes would shine and his face would glow. The Rebbe's great holiness and fiery bond with God on Shabbat was really something to see. This was the way he said Kiddush on Friday night in his customs at the table. This was awesome melody with which he sang Atkinu Seudata and Azamat B'Shvachim. This was the way he sang the Shabbat table songs, such as Kol Mekadesh, Menucha V'Simcha, Eshet Chayin, Me'ein Olam Haba. If you have not seen this, you have never seen anything good at all. Those who were at the Rebbe's table on Shabbat would be ready to bear witness that such a sight would never be seen again until the coming of the Mashiach. If all the seas were ink, it would still be impossible to describe an inkling of a great beauty, awesome sanctity, intense awe, and sweet pleasantness, wonderful closeness in God that was there. With genuine humility, one could say that such a scene was never before witnessed. I am only speaking about my own meager understanding of what was taking place there. Beyond this, there were deep mysteries for above our understanding. Before Kiddush, the Rebbe would take the cup in his hand, and stand in absolute silence for a long time. All we could hear was a faint yearning sound coming from his lips as he reached the lofty spears in which he descended. Then the Rebbe would begin the opening words of Kiddush in a wondrous chant. Yom HaShishi, the 6th day, the Rebbe said the first word. I once asked the Rebbe why many devoted people struggled to serve God and still did not attain the level of the great tzaddikim. The Rebbe answered simply, they probably did not exert themselves that much. Presumably they did not struggle. The main thing is effort. Everything depends on one's deeds. I heard this from Rabbi Yudel of sainted memory. The Rebbe once vaunted, in fact, that he was unique in completely overcoming all his desires. He said, no one as young as me has ever overcome his desires so completely. Many tzaddikim have banished their desires, but not until they were in an advanced age. The Rebbe mentioned the number of tzaddikim as examples, saying that he knew they did not completely vanquish their desires until they were advanced in years. He said, for a youth like me to break down all desires is something unheard of. As we have mentioned earlier, the Rebbe had vanquished every worldly desire before the age of 20. The Rebbe began to tell how removed he was from all worldly desires. He said, eating is contemptible to me. My meals are a great difficulty and burden. When I think of what becomes of the food I eat, it becomes very disagreeable to me. I must distract myself and think of other things when I eat. This is the reason the Rebbe would often converse during the meal. He would distract himself and thereby be able to snatch some nourishment to sustain his body, for in general he found eating very disagreeable. He said regarding overcoming sexual desires, I am wondrously unique. The Rebbe once gave his old talit to one of his esteemed followers. He said, be very careful with this talit. I shed a tear for as many threads that are in the talit until I understood the true meaning of the talit. I heard the following conversation with the Rebbe had with Reb Shimon, and when Reb Shimon returned from over the border. Reb Shimon had been away and had not seen the Rebbe for more than 3 years. I do not know the exact details, but something happened in Medvedka to cause the Rebbe to become upset with him. The Rebbe said, I am banishing you to the other side of the Don River. God caused the Rebbe's words to be fulfilled. A short time later, Reb Shimon traveled to the vicinity of the Don River, some 100 leagues from Medvedka. This is deep in Russia, where Jews are a tiny majority, less than 1 in 1,000. They were an even smaller minority many years ago. When this event took place, Reb Shimon traveled to this area intending to remain for a short while, but God willed that the Rebbe's words be fulfilled, and Reb Shimon was forced to remain there for several years. What happened during his time would consume many volumes. Reb Shimon lived among non-Jews during this time, was subject to untold difficulties and temptations. While Reb Shimon was away, the Rebbe moved from Zlatopoli and settled in Breslov. By the time Reb Shimon returned, the Rebbe had already lived here for 2 or 3 years. The Rebbe told Reb Shimon, I have advanced as much between the time you left And today, as I advanced between the day I was born and the time you left, the Rebbe constantly rose higher and higher from one level to the next. What he meant was that he advanced, though, as many levels during the 3 years of Reb Shimon's absence as he had advanced from his birth until that time. This could give you some idea of the Rebbe's greatness. When Reb Shimon left the Rebbe, he already had been in the Holy Land. He had already gone through years of self-discipline. Even before reaching the Holy Land, he had attained an awesome level of greatness and the most wonderful perception into the deepest mysteries. He was already on a level never before seen or heard. Then after a traumatic journey, he was able to reach the Holy Land and return in peace. It was in the Holy Land that the Rebbe attained what he did. He himself said, "What I perceived before coming to the land of Israel was literally nothing. I am ashamed of the limited scope of my teachings before then." After returning, he elevated himself from one level to the next, every day and every hour. When Reb Shimon left, he had already been back from the Holy Land for several years. Just to imagine the high level that he stood upon at that time. After all this, Reb Shimon was separated from him for a little over 3 years. The Rebbe could still say that he advanced as much during those 3 years as he advanced from the time he was born until Reb Shimon left. This year, the same Reb Shimon who had also told me that shortly before the Rebbe moved from Breslov, which was towards the end of the Rebbe's life, he told Reb Shimon, "Look at me today. You know how much I struggled and toiled to achieve what I did until now. I can now accomplish this much in a single day." At later time, the Rebbe told him that he could accomplish that much in a single hour. Still later, he said he could do it all in a single moment. Understand well how far this brings us. When the Rebbe said this to Reb Shimon, he was already worthy of his great attainment. He had already said that his previous level of perception and devotion was nothing compared to what he later attained, and even this previous level was very great and deep. This occurred many times. The Rebbe had already attained an immeasurable level before going to the Holy Land. After his return, he was literally ashamed of his previous attainment, saying that we're absolutely nothing. After that, he continuously elevated himself one level to the next. From our earlier accounts, it can be understood that he reached immeasurable heights, so lofty that they cannot be expressed in words or thoughts. After all this, one is able to comprehend a little of his awesome greatness. I also heard that the Rebbe once said, "When you are worthy of complete knowledge, you can accomplish in a quarter hour of devotion what another person can only attain after 70 years of struggle and toil." Before his pilgrimage to the Holy Land, the Rebbe said, "I do not understand how tzaddikim make a pigeon and intercede on behalf of another. There are 24 heavenly courts. When a person presents the redemption, the tzaddik must know in which court the person is being judged. If he does not know this, he may intercede and bring the redemption to one court, while then the person is actually being judged in another. He must therefore know precisely in which court the man is being judged, and what particular intercession and redemption are required by that particular court. I know all 24 courts. I can appeal the case from one court to another through all 24 courts. If I do not agree with the judgment of one court, I can ask that it be judged in another court. Going from one court to another is certainly beneficial. No matter what the final outcome, the sentence is still delayed. Because of this delay, the sentence can be reduced because of some merit on the part of the defendant. Even if this does not help, I can still appeal directly to the king. This takes great wisdom and effort, and no one else in this generation can do it. No other man has ever known how to do this correctly. It is a major skill to frame each petition to the precise number of words and to give proper respect to the king, for it is certainly impossible to send too many cases directly to the king. The Rebbe also said, "I do not understand how they claim to make a redemption. This is impossible unless one knows exactly how the Kohen Gadol dealt with the banished goat." Before his pilgrimage to the Holy Land, the Rebbe said, "I cannot sleep. Before I fall asleep, I see all 600,000 letters of the Torah come and stand before me." The Rebbe once encouraged one of his followers to be happy. He said, "You should rejoice in God even if you don't realize God's greatness. You can rely on me, for I know his greatness." The Rebbe then quoted the verse, "For I know that God is great. You should also rejoice in me that you are worthy of having a Rebbe like me." The Rebbe encouraged another of his followers to make himself happy even in his everyday affairs. He said, "This is certainly the way. First, make yourself happy with matters of the world. Do this to the best of your ability, and you will eventually be worthy of true joy." Late one afternoon, just before the Mincha prayer, I was standing before the Rebbe. He was looking out of the window with a look of deep longing in his eyes. He began speaking to me of how quickly the day passes and is gone. He said, what do I have to do in this world? Behold, the day passed and is soon gone." The Rebbe meant what he had to do was beyond measure. Before he passed away, the Rebbe said, "I have already reached such a high level that I can no longer advance while still clothed in this earthly body. I yearn to put this body aside, for I cannot remain on one level." Although the Rebbe attained the highest levels, he still strove to reach the next step. This was true throughout his life. He finally reached so high a level that he could no longer advance while still in a mortal body. Therefore, he had to leave the world. He said, I would like very much to remove this garment, for I cannot remain on one level. I once heard the following from the Rebbe. I saw a new angel today. I know his name and his deputies. These angels are holding shofars. The first long blow is a tekiah, then a staccato trua, and finally another tekiah. These angels seek out lost things. Many things are lost. This is because of desire. It is written, the desire of the wicked shall be lost. The mnemonic for tekiah and tekuah is TRT. The initial letters of the words in the verse are the same as the mnemonic Tavot, Rishaim, Tovid. It is also written, they shall search and be lost. Even a tzaddik who searches after lost things is himself lost sometimes. This is written, there is a tzaddik who is lost through his righteousness. The tzaddik must then repent for the sin that was responsible for the loss. Although his sin was not actually committed by the tzaddik, he's still tainted by it. When he repents for that intestinal taint of sin, he is then able to recover awesome things that have been lost. When these are found, there is a great tumult and joy on high. The Rebbe then said it is very difficult to receive charity. It appears that a person receives charity can do much damage and make it more difficult to recover lost things. It can also cause things to become lost. This is my understanding of what the Rebbe meant. The Rebbe's words here are awesomely deep. See what he writes in the haran. There he states that the Kabbalistic concepts of the months of Elul are very helpful for the blemish of the covenant that results from sexual sins. He also speaks of mystery of unripe fruit. All this is related to the above. I heard this explicitly from the Rebbe's holy lips, and no one among us has ever began to fathom its depths. I heard that the Rebbe once said, I know wisdom and cannot be revealed. If I were to reveal the wisdom, people could be nourished by the delight of comprehending it. They would no longer need to eat or drink. The whole world would nullify themselves with deep longing and desire to hear my wisdom, and people would long for and seek the sweet beauty of this wisdom. But I cannot reveal this wisdom to mankind. As soon as I begin to speak it, I desire to hear and receive lofty things from my listener. I then stop speaking so I can listen and receive from him. Therefore, I cannot reveal his unique wisdom. The Rebbe spoke about this great wisdom many times, but I heard about it only from others, never from the Rebbe himself. At the end of Sipurei Ma'asiyot, I write that I myself heard the Rebbe say there are levels of wisdom that can nourish a man without food or drink. The Rebbe once said, no one is really opposing me. They are merely opposing a person who is doing things they fabricate against me, and they are correct in opposing such a person. Those who were against the Rebbe invented all sorts of false accusations against him. These accusations were totally without foundation and did not apply to the Rebbe at all. However, a person who was guilty of what was contained in these accusations would certainly be worthy of their opposition. Therefore, these people were not opposing the Rebbe at all. If they actually knew of the Rebbe's greatness and holiness, they would certainly not oppose him. They would run to follow him with the greatest zeal and enthusiasm. If they're actually opposing a fictitious character of their own making, they created a character who did the things they were accusing the Rebbe of doing. It would certainly be proper to oppose such a person. The Rebbe said, they have carved out a man and are opposing him. They are not actually opposing the Rebbe, but the fictitious character they have portrayed in this place. The Rebbe once felt an abdominal pain after being outside. He said, I feel that I will soon receive money. It is written, and your bellies going out shall be like money. Shortly after this, the Rebbe received money by mail. I heard the Rebbe once said, as soon as a man enters and shakes my hand, I know his entire past history. He then said, it is alluded to in the verse, from hand to hand his evil shall not be cleansed. This is as soon as one shakes hands with the Rebbe, placing hand to hand and greeting, his evil shall not be cleansed. Everything was immediately revealed to the Rebbe. I myself also heard something like this. The Rebbe spoke in an offhand manner, for it was very easy to know another's past history from beginning to end. The Rebbe said, you can do this wisdom alone, without any special degree of spiritual perception. You can grasp much from the way a person speaks if you know how to look. There are many other signs. You can also recognize a sexually immoral person by his nose. You can tell whether or not a man's faith is pure by his belt. There are many such signs. There are many cases in which the Rebbe told people things they had done when they came to him. The Rebbe said that he knew the root of every Jewish soul. At first he said he knew them in the written Torah, but not in the oral Torah. He later said that he knew the root of each Jewish soul in the oral Torah as well. The Rebbe also knew how to provide each person with a spiritual remedy based on the place where that person's soul was rooted. There was many things he told us to do. Those did not involve deep intentions or the unification of the transcendental words to Yichadim. These things he told those close to him to do with simple acts. The Rebbe told his followers not to fast at all unless he prescribed it. He might tell one person to fast at certain intervals. To another, he might prescribe undertaking a fast from Shabbat to Shabbat. To others, he would say once a week. They should stay awake at night and abstain from eating animal products for 24 hours. There were many whom the Rebbe told to fast on the day before Rosh Chodesh. He also told most of his followers to be careful to immerse in the mikvah on days associated with festivity when tachanim, the penitential prayers, are not said. The Rebbe told many people to study 18 chapters of Mishnah every day. The Rebbe prescribed many courses of study, a different one for each person. There was one course of study, however, that was prescribed for everybody, the daily study of Shulchan Aruch. The Rebbe said that even when a person has no time, he should still study at least one law in the Shulchan Aruch each day, no matter what the law may be. He said this is an important obligation for every Jew. Another practice that he universally prescribed for us to seclude ourselves in prayer every day. He told us to express our thoughts before God and ask that He have mercy and allow us to achieve true devotion. This secluded prayer was to be in the language we normally spoke. This is already discussed at length in the Rebbe's printed works. The Rebbe would specify various practices for each person. He would also change these practices even for a single individual. For example, the Rebbe might first tell a person to study 18 chapters of Mishnah each day. After a while, the Rebbe would exempt him from this and prescribe some new practice. Later, he would assign other practices. This is how the Rebbe acted towards his followers. He would tell one person to recite a particular verse daily, while another would be told to study a certain Mishnah every day. The Rebbe would look at the root of a man's soul and prescribe the practice that was necessary to correct each blemish. Each person required a specific practice. There were other practices that he prescribed for all his followers, as discussed earlier. Still other practices were prescribed for many people. Other were specific for particular individuals. The same was true in regard to time. There were some practices that the Rebbe prescribed for a person's entire lifetime. An example was the study of the Shulchan Aruch, which the Rebbe clearly told us to study every day of our lives. In other cases, the Rebbe prescribed a certain practice for a given period of time and then substituted another routine. Most of the practices prescribed by the Rebbe seemed very simple. However, they were all pre-prescribed on the basis of awesome hidden mysteries and were very far from simple in their effect. But the Rebbe did not reveal any of these mysteries to us. He simply prescribed the routine and did what was necessary with it. The Rebbe said, "Everything I prescribe is beneficial and a remedy for the past and for the future, as well as after death, in the Messianic age, during the resurrection, and in the world to come." No matter how simple the Rebbe's advice might seem, in practice it was always very difficult. It might involve a simple act, but it would be complicated by a host of distractions and frustrations. Had the Rebbe not prescribed it, it would have been a most simple matter, but the fact that it was prescribed by him made it a very difficult task. Still, the Rebbe's followers always heeded his advice. They knew that it was most difficult and would involve great struggles. They would make use of prayer, begging God to help them fulfill these holy practices. In the end, God helped them and they were able to succeed. I heard the Rebbe say explicitly, "Everything I prescribe becomes very difficult." Those who were close to the Rebbe were able to see this. Throughout his entire life, he never had any respite, even for an instant. He waged God's battles every second of the day. It is impossible to go into further detail for many reasons, but this was why he encountered such great opposition. Still, God helped him and he was able to use this opposition to elevate himself. Every instant of every day, he lifted himself to new heights and attainments, the likes of which the world has never seen nor heard. Even today, there are many obstacles in the path of one who studies the Rebbe's sacred works. Even if you know about the Rebbe and want to study his works, you will still encounter many obstacles. You can actually see the many difficulties and frustrations, for the light is still hidden and eclipsed. We saw the Rebbe accurately predict the future in many cases. Once during the 10 days of repentance between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, the Rebbe said, "Heaven help us, there will be great illness this year." This took place in 1806. When he left the mikveh before Yom Kippur, he felt his head to see if he was still alive. Out of apprehension of the impending illness, the Rebbe's prediction came true and many people became ill that year. Another year, there was a serious inflation of prices when there was a good wheat crop. That some people thought that prices would go down, but the Rebbe said prices would not go down and that the inflation would last for 2 years. The Rebbe's prediction came true and the inflation lasted through the second year. When the 2 years ended, the prices finally went down. Similar things occurred many times. However, we have already stated that we do not wish to speak of the Rebbe's miracles, for this is not his praise. From from his words, it can also be understood that the Rebbe was forbidden to reveal miracles. Therefore, we saw only few such wonders and predictions. If you look carefully into the Rebbe words, you will see that he knew what was going to happen even in the very distant future. Still, everything was very well concealed and hidden. To speak of such things is not our affair. One of the Rebbe's followers once came to me, had a serious ailment in his arm, was in such great pain he could not move it at all. He had his arm in a sling and was totally unable to lower it. The Rebbe's followers told him that this man was very poor and could not afford the expensive salts and other remedies that he needed for his arm. The man was sitting at the Rebbe's table for the Shabbat morning meal. The Rebbe remarked that the man certainly had faith, and those sitting around agreed. He discussed this for a while, then repeated himself, asking again if this man had faith. Those present again answered yes. Suddenly the Rebbe commanded the man, lower your arm. The man sat there amazed, and everyone else was also very surprised. What was the Rebbe saying? The man had been afflicted for a long time, and it was absolutely impossible for him to move his arm. Why was the Rebbe telling him to do the impossible? As soon as the Rebbe gave the order, he decreed, spoke, and it became fulfilled. His follower removed the man's sling, and the latter instantly lowered his arm. He was totally healed and was an obvious miracle. He regained full use of his arm and it remained healthy for the rest of his life. Many awesome miracles like this occurred from time to time. The Rebbe, however, was compelled to minimize them. I saw the Rebbe soon after he healed the man and spoke to him about it. It was obvious that he was not feeling well. The Rebbe said, whenever I am involved with miracles, I always suffer from it. Whenever I do anything like this, I pray to God that it be forgotten. The Rebbe said, bring money to someone as a pidyon and ask that he intercede for them on high. They tell him their illness and suffering and other problems. It is a wonder to me that the man accepting the opinion does not suffer as much as the sick person himself. From this we can understand that the Rabbi actually felt the pain and suffering of the sick people for whom he prayed. He literally felt their every ache and pain. The Rabbi discussed this many times. He said, when I first asked God to let me feel the pain and suffering of others. Sometimes a person would come to tell me his troubles, but I would feel nothing. But I prayed to God that I should feel his Jewish suffering. Now I can feel the suffering of another even more than he can himself. Another can forget his own suffering by thinking of other things, but I concentrate on it very deeply until I literally bleed because of his pain. Once one of his followers asked the Rebbe not to forget him. The Rebbe replied, how can I forget you? Don't you realize that each one of you has a place in my heart? Rebbe's granddaughter was once stricken with smallpox. I was with the Rebbe and spoke to me of the great anguish that caused him. He then spoke of God's ways cannot be understood. One of the sons of the holy Ari died. The Ari said that he had died because of a secret teaching that the Ari had revealed to Reb Chaim Vital. The Ari actually had no other choice. Rabbi Chaim had pressed him, and the Ari was therefore compelled to reveal the secret. He himself had said the only reason he was born into the world was to rectify Rabbi Chaim Vital's soul. Therefore, he was compelled from on high to reveal this mystery at Rabbi Chaim's request. Although he was compelled, the Ari was still punished for doing so. These are the ways God that cannot possibly be grasped by human intellect. From what the Rebbe said, we can understand that this was also true of him. Both he and his children had suffered greatly. And all this happened because he was involved in bringing us closer to God. God certainly desired this, and the Rebbe had no other choice. It is written, he thinks also that the outcast will not be banished from him. God wanted the Rebbe to bring the outcast back to him. Still, the Rebbe had to suffer because of this. This is God's incomprehensible way. The Rebbe continued to speak of the great suffering he experienced because of his grandchild's illness. He said, I would prefer that I myself be stricken instead of the child. I can feel each of the child's groans deep in my heart, but this is for my benefit. A stranger may have an ill child and bring me opinion or ask that I pray for him. I will be able to feel the suffering as much as I do now. When one of my followers leaves me, heaven forbid, I have so much pain in my heart as I have at this time. The Rebbe had told me the story of the disciple who had recently left him. He said he had suffered as much at that time as he did because of his grandchild. One of the Rebbe's followers later told me that the same thing happened after the Rebbe's baby son, Shlomo Ephraim, passed away. The Rebbe told his following, I am suffering because if the Holy Ari was punished for revealing one secret mystery, how much more so is this true of me when I have revealed so many secrets like this? Okay.
Breslov.
The Rebbe said many times I imagined what it would be like to die. I did this to such an extent that I literally sensed the taste of death. It was as if I had actually died. Another time he told me, as a youth, I would think what it would be like to die. I imagined how many people would cry over me. I would imagine every aspect of my death. To do this well, it is a very difficult task. The Rebbe once came inside and said, "What do you want? What do you do when a great mountain of fire stands before you? A very great treasure lies on the other side. The treasure cannot be reached without passing through this fiery mountain, and you have no choice but to reach the precious treasure." After several days, the Rebbe spoke about this again. He said, "It has already been revealed to me what must be done in such a case. I was once speaking with the Rebbe and mentioned the fact that people find it difficult to believe that tzaddikim today can be as great as those in the past." The Rebbe replied, "If they believe in God, then they must also believe that there are tzaddikim. Tzaddikim exist in every generation, just as God himself always exists. Understand this well." The Rebbe said that one must use the same powers with money as he does with food. These powers are acceptance, retention, digestion, distribution, and expulsion. When you eat, you make use of your power of acceptance. You also make use of your power of retention, holding the food so that it does not immediately leave your body. You then use your faculty of digestion and distribution, delivering the food to all parts of the body. The brain receives the choicest parts, with the next best going to the heart. Each part of the body receives what is best for it. Following this, you make use of your power of expulsion, excreting the unusable portion of the food. All this is well known. Money requires these same powers. You must use your powers of retention and do not spend the money immediately, not like those who have a great desire for money and spend their lives acquiring it only to squander it immediately. Then you must make use of your power of distribution, budgeting your income for all your necessities. It is the same with food. The choicest portion must be given to charity. The rest must be distributed properly, just as in the case of food. The Baal Shem Tov once explained why he accepted money from the wicked. He said, "I distribute all the money that I receive. That which comes from the righteous is spent on the needs of pious wayfarers who visit me. Other monies are distributed accordingly, but money coming from the wicked is spent for my horse and laborers. The money might all be mixed together, but it automatically is distributed in such a manner." The Baal Shem Tov was able to distribute his income automatically. The same was true of his power of expulsion. The unusable portion of his income was expelled and used for common laborers and horses. The Rebbe said the passion for riches comes mainly to one who does not have a vessel to receive. The same is true of eating, for certainly if one knows how to, desire is mainly for that which is not necessary. The same is true of money. I have a vessel. The Rebbe said, after all the suffering, God is still good to us. Our troubles are by no means minor, and we should not minimize them, but compare them to a single experience of God's closeness. All sufferings is then like nothing. Suffering brings us closer to God. When we lose our health, who is taking it if not God? Therefore, we are nearer to Him. When we lose, who takes, if anything, these things bring us even closer to God. One is closest to God in the world to come. We entered the Rebbe's room as usual on the Shabbat of Noach. The Rebbe said, "What I do with you is a very small thing for me. It's really your task." All that he did with us was draw us close to God. And this was a very small thing for him. It was really our task to bring people close to God. The Rebbe himself had a far loftier mission. I stood there dumbfounded. What could be greater than bringing people closer to God? The Rebbe then said, "There are naked souls that cannot enter a body at all. These souls are more pitiful than anyone alive. When the soul is born into this world, it comes with a body. It can give birth to children and observe God's commandments, but the naked souls have no way of elevating themselves and are most pitiful. They cannot accomplish anything on high and also cannot clothe themselves in a body. There are also incarnations that have not yet been revealed. There are many incarnations mentioned in the sacred works of earlier masters. However, other incarnations have never been revealed at all in the world. One's incarnation can only cause him to desire to travel constantly. He makes plans to travel, but they do not materialize, and ultimately he remains at home." The Rebbe's conversation on Sunday night, the week of Noach. My teachings are very great. They are filled with divine inspiration and can be used to predict the future. Listen carefully and pay close attention to my lessons, and you will see the future. After things happen, you will also see that they were predicted in my lessons. It has all been set forth in my teachings. I heard this after Shabbat of Bereshit. I had come to the Rebbe on Sunday night to show him the lesson. In the beginning, before the eyes of all of Israel. That week we actually saw the Rebbe's words come true. The lesson of that Shabbat had actually revealed deep secrets and predicted future events. On the previous Thursday, the famed tzaddik and holy light, Rabbi Yitzchak of Berdichev, passed away. Friday night was the Shabbat of Bereshit, and the Rebbe revealed the lesson in the beginning before the eyes of all Israel. In this lesson, the Rebbe spoke of the glory of Israel. He said that when a tzaddik passes away, the glory of Israel is eclipsed. News of Rabbi Yitzchak's passing did not reach us until the following Monday. When the Rebbe revealed the lesson, we had no idea of inference. When we later heard of the passing of this great tzaddik, we then understood the Rebbe's meaning. The lesson speaks of the eclipse of the glory of Israel, a title that the Rebbe had given to Rabbi Yitzchak. He also spoke of him as the attribute of tefillin. Etrogim had not been available that year and only arrived miraculously at the last moment. The Rebbe said that he knew Etrogim would come, but he trusted in the tzaddikim of our generation, particularly in the great tzaddik Rabbi Yitzchak, the glory of our generation. Therefore, it is obvious that with divine inspiration, the Rebbe revealed in the lesson the saint that Rabbi Yitzchak had passed on. Look carefully into this lesson and you will see that it all speaks about this. Search and you will find it. When the Rebbe saw this lesson in writing, he also said the religious exhortations in my lessons are very deep and wondrous. Had this been delivered as a sermon, it would have aroused you and broken your heart, for it is a very great logical moral exhortation. Do as I told you and make my lessons into prayers. When you bring this lesson into words of inspiration and prayers, it will greatly inspire you and break your heart. The Rebbe said that even the average individual should feel the loss of a tzaddik like Rabbi Yitzchak. Everyone now feels that there is something lacking in the world. There is a depressed mood everywhere. One person might feel it in his business, which no longer runs as smoothly as before. Another might feel it in his bones, which somehow seem displaced. The Rebbe then gave several other examples. If your eyes are truly open, you will see that the world has become dark, for a great light has been extinguished in the world. We find many things that change in the world when a tzaddik passes on. The Talmud tells us that when Rabbi Yossi passed away, the spouts of the city poured forth blood. In many instances, the world was changed by the death of tzaddikim. Many had reported that flames had seen rising from Rabbi Yitzchak's bear. The Rebbe said the rumor does not seem probable, for the generation is not worthy, but the tzaddik himself was certainly worthy of a pillar of fire at the time of his death. A true leader has died. He was a leader of the Jewish people. Even when a non-Jewish leader or a prince dies, it causes changes in the stars. How much more of this is true of a leader of the Jews? When I returned from Berdichev after Chanukah in the winter of 1810, the Rebbe told me that he had a story to tell. He said the tale has been told only once before, and this was before Solomon's temple was built. The only ones who understood it were the prophet who told it and the one to whom it was told. Even the other prophets could not fathom it. Although this story has already been told once, it is now a totally new concept. Many things have changed since it was last told. It was told once before in accordance with that time, but now it must be told in accordance with the present. The story has removed any questions I might have had about what we are doing. At first, I found it very difficult to understand why we are not respected in this world, but the story answered any question I might have had. The Rebbe was prepared to tell the story, but events intervened and we were not worthy of hearing it. Shortly afterward, the Rebbe told the story of the Master of Prayer. However, he said it was not the story he had mentioned earlier. He said that the first story was much more beautiful than that of the Master of Prayer. As awesome and wonderful as the latter may be, fortunate is he who is worthy of hearing the story in the world to come. The Rebbe said, no one can understand the book of Likutei Moharan unless he knows each lesson forward and backwards. All my teachings are introductions. The Rebbe said that every one of his lessons can be applied to the entire Bible and oral Torah. That is, the entire literature of the Talmud and Midrash. The Rebbe once spoke of the tzaddik, difference between the teachings of various tzaddikim. The Talmud teaches that Moses looked through a clear pane, while other prophets saw through a dull window. Other prophets described this vision by saying, Thus says God. They saw it only vaguely through a dull window, but Moses was able to understand his vision by saying, "This is the word of God." He was describing a clear vision seen through a brightly polished window. The Rebbe said the same difference exists in the original Torah insights of tzaddikim. All these teachings are absolutely true, but when some tzaddikim try to fit their teachings into a biblical verse or Talmudic teaching, it does not fit the words exactly. The best they can do is find some illusion of support for their works. This is like a vision through a dull window, and all they can say is, "Thus says God." There are some extraordinary tzaddikim in the category of Moses. Their original teachings are as pure and clear as the sun. When they fit these teachings into biblical and Talmudic sayings, they illuminate them most clearly. Their vision is through a lucid window, and they can say, "This is the word." Their teachings fit the quotation so obviously and clearly that they can truly say, "This is the word." The Rebbe said, "All my lessons are very lofty, but when I deal with combinations of letters, my lessons are most sublime." That is, lessons derived from the initial and final letters of the word in a phrase or by an arrangement of letters. He also said, "I would like to go much further, even beyond letter arrangement, but for the time being I am remaining with this method. I still derive much pleasure from letter combinations. They are deeply hidden mysteries that can be revealed only through such combinations." The Rebbe said, "If you are well versed in my published lessons and conversations, you will be able to find in my teachings the content of every talk in the world. For there is no matter in the world that is not found in them. Every worldly discussion and talk contains the Torah wisdom in a hidden form, but only those on the highest spiritual level can perceive these concealed concepts. One who is well versed in the Rebbe's holy and amazing teachings will be able, through the basic intellect, to find the Holy Torah in all worldly conversations, if it is not on such an elevated spiritual plane." Several people once came to see the Rebbe. He took a piece of paper that had his handwriting on it and held the paper in his hand, and he said, "How many lessons are written on this paper? Many worlds are nourished through the smoke of these lessons." The Rebbe then took the paper and burned it with the lamp. Then he said, "There are many Torah lessons that have never been put into writing. Just to write them and draw them to letters is itself very special. This is, the world may not yet be ready for these teachings. Just putting them into written form has a very unique merit." The Rebbe said, "If you hear only the sound of my voice when I reveal a lesson, it is still of great benefit. Even if you do not hear the words, it is written, hearing the sound of his word, the sound specifically. Even if you hear nothing but are merely in the building where the lesson is revealed, you will gain immeasurable good." The Rebbe said, "When I tell you something, the words may not take effect until much later. It is like taking a medicine. Some remedies work immediately, while others must remain in the body for some time before they have any effect. The Rebbe's words sometimes take a very long time before they inspire a person, but in the end, they are effective and benefit the person greatly." He said, "I can tell you something. Sometimes it will not affect you at all, but the words are passed from person to person, from one friend to another. These words finally reach a particular individual and penetrate deeply into his heart. It is here that they fulfill their mission and inspire them." The Rebbe said, "My lessons are not only for you, but for those who are here and those who are not here." Rashi explains, "Those who are not here speak of future generations." We spoke to the Rebbe about this many times. He said that we should teach future generations about all of God's great deeds towards us. Another time he said, "You must also teach your children all the lessons, discussions, and tales that are revealed to you." His words became like burning coals, and he quoted the verse, "You should make them known to your children and to your children's children. Your children should be told what was done here." He then repeated with trembling and emotion, "You should make them known to your children and to your children's children." He said, "If it is possible to drag a person out of a bog, then the other person who is holding on to him will also be pulled out with him. Know this and believe." The Rebbe said that anything he did in public was very difficult and required general self-sacrifice. He told us that before he began the first word of the Kiddush, he literally felt as if his soul was about to depart. The same was true when he was ready to begin the first words of a lesson. It seemed as if his soul would depart with the first word. He said, "When I am ready to express the first word, I feel I am expiring." The Rebbe would never do such thing as lead the congregation in prayer or read the Megillah or the Torah. Then he would not even call out the shofar notes to be sounded on Rosh Hashanah. The only public things he would do were reciting Kaddish, singing Zemirot at the Shabbat table, and revealing his lessons. And even these were very difficult for him. Even reciting the Kaddish on his mother's yahrzeit was a very difficult experience for him. Some of the Rebbe's enemies spread a rumor that all his teachings were handed down to him by his grandfather, Rabbi Nachman Horidenka. The Rebbe thought that this was ludicrous. He made a joke of the absurdity of this rumor, saying, "My grandfather must surely have been good to me, to have left me lessons befitting each occasion, no matter what happens. They all fit what people need to hear, whether on Shabbat Chanukah or Shabbat Nachamu, or whatever other time I speak, I am able to take the lesson and include it in everyone's present needs, both spiritually and materially, as well as current events. We ourselves could see that the Rebbe's lessons contained what each of the listeners need to hear. It was perfectly obvious and happened many times. His lesson had everything that we need for both body and soul. Each lesson wove all this in with our present needs and with everything else that was happening in the world. This is aside from the wondrously unique way in which each lesson came about. Anyone with even a little intelligence could see that it was the living word of God revealed to the Rebbe from on high. It obviously came from the highest possible source and stood on an awesome holy plateau, for these lessons contained absolutely new concepts that never before revealed to the world. How could one even consider the ridiculous idea that these lessons originated with the Rebbe's grandfather, Rabbi Nachman Horidenka? How could he have bequeathed so many stories, lessons, and discussions, as well as the advice the Rebbe constantly gave us? And why did these lessons reach the Rebbe alone? Why is it that no one else heard of his grandfather's original teachings? Who is such a fool to believe such absurdity? The Rebbe also said that those who knew Rabbi Nachman Horidenka knew that his grandfather was not capable of revealing such lessons. Although his grandfather was an extraordinarily holy tzaddik, he was not an astounding, innovative scholar. He would certainly not be capable of originating such unique ideas contained in the Rebbe's teachings. A very old man from Slavovitz, who knew Rabbi Nachman Horidenka personally, once came here and visited the Rebbe. The Rebbe said, "It is rumored that my teachings originated with my grandfather, Rabbi Nachman. If my grandfather himself would hear my teachings, he would also consider them uniquely original." The Rebbe once quoted the Talmud rule, "The accepted opinion is that of Rabbi Nachman in litigation." He was referring to his opposition, for his opinion was certainly the one accepted on high. The Talmud states that the accepted opinion is that of Rabbi Nachman in litigation. Litigation always involves two opposing factions. The courts must decide between them. I heard this in the name of the Rebbe. The Talmud also states, the decision is like Rabbi Nachman, the decision is like Rabbi Nachman, the decision is like Rabbi Nachman. The Rebbe was once speaking about strife and said, "Why do people worry what others speak against him? It is because opposition can cause a person to fall from his level, heaven forbid." The Talmud teaches that the Great Assembly wanted to count King Solomon amongst those who have no portion in the world to come. Only King David's intercession saved him. We see that they had the power to cast out King Solomon with their words. It is written in the words of King David, "Princes have persecuted me for nothing, but my heart trembles at your words." Princes have persecuted me, but I know that is for nothing. They can accomplish absolutely nothing with the opposition. I know this because my heart trembles at your word. I still have the fear of heaven and are not fallen from my level. This is a sign that their persecution was in vain. Princes have persecuted me for nothing. I heard that the Rebbe once said, when you ask a tzaddik whether or not you should do something for God that involves great sacrifices, it is proper for him to tell you not to do it. However, you are not bound by his advice. I heard this in the Rebbe's name. I also heard a similar concept. You must obey whatever a tzaddik tells you, but if he tells you not to come to him on Rosh Hashanah, you should not obey him. The day before Rosh Hashanah is very suitable for presenting opinion. The Rebbe said, for me, the main thing is Rosh Hashanah. Right after Rosh Chodesh, Rosh Hashanah, I began listening very carefully. I want to hear them knocking on the wall, waking people for next year's Sichot, for the year passes and is gone in the blink of an eye. And avoiding speculation. In his commentary in the book of Proverbs, especially in chapter 7.3, the Al-Shich HaKadosh writes at length about avoiding philosophical works. In a wonderfully clear manner, he explains how they fool the world. At first, they conceal their false beliefs and skepticism, displaying only the facet of sweetness in their evil ways. It is written, the lips of a forbidden woman drip honey, but her end is as bitter as wormwood. Rashi comments that this forbidden woman is atheism. Many other lessons in the book of Proverbs tell us to keep away from the forbidden woman. The forbidden woman is secular wisdom. There are two women in the books of Proverbs, the woman of valor, representing the Torah, and the foreign woman, representing secular wisdom. If you know the way of the enlightened, you know how they mislead people. Most of all, they mislead the young by teaching them bitter ways. They are literally like the libertine woman. At first, she adorns herself and speaks sweetly, not revealing the evil in the heart. She pretends to be virtuous, not revealing her true nature until she snares her prey. This is also the evil way of those enlightened, as is obvious to all those who are familiar with them. The major portion of the book of Proverbs warns us about this. Whenever it speaks of the fool who goes against the straight path, it is speaking against such perverted scholars. They are called fools and imbeciles. Therefore it is written, have you seen a man who thinks himself wise? A fool has more hope than he. Likewise it is written, woe to those who are wise in their own eyes. We cannot speak at length about this, since these enlighteners claim the exact opposite to be true. They try to prove their point from all the sacred works, particularly the books of Proverbs. For the Torah contains both life and death. It is written, this is the Torah that Moses placed. Psalm, before the children of Israel. The Hebrew word psalm also means potion. The Talmud states that Torah is a potion for life, and those who are worthy, and a potion of death for the unworthy. It is also written, God's ways are straight. The righteous will walk in them, the sinners will stumble in them. If a person stubbornly wishes to follow an evil path, long discussions will not dissuade him. But if you desire the truth, our words will be sufficient to strengthen your resolve. You will be able to stand firm like a pillar of steel and break the jaws of unrighteousness. May God reveal the truth soon. Amen. May be his will. It is written, you should know this day and take it to your heart that God is the Lord. Some philosophers tried to use this verse to prove that one must know God philosophically. The Rebbe said that it is absolutely false, and there is a reference which states that this interpretation was first used by the Karaim. The truth is that the only way to know God is through faith. This is the only path to knowledge and perception of God's true greatness. Thus is it written, I will betroth you to me with faith, and you will know God. In the Likutei Halachot, there is also a long discussion explaining clearly that true knowledge of God comes only through faith. Many verses tell us to know God. It is written, you should know this day and take it to your heart that God is Lord. It is also written, know the God of your father. There is also know that God is the Lord. None of these verses have anything to do with philosophy. Their lesson is that we should constantly know that God is there and not forget him for an instance. Great kings remand their subjects constantly to know that they have a ruler. This is especially true of their soldiers. They are continuously trained to know who is the Lord and King. His fear must be on their faces in order that they serve him absolutely. A king, subjects are constantly told, know that you have a Lord and Master. They are not told to philosophize about it, but to keep it in mind and not forget it. They are told to always think of the king and not do anything against his will. The same is true of the kingdom of heaven. We are told, know the God of your father. Know and do not forget. Know this day and consider it in your heart that God is the Lord. Know that God is the Lord. We must be reminded of this many times. We must know that God is the Lord, but a host of worldly temptations and distractions are at work to make us forget this. Most people hardly ever think about God. The Torah therefore reminds us, know that God is the Lord. Know that God is your Father. Take this into your heart and mind until it is tightly bound up every instant. Therefore it is written, you should know this day and take it to your heart that God is the Lord. The main perfection of knowledge is binding your mind to your heart. Then you will know in your heart that God is the Lord. When this enters your heart, you will certainly gain a deep awe of God and will not sin. We cannot write further about this, since every individual's knowledge of God must enter the gates of his own heart. The more the gates are open, the more he will understand our words. There are no biblical verses that teach us to know God through human speculation built on confused sophistry, heaven forbid. The only way to know God is the way taught by our holy forefathers who struggled all their lives for him. They divested themselves of all worldly matters, totally subjugating every desire and emotion. Above all, they achieved total mastery of their sexual desires and so released themselves from the bondage of the root of evil. Consequently, they were able to perfect their intellect and truly recognize their Creator. This is the heritage that they bequeathed to us. It is our duty to accept this heritage with joy. Therefore, we say in our prayers, fortunate are we, how good is our portion, how pleasant is our lot, how beautiful is our heritage. The main lesson of these verses is that we take this holy knowledge into our minds, bring it into our hearts, and bind it there constantly in order that his fear will be on our faces so that we do not sin. There were some enlightened people who claimed that the moon contained life like that on earth. They said they could see the trees and other terrestrial creatures on the moon. The Rebbe ridiculed this greatly, saying it is absolutely foolishness. The moon is like a mirror. The things people claim to see on the moon are actually reflections of things here on earth. These intellectuals therefore open their mouths in vanity. The Rebbe lived for 2 more years after returning from Lemberg. During these last years, he constantly spoke of faith, and we understood him. Everything he said was meant to bring true faith into every Jewish heart. Many times the Rebbe would remind us of the great favor that Moses did for us by beginning the Torah with the simple words, in the beginning, God created heaven and earth, revealed our faith without any sophistication or philosophy. The Rebbe denigrated all philosophical works, ridiculing them in every possible way. He made it clear to us that the authors of such works were absolutely nothing. Speaking at length about this, he revealed many wise sayings containing awesome, wondrous truths. Every word was sweeter than honey and the honeycomb, entering the depths of our heart. We have already written about this at length. Some have been published, but there's not even the thousands of what he said. The way he spoke is also impossible to describe. The words were both sweet and awesome, coming from his lips with holiness, purity, trembling, and awe. People could speak to the Rebbe of the most mundane affairs, and they would bear witness that his words contained all the grace in the world. During the last 2 years of his life after he returned from Lemberg, the Rebbe constantly dwelled on faith. We could see that his every word, both holy and mundane, was spoken only to bring faith into the world. It is written, all your commandments of faith. This is the foundation of the entire Torah and its commandments. The Rebbe once told someone, I will tell you in secret, great atheism is coming to the world. Atheism will come to the world as a test from on high. I know that my followers will be strong and remain firm in their faith without this, but I am revealing this to further encourage them. Let them know that this has already been predicted. Similar words were heard from the Rebbe's holy lips many times. With a deep groan, he would say, whoa, how can a few people stand up against the whole world? The Rebbe's words came true immediately after his death. Atheism spread in the world as never before. Since the beginning of time, the leprous plague began to flourish in faraway lands where notorious atheists put together works such as Hamasef. This plague did not spread to our lands until after passing of the Rebbe and other great tzaddikim. When it reached our area, the tzaddikim and holy Jews cried out like a whooping crane, but none listened to them, as the non-believers already have the upper hand. Woe is to us! See what happened in our nation. See the din of the evil decrees that have resulted from their deeds. Woe! What has become of us? As a result of our misdeeds, it all came about as the Rebbe predicted with his holy inspiration. We see that it is still spreading even now. Whoa, who knows what will be in the days to come? The Rebbe told us many times that this was predicted by the prophets. It was especially predicted by the prophet Daniel, who said, many will purify themselves and be refined. He told us that in the end of days, Jews will be refined in faith, for many will rise up to pervert it. These are the enlighteners and atheists of our generation. It should be easy to withstand the test, seeing that it has already been predicted, but the temptation will be so great that many will stumble and fall to the depths. We are writing this so that all who desire this truth of our holy faith should know that the Rebbe was already predicted this. Let this restore their souls and strengthen their hearts towards God and His holy Torah, as taught by our sages of old. Many almanacs, both Jewish and otherwise, claim to predict the weather. The Rebbe could ridicule them as having no relation to reality. The Rebbe said, if they really know, let them predict the different types of weather that will occur in a single day. There are many kinds of weather each day. One may bring cold and heat, rain and snow, wind and calm, and countless other variations. Who can predict and know all this? For it is written, how great are your deeds, O God, exceedingly deep are your thoughts. A brutish man does not know, a fool does not understand this. Only a fool would claim to know, with outside wisdom, the changes that take place each day. Scientific works also state that these almanacs are totally confused. See in particular what is discussed in the end of the work, Nachman ben Naim. I heard that the Rebbe once encouraged a man who was greatly confused about his beliefs. The Rebbe told him it is written that all creation came into being only because of people like you. God saw that would be people who would cling to our holy faith despite suffering greatly because of the confusion and doubts that constantly plagued them. He perceived that they would overcome these doubts and strengthen themselves in their beliefs. It was because of this that God brought forth all creation. This man then greatly strengthened and unperturbed whenever he had confusing thoughts. The Rebbe said many times that the creation was mainly for the sake of faith. Therefore it is written, all his works are through faith. A number of people were once praising Rashi's commentary in the Rebbe's presidency. The gist of the conversation was that for a straightforward commentary on the Bible, one need only use Rashi's commentary, as many of the others follow the philosophers. Some biblical commentaries occasionally abandon the traditional Talmudic and Midrashic interpretation of one of agreeing with philosophical teachings. This should be avoided. The only necessary commentary is that of Rashi HaKadosh. The Rebbe then remarked, you may not realize it, but Rashi is like the Torah's brother. Every Jew from child and on studies both the written and oral Torah with Rashi's commentary. Think of this and you will understand Rashi's unique greatness. Our sages teach us that it is forbidden to gaze at what is above and below and as before and after. The Rebbe said there is a different above and below for each individual where he may not gaze. It all depends on his level. There are those whose intellect can go no further than the bounds of the physical world. They are therefore forbidden to delve any further. This is true of philosophers and scientists. The intellect may reach up to the stars, but it cannot penetrate further. They know nothing beyond the sphere of the physical, and even within it. They are often mistaken, leading to their many disputes. We have already explained why Muslims must avoid their works. Every man has a place where his intellect ends. Beyond this, it is forbidden for him to gaze for what is above and below, that he must depend on faith alone. A man has been told that it was impossible to understand the Kabbalah without fasting and frequent immersion in the mikveh. He saw the Rebbe in Uman and asked him about this. The Rebbe answered, it is possible to know the wisdom of the Kabbalah without this, for it is wisdom. He explained the reason why the main Kabbalistic word shvchey and other such works are so difficult to understand is because they are not written in order. When the science and philosophy end, this is where true wisdom, which is Kabbalah, begins. Scientists and philosophers can only speculate within the bounds of the physical world. They can reach up to the stars and galaxies, but beyond that they know absolutely nothing. Even their understanding of the physical world is very incomplete, as they themselves admit. The wisdom of Kabbalah begins where their wisdom ends, beyond the physical world. The Kabbalah includes the entire physical world as the world of action, and teachings then go beyond the world of action to the worlds of formation, creation, emanation. The world of action also has a spiritual level beyond the realm of science and philosophy. The Kabbalah speaks only of the spiritual roots of the world of action and above. Therefore, the Kabbalah begins where scientific knowledge ends. Speaking of awesome degrees of perception, the Rebbe once said, the knowledge of scientists ends with the physical universe. It seems to them that beyond there is only God's essence. In fact, the entire study of Kabbalah deals with the many levels and worlds beyond this world. One who knows the truth of the Kabbalah understands that it is unfathomable, for it is a level above a level. The Rebbe once saw a book containing some writings of the Ari that were not widespread. This world speaks of the levels of emanation before the world of emanation contained in the world of the garment. This is all discussed in the work. I was very surprised when the Rebbe told me I had thought that there was nothing higher than the world of emanation. Was astonished to discover Kabbalistic teaching speaking of higher levels. I expressed my surprise to the Rebbe and he laughed. He said, don't you realize that the philosophers are the ones who think that knowledge ends with the planets? This is also the case with true knowledge. Even in transcendental worlds, there are levels above levels, high above high, without limit to bounds. Thus it is written, there is no fathoming his greatness, but words cannot express this. The Rebbe once said laughingly, if they would allow one dead soul to visit an assembly of philosophers, that would put an end to all their teachings. I found this in a manuscript written by a member of our group. It is best to seclude yourself and meditate in the meadows outside the city. Go to a grassy field, for the grass will waken your heart. The Rebbe once said there are certainly many religious people who do not seclude themselves with God. But I call them confused and confounded. When the Mashiach suddenly comes and calls them, they will be baffled. When a man wakes up from a restful sleep, his mind is calm and relaxed. This is how it will be when Mashiach comes, totally without panic or confusion. When a man wakes up from a restful sleep, his mind is calm and relaxed. This is how he will be when Mashiach comes, totally without panic or confusion. The Rebbe once spoke to a youth and encouraged him to seclude himself and converse with God in his native language. The Rebbe told him that this is how prayer began. The main form of prayer was an expression of the heart before God in each person's native tongue. The Rambam speaks of this in the beginning of his code on prayer. He states that this was the main form of prayer in the beginning. Before it was formalized by the men of the Great Assembly, it was only then that a formal order of prayer was introduced. Yet even according to the halakha, the original form is still foremost. Although we follow the order of prayer ordained by the men of the Great Assembly, the original form is still most beneficial. Make a habit of praying before God from the depths of your heart. Use whatever language you know best. Ask God to make you worthy of truly serving Him. This is the essence of prayer. In many places, we discuss the importance of making this a regular service. This is the way all the tzaddikim attain their high level. Look well into our words. Rabbi Nachman told me that when he heard the Rebbe say a Jewish heart should be drawn to God so strongly that every heartbeat is a flame yearning for God, the Rebbe gestured with his hands to express this great yearning. He said, even when you sit among others, you can lift your hands along with your heart and cry out to God with a yearning soul. The Rebbe then lifted his hands with great emotion and with wonderful yearning recited the verse, do not forsake me, O Lord, my God. The Rebbe used this as an example, saying that even when you are among others, you can arouse yourself to God with great emotion. One of the Rebbe's followers asked him the difference between depression and a broken heart. The Rebbe answered, when you have a broken heart, you can be standing in a crowd and still turn around and say, Master of the universe. The Rebbe then raised his hands with great emotion and said, Master of the universe. The same man told me that he wanted to speak to the Rebbe many times but could not open his mouth when he was with him. I found it impossible to tell the Rebbe what was in his heart. One Friday afternoon when he was attending the Rebbe, he decided that he would speak to the Rebbe right away but was unable to open his mouth. As the Rebbe was dressing after his bath, he asked the man to pass him shoes. As the man handed over the shoes, the Rebbe said, make a habit of speaking to God, then you will be able to speak to me. The man followed this advice and was able to speak to the Rebbe. However, he still found it very difficult to express himself. The Rebbe said a warrior girded his loins to overcome a mighty wall. When he came to the gate, he found it blocked by a spider web. Can you imagine anything more foolish than retreating because of a spider web blocking your path? This parallel is obvious. He said the main thing is speech. Use it and you will win every battle. You can mediate and meditate. You can meditate in thought, but the most important thing is to express it in speech. This parallel reaches the most important lesson. You may find it difficult to speak with God. You might also find it difficult to speak to a true tzaddik. This difficulty is great foolishness. It is a mere laziness and bashfulness and a lack of virtual boldness. You are ready to use your speech to overcome the great battle against the evil within you. You are on the verge of victory and are able to break down walls with your words. The gates are ready to fly open. Should you then not speak because of mere bashfulness? Should you hold back because of a minor barrier like this? You are about to break down a wall. Will you be discouraged by a spider web? The same man told me that the Rebbe prescribed that he spend 2 hours a day in secluded prayer. For an hour he was to meditate and prepare himself to speak. When his heart was awakened, he should then speak to God for another hour. The Rebbe once spoke to one of his disciples about clothing. He said, you must pray for everything. If your garment is torn and must be replaced, pray to God for a new one. Do this for everything. Make it a habit to pray for all your needs, large and small. Your main prayer should be for the fundamentals, that God help you in your devotion, that you be worthy of coming close to Him. Still, you should also pray even for those other things. God may give you food and clothing and everything else you need, even though do you not ask for them. But then you are like an animal. God gives every living thing its bread without being asked. He can certainly give it to you in this way, but if you do not draw your life through prayer, it is like that of the beast. A man must draw all necessities of life from God through prayer alone. I once had a slight need for some insignificant thing. When I mentioned it to the Rebbe, he said, pray to God for it. I was quite astonished to learn that one must pray to God even for such trivial things, especially in a case like this where it was not even a necessity. Seeing my surprise, the Rebbe asked me, is it beneath your dignity to pray to God for a minor thing like this? He told me a short story along similar lines involving a man from Breslov. The main lesson is that you must pray for every single thing. This is also explained in Sefer Hamidot. The Rebbe often encouraged people to seclude themselves in meditation and conversation with God. He said that even if many days and years and it seems that you have accomplished nothing with your words, do not abandon every word makes an impression as rain. Water wears away stone. It may seem that water is dripping on the stone and cannot make any impression. Still, after many years, it can actually make a hole in the stone. We actually see this. Your heart may be like stone. It may seem that your words of prayer make no impression on it at all. Still, as the days and years pass, your heart of stone will also be penetrated. In other words, there is considerable discussion of importance of secluded meditation and conversation with God. Read these portions carefully and most importantly, follow the advice written here. There are many beneficial to you forever. In Likutei Moharan, the Rebbe cautions us not to be overly stringent in any observance. The Rebbe quotes the Talmudic maxim, God does not rule over his creatures with tyranny. The Torah was not given to the ministering angels. The Rebbe also said it is written that every person should choose one observance and keep it strictly with all its fine points. The Talmud alludes to this where Rabbi Yosef asked Rabbi's son, with what observance was your father most careful? Even with this observance, you should not be abnormally strict to the point of foolishness. Certainly do not let it make you depressed. Simply keep all its finer points without fanaticism. Keep one commandment strictly, but others need not be observed with any unnecessary stringency at all. It would be enough if we were worthy of keeping all the Torah's commandments according to the law without going beyond it. The Rebbe was also very much against the special stringencies that are observed on Passover. Many people go so far in observing the many fine points of this custom that they are literally depressed by the holiday. He spoke about it at length. One of his followers once asked the Rebbe exactly how to act with regard to ultra-stringent observance. The Rebbe made a joke of it. The Rebbe spoke about this quite often. He said that these ultra-strict practices are nothing more than confused foolishness. He told us that he had also been caught up in this and would waste much time thinking up all sorts of unnecessary restrictions. Once he worried about the drinking water used during Passover. He was afraid that a small amount of chametz might have fallen into the well from which they drew water. The only alternative would be to prepare water in advance for the entire Pesach week, as some people do, but this was also not good enough, for the water had to be carefully safeguarded from leaving from the day before Pesach, and this was very difficult. The Rebbe finally came to the conclusion that the only satisfactory water that would be that drawn from a flowing spring just as it emerges from the ground. He would then obtain perfectly fresh water without any possibility of its being contaminated. The problem was that the only such spring is in an area that was very far from his home. He thought about traveling to a place near a spring and spending Pesach there. This is an example of how deeply the Rebbe had become involved in unnecessary strictness, but now he ridiculed this and taught that such ultra-strictness is unnecessary even on Pesach. When the Rebbe spoke about this, he continued, true devotion consists mainly of simplicity and sincerity. Pray much, study much Torah, do many good deeds. Do not worry yourself with unnecessary restrictions. Just follow the way of our forefathers. The Torah was not given to ministering angels. This is why people no longer study dikduk, the rules of grammar. People have abandoned it because this type of precision is really not necessary. This is true of all areas. You should not be overly precise in seeking out restrictions. The Rebbe spoke at length about these lines, concluding there is nothing that you absolutely must do, and if not, if you can, fine, but if not, God exempts a person under duress. One of the Rebbe's followers was once very sick. He suffered excruciating pain in his teeth for a very long time. The torture continued to worsen, increasing without limit until his agony was beyond description. The man's face had become very swollen, and the doctors had to resort to all sorts of agonizing methods to remove his teeth. His internal organs were also affected, torturing him to the point of death. He was beyond all measure. The Rebbe spoke to this man and said, you have suffered the most severe and bitter pains all these years, but it is still better than one burn in Gehenna. One such singe is worse than all this. The Rebbe said, do not let a word of wickedness leave your mouth. Do not say that you will commit a sin or be wicked, even though you may be joking and have no intention of carrying out your words. The words themselves can do great damage and later compel you to fulfill them. This is true even if they are uttered only as a joke. It is written that King Jehu said, Ahab served the Baal a little, Jehu will serve it much. The words were his downfall. When King Jehu said these words, he had absolutely no intention of committing idolatry. He said this only to trick the Baal worshippers. As explained in the next verse, still this was his downfall, and he later committed idolatry. The Talmud speaks about this and derives the lesson, a covenant is made with the lips, therefore you should be very careful with what you say. The Rebbe was once speaking to one of his followers. In the midst of the conversation, they heard someone reciting the evening Ma'ariv prayer. He was up to Hashkivin and was saying very quickly, and remedy us with good counsel from before you. The Rebbe said to his fellow, see how man is saying, remedy us with good counsel, running through his word. Doesn't he realize that he must say these words with great emotion and feeling from the very depths of his heart? This is the most precious prayer. You must always beg that God have mercy and grant us good counsel and advice, and that we may be worthy of knowing what is right. If you truly want to serve God, you must understand this well. Please plead before God and ask that you be worthy of his good counsel. The Rebbe himself said, when the day begins, I surrender my every movement to God. I ask that every motion I make be as God would want it, and I ask the same for all my children and other dependents. On Shabbat and festivals, I also surrender the entire day to God, praying that every action be as God would want. Then as things occur that day on Shabbat, I am not disturbed, that my observance might not be proper. The Rebbe said God's ways are not like those of man. When a man makes a garment, he values it more as brand new. As it becomes worn and damaged, as its value is reduced. But God began by creating an imperfect world, as is constantly being proved. It becomes more conscious to God, and each generation Tzaddikim enhanced God's work. At first they were the patriarchs, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and Moses. The world's value to God is constantly enhanced by this. In the end, the Mashiach will come and the task will be completed. The Tikkun HaOlam, the rectification of the world, will be complete. Rab Alta of Teplik told me that the Rebbe once told him not to be a teacher of young children. Rab Alta argued that it is said that the Baal Shem Tov taught that it is good to be a teacher. The Rebbe replied, I do not know if the Baal Shem Tov ever really said that. Even if he did say it, it no longer applies. The tzaddik of each generation has the power to erect boundaries and direct the community. I say that the best way to serve God today is by not becoming a teacher. This man told him his account to me slightly differently, but this is the gist of what he said. The Rebbe was once speaking to one of his followers who was a teacher. The Rebbe asked him, "How much did you earn each term?" The man specified the amount. The Rebbe calculated how much it came out for each day and showed that it was a very small sum. The Rebbe said, "If this is the case, figure how much you earn an hour. It is a mere trifle. You are being taken away from your own studies and losing your future reward for a mere gulden or two. If you were involved in business, you may make a gulden or two that is not rightly yours. This is because it is impossible to be exact to the penny at all times, and such accidents do happen. Your customers will certainly forgive you, but if you waste an hour while teaching, your employer will definitely not forgive you." The Rebbe was particularly opposed to those who accepted posts as teachers in cities far from their homes. He spoke of them in the most derogatory terms, saying, "To me, a man who takes a teaching post away from home is like a Canaanite maidservant." The Rebbe spoke of the concept of the evil eye. There is a power in a glance. Even if an evil thought accompanies this glance, it can reach another and harm him. The power of sight actually exists and can touch the visualized object. When the eye is evil, the glance can do actual damage. It is for this reason that the look of a menstruating woman can cause a mark of blood to appear on a mirror. The specific remedy for an evil eye is to smoke the fin of a fish. The Hebrew word for fin is snapir. Turn the letters into numbers and the gematria gives you ra'ayin, the evil eye. Especially good for this is a fish called shalayin, of the eye, and the similarity of pronunciation indicates a deeper relationship. I also said the Rebbe said that the fin of a shalayin fish should be worn by an adult or child who may be affected by an evil eye. This will protect them. I heard the following from the same source in the name of the Rebbe. The evil eye's power comes from the 400 men that Asa brought with him to battle Jacob. It is written that Asa had 400 men with him. The 400 came to a place, an evil eye in Jacob's camp. 400 is the gematria of Ra'ayin, the evil eye. The 400 men are the source of the evil eye. 400 is also the gematria of Snapir, the fin of the fish. This opposes the 400 men of Esav and protects against the evil eye. The Rebbe also mentioned a number of the things that add up to 400. The Rebbe once told a man who had a sickness in his family to rise before daylight and recite the Song of Songs. The Rebbe said every remedy in the world is contained in the Song of Songs. The man did this and his relative immediately took a turn for the better and regained his health. I heard from one of the Rebbe's disciples who was religious, God-fearing, and truly served God. The Rebbe told them some people serve God, but he does not show them their accomplishments during their lifetime. This is revealed to them only after death and the world to come. The Rebbe said this by way of encouragement so that the man would not fall down on his own eyes. He had spent many years serving God and had not seen any achievement. Therefore, the Rebbe told him some people have this revealed to them only after death. The Rebbe once spoke to me about innovating original concepts in the Torah. Speaking with one that knew, he said, "From where does one get a new concept? When is one worthy of innovation? His original thoughts are really wondrous and mysterious. From where do they come? In such an original idea, one can see a revelation of God as something is brought from nothingness to existence. At first, you do not know the idea at all. It still exists within the infinite in a state of nothingness. This is the source of all wisdom. Every new idea is drawn from the source. Therefore, we see God's revelation with each new idea in Torah." I discussed this with the Rebbe and said, "Do I know this? Sometimes I must struggle desperately to innovate even a single word, while at the other times the heart is opened and many new ideas pour forth." The Rebbe answered, "Even this is a great wonder and mystery. It may take great effort to come up with even one original word, but this too is one of God's miracles. For what is the source of even this word? If you have a desire for the truth and the heart to understand, you can literally see the reality of God's existence. If you yourself can originate new ideas, you certainly see God's revelation in them. But even if you cannot be innovative yourself, you can still see God's reality and greatness if the wondrous flow of new concepts found in our sacred literature. It is written, God's witness is faithful. The Holy Torah is faithful witness of God. This is discussed at length in my work, Likutei Halachot. I used to watch closely when the Rebbe ate. He would keep his food between his teeth without letting it touch his palate. In this manner, he barely tasted his food. This is very difficult to describe in writing, but you can try it yourself and understand. And if you wish to subjugate your appetite for food, it is an excellent method. The Rebbe said the greater your honor and wealth, the further you are from them. When you have only a little money, you can keep it on your person. When you acquire more, you must keep it in the strong box. It is then more distance from you. When you will acquire still more, you must keep it in the bank. It is further from you. Acquire still more, and your wealth and investments are scattered in other cities and far away places. They're even further from you. The more honor and wealth you have, the further away they are. Great emperors and kings have very great honor, but it is furthest away of all. The Tsar's subjects sing his anthem each evening while he sits far away in his palace. The more worldly honor a person has, the further away it is from him. But with Torah and good deeds, the more you have, the closer they are to you. The Rebbe said it is of good to select a place and sit there day and night involved in Torah, prayer, and devotion to God. When you must eat, run swiftly to some house, quickly grab a crust of bread to appease your hunger, and then go back to serving God. A man by the name of came to the Rebbe in the village. He was a great scholar and a Kabbalist, but was always angry with his workers and servants. He beat them and degraded them in every possible manner. The Rebbe said to him, "Why is it written, Yehuda's Judah's firstborn was bad in God's sight? Why is the word Ra used rather than the word Rasha?" The reason is because one who commits a sin of error is always bad-tempered and unpleasant. He is disagreeable and always angry. The Rebbe said no more. As soon as the other man heard these words, he fell backward and was stricken with great trembling and agitation. His terror and panic were beyond measure. His posture became humbled, and he could no longer even lift his head to stand before the Rebbe's holy splendor. Then the man fled from the house. He stood outside and began to cry, tears flowing freely down his cheeks. One of the man's employees, a tutor, was also one of the Rebbe's followers. The man begged this tutor to help him attach himself to the Rebbe. Later, the Rebbe visited the man and saw a book resting on a shelf right next to him. The Rebbe asked him what kind of book it was. When informed that it was Kabbalistic text, the Rebbe told him, "You are not fit to study Kabbalah." The man then followed the Rebbe in his travels. When the man returned home, he repented with all his might. He designated an isolated room and devoted himself arduously to Torah and prayer for many weeks. It helped for a while, but his ugly temper eventually returned. Still, he constantly followed the Rebbe. The Rebbe told the tutor, "Stay with your employer a while longer. It is good for you to be with him, for you can cause him to be a righteous person for at least an hour a day." After the man regained his evil temper, he had a disagreement with one of the servants and refused to pay him. The servant walked all the way from the village to the city where the Rebbe lived and complained bitterly to him. The Rebbe was very upset with the employee for what he did, but the Rebbe began to seek out the employee's good points. He told the servant, "What can be done? He's a very poor. Perhaps he doesn't have enough money to pay you." And there is yet another story that can be told. But there are many stories we could never tell about how the Rebbe dealt with his followers, even the very least of them. This would consume many volumes. It is written the ear would not be satisfied with hearing. The Rebbe said many things would happen to his followers, that many tales would be told about each one. If you were accustomed to being in the Rebbe's holy presence, you would say extraordinary miracles every time. But the Rebbe's greatest miracles involved drawing people close to God. If man truly wanted to come close to God, he would go in and see the Rebbe and immediately be transformed into a new person. Everyone who was worthy of standing in the Rebbe's presence was infused with tremendous awe and inspiration, true repentance, and a great spiritual arousal. Words cannot express it. If all the seas were ink, the world has never seen a miracle like this, where one man should be able to arouse in so many, great and small, to such a great feeling and emotion for God. I heard the Rebbe say, "Why worry about livelihood? The only thing to worry about is that you may die of hunger if you cannot make a living at all. And if you die, what's so terrible? You must die anyway." The Rebbe told a number of people to read through the entire Bible during the days of Elul, the 10 days of repentance, and the days of Rosh Hashanah. The Rebbe himself did this several times. He finished a number of other works during this period, but I don't remember which ones. The Rebbe once said that when people come close to a true tzaddik, they have a taste of the Garden of Eden. The Holy Zohar, the tzaddik is the greatness, the gardener of the garden. One of the Rebbe's followers had been married for many years but had no children. One day he was in the Rebbe's house together with a number of other childless men who had come to plead that the Rebbe intercede for them. The man also spoke to the Rebbe and asked him for children. The Rebbe replied, "Why all this commotion? The main offspring of the righteous are their good deeds. This is foremost. Ask that you be a good Jew, that you be worthy of following the true path. If you are worthy of physical children, all the better, but the most important thing is to come close to God. This brings you main offspring." From this time on, the man stopped speaking to the Rebbe about children. He occupied himself only with his devotions in the way of the Rebbe's other followers. Sometime later, a number of childless people asked the Rebbe again to interfere for them. The man was there but did not say a word. This time the Rebbe opened the discussion, saying, "Still, it is well that you should have children. Bring me 100 rubles and it will be so." The man quickly went and brought the money to the Rebbe. It was the night of his wife's emergence, and she conceived and eventually gave birth to a son. May it be God's will that we may be worthy to raise him Torah, marriage, and a life of good deeds. Amen. Speaking of the holiness of Shabbat, the Rebbe said, "Shabbat is like a lavish wedding. People are dancing and rejoicing with the greatest ecstasy. A man stands outside looking in. He dresses in his best clothing and rushes to the wedding. He wishes to enter and join the festivities, but one needs great merit even to look in through a tiny crack. It is much easier to give advice to someone else. When you need advice, it is very difficult to give it to yourself. After much deliberation, you may decide that one way is the best. You may have many reasons and arguments to support this, but as soon as you make up your mind, other considerations enter, tearing down the basis of your original decision. Now it seems that the opposite is true. Fortunate is the person who is worthy of God's complete counsel. He will then do what is proper and not lose his world in vain. Heaven forbid. The Rebbe highly praised the piyut of Akdamot, which is chanted before the Torah readings on Shavuot. He said, people are so accustomed to and steeped in good things that they do not realize the greatness of the praise of God in the Akdamut. If you were to know the high level of the Akdamut together with its customary melody, and you would know what wondrously unique it is. The Rebbe then chanted a few lines of the Akdamut. He then said, Akdamut is a song of cheshek, of love and devotion. See the story of the burger and the pauper. Rabbi Nachmans discusses the song of cheshek. The Rebbe told us this on Shavuot during the dairy meal. He had prayed early with this group as was his custom and had begun his meal with the second service was in progress. When he heard the Chazan chant the Akdamot, the Rebbe spoke of the high level of this holy song. The Rebbe said that he can look at a person and know all the sins. He quoted the verse, God's eyes are to the tzaddikim. Tzaddikim can gaze with God's eyes and sees a person's entire past. In many cases, the Rebbe revealed people past to them, telling them everything they had done. The Rebbe often told us to do many good deeds. From the way he said it, it was obvious that he meant that we should do such deeds as Gemilut Chasadim and collecting charity. He told us, you seem to do no good deeds at all. The Rebbe once said, thirst is a very great desire. He wanted to give us some idea of the longing and yearning that is wondrous thirst for God. The thirstier you are, the greater your pleasure in drinking water. Your thirst is the source of your enjoyment. The same is true of your holy thirst for God. This is the light of the world to come. It will be a time of desire and longing. This is the desire of all desires and the concept of passing of Moses. It is written that for the final resting place, Abraham paid 400 shekels of silver. The Holy Zohar says that there are 400 worlds of yearning that the righteous will inherit in the world to come. There are particularly worlds of yearning, for there one will be worthy of true yearning and thirst for God. Quenching this thirst will be the main delight for the world to come. The Rebbe once emphasized the importance of longing and thirsting for the holy. Even if you are not worthy of actual fulfillment, the yearning itself is good. This has already been discussed at length. The Rebbe brought proof for this from a law in the Shulchan Aruch. If you are in an unclean place and cannot recite the Shema, you should at least think it in your heart. The commentaries explain that you should think you must recite the Shema and be upset by your inability to do so. You then receive a reward for this. Even though you cannot actually complete an observance, the yearning and longing is still very precious and worthy of reward. The following was found in one of our manuscripts. It was written by one of our group and is neither in order nor well titled. This is what could be gathered from it. It is written, Jacob dwelt in the land of his father's sojournings in the land of Canaan. These are Jacob's offsprings, Joseph. It is also written, my foot stands on a sound place, and in congregation I will bless God. The foot is faith. It supports the Torah in all good traits. Thus, the Talmud teaches that the prophet Habakkuk and all the commandments of Torah is one principle. The righteous man shall live by his faith. Faith is the foundation and root of all Torah and devotion. Faith must be clear and pure without admixture. It must be in the category of evening. It is written, a man of faith abounds in blessings. Faith is the channel for every benefit and blessing. Skepticism causes these benefits and blessings to be taken by the klipot. As it is written, the wicked walk round about. This is the klipah of skepticism that surrounds the holy fruit of faith. When this skepticism enters the mind, faith is blemish. These klipot then take the blessings and benefits. Doubts can engulf a mind and confuse its faith. The root of this skepticism is pride. The Talmud teaches that God says to the proud man, you and I cannot abide together. When pride causes the departure of God's presence, skepticism has a place to enter. The doubts are an eclipse of God's presence. To avoid pride, you must open your eyes. If you compare your own lowly state of God's lofty greatness, you will never be proud or skeptical. The door to this comprehension is Shabbat. You must greet Shabbat with great honor and proper sanctity. Shabbat is an eye, though through it you can see your own loneliness and God's loftiness. Shabbat is Shin Bet. The Hebrew letter Shin has three heads, the three colors of the eye. Bat means daughter. The bat ayin, pupil of the eye. Through the eye of Shabbat, you see your own loneliness. When you keep Shabbat, you are rescued from pride and worthy of faith. Thus we are taught he will keep Shabbat according to its laws. Though he may worship idols like the generation of Enosh, his sins are forgiven. Keeping Shabbat annihilates the idolatry of skepticism and makes one worthy of true faith. Idolatrous skepticism is a blemish of faith, causing harsh degrees to descend upon the world. Even when idolatry exists in the world, there is anger in the world. This is the concept of God's name, Elohim, the name expressing harsh judgments. It is written, for a sun and shield is God the Lord. The name Elohim is the moon, a shield that eclipses the sun. The Talmud teaches that God says, in this world my name is not read as it is written. It is written Yud-Kei Vav-Kei and read Adnoi. But in the world to come it will be both written and read Yud-Kei Vav-Kei. This is because the moon is incomplete, resulting from a blemish of faith. The written name and spoken name cannot be the same. For the sun has never seen the blemish of the moon. The written name is the written Torah and the spoken name is the oral Torah. These are the names Yud-Kei Vav-Kei, Elohim, the sun and the moon. This is the meaning for a sun and a shield. Yud Kei Vav Kei and Elohim. Faith is the moon. When faith is lacking, the moon is blemished. The written and spoken names of God cannot be the same, for the sun cannot see the moon's blemish. Regarding the world to come, it is written, God will be one in his name. When the moon's blemish will be remedied in God's spoken name will be Yud Kei Vav Kei, the same as his written name. The greater a person's faith, the more the name Yud Kei Vav Kei and Elohim are brought together and unified. They become included in each other as in the future. Jacob is an aspect of the sun. This is the name Yud Kei Vav Kei. Isaac is the moon. The name Elohim, it is written, Jacob dwelt in the land of his father, sojourning. The aspect of Jacob is unified and dwells with the aspect of Isaac. Yud Kei Vav Kei is unified with Elohim, the sun and the moon. This is an aspect of Yud Kei Vav Kei. Hu Elohim, God is the Lord. Jacob dwelt in the land of his father, sojourning in the land of Canaan. Has the same root as submission and loneliness. Loneliness results in faith, which in turn leads to the above unification. These are Jacob's offspring. Joseph is Yosef. This is Osfot Shabbat, the minutes and hours adding to Shabbat. Shabbat is what makes us worthy of humility. We can thus attain perfect faith. The correction of the moon's blemish, the unification of Jacob and Isaac, Yud Kei Vav Kei and Elohim. Okay,
That's all?
that's it. An hour. My foot stands on a sound place in congregations. I will bless God. The foot of faith must stand on a sound foundation. It must be perfect without impurity. Then in congregations I will bless God. I will then be able to speak out and bless with the tetragrammaton, the ineffable name of God. The blemish of the moon will be filled and God will be one and his name one. The written and spoken names will be the same and will be worthy of Yud Kei, of blessings with the name Yud Kei Vav Kei in congregations. My foot stands on a sound place in congregations. I will bless you. As a result, good bounty and blessing are drawn from on high. This is the Chanukah lamp. Oil is wisdom. It is written, the eyes of both of them were opened and they knew. Rashi explains that the opening of the eyes is wisdom. Wisdom is in the eyes. When you look through the eyes of wisdom, you are worthy of perceiving your loneliness. You can then attain perfect faith. The Talmud teaches that the measure of oil needed for the Chanukah lamp is enough to last until feet no longer walk outside. The feet are the feet of faith. You must look carefully with the eye of wisdom until your faith is purified. Then feet will no longer walk outside. The feet of faith no longer walk in the place of the outside forces of skepticism. This is the required measure of oil, the wisdom needed to realize your loneliness and to be worthy of perfect faith. This was also found among the manuscripts of one of our group. There is a type of grace that enables a person to see the future in dreams. A person who has the grace can ask for a vision and perceive the future in a dream. The Talmud teaches, just as grain cannot exist without chaff, so dreams cannot exist without nonsense. Dreams contain predictions of the future, but these are intertwined with much worthless chaff. There is also the clear dream of the prophet, regarding which it is written, in a dream I will speak to him. This is the dream of the person who has grace. Such a person can also predict the future through the dreams of another. When he hears the other's dreams, the worthless chaff falls away and only the clear vision falls upon his ears. Joseph had such grace, he is called the fruitful son by the fountain. Rashi explains that his fruitfulness was that for interpreting dreams. Someone told me that he had talked with the Rebbe about the fact that it had become fairly common for relationships between the younger men and their wives to generate and result in separation and occasionally in divorce, God forbid. The Rebbe said, this is the work of the evil inclination. It works very hard to ruin the family life of young men in order to trap them in its net. God forbid, it lies in wait for them to snare them while they are young, working to destroy their family life. It destroys their relationships with all sorts of trickery. He spoke about this at length. The Rebbe then stressed the importance of honoring and respecting our wives. He said, women have much anguish from their children. They suffer in pregnancy and childbirth and then have the troubles of raising their children. This is besides the many other areas in which they suffer. You should take this into consideration and honor and respect your wife. The Talmud teaches, honor your wife that you may have wealth. It also states it is sufficient that they raise our children. The Rebbe warned us very strongly not to eat raw onions. It makes no difference whether they were mixed with oil, fat, or eggs. Even for Shabbat, many people have a custom of eating chopped eggs and onions on Shabbat. The Rebbe ridiculed this practice, saying, how can they claim that it is a good custom to eat something as harmful as this? The Rebbe said that onions are harmful in many ways and counted out numerous illnesses that can be caused by them. Although the details were not preserved, the main lesson is that onions should be avoided, even if they are mixed with something else on Shabbat. The only safe way to eat them is cooked. The entire conversation came about when we mentioned to the Rebbe that we had heard that the Baal Shem Tov had spoken very strongly against eating raw onions. The Rebbe agreed that this was true and began to reckon numerous reasons for it. It was at this time that we heard the above. The Rebbe said there are tzaddikim who are great Torah experts, fully versed in many sacred works, and because of this in particular, they cannot innovate anything in the Torah. As soon as they begin to expound and innovate, their great fund of knowledge confuses them, and they weave many extraneous concepts into lengthy introductions. Their thoughts become so muddled that any new concept they have is irrevocably lost. The Rebbe gave us an example of one of his contemporaries who could not expound on Torah for this reason. From what the Rebbe said, we understood that if you wish to innovate, you should concentrate on the subject and not confuse yourself with extra introductions. Pretend that you are totally ignorant of everything except the subject at hand. You will then be able to originate many new ideas and bring them to light in order step by step. The Rebbe spoke about this at length, but it cannot all be put into writing. If you are wise, you will understand. The Rebbe said you may expound the Torah and innovate in any way you wish. The only condition is that you may not use your interpretations to innovate or change any law. This is particularly true of innovations based on drush and sod. From what the Rebbe said, we understood that you may expound and innovate according to your intellectual attainment, even when studying Kabbalistic works such as those of the Holy Ari. The only stipulation is that you may not derive any religious practice or law in this manner. How was the Holy Temple destroyed? How long will we cry out in bondage? Until when? The son of your maidservant. These are all part of Tikkun Chatzot, the midnight service, lamenting the destruction of the temple and the exile of the divine presence. Taking these hymns as an example, the Rebbe spoke of how much we must cry out before God. He noted how much these prayers awakened the heart, chanting them with the melody of Tikkun Chatzot in his deep and pleasant voice. He also greatly praised the chorus, "My beloved came down to his garden," as a debate between the Jewish people and God that can profoundly arouse the heart. People are often very confused as to the best way is to serve God. Sometimes it seems necessary to act in one matter, but later this appears completely wrong and another method seems the best. This can cause a person to become very confused and disturbed. The Rebbe said, why is it necessary to confuse yourself? Whatever you do, as long as you do not do any evil. Heaven forbid. The Rebbe said in the Hodu, which introduces the Friday afternoon Mincha service, you can be brokenhearted and pour out all your thoughts before God. This psalm speaks of the troubles of the soul and how one cries out because of them. It can be understood by anyone. When you say Kegavna before the Shabbat evening Ma'ariv prayer, you should be aroused with great joy and emotion when you recite the words, and all of them are crowned in new souls. The Rebbe said a storekeeper will sell you on credit to be paid at a later date. Why not do the same with spiritual practices? Do a few good deeds or say a few psalms or words of Torah so that they can be put aside and ready when you need them. You will be able to call on his merit to be like the storekeeper who sells on credit. I did not hear this discussion from the Rebbe himself, but from one of my colleagues. It appears that many more beautiful thoughts were exposed at that time. But this is all I was worthy of recording. An irreligious man came to the Rebbe in a certain city and boasted that he was an expert in languages. He had recently been in government office and was able to interpret a word that even their scribes did not know. He was very conceited because of this knowledge. When the man left, the Rebbe ridiculed him for such foolish conceit. One of the Rebbe's disciples, an extraordinarily God-fearing scholar, was sitting there. He said to the Rebbe, maybe it is better to be conceited because of something foolish than to be conceited, heaven forbid, because of one's knowledge of Torah. The Rebbe was silent for a moment. Then he said, no, the opposite is true. The Talmud tells us that when Rabbi Akiva was in prison, Papa said to him, fortunate are you, Rabbi Akiva, for you were imprisoned for the sake of the Torah. Woe is to Papas, for I was imprisoned for mere foolishness. It is brought in the haran that the punishment for conceit is imprisonment. Also discussed there is the imprisonment of Rabbi Akiva. It is better to be imprisoned for the conceit of the Torah than to be conceited because of foolishness. The Rebbe said it is good to make a habit of inspiring yourself with a melody. Song is an elevated concept. It can arouse your heart and draw it towards God. Even if you cannot sing well, you can still inspire yourself with a melody sung to the best of your ability while alone or at home. The loftiness of melody is beyond all pleasure. The Rebbe's works contain towering lessons speaking of song. The tale of the 7 beggars, it also alludes to the importance of melody. The unconscious princess is cured mainly through melody, through the 10 categories of song. Understand the implications of this. The divine soul in every Jew is a princess, a king's daughter. She is weary and faint because of her sins. She is held captive by an evil king and is shot with 10 poisoned arrows. Only a great tzaddik has the power to enter every place where the soul has fallen and remove all 10 arrows from her. In order to heal her, he must be able to discern all 10 types of pulse. He must know all 10 categories of song, for the soul's main cure is through melody and joy. Taking this as a clue, you can understand more of the story, for its meaning of returning to God in truth. For study is not the main thing but action. It is very good to have a special room set aside for Torah study and prayer. Such room is especially beneficial for hitbodedut, secluded meditation and conversation with God. Even if you do not have a special room, you can still seclude yourself and converse with God. You can also converse with God while sitting before an open book. Let others think that you are merely studying. There are many other ways to accomplish this if you truly want to meditate and express your thoughts to God, but it's best to try to have a secluded room. Hitbodedut is the root and foundation of holiness and repentance. We have discussed this many times. The Rebbe was once lecturing his followers, reprimanding them for not serving God as truly befits him. This was the Rebbe's constant theme. After admonishing them, the Rebbe began to make up with his followers. He drew them close and spoke very gently. He said, what do I want from them? They are still religious people, are they not? The Rebbe then began speaking to their hearts. He said, you are certainly good people. If God was small like me, your devotion would certainly be sufficient, but God is very, very great. You must grid yourself with a strong desire to serve God properly, for you are serving one whose greatness cannot be fathomed. The Rebbe then raised himself and lifted his hands over his head. He repeated the words, but God is so great. He then lifted his hands, using them to express God's greatness. The Rebbe said he never as much as drank water before his morning prayers. He was greatly opposed to those who drink coffee and other beverages before praying. The Rebbe said many things in the Zohar were revealed by Reb Shimon Bar Yochai to his disciples after his death. The Zohar speaks of Chabura Kadma, and many do not understand what it is. Mentioned in the Zohar on the portion of Pinchas and in several other places. Rabbi Shimon revealed many lessons after his death. The lesson revealed during his lifetime comprised the Chabura Kadma, the first edition of the Zohar. It is therefore not surprising that the Zohar and the Tikkun Ezra explain many sayings of Amorim, masters of the Talmud who lived many years after Reb Shimon passed away. The meaning of these sayings were revealed by Rabbi Shimon after his death, during the lifetime of those Amoraim. Later we found a similar concept in another work. The Rebbe once told me, when things are very bad, make yourself into nothing. I asked him, how does one make himself into nothing? He replied, you close your mouth and your eyes and you are like nothing. We can gain valuable insight from these words. Sometimes you may feel overwhelmed by the evil inclination. You are confused and disturbed by evil thoughts that are very difficult to overcome. You must then make yourself like nothing. You no longer exist. Your eyes and your mouth are closed. Every thought is banished. Your mind ceases to exist. You have nullified yourself completely before God. The Rebbe spoke about tzaddikim who always wander and move about. He said, there are outcast souls that cannot be elevated except through the wandering of a tzaddik. Even if the tzaddik does not want to travel, he roams and wanders in his house. He paces back and forth. And this is also in the category of wandering and roaming. The Rebbe strongly cautioned us to safeguard our money. He was very particular that we should take good care of our possessions. He was very opposed to being careless and strollingly ridiculed the shmazalnik, the hapless individual. The Rebbe said a man takes time from Torah and prayer and struggles to earn some money to support his family. After he earns the money, he becomes a shmazalnik and does not take care of it at all. Honest Jewish money must be guarded like the eyes in your head. Occasionally it happened that one of the Rebbe's followers would lose his money while traveling and came to the Rebbe to complain. The Rebbe would berate him and lecture his followers to guard their money properly. The Rebbe said separating oneself from a tzaddik is like committing idolatry. The only difference between the letters Dalet and Resh is a small protrusion. It is written in the Holy Zohar that this protrusion is a tzaddik. Separating oneself from a tzaddik separates the protrusion from the Dalet, making it into a Resh. The word Echad expresses God's unity. Substitute a Resh for the Dalet and you have Echad, another. It is written, you should not bow down to another God. Remove the protrusion and the Dalet becomes a Resh of God's unity, the Echad of idolatry and atheism. Faith in God comes through the true tzaddikim who are the protrusion of the Dalet that expresses God's unity. In many places the Rebbe says that the root of faith can be attained only through closeness to tzaddikim. The Rebbe once spoke about young married men who find their praise greatly disturbed by the fact that they have not sanctified themselves properly in their marital relations. They feel tainted and find prayer very difficult. The Rebbe constantly warned us not to become discouraged because of this. What happened, happened. When you pray, you must forget everything else. No matter what happens, strengthen yourself and pray properly. He said this is the meaning of Abba Binyamin saying, I am concerned that my prayer should be close to my bed. The bed is marital relations. My prayer should be close to my bed. I should be able to pray immediately after leaving my bed and not be disturbed at all. There were many youths in the community who prayed with great feeling and enthusiasm. Others would disturb them and irritate them. When the youths complained, their detractors had a stock answer. They said, if you have true feeling and are really bound up in your prayers, you should not hear any disturbance. Your devotion should be enough to block out everything else. The Rebbe said the truth is that this is no argument. A great tzaddik may pray with great strength and attachment to God, but he can still be disturbed. No matter how great his enthusiasm, no matter how deeply he is bound in prayer, he can still be greatly disturbed by one who makes fun of him and disturbs him. All his feeling and emotion will not prevent him from being disturbed and distressed. I heard from someone who heard from the Rebbe that sometimes a person is given great wealth and everyone else envies him. The others spend days and years pursuing money and wealth solely because of this envy and their obsession with the one who is struck it rich. But in the end, they have nothing. This is all the work of the evil inclination. It works hard to make one person rich so that many others should waste their life through envy. Heaven protect us from this misleading notion. The Rebbe was once speaking of the awesome greatness of the Torah and its wondrous secrets. He said the entire Tikkunei Zohar, a work of 70 chapters, is but a commentary on the one word, Bereshit, in the beginning, the first word of the Torah. Thousands of volumes would not suffice to explain all the secrets found in the Tikkunei Zohar. It is said it has no end. So great is the Tikkunei Zohar that all the skins of Neviot would not be sufficient to contain its wisdom. All this is but a commentary on a single word, Bereshis. Take the next word, Bara. A volume equal to Tikkunei Zohar could also be written on it. It would contain an equal number of mysteries. Now understand the depth of our holy Torah. Tikkunei Zohar could be written on each and every word. Each one contains inconceivable depth and mystery. The Torah contains not one but many words. Its greatness is beyond the ability of language to describe. The Rebbe once said to me, you do speak with people, you can ask them what. He emphasized the word what, stressing in a loud voice from the depth of his heart, what. It is fitting to ask this question of people who do not think about their purpose in life, what. After all the arguments, confusions, and obstacles, the vain and foolish complaints and excuses, what. You say that you have reason to be far from God, what. will become of you? What will you do in the end? What will you answer the one who sent you? What are you thinking? So what are you in your earth if not a stranger? What is your life if not vanity and emptiness, a passing shadow, a scattered cloud? You know this well. So what do you have to say? Place these words well on your heart. Bring them into the depths of your being. Do not ignore them. Turn them over and over and you will save your soul. The Rebbe said, what does a person have to do in this world? All that is needed is to pray, study, and pray. I heard many similar things, but they could not be recorded. The Rebbe once spoke to a man and quoted the Talmudic edict. Repent one day before your death. The Rebbe stressed the words one day, drawing them out at great length. Yesterday and tomorrow are a person's downfall. Today you may be aroused towards God, but yesterday and tomorrow pull you back. No matter where a person stands, he suffers reverses. The one who dwells on yesterday and tomorrow will surely fall away. Therefore the Rebbe stressed, repent one day before your death. Before your death is your entire life. During your entire lifetime you may be worthy of only one day of repentance. This one day is more precious than every treasure. For what does man gain from all his effort? Nothing remains of all your life other than this one day of repentance before God. Repent one day, even one day before your death, therefore your sojourn here on earth. Forget about yesterday and tomorrow. This one day is everything. The Rebbe once said, a person who is not trapped by his money, but with faith, trades within his means and does not borrow, fulfills the commandment. You should love the Lord your God with all your might. He engages in honest business using his own money. The Rebbe also said the commandment is fulfilled by one who gives a fifth of his income to charity. The Rebbe said the words spoken by a great tzaddik contain all the words needed by the whole of Israel. They also included what is needed by every single Jew. It is written, these are the words that Moses spoke to all of Israel. These words spoken by Moses contained everything for all Israel, all that every single Jew would ever need. This is from an unpublished manuscript from the Likutei Moharan. It is written, increased knowledge, increased pain. In every generation, new diseases come into existence. This is a result of the increase in knowledge. Every new discovery on philosophical and atheistic knowledge results in some new pain. These are the new diseases that have come into existence. May God protect us. A somewhat notable Chassid came to see the Rebbe. He was an older man and was knowledgeable in the writings of the Holy Ari. Wanting to attach himself to the Rebbe, he began to speak in the matter of important Chassidim, saying, would the Rebbe teach us the path to serve God? The Rebbe looked at him with wonder and quoted the verse, to know your path in the earth? The Rebbe meant that someone who was still in the earth, completely immersed in earthliness, wants to know the path to come close to God. We see from this anecdote that the Rebbe was provoked because the man who spoke in a haughty manner, saying that he was seeking the path to God, as if he had already perfected himself to the extent that he lacked nothing else but to choose the appropriate path and walk up to God. The Rebbe saw through this and wanted him to speak to him honestly. The Rebbe once spoke to one of his followers about praying with devotion. He said, voice arouses feeling. The opposite is also true, for feeling can also arouse the voice. Pray with feeling, being every thought and emotion into each word. Your voice will automatically be awakened and you will pray out loud. This has been seen many times. I heard this from the Rebbe's own holy lips. It is customary to recite the Tikkunei Zad as well as many prayers and petitions. After the regular services during the month of Elul, it is also a custom to stay in the synagogue and study hall later than usual. The Rebbe said the melody of the Tikkunei Zad and the fatigue resulting from staying so late in the study are all taken on high and made into great and lofty things. I heard that the Rebbe spoke of encouraging oneself in prayer as follows: no matter what you are, you can strengthen yourself and stubbornly pray to God. The Rebbe said that you should think in the following manner: I may be far from God because of my sins. Let it be. If so, there can be no perfect prayer without me. For the Talmud teaches that every prayer that does not include the sinners of Israel is not a true prayer. Prayer is like an incense offering. The Torah requires that the incense contains chalbana, even though it has a vile odor by itself. If I consider myself a sinner, then I am an essential ingredient of every prayer service. No prayer is perfect without me. I, the sinner, must strengthen myself even more to pray to God and trust in His mercy. He will accept my prayer. I'm the perfection of the prayer, the chalbana and the incense. Just like the vile smelling chalbana is an essential ingredient of sweet incense, So my tainted prayer is the vital ingredient of the prayers of all Israel. Without it, prayer is indeficient, like incense without the chalbana. In Likutei Moharan is brought that one must bind himself to the tzaddikim of his generation. The Rebbe told the followers that before they began praying, they should say, I'm binding myself to all the tzaddikim of our generation. The Rebbe often told us that he very much wanted us to put into practice the lessons that he revealed. That is, to go with a lesson for a time, to base one's entire service and approach to awareness of God on one lesson. Take a lesson and seek out its practical advice. Follow it for 2 or 3 months, making use of it to strengthen your devotion and fear of God. Pray to God and beg that He help you be worthy of attaining the ideal set forth in the lesson. When you have completed one lesson, work on another. Continue this way until you have completed every lesson. Happy is he who takes this to heart. One of the Rebbe's followers came to him on the day before Yom Kippur. The man had been very sick and told the Rebbe of his great suffering. One of his Talmud and good friends standing nearby said, his illness has become worse because he immersed in the mikveh. The Rebbe replied, you blame the illness on a good observance. It is more fitting to blame it on sin. This took place in Uman on the Rebbe's last Yom Kippur. It was my custom to see the Rebbe after Simchat Torah. He would always ask me if I truly rejoiced on the festival. Many times he told me how the community celebrated in his house and how much pleasure he derived from their joy. Once in the middle of the year, the Rebbe spoke to me about Simchat Torah. He asked me, do you feel joy in your heart? Do you feel this happiness at least once a year? Thank God that in His great kindness, He helped me to rejoice wholeheartedly many times during the year. I felt the joy so great that it simply cannot be communicated to another, for the joy of being a Jew, of being a Jewish descent and believing in God depends on how much one ponders it and cannot be expressed. This is written about elsewhere, especially the changing and the clinging to God at a time of joy that even the least Jew feels simply cannot be put into words. They very, very much wanted us to be joyous all year round, particularly on Simchat Torah, Purim, Shabbat, and festivals. The Rebbe told me that once on Simchat Torah, he was so overjoyed that he danced all by himself in the room. The Rebbe once told me, everything you see in the world, everything that exists, is all for the sake of free will, in order to test people. I heard it in the Rebbe's name. A Jew's main devotion in the winter is to wake up at midnight, say Tikkun Chatzot, the midnight lament. In the summer, when the nights are very short and so awakening at midnight is not practiced in the diaspora, one should still be careful to wake up early at the crack of dawn. I was once standing before the Rebbe as he lay in bed. Suddenly these words flew out of his mouth. The crucial thing is, from the belly of hell, I cried out. The Rebbe once spoke to me about the folly of sexual desires. He said, one who occupies himself with lewd thoughts is a fool. Even the most ordinary person would not want to be caught doing this. Even if he has no fear of sin, he still has no desire for the shame of being caught with another woman. So why engage in lustful thoughts? Why trouble your soul for nothing? We have spoke of the fact that every person can control his thoughts and direct them as he wishes. This is discussed in numerous places in our printed works. Accept this advice and you will be worthy of eternal pleasure. The Rebbe ridiculed the sexual desire, quoting the words of the morning prayer, do not bring me to a test or to a disgrace. He said, either a test or else disgrace. This is, if you do not pass the test, you will come to disgrace. We have discussed how the Rebbe spoke of the baseness of this desire, saying that it is really no temptation at all. The Rebbe said people are so bound up with their bodily desires and tied to this one in particular that it does not help when you explain how base this is. On the contrary, the more you speak of it, the more lewd thoughts they have. Therefore, in most cases, it is best not even to begin to think of it at all. This is explained in Sefer Hamidot. Do not enter into litigation with your temper, thinking about something for any length of time, even if it's avoidance. Strengthen desires and turn one's will toward it. Many times the Rebbe said, we have nothing at all to do. The Rebbe then said this in relation to his conversations, and many of them have already been printed. We find in the Talmud that the disciples of Rabbi Ishmael taught the words of the Torah should not be viewed as an obligation, but one is not permitted to exempt himself from them. This explains the Rebbe's statement and his wonderful advice to he who understands it even a little. In the second part of Sefer Hamidot, in the category of Da'at, it is written every universe and everything created has its own particular form. For example, the lion and the difference between created beings are alluded to in the forms of the letters and their combinations. One who is worthy of understanding the Torah, this appears to be related to a conversation we heard from the Rebbe's holy lips before Shabbat Chanukah. regarding the creatures of the world. The Rebbe said even human likeness is included in the word Adam. As mentioned in the Torah, God said, let us make Adam in our image. As soon as he said the word Adam, he included every human likeness in that word. The same is true of such words as behema, animal, chaya, beast, used in the account of creation. These words include the forms of every animal and beast. The same is true of everything else created. The Rebbe spoke at length on this topic. He then said, these are the categories of wisdom even in this world that can sustain a person without any other nourishment. There is such awesomely wonderful categories of wisdom. Even in this world, a person can live without eating or drinking with such wisdom alone. The Rebbe spoke at length, but we were not worthy of recording the rest. Every year people say the previous years were better and times were not as good as they were before. The Rebbe spoke to us about this at length. He said that people may say that things were much cheaper in the good old days, but then again, people do not have as much money as they have now. A simple household, even one living off a charity, spends more today than the wealthy of yesteryear. He said, Adarabba, this opposite is true. God now directs the world better than ever. There are among the many thoughts that the Rebbe shared with us regarding the above. All the talk about the good old days in the world is of the evil inclination. If we want to speak to people like this to make them suffer and worry all the more about their livelihoods, it would like to make them feel that there is no hope at all. Heaven forbid. This is all false. God continuously sustains the world. The people rise and fall financially in every generation. If you look carefully at any period, you will find people who were poor and had menial jobs who became wealthy. Yet they too claim that times are not as good as before because they always want more. Now that they have tasted wealth, they are no longer satisfied with wanting more all the time. They now live ostentatiously and cannot meet their expenses, so they complain that times are not as good as before. But we ourselves recall that not too many years ago, many of these complainers were poor, working as domestics or the like. Whether or not this is the fact, what use is it to always cry about the past was better? The wise King Solomon refuted this idea long ago when he said, do not say that the former times were better than these, for it is not out of wisdom that you ask this. Rashi may interpret this verse to teach us that everything depends on the merit of each generation. Still, the Torah has many faces. The scripture does not depart from its simple meaning. King Solomon was the wisest of all men and spoke with divine inspiration. He said that it is great foolishness to say the former times were better than these. In every generation there have been people who say this, but if you look closely into the matter, you will see that the world is constantly becoming more prosperous. People continue to live better and spend more than in the past. What difference does it really make if the world were really poorer now than before? The world would be all the more reason to flee to God and involve yourself in Torah and devotion. If there is suffering and trouble in the world, the only place to escape is to God and the Torah. It is written, man is born to struggle. The Midrash comments, man is born to struggle. Fortunate is he who struggles with the Torah. Whether you are rich or poor, your life will be filled with trial, toil, and frustration. Man's lot is suffering and pain, as it is written, for all his days are painful and vexatious. In the Holy Shlah HaKadosh we find the verse, Ein rega beli pega, ein sha belo ra, ein yom belo. There is no moment without its torment. There is no hour that is not sour. There is no day without dismay. Fortunate is the one who flees from the struggle of this troublesome world for the toil of Torah. He will be happy and prosperous, happy in this world and prosperous in the world to come. The person who says the former times were better than these and worries and is constantly anxious about his finances accomplish nothing. His attribute causes him to struggle more and more to earn a living and waste his days in worry and vexation. The foolishness keeps him from the Torah and prayer regarding his end. He takes away nothing for his effort. It is also written, for in vanity he comes and in darkness he leads. You have eyes to see and a heart to understand. You will perceive that the past had as much suffering and troubles as the present. Look in books written hundreds of years ago, and you will find that the authors also suffered from poverty and endured the most difficult struggles just to earn a livelihood. This did not deter them, and they still wrote many holy books. It is written, what was, that is what will be. There is nothing new under the sun. Life was difficult even in the good old days. How many years ago did King Solomon write of man? For all his days are painful and vexations. How many years ago did the book of Job say, man is born to struggle, a few days and full of trouble? Scripture wrote about this long ago. Even then, many people thought that times were troublesome, and then one must worry only about his livelihood. These people lost their days and departed from the world without joy or pleasure. But each generation also had God-fearing men and tzaddikim. They paid no attention to these concerns and escaped the troubles of the world. To toil in Torah and devotion they achieved for themselves and for their children. Happy are they. Even today, you have free will. You have the power to escape from these painful discussions and from worries. You can flee from them and trust in God, abandoning the struggles of this bitter world and involving yourself in the work of Torah. God will certainly sustain you. Does he not sustain the entire world now as always? And God directs the world better than ever before. This world was filled with worries and suffering. Things have not changed. It is written, in sadness you will eat. By the sweat of your brow you will eat bread. This was decreed since Adam's sin, and there is no place to escape. These worries and pains destroy a man's life. The only shelter is God and His Torah. The Mishnah teaches, thus is the way of the Torah. Bread with salt you shall eat, measured water you shall drink, on the ground you shall sleep, in the life of privation you shall live, while in the Torah you shall toil. If you do so, you will be happy, and it will be good for you. You will be happy in this world, and it will be good for you in the world to come. People find this difficult to understand. After telling us the struggles we must endure, bread with salt shall you eat. How can the Mishnah state you will be happy in this world? Many writers attempt to resolve this by the way of the homily, but the explanations remain strained. In fact, there really is no question. If you have eyes to see and a heart that truly understands the world, you know this. If you have absorbed the wisdom contained in the Rebbe's awesome teachings, you know the truth. The Mishnah means exactly what it says. The wealthiest people in the world will tell you that the world is filled with worry and suffering. The rich suffer as much as everyone else. Thus our sages teach, the more possessions, the more worry. The poor may not realize this. They may think that they would no longer have any problems if they were wealthy, but they are sadly mistaken, as we can see with our own eyes. The truth is, as our sages have taught it, whether you are rich or poor, you cannot avoid worries. The world is filled with pain and suffering, and there is no avenue of escape. If you are a man, you worry about earning a livelihood. You are concerned about your wife and children. If you are a woman, you imagine that you are troubled by your husband. Then there is the real suffering and pain of those who have serious sickness and misfortune. Heaven help us. There is no escape except in the Torah. If you desire the good of the world and want to live at ease without troubles, you will be constantly frustrated. The more you seek good, the more you will find the opposite. Everything you manage to grasp will be diluted with suffering. Look with truth and you will seek yourself. It is written, there is no wisdom, understanding, or counsel against God. The only way to be at ease is to be willing to subsist on an absolute minimum. Firmly resolved to follow the dictum of the Mishnah, bread with water, bread with salt you shall eat, the life of privation you shall live. Accept upon yourself a life of deprivation and hardship in order to involve yourself in the Torah. In the Torah you shall toil, only then will you have life, even in this world. If you do so, you will be happy, even in this world. This is certainly true. No longer will you suffer from worldly troubles. You have already accepted upon yourself for the sake of the Torah all your life, all your good, all the true good. Thus your life is true life. Happy are you even in this world. The person who wants to live at ease in this world and enjoy its delights will find only bitterness. Even the slightest breeze will upset him. The smallest thing that happens contrary to his wishes will cause him to suffer greatly. You may be immensely rich and powerful. You may be a lord or a king. It is still impossible for everything to be as you want in a world filled with suffering. The only way to escape the suffering is in the Torah. Accept the way of truth, eating bread with salt. Then you will be happy and it will be good for you. Happy even in this world. Look at the truth. Understand well the troubles of this world. You will certainly see the truth of this. You will find many of these ideas in the Rebbe's teaching, especially those printed together with the Sipurei Ma'asiyot. They are also brought out most forcefully in the tale of the sophisticate and the simpleton. Even pagan philosophers realized that the world is filled with suffering and disgusted often in their works. They came to the conclusion that the only solution is stoic forbearance. One must accept upon himself to endure all that happens to him. But all their words are of no avail in the world without the Torah that we Jews have been fortunate to receive. No one can endure this world and not be overcome by its suffering. Only the Torah can provide their strength. If you really think things out, you will realize that this world in itself has absolutely no purpose. Imagine a world filled with good and riches. Imagine a world in which there was no pain, suffering, or worry. It would still be empty and devoid of all purpose. For time passes like the blink of an eye, and life is over. It is written, our days are like a passing shadow. Our sages comment that life is not even permanent. Like the shadow of a palm tree, it is also written, the days of our years are 70 years. Their pride is travail and vanity, for it is speedily gone and flies away. Even if a perfect world would itself be purposeless, what shall we say about the world in which we live? It is filled with pain, sorrow, and suffering without end. Every person's life is filled with worries about finances and concerns, troubles and problems, from the greatest to the smallest, from the richest of the rich to the poorest of the poor. Everyone is trapped by his limitations. The greatest emperors and kings are filled with worries and fears without measure, as is understood by those who know about their lives. Even the Gentile wise men realize this. The only way out is to choose the Torah and its commandments. Make up your mind to be satisfied with an absolute minimum in order to immerse yourself in the Torah. Spend your days with Torah and devotion, and you will be immune to the world's travail. You will shake off the toil and struggle of worldly concerns and no longer taste the bitterness and anxiety they have to offer. Devoted to God and His Torah, you will truly be alive, for this is the root of life, both in the world and the next. You will then know that the words of the Mishnah are correct, even in their plain meaning. You will have chosen to live such a life, eating bread with salt, drinking water by measure, sleeping on the ground, and living a life of privation. You must be willing to accept such a life, for there are times when even bread with salt and measured water will not be abundant, but accept all. This is in order to immerse yourself in the Torah. In the Torah you shall toil. If you do this, you will certainly be happy, and it will be good for you. Happy in this world. You will have accepted all the suffering the world has to offer and be worthy of true life. You will then be worthy of perceiving the truth, and you will know that the world was not created for ease and enjoyment. You will realize that the person who seeks the lights of this world will find only pain and vexation. The Torah is our life and the length of our days. If you flee the struggles of this world to toil in the Torah, you will be worthy of the world to come. Those whose eternity reduces the entire world to the blink of an eye in comparison. But besides this, you will also have a good life in this world. The best way to handle this world is through forbearance. This cannot be attained except through immersion in the Torah and its commandments. Open your eyes to the truth and you will see this. Ridicule these words and you only ridicule yourself. We speak the truth and it's yours to accept. But if you wish to turn your back on it and remain stuck in the deep quicksand of this world, there is no one to prevent you. Let each man go his way, but we will call out in God's name. These were the Rebbe's words to a man who spoke to him at length. The Rebbe knew that this man was drowning in the endless waters and wanted to rescue him, but the man hardened his heart and turned a stubborn shoulder. Not accepting the Rebbe's advice, he knew the Rebbe spoke the truth, but refused to take his words to heart. The Rebbe said he is like a drowning man who is about to die. A rescuer came along and extends a hand to lift him from the water, but the drowning man turns a stubborn shoulder and turns his back in arrogance, not wanting to grasp the helping hand. He flees from the one who comes to save him. Heed these words, you will find pleasure both in this world and the next. Finished and completed is the book of Rabbi Nachman's wisdom with the help of God, translated by Rav Aryeh Kaplan Alev Shalom, and first put together by Rav Tzvi Aryeh Rosenfeld Alev Shalom.